Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 81 100. Chapter 81 Go to Sealed World. Time flies, fleetingly. 3 weeks later, Naruto once again showed his cultivation achievements. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. With a white smoke drifting by, Naruto finally made progress. Although I still can't successfully summon the toad, I have been able to channel the 4 legs. The open black lens bracket tadpole close black lens bracket was. Or, half frog. This is a process of evolution from tadpoles to frogs and toads, called pervert. That is to say, it took Naruto 21 days to successfully turn a tadpole into a half frog. At this moment, even Naruto himself couldn't stand it any longer. Holding his head in his hands, he suddenly screamed. Ah! This is not a frog at all, where did the frog go? Seeing this result, Jiraiya also knew that if it continued like this, there was no way out. So Jiraiya originally wanted to throw Naruto under the abyss, so that Naruto could inspire that chakra in his life and death. Shiyu saw what Jiraiya was thinking and said it immediately. The lecherous immortal, maybe I have a way to help the power of Master Naruto. 20Z8 between the words was also taken aback for a moment, and a hint of doubt appeared on his face. If it wasn't for the fact that Shiyu showed a strong talent half a month ago, and if the latter himself could control the tailed beast chakra, Jiraiya would never say Shiyu, a teenage boy. Oh, what can you do? Only for this. He spoke, Shiyu's pupils suddenly changed from black to bloody Yuhi. Looking at the pair of pupils he hadn't seen for a long time, Jiraiya was stunned for a while, because he never thought that Shiyu would have the blood-stain boundary unique to the Uchiha family like Sharingan. You are obviously not from the Uchiha family, how can you have such a thing? Lustful fairy. 3 generations have talked to me about this, because my parents were both killed in the battle against Kyuubi, 9 Tails. Also, my birth has a lot to prove. So, the 3 generations came to the conclusion that my ancestors may have married someone from the Uchiha family, saying that I belong to the Blood Awakening. Words, Jiraiya said after a brief thought. Indeed, if you want a free switch Sharingan, you must have the blood of the Uchiha clan. After saying a few words in the end, Jiraiya also asked, by the way, how many people know about this? Not much. In addition to the 3 generations, there are Kakashi, Sensei and Iruka, Sensei, and 2 of my current teammates. Shiyu wrote. Remember, the less you know about this, the better. After all, you are not from the Uchiha clan. Although it can prove your birth, it may not attract others to covet. Shiyu nodded. For this matter, he is naturally more white than anyone. There was a reason for choosing to let Iruka and Sandai know each other in the first place. If not, how do you explain that Arum has become a genius monster? And Shiyu also knows that the 3 generations will naturally not let Tadao do this, plus the performance of the Kingdom of Waves along the way. Now Tokiyu has been listed as the same key protection target as Naruto's. Even if Danzo knew about this, it would be impossible to do something to Tokiyu. 10,000 steps back, even if Danzo has this idea now, he is still powerless. Because now he is no longer Shiyu's opponent. It can be said that all this is in Shiyu's plan. The so-called Sharingan, it's just that Shiyu can better protect himself before he grows up. Jiraiya knows that open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket can control open black lens bracket Kyuubi, 9 Tails close black lens bracket, but ordinary open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket is absolutely impossible. Thinking about this, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also asked. What are you going to do? I want to go and talk to open black lens bracket Kyuubi, 9 Tails close black lens bracket. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya was taken aback for a moment, because the opposite was simply a fantasy. I have Blood Wheel Eye and can enter Naruto, Sealed World. So it is. Jiraiya nodded, then asked, since you have this idea, why didn't you bring it up earlier? I want Naruto to continuously squeeze the chakra in his body through this method of cultivation, so that he can gather more chakra. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shiyu to think so far. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket is no better than a beast, you have to be careful later. Jiraiya reminded him, as Sannin, he has heard of the power of open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Shiyu nodded, and immediately came to Naruto. Naruto, look at me. I'm practicing. Do you still want that kind of master? Yuhi-colored chakra. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto instantly stopped the movements in his hands and said excitedly. Yes, of course. Then don't talk nonsense, do as I say. Okay. Naruto in the middle of the speech did so obediently, and Tokyo also turned 3-Tomo Sharingan into Naruto's sealed world. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In a dark space, a drop of water drops from time to time around. Naruto looked at the unfamiliar world and became suspicious for a while. The environment here gives one a feeling of shivering, especially an evil smell in the air. If he didn't see Shiyu beside him, Naruto probably wouldn't know what to do. Shiyu, we are here. We're in a wonderful space, so to speak, in your body. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto was instantly stunned. What's in my body? Shiyu nodded, then said, this is the sealed world in your body, a different dimension constructed by chakra. Is that so? Naruto between the words was completely cloudy and foggy. Obviously, he couldn't figure it out, so he could only ask directly. What are we doing here? Look for open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Shiyu's answer was very straightforward, but it made Naruto look astonished. The star of disaster that the world is afraid to avoid, they actually want to take the initiative to find the latter. Shiyu, why are we looking for him? Didn't the lecherous immortal tell you half a month ago that the Yuhi-colored chakra in your body comes from QB, 9 tails, since you have the power of master, then naturally you want to find him. Oh. Seeing Naruto nodding, Shiyu had already sensed where open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket was. Come with me. Voice fell, and Shiyu walked towards the darkest direction ahead. Seeing this, Naruto also hurriedly followed, and there were two expressions on his face at this time. Curious and afraid. He is afraid to see the legendary open black lens bracket star of calamity close black lens bracket. But at the same time, he is also curious about what the legendary open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails demon fox close black lens bracket looks like. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 82 QB, 9 tails pay the rent. In the sealed world. After Naruto followed Shiyu for a short distance in the darkness, they finally saw a ray of light. A huge cage came into view. Above the gate of the cage was a striking note with a large ceiling written on it. Seeing this, Naruto asked subconsciously. Shiyu, there is no way to be detained here. Naruto's voice fell, and before Shiyu could answer, a very unfamiliar voice sounded in his ears. I didn't expect you to find this place. Who is speaking? Little devil, come over here a little bit. This unfamiliar voice again. Naruto had already heard the direction, it came from the iron cage. Driven by curiosity, Naruto also moved to the iron cage. In the next instant, several sharp claws suddenly stretched out from inside. Boom! Looking at the huge white claws in front of him, Naruto was immediately startled. He knew that if it wasn't for the iron cage's obstruction, I'm afraid he would have been pierced by the sharp claws and died directly. Although this is a different spiritual space where chakra is condensed. But once the spiritual body dies, people will die, because the spiritual body is equivalent to the soul. Once the soul dissipates, people will naturally hang up. Seeing that the attack was blocked, a very unwilling voice came from the dark iron cage. I really want to eat you, but I can't open this door. This damn seal. Hearing this, Naruto's eyes were also fixed on the iron cage. Although the light was a little dim, he could vaguely see a faint shadow, especially those bloody Yuhi-colored eyes. So conspicuous in the dark, so evil. Yu or open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Little devil, it seems that you already know my existence. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket slightly shattered, and then said, what do you want to come to see me on your own initiative? Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. The voice just fell, and before Naruto could speak, Toki-yu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Since you live in someone else's body, naturally you can't live in vain. So, take your chakra as rent. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto was also taken aback. After feeling that what Shiyu said was very reasonable, he also quickly echoed, yes, there is no free lunch in this world, bring your chakra to pay the rent. However, open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket ignored Naruto and focused his attention on Shiyu. From the beginning, he was curious about how Shiyu, an outsider, came into this world. You little brat used to look unremarkable, but I didn't expect to grow to this level in less than 2 months. No doubt that open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket is someone who knows Tokyo. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket lives in Naruto's body and knows everything around Naruto. And Shiyu is Naruto's best buddy, and the intersection of the two is naturally the closest. But the previous Shiyu didn't attract the attention of open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket at all, until Shiyu suddenly awakened open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket more than a month ago. Everything changed. Didn't I say it? That's me being low-key. Regarding Shiyu's answer, open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket did not have the heart to be suspicious, and immediately said, whether you want to be low-key or high-profile is none of my business. Of course. Shiyu responded with a snort, however, you can rent this room. Oh, why do you think I will definitely hand over the house? I must lend chakra to this kid. You must have a better mind than me about this answer. This, open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket was slightly taken aback. He obviously heard something in Shiyu's words, as if the latter knew something. Little devil, don't fool me here. When the old man dominated this world, you little brat didn't know where he was. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Don't brag with us, if you can dominate the world, you will also. It's not going to fall into this fate. Shiyu responded and continued, well, since you're going to pretend to be confused, I'll give you a warning. If something happens to Naruto, you will disappear with it, but how long it takes to disappear depends on your luck. It may be a few years if you are lucky, or more than 10 years if you are unlucky, or maybe a few decades or even 100 years. Am I right? Open black lens bracket Kurama close black lens bracket. Words open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket was very shocked, but when the last 3 words of Shiyu fell, his eyes suddenly froze. Open black lens bracket Kurama close black lens bracket. This name is impossible to know except for open black lens bracket 6 paths immortal close black lens bracket and other open black lens bracket tailed beast close black lens bracket. Just when open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket fell into deep shock, Naruto also asked inexplicably. Tokiha, who is this open black lens bracket Kurama close black lens bracket? Far in the sky, close in front of you. Naruto, who got the answer, was also stunned. He didn't expect the vicious QB, 9 tails demon fox to have such a name. Little devil, how did you know? Didn't you hear it just now? The immortals of Mount Myoboku said that I might be the reincarnation of 6 paths immortals. HMPH, don't talk about those who have and don't. Open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket snorted coldly, then said, as long as you tell me the answer, I will pay the rent. No wonder open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket is so excited. Their tailed beasts have special feelings for open black lens bracket 6 paths immortals close black lens bracket, because they are all created by the latter. Yes, as long as you pay the rent for these 12 years first. The words open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket was stunned for a while, then bit Kiba and said, what is the teaching method? Don't worry, I won't embarrass you too much. You only need to provide Naruto when he needs your chakra, and the number of times is 12 times, how? After hearing the conditions proposed by Tokiyu, open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket also agreed immediately after a brief thought. Good. Not a lot of times, he can totally accept it. Remember, it's an unconditional offer. Words fell, Shiyu took Naruto and left, because Shiyu knew that he could not let Naruto completely control the power of QB, Ninetales. After Toki and Yu disappeared, open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket was still in a daze. Could that kid be able to see through my mind and know what I'm thinking about? This kid is definitely not easy. At this point, QB, Ninetales couldn't help but have a thought, is he really the reincarnation of 6 Paths Old Man? Is apparently no answer to this question now. Open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket this idea is not groundless. First of all, Shiyu already has 2 kinds of open black lens bracket tailed beast chakra close black lens bracket. Secondly, the latter seems to know a lot about their tailed beasts. At the same time, Naruto and Tokiyu have returned to the real world. Isn't the legendary open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket so scary? For Naruto, Shiyu said, that's because it was sealed. If not, the 2 of us would have already become the souls of its claws. Seeing the return of Tokiha and Naruto, and seems to have seen open black lens bracket QB, Ninetales close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also hurriedly asked. How is it? There's no reason for me to fail. So it's done. Jiraiya between the words was extremely excited. As Sannin, he is naturally aware of the power of tailed beasts. Once they can control their power will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Lustful fairy, look. Naruto's words, Jiraiya's eyes immediately fell on him. Next second, he just saw a shocking chakra emerging from Naruto. It was the Yuhi-colored chakra. No doubt that the current Naruto can use this power at any time. Chapter 83 Inches 6 Paths Immortal, Reincarnation. After staring at Naruto for a while, Jiraiya finally couldn't help exclaiming. This QB, Ninetales, chakra is really different. The lecherous fairy, I feel that I am full of strength now, I think I will be able to do it this time. Then try it now. Is also a kind of Jiraiya between the words. I can't wait, I immediately stepped aside. Immediately after, Naruto, under the watchful eyes of Tokiyu and Jiraiya, once again performed spirituality. Bang! With a white smoke drifting by, the result of the summoning was a big disappointment to Jiraiya. Although Naruto did channel toads this time, and there were still 2. But the size of the problem was too small. Are you an idiot? Master, such a powerful chakra actually channeled 2 little toads. Jiraiya's voice fell, and one of the toads also said, Yo, Naruto, have you made progress this time? You even summoned us. 2200. The speech is open black lens bracket Toadji close black lens bracket. The other is open black lens bracket Toad Dragon close black lens bracket. But for Jiraiya's criticism, Naruto said with a confident face. The lecherous fairy. Don't worry, I'm just calling them out as a witness first. Naruto's thoughts were simple. First, he wanted to see if he could do it with his current self. Second, These open black lens bracket shunji close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket shun long close black lens bracket have been laughing at him for almost half a month. If he hadn't returned to Mount Myoboku out of boredom, he might have laughed at him before. Therefore, he has to prove it to the two of them. Then what nonsense are you talking about? Hurry up and do it again. Oh. For Jiraiya's lesson, Naruto also nodded, and then the Indian style in his hand resumed. Bang! Exclamation mark. With the sound of a sound, Jiraiya was finally satisfied with the scene in front of her. Who called me this time? Was not someone else who was talking, it was Toad Bunta who was smoking a pipe. Hey, it's me. Hearing this, Toad Bunta was also taken aback for a moment, and this result was obviously beyond his expectations. The last time he was psyched out by Shiyu, he was very surprised, but he didn't expect to be summoned by another kid this time. It's you. Just when Wenta questioned Naruto, Toadji and Toad Dragon stood up. Dad, Aaron, and I can testify. The plump Toad Dragon nodded. Hearing this, Toad Wentai looked at Shiyu and Naruto at his feet, and couldn't help but think in his heart, now the little devils are so awesome. Now Toad Wentai is very aggrieved, and feels that he is being played by others. Ha ha ha, lecherous fairy, am I very good? Naruto's words, Wenta's eyes were on Jiraiya. Jiraiya. If I have nothing to do in the future, I will be summoned, believe it or not, I will swallow you alive. Open black lens bracket Toad Bunta close black lens bracket it's a Tsunere's violent temper. If it wasn't for Fukasaku Ma and Iwasu Big Toad, last time, I'm afraid he would have gone mad long ago. Regarding Wentai's violent temper, Jiraiya also did not withdraw. I will pay attention next time, I must pay attention. And next time. Hearing Toad Wentai Toadji also said, Dad, Aaron, and I found a natural warm Izumi here last time, let's take you a bubble. Immediately after, Toadji and Toad Dragon jumped on Wentai's back, and under the guidance of the two, they headed out towards a mountain. Seeing this, Jiraiya was also relieved. Because once Toad Wentai gets angry, he can't handle it. Shiyu, Naruto. Have you heard, if nothing happens in the future, don't call this thing out. The two also nodded to Jiraiya's words. Immediately after, Jiraiya fixed his gaze on Naruto and asked, Naruto, can you use that Yuhi-colored chakra at will now? Yes, but what? Just 12 chances. Naruto's words, Jiraiya was stunned for a while, then looked at Tokyo in confusion. About the deal made with open black lens bracket Kyubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also gave birth to two doubts. Shiyu, how did you know that Jinchuriki column force death-tailed beasts would disappear for a while? When Kakashi became our instructor, I investigated him and found out about the death of his teammate Nohara Rin. You who are one of the Sannin must know about this. Looks like you already know my identity. Jiraiya gasped in surprise. But Naruto, who heard the words, was no longer calm. He didn't expect that the sexy immortal who taught him turned out to be the legendary one of Sannin. A time. Way he looked at Jiraiya changed slightly, and at the same time he knew why Jiraiya was so strong. Shiyu is so smart and good at intelligence gathering, and being known by the latter as Jiraiya is a big surprise. Shiyu explained that the death of open black lens bracket Nohara Rin close black lens bracket was because of open black lens bracket Three Tails close black lens bracket, and then open black lens bracket Three Tails close black lens bracket appeared on the 4th generation Mizukage open black lens bracket Karataki Yagura close black lens bracket. This means that even if the Jinchuriki column force dies, the tailed beast will definitely not die, but definitely not immediately. Resurrection. Because if this is the case, open black lens bracket Kyubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket there is absolutely no need for Naruto to send him chakra to ensure his safety when he is in danger. There must be something hidden in it. And since the death of the 4th generation Mizukage, there has been no trace of the 3 tails, so my guess has been vaguely confirmed. Of course, I'm not entirely sure. So, I cheated QB, 9 tails, just now, and his performance finally confirmed my guess. After hearing Shiyu's rational analysis, Jiraiya likes the former even more. He knew that Shiyu was a genius and a monster, and had a heaven-defying understanding of ninjutsu. But he didn't expect that Shiyu's ability to collect information and analyze things would be so outstanding. He made bold assumptions, but he was sealed in Naruto. Open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket in the body. This series of operations can't find the slightest fault at all. Next. Jiraiya asked the second question. By the way, how did you know that open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket was called open black lens bracket Kurama close black lens bracket? I don't know why, I seem to know their names by nature, especially after I awakened Tailed Beast Chakra, the name became more and more clear. Yu's serious nonsense, because of this question, he can only throw it to 6 paths immortal. Sure enough. After hearing Tokiyu's answer, and adding the former pervert's talent, the thought in Jiraiya's heart became stronger and stronger. Could he really be the reincarnation of 6 paths immortal? However, there are still doubts in Jiraiya's heart at this time, because his disciple Uzumaki Nagato has the legendary power to control 6 paths. The open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket. Therefore, he has reason to suspect that Nagato may be the reincarnation of 6 paths immortal. But Shiyu's inborn memory. It made his suspicions more intense, because it is said that all things in the world were created by 6 paths immortals. Even the tailed beast is no exception. But who is the reincarnation of 6 paths immortal, or whether 6 paths immortal is not reincarnated, it is impossible for him to know now. Please download Feifei. Chapter 84 Shukaku, Incarnation of Sand. Then Jiraiya explained to Naruto that there are few opportunities and can't be used indiscriminately. You can only use it when you have to. Naruto also nodded. In the next few days, Naruto also completely consolidated the spiritual art. With the experience of a successful summon, he just needs to follow that feeling. Therefore, even without using open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails chakra close black lens bracket, Naruto can successfully summon open black lens bracket Toji close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Toad Dragon close black lens bracket. And for a relatively large toad like Toad Zhang, he still needs to hone it. As for the level of Toad Bunta, the current Naruto cannot do it with his own strength. Because of the short training time, the ultimate chakra has not yet been developed. There are still 3 days before leaving the official competition. Shiyu and Naruto also ended their training this time, and Naruto basically learned a spiritual technique during this training. As for Shiyu, he also learned a few ninjutsu. For example, Kaden Fire Style Fire Bullet. Put the oil made from chakra in your mouth, spit it out and use Kaden Fire Style to make it burn. And Shiyu even realized the open black lens bracket Kaden Fire Style Big Flame Bullet close black lens bracket at once. This result made Jiraiya shocked. Because even the Nagato of the Master Rinnegan can't be reached. Moreover, Jiraiya also taught Tokyo a trick to match the toad, which is the Kaden Fire Style Toad Oil Fire Bomb. A combination of ninjutsu, the oil of the toad is combined with its own Kaden Fire Style to produce a huge oil bullet to attack the hand, which is extremely powerful and has a wide range. Open black lens bracket Doden Earth Style Swamp of the Underworld close black lens bracket. Create a huge swamp, so that the opponent can't escape until it is buried. This ninjutsu complements Toshiyu's lack of Doden Earth Style ninjutsu. Although Toshiyu's master is very fast, Jiraiya doesn't teach too much, because he doesn't want to teach all the unique skills at once light. Moreover, he also wanted to rely on some special moves in Shiyu in exchange for other plots of Golden Lotus. Example, Spiritual Art of Roof Destruction. A toad descended from the sky and jumped, Each time it landed, it would generate a heavy pressure, knocking a wide range of enemies into the air. Open black lens bracket ninja frog transformation close black lens bracket. The art of turning people into toads can make the opponent lose all combat power. What other boundary art, Rasengan, etc. can be used when the opponent cannot resist? The clever ninjutsu Jiraiya is still hidden and tucked away. In short, there are quite a lot of ninjutsu skills in Jiraiya. However, Shiyu is not in a hurry. As long as Jiraiya is interested in his Golden Lotus, he will learn these things late. Even if there is no Jin Lien biography, he will teach Shiyu his lifelong ninjutsu only after his investigation. Step back, he doesn't teach. Mount Myoboku also has people who do, so Shiyu doesn't do anything at all. You and Naruto and Jiraiya were separated, they went to the hospital to see Little Lee. Little Lee caused serious trauma to his body due to forcibly opening the fifth door, but this is secondary. Mostly, one of his hands and one foot is covered by Gaara's coffin. Broken a broken bone. Of course, Shiyu has another purpose to go to see Little Lee. That is, he knows that Gaara was blinded by anger, and wanted to kill Little Lee to vent his anger. When Shiyu and Naruto rushed to Little Lee's ward, they met Shikamaru, who also came to see Little Lee. So, the three of them walked together. When the three of them arrived at the door of Little Lee's ward, they happened to meet Ailuo, who was opening the door. Shiyuta. We meet Gaara, who actually sees both of them. It's him. The moment she saw Shiyu, Gaara was also taken aback. When Naruto saw this, he didn't say a word, he just punched. Asshole. What are you doing here? For Gaara, Naruto obviously didn't like Gaara, because the former injured Little Lee into that look. But unfortunately, his fist was blocked by sand. Seeing that Gaara was silent, Shikamaru also said, "What are you doing here? Do you want to do something to thick eyebrows?" Naruto chimed in. Facing the doubts of Shikamaru and Naruto, Gaara's eyes finally turned from Tokiha to the two. A simple and cold-blooded sentence was also spit out from his mouth. "I want his life." Hearing Gaara's words, Naruto and Shikamaru were both angry and puzzled. "Why are you doing this? Didn't you win the game? Why did you kill him? Could it be that there is something wrong between you two?" Facing Shikamaru's three consecutive questions, Gaara's emotionless voice sounded again. "Nothing like that. I just want to kill him, that's all. You bastard." Hearing the words, Naruto shouted loudly, and then said angrily, "If you have the ability, try it. If you don't let go, you'll have to die together." Hearing Gaara's words and those eyes that looked like the eyes of a god of death, Naruto and Shikamaru were also shocked. "Humph. I'm a monster in my body, I'm not afraid of you." Today's Naruto has been able to use the power of Kyuubi, Nine Tails, although it is only a part of it, but he feels that as long as he uses his power to deal with Gaara, there is absolutely no problem. "Monster." Gaara snorted softly, and then said, "I was destined to be a 200 monsters from the day I spoke out." Gaara told Tokiha and others about his birth process, and his body was sealed with Shukaku incarnation of sand. Tells the story of why his father, Kazekage Rasa, the fourth generation, wanted to kill him when he was 6 years old, but he accidentally killed his uncle, Yashimaru, who was brought up by him. Gaara said, Naruto seemed to be able to understand Gaara's state of mind. Because the two of them had the same experience. If he hadn't met Toki, if he hadn't gotten Iruka's approval, he might have turned into Gaara and hated everyone in the world. "Come on, let's get a good feel for what you call the bond." When Gaara's words fell, Tokiyu finally spoke up. "If you want to kill someone in front of me, I don't think you can do it." Hearing Tokiyu's unparalleled voice, Naruto's uneasy heart because of Gaara's story was instantly settled. In his opinion, as long as Yu is around, let alone Gaara, even if the King of Heaven comes, he will never succeed. This is his absolute belief in Shiyu. Not to mention Naruto, even Shikamaru suddenly had a similar thought in his heart at this time. I have long wanted to experience your strength. Between the words, the sand on Gaara's body suddenly rose up on the ground, constantly circulating in the air. The war is about to break out. Chapter 85 Seal of Heaven. On the corridor. Gaara's sand surrounded her body, and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. However, Shiyu's words made Gaara's killing intent stop abruptly in the air. Tomorrow is the official game. If you want to fight with me, then please qualify for the final. Gaara knows that Shiyu is very strong, far from being comparable to Naruto's generation, which can be seen from the defeat of Temari. Therefore, he knew that it would not be easy for him to defeat the latter. He might have to use the power of Shukaku, so he could only temporarily give up the idea of killing Little Lee. Okay, I'll be waiting for you in the final. Voice fell, and Gaara turned away under the gazes of Shiyu and the others. Gaara's departure made Naruto and Shikamaru both relieved, because once a fight broke out, even if they could defeat Gaara, they couldn't guarantee that they would be able to protect Little Lee. After all, the latter can't move at all right now. Shiyu, it's you who is so good, you persuaded him to repel him in one sentence. Yes. Shikamaru echoed Naruto's words. But at this time, it is not only the two of them who have such thoughts, so does Emperor Guy, who is standing on the corner. He had planned to come forward to stop it just now, but he found that Shiyu had calmed down the scene. Seen that Tokiha's strength has already made Gaara feel difficult. When Tokiha and Naruto found Sasuke and Kakashi, they got unfortunate news. That is Sasuke being defeated by Orochimaru, the Curse of Heaven. It is a forbidden technique researched by Orochimaru based on Chango and the concept of human Jinchuriki column fighting style. Libra I, a person who is born with the special ability of immortal transformation. Corresponding to the Curse Seal of Heaven, there is also a slightly weaker curse mark called Curse Seal of Earth. Owners, Kimimaro and Anko. Nothing else, Orochimaru knew that getting Tokiha was not an easy task. And Sasuke has such a strong blood stain limit as Sharingan, which is why he especially wants a container. Since he couldn't get Tokyo for the time being, he naturally targeted the weaker Sasuke. Fortunately, Kakashi temporarily sealed the Curse Seal of Heaven with the Evil Seal, otherwise, the current Sasuke would not be able to use Sharingan. Mention the practice of Chidori. When Kakashi first created this technique, the fourth generation said that this ninjutsu needs extremely fast speed, and it is difficult for the naked eye to keep up, so they once advised Kakashi not to use this ninja technique. But good luck, Kakashi got a Sharingan from Obito. With Sharingan as support, he can practice Millennium with ease, and even upgrade it to a stronger Reikiri. It can be said that this Chidori is a ninjutsu specially created for Sharingan. This is why Kakashi wanted to know Sao himself at the beginning. Originally, Tokiha can also practice, and he doesn't have a lightning attribute chuck. Sasuke was planted with the Curse Seal of the Sky. It seems that the mark was planted by Orochimaru, which is unpleasant. But in Shiyu's view, this may not be a problem. Since Sasuke can withstand the erosion of the curse mark, it is the capital to use this power. Moreover, he knows everything about Akatsuki Orochimaru, and he also understands the ability of the Curse Seal of Heaven. So, don't worry at all. Of course, this thing is a double-edged sword. When the time is right in the future, Tokiyu will solve this hidden danger for Sasuke. 3 days later. The daimyo of Open Black Lens Bracket, the Kingdom of the Wind Close Black Lens Bracket, and the 4th Cage. And the neighboring ninja village. The leaders of all came to visit the final selection of this Open Black Lens Bracket Chunin Exam Close Black Lens Bracket. On this day, Konoha is very lively. However, this day is also a day when Konoha is in crisis. Through the 3 corpses of Kusanagi found outside the dead forest, Enko has concluded that Orochimaru has come to Konoha. Moreover, she also participated in the 2nd exam. When she went to the Death Forest to search, she did find traces of Orochimaru. What surprised her was that Orochimaru seemed to be in bad shape at that time, as if he had fought a battle with an evenly matched opponent. This made her quite puzzling. Apart from the dozens of candidates who came out of Death Forest, there were only Chunin-level examiners and her special Jonin. Even she is not Orochimaru's opponent, let alone the others. As for the candidates, they are directly ignored by him. No way, after all, Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, how could he be forced into such a miserable appearance by the candidates? Although she and Sandai guessed that Orochimaru might be doing something today, they never imagined that Orochimaru would join forces with Kingdom of Wind to do things together. Especially now the 4th generation Kazekage. It's Orochimaru's change. As for the real 4th generation Kazekage Rasa, killed by Orochimaru, which has Shikatsumyaku dead bone pulse. Open black lens bracket Kimimaro close black lens bracket is a great contribution. Kimimaro, as Kagaya family. Open black lens bracket Keke Genkai close black lens bracket, Shikatsumyaku dead bone pulse. Holder of. But this information, only Kabuto knows at this time. There is also unfortunate news, that is, the referee, Moonlight Hayate, of preliminary, was killed after eavesdropping on Kabuto and Maki's opponent. That Moonlight Hayate died, but a pity open black lens bracket Azuki Yugao close black lens bracket. Azuki Yugao, Konoha's special Jonin, is also one of the few beautiful ninjas in Konoha. With the passage of time, the final selection of the Chunin exam will be ushered in. This is the moment. Everyone gathered in a huge circular arena, and high walls were built around the entire arena. Outside the wall, there are 3 tall buildings. The status of the three positions is self-evident, and it is the place where the high-level Konoha and other important people from various ninja villages in various countries watch. At this time, the entire arena was full of people, and it was very lively. Under the attention of everyone, the voice of the 3 generations of Hokage also sounded slowly. Dear guests, thank you all for gathering here to take part in the Chunin selection exam held by our Konoha Hidden Village. Below. The final selection competition will be held by the 8 who have passed the preliminary competition. Please watch it carefully. With the fall of the 3 generations of voices, the final selection of this Chunin exam also kicked off. I saw 9 figures standing in the arena at this time. 8 of them were the 8 candidates who participated in the final selection, and the 9th was the referee of this match. Special Jonin, Shiranui Genma. Hello. I am the referee of this final exam, Shiranui Genma. After a brief self-introduction, Shiranui Genma recounted the rules of the game to Shiyu and others. After seeing that everyone had no doubts, he also continued. Then start the first set of trials right now. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket Takagawa Tokiha close black lens bracket. Please download Feifei. Chapter 86 Tokiyu vs Neji. Open black lens bracket Takagawa Tokiha close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Hyuga Neji close black lens bracket stay. The rest please go to the rest area outside the stadium to watch the game. Hearing the words of open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket, Naruto, Sasuke and Gaara also left one after another. The spectator seats at this time were already full of people. Hinata, Sakura, Choji and other 12 Shaoqiang who were promoted were all in the spectator seats, and their eyes were fixed on the 2 people in the field. Ino, do you think Shiyu will win? Sakura rode. I think so. Ino said with confidence. From the performance of the 6 Omegakers in Death Forest, it can be seen that Tokiyu is quite strong. But Sakura and Hinata obviously don't know. However, they are basically cheering for Tokiyu. After all, they are in the same class as Tokiyu. And Neji is just his senior. However, Tenten is cheering for Neji. If Tokiyu's opponent is not Neji, Tenten will definitely cheer Tokiyu. But good luck makes people. if you have to choose one of the two. Now she can only choose teammates with deep feelings. At this time, there are two people in the audience discussing Shiyu, that is the two gods of Konoha, Steel Iron and Kamizuki Izumo. It seems that we felt right at the beginning, this guy is not in the pool. Yes, I'm not at all surprised that he can persist here. Of course, in addition to those who paid attention to Tokiyu, there were also people who paid attention to Neji. That is now the main clan ruler of the Hyuga family, Hinata's father, Hyuga. And next to him sits a 200-year-old little girl, who is Hinata's sister, Hyuga Hanabi. Hyuga stared at Neji in the field and said to Hanabi. Hanabi, he is by far the most perfect genius to inherit our Hyuga clan bloodline, take a good look at him. Yes, father. As Hanabi's voice fell, the first game started quietly. On the field. Open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket seeing that both Shiyu and Neji are ready, also announced. Then, Chunin exam, the first competition of the final selection. Start now. Hearing this, Neji instantly took on the gentle fist's starting position, and he knew that facing Shiyu couldn't be careless. This point, he saw it from the scene when Shiyu played against Tamari. I didn't expect to meet you in the first game, I don't know if I was lucky or unlucky. To Neji's words, Shiyu spit out two words very bluntly. Unlucky. Well then let me see your strength. Voice fell, Neji stopped talking nonsense and directly opened the blood stain limit, unique to their Hyuga clan. Open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket, commonly known as cataract. Exclamation mark. With Yuhi eye disease. Open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket and presbyopia. Open black lens bracket Rinnegan close black lens bracket also known as the world's strongest three-pupil surgery. Little Lee wanted to beat you with this move, but now he can't do it, so let me do it for him. Hearing Shiyu's words, Neji was stunned for a moment, he obviously didn't know what Shiyu meant. He didn't know what he meant until a low voice spit out from Shiyu's mouth. Open black lens bracket the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket, the 5th gate. Duman, open. With a low drink spit out from Shiyu's mouth, the skin on his body showed signs of Yuhi, and his body was glowing, a flashing green light. He looks like a Super Saiyan, Broly. However, Shiyu is not as exaggerated as Little Lee, and his blue veins are exposed to the air like a horned dragon. Reason why Shiyu's performance is different is that Shiyu's understanding of this body art has reached a very high level. Some unnecessary things can be avoided, but when this scene falls in the eyes of everyone, it is a stone that stirs up 1,000. It made the whole venue unable to be quiet. Isn't this Little Lee's move? 1010 Road. Yeah, how could Shiyu do that? Ino Road. Looking at Tokyo with green light on his body, Shikamaru said, it seems Tokyo is stronger than we thought. In response, Kiba, Shino and the others also nodded in unison. When Gaara saw this scene, the face that was always calm once again had ripples. Obviously, he was beaten very badly by the Little Lee in this state. If it weren't for the sand that his mother's blood and will turned into, he would probably be defeated by the latter. Why he wanted to kill Little Lee. Until this moment, Tamari realized that Shiyu didn't lie to her that day. The latter really showed mercy to her. This is the 5th door. Emperor Guy was shocked, and then said to Kakashi next to him, didn't you tell me that he only trained the 3rd door? That was a month ago. Hearing Kakashi's answer, Emperor Guy was also stunned, and then said, you mean he opened 2 more doors in this month's time? That alone explains it. Kakashi is very helpless, but at the same time, he is also surprised by Tokiyu's talent for such a monster. If you want to open the 5th gate in an instant, you must have a very high understanding of the body art of the 8 inner gates. Just like Little Lee, now he can only open 1 door according to the rules, and he can't think of Shiyu and Emperor Guy, and open 5 doors at once. That's the difference, and that's why Emperor Guy is so shocked. But if the two of them knew that Shiyu had reached the 5th gate, as a master more than a month ago, it is estimated that their eyeballs would have fallen off. Not only them, but even Mitsuyo and Orochimaru were surprised. Mitsuyo was astonished that Tokiha had grown to such a level after 2 months, and Orochimaru, who was stunned, didn't even use his full strength when he was in front of him. What a monstrous talent. What a scary kid. The two sentences sounded in the hearts of the two at the same time, which was their extremely high evaluation of Shiyu. Don't be in a daze. Shiyu reminded Neji, and then he stopped talking nonsense. With the slight sound of breaking the wind, Tokiyu's figure had disappeared, and when he reappeared, it was already Neji. Of the 5th gate is enough to reach the speed of sound. Even if Neji has Byakugan, he can't catch Toki's movements, because Byakugan is not as good as Sharingan in this aspect. Not good. Seeing Shiyu's appearance, Neji's heart sounded an uneasy voice, but it was too late for his body to react. Touch. No accident, Neji was kicked by Shiyu directly. Immediately after. Neji couldn't fall down in the sky at all, and only got beat up in front of open black lens bracket Duman close black lens bracket, Shiyu. Boom. With a loud noise, Neji was kicked to the ground by Shiyu, and the sky was filled with smoke and dust. Shiyu didn't use the taboo move, open black lens bracket Li Lianhua close black lens bracket. He was afraid that Neji couldn't hold it. Seeing this scene, everyone felt that this match was no longer suspenseful. Because this is a completely one-sided battle. After the smoke cleared, Neji's figure also came into everyone's field of vision. I saw the former climb up from the ground with difficulty, but what was surprising was that there was a fiery fighting intent on his face. Shiyu, I admit that you are very strong. However, I won't give up easily. If I knew it would be like this, I should have ended this game with Li Lianhua just now. Seeing Neji's stubbornness, Shiyu sighed and said immediately. In that case, I can only beat you down. When the voice fell, Shiyu's figure disappeared again. But this time, Neji seems to be ready. With Byakugan's powerful perception ability, the moment he noticed that Shiyu was about to appear, he let out a low drink. Open black lens bracket revolving heaven close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket gentle fist method 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven close black lens bracket. Release a large amount of chakra from the chakra acupoints in the body, and then make a circular rotation like a spinning top, which can rebound all physical attacks, which can be said to be another absolute defense. Seeing this, Shiyu could only retreat. The defense of this revolving heaven is extremely amazing. If you want to attack it frontally, it is estimated that the power increase of Dumen alone is not enough. Because this move can continue to be used until the caster's chakra is exhausted. This kind of fighting method that consumes the opponent is not what Shiyu wants. Maybe Shiyu can use his own strength to forcibly smash revolving heaven, but it will definitely cause some damage to the body. Victory by self-mutilation is obviously not what Shiyu wants. Because taijutsu is only one of his many methods. Chapter 87 The Blood Limit, that shocked the audience. Seeing Neji performing the scene of open black lens bracket 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven close black lens bracket, everyone was stunned. Especially the people of the Hyuga clan. They obviously didn't expect Neji to become a master. This is a trick that only the current Hyuga main clan suzerain, Hyuga can master. I thought it was a battle without suspense, but now it seems to be worth seeing again. Absolute defense versus ultimate speed. In the eyes of everyone, if the two sides continue to consume like this, it is very likely that Tokyo will lose. Because the consumption of Dumen is all round. Moreover, it will cause great damage to the body. Obviously, this state cannot be maintained for too long. If Little Lee faces Neji in this state, the result is indeed only a loss. But Shiyu is different. He has a powerful chakra backing, as well as the recovery ability of tailed beast chakra. Although it doesn't have the resilience of pervert like open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket, it can at least allow Shiyu to last quite a long time in open black lens bracket do men close black lens bracket state. But this is obviously not the result that Shiyu is happy to see. After thinking about this, Shiyu has already made up his mind. Taijutsu, no, he still has ninjutsu. Of course, if Shiyu can open the 6th gate, Jingmun, then it must be broken directly. Because after opening this door, you can use a special move. Open black lens bracket morning peacock close black lens bracket. If you can use this move, you can easily smash this so-called absolute defense. Open black lens bracket 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven close black lens bracket. After all, the current Neji has not yet developed this move to the ultimate. It is not without reason that this unique move is regarded as the strongest defensive move by the Hyuga clan. It's powerful, beyond imagination. It's the same principle as open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket. S supreme body technique open black lens bracket 80 sky strike close black lens bracket, but the power of the two can't be compared. If there is anyone in the field who firmly believes that Tokyo will win, it must be Naruto and Sasuke. Because they saw Shiyu's strength, the latter's strength is far more than that. Just when the others were thinking about how Shiyu would face this situation, Shiyu disappeared under their astonished eyes. Dumenji force. Since you don't plan to use physical skills to attack, there is no need to open it. This trick will affect the body for a long time. After all, Shiyu does not have a sage body yet. Seeing that Shiyu was still alive after dissipating the power of the 8 inner gates, Emperor Guy was restless. Kakashi, think about it when I mentioned it to you last time. When? Just before the first exam starts. Hearing what Emperor Guy said, Kakashi also suddenly realized, and then he finally spit out 3 words. Fuck off. After the words fell, their eyes were locked on Shiyu again, and they didn't know what the latter would do next. Kakashi knows that even if Shiyu turns on open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, it is useless because open black lens bracket revolving heaven close black lens bracket is a 360-degree absolute defense with no dead ends. What would you do? At this moment, Kakashi was the only one who had this thought, but everyone present. Even Neji, who is the client, is no exception. The only thing that can make him fight now is this move, and he only relies on this move. That's the question. If Shiyu didn't take the initiative to attack, how could he win this game? Just as he was thinking about it, Shiyu's voice directly said, "It's a very good move, but you haven't mastered ultimate yet." So what? Neji drank lightly, and then said, "You used that taboo power just now, do you still have the strength to defeat my defense?" Sorry. In my eyes, there is no absolute defense. Words fell. Shiyu finally wanted to use ninjutsu because he didn't want to waste time. I saw Shiyu put the palm of his hand between the bending of the fingers. The ground of the entire arena began to tremble slightly. Next second, grains of sand broke out continuously and began to condense in the sky. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Especially the high-level people in the Land of Wind, because this trick gave them a feeling of déjà vu. It's like a father-in-law move. Kankuro Road. Yes. Temari agreed. Not only the two of them, but even Gaara was shocked. Immediately after, Temari also looked at his teacher and asked, "Mr. Maki, what do you think?" Indeed, this technique is very similar to Kazekage-sama's Jiden magnet-style secret technique. And in their astonishment, the colorful Madara on Shiyu's head has been condensed. That thing is none other than the open black lens bracket clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Jiden magnet-style close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, the 3 generations above the main seat and Orochimaru were shocked at the same time. 3rd generation knew from Kakashi's report that Tokyo has 2 types of blood-stained, Sharingan, and Jiden magnet style, but this was the first time he saw Tashiu perform, and naturally he was a little excited. Kazekage, it seems that this kind of blood stain is no longer exclusive to your Land of Winds. The 3 generations between the words were full of smiles, and his mood was undoubtedly excellent at this moment. Looking at Shiyu, he seems to have regarded the latter as his future heir. However, he is going to be disappointed in the end. Because, Tokiyu has no interest in the so-called Hokage position, guarding Konoha, etc. This guy actually realized a new move. Hearing Kakashi's muttering, Emperor Guy also said, "Kakashi, you seem to know it already." "Nonsense, I'm his teacher without any." "Then you didn't say anything for Mao just now." Hearing what Emperor Guy said, Kakashi said, "You didn't ask." "Ah, it seems so." For these 2 funny dialogues, if it is normal, 10-10, Sakura and the others will definitely be happy to be a melon eater. But now they don't have this idea, their attention is attracted by the colorful Madara sledgehammer in the field. "What kind of ninjutsu is that?" Shikamaru said curiously. "That move Jiden magnet-style clear sky hammer, is a kind of blood-stain limit of Master Shiyu." Naruto replied. Immediately after. He was proud to teach Shikamaru and the others popular science, what exactly is blood-stain limit, at the same time. On the field, Shiyu had already controlled the clear sky hammer above the sky and fell towards Neji. Shiyu is going to be hard on the front and break the so-called absolute defense. Seeing the colorful Madara land hammer, Neji at this time can't avoid it, because he was severely injured by Shiyu's beating before. With his slow action, it is very difficult for him to avoid this attack. Moreover, even if he is lucky enough to avoid it, Shiyu will still control the clear sky hammer to chase after him. Therefore, he can only choose to fight. No accident, he directly used Revolving Heaven to counterattack. In Neji's opinion, as long as he persists until Shiyu's chakra is exhausted and his energy is exhausted, he falls down. That is, he won. Under everyone's attention, the clear sky hammer directly hit the absolute defense of the Revolving Heaven. Boom! A deafening sound came out, making the hearts of everyone present tremble. At this time, their eyes were fixed on the smoke-covered land, from the first moment until the result. Whether the so-called absolute defense, Revolving Heaven, is stronger or the power of clear sky hammer, is better. Please download the novel. Chapter 88 Spell Seal Technique, Bird in a Cage. This moment. Everyone's eyes were not on Shiyu, but gathered in the deep pit where the smoke and dust had dissipated. Because they know that Neji's state represents the direction of this match. If Neji resists a blow, then this match may continue. But if not, it means the end of this competition. The next second. Under everyone's nervous eyes, Neji's figure also entered their field of vision. However, the latter was not standing at this time. It was lying down. This result is undoubtedly telling everyone that Shiyu won this game. On the field. Neji lying in the deep pit, and before he could speak, the latter spoke first. Why show mercy? Neji knew that if Shiyu didn't let go, he would be half crippled now even if he didn't die. We are a test, not a life and death battle. Of course, if you just 2200 to kill me, then I will definitely not show mercy. After Shiyu's voice fell, he immediately looked at open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket and said, "The referee, you can announce the result." Hearing this, Shiranui Genma finally recovered from his daze. Obviously, this match was too shocking. The confrontation between the two blood-stained limits. The most irritating thing is that Shiyu didn't do anything after opening the 5th gate of the 8 inner gates. This undoubtedly subverted his cognition. The winner of the first group is Takagawa Tokiha. After Shiranui Genma announced the results of the game, everyone was completely awake. Result, there was continuous applause in the venue. Clap clap. When Naruto saw this, he was the first to speak. Hey. I've said it all, it's impossible for Shiyu to lose. Sasuke is not surprised by this. But Shikamaru, Tenten and Sakura are not calm, they know that Tokiha has become much stronger. But I didn't expect the latter to be so strong. It's like a monster. It defeated the first freshman last year, Hyuga Neji, with Byakugan. Moreover, it is still a frontal defeat. It can be seen that Shiyu's strength is definitely above Neji, but as for how much it surpasses this point, they obviously can't see it. Because Shiyu didn't reveal too much, he used 2 tricks from beginning to end. They can't see it, but Kakashi, Might Guy and others who are Jonin can feel it. If Shiyu didn't have strong strength, it was basically impossible to defeat the ultimate defense technique, Revolving Heaven, head-on. This point, the person in charge of the Hyuga clan is most clear. At this time Hyuga Hiyashi looked at the flamboyant Tokiyu, and there was an indescribable feeling in his heart, especially after hearing Hanabi's voice. Ah Dad, the person named Takagawa time, is so strong. Hiyashi, who heard the words, did not speak, but turned his eyes to Neji, and a whisper sounded in his heart. Maybe it's time to tell him. On the field. When Shiyu left, he did not forget to say a few words. Neji, that spell called Cage Bird is indeed unfair to your separation. But have you ever thought about it? If those caught birds are smart, one day they will break through 5, come out of the cage, and once again soar above the 9 heavens. Shiyu strode away directly, and said another sentence when passing by Neji. Oh, yes. As far as I know from investigation, your father's death was voluntary. Hearing Shiyu's words, Neji was instantly stunned while lying in the deep pit. Because in the first exam he knew that Shiyu was collecting love. Ability to report. But as to whether this news is true, it remains to be determined. After thinking about it, Ninkai looked at Hiyashi in the audience seat. However, he was surprised to find that the latter was also looking at him at this time, and the eyes of the two met each other. Until Neji was also carried down by the medical staff, which ended the silent stare. At that time, when you returned to the rest area, he was also greeted by everyone, praised. In particular, some girls have formed a cheerleading team at this moment. This is undoubtedly the most coquettish. But there are also joys and sorrows. Joy is Naruto, Ino and others, and the sorrow is naturally the people from Kingdom of Wind. Gaara looked at Shiyu and wanted to fight against the latter. As for Temari and Kankuro, they were more and more jealous of Shiyu, and even their teacher had a feeling in their hearts, I can't tell the truth. Reason, Shiyu's seemingly harmless appearance gave him a very dangerous feeling. This is the intuition of being a ninja. Tokiyu was interviewed by Naruto and Shikamaru in the rest area, and Kakashi in the teacher position was no exception. At this time, the eyes of Guy, Kurenai Yuhi, Asuma and others all fell on him. And Kabuto, who was hiding in the venue disguised as Anbu, was also surprised. Now he seems to understand why Orochimaru told him to pay attention to this person named Takagawa Tokiha, but he just understands a little, he still doesn't know what Tokiha is. How strong. On the scene, the only one who has experienced it is Orochimaru. Takagawa Tokiha, you really gave me too many surprises. He knew that Shiyu was very strong, but he obviously didn't expect the latter to have the blood stain boundary. Orochimaru's eyes were fixed on Shiyu, his eyes were full of light, and his heart was drooling. After I become the master Sharingan, I will definitely find you again. Orochimaru's mind was very simple. He felt that as long as he took Sasuke and mastered a powerful Hitomi technique like Itachi, he could take Tokiha. At the same time, after Neji was carried to the infirmary, Hyuga Hiyashi appeared. Sure enough. Everything is just as Shiyu said. His father, Hyuga Hazashi, voluntarily died for his brother, Hyuga Hiyashi. He is for himself, but also for his family. And while Neji and Hiyashi are talking, the second Group 2 competition of the final selection of Chunin exam also begins. Let's start the second Group 2 game. Open black lens bracket Kankuro close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket Aburame Shino close black lens bracket. However, before the game started, Kankuro voluntarily abstained. For his abstention, everyone is puzzled. But only Shiyu knows that Kankuro does not want to reveal his strength, because he stands on the field and shows his puppet secret skills. His whole card is known as Akatsuki, which is not conducive to the next plan. With the abstention of Konkuro, it is naturally the third group's turn to compete. Due to Kanju 0.5 the contestant abstains, then the winner of the second group is open black lens bracket Abarame Shino close black lens bracket. Then what starts next is the third group of competitions. Open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket Nara Shikamaru close black lens bracket. After hearing his name, Naruto was also very excited, because he couldn't wait to show his cultivation achievements. Shikamaru, let's go. Naruto's voice fell, but it didn't wait. Shikamaru replied, pulling the ladder directly towards the playing field. When Naruto and Shikamaru faced off, Tokiyu found Kakashi. Originally he was not interested in open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket, plan to destroy Konoha, but the latter actually caught his attention. Naturally, he made him quite unhappy. Moreover, he even plotted against Sasuke while he and Jiraiya were practicing. The younger brother was bullied. As the eldest, he naturally has to do something. There are 3 things to study. Chapter 89 Inches by Akugan, Abilities. In the meeting room, on the teacher's seat. The already lively atmosphere became even more lively with the arrival of Shiyu. It really means that Cao Cao and Cao Cao are here. Looking at Shiyu who was walking slowly, Kurenai Yuhi teased, and an incomparably seductive smile bloomed on her pretty face. Ordinary men are the kind of people who resist. Everyone who heard the words focused their attention on Shiyu. Obviously, Shiyu had left a deep impression on them in the battle just now. In their eyes, Shiyu not only possesses great strength, but also knows how to handle it. The move just now, Jiden magnet style, clear sky hammer, might kill Neji. Seeing this, Shiyu also said politely. Hello, teachers. Shiyu, you are not staying in the rest area, why are you running here? Kakashi, the instructor of Tokiha, took the lead in asking. Kakashi-sensei, I have something to talk to you alone. Yo, what can't we hear? Guy Royal Road. Originally, he had a good impression of Shiyu, plus Shiyu showed mercy to Neji just now, so he liked Shiyu even more. Seeing Shiyu's serious face, Kakashi didn't refuse, and followed Shiyu to a corner where no one was there. Shiyu, what is it that makes you so cautious? Kakashi, sensei, Orochimaru's purpose for coming to Konoha can be understood. His target should be Sasuke, and it is unknown if he has other purposes. Kakashi responded, and then said, Shiyu, do you know something? I was just suspicious. But when I saw the scene just now, with so many ninjas from Sound Hidden Village and Kingdom of Wind, Tsunagaku's abstention, I felt more and more that there was a conspiracy brewing. How about this? First of all, I killed 3 Otogaku in second exam, and according to them, they came to assassinate Sasuke. I was interrogating one of them and learned that they were sent by Orochimaru. Furthermore, their purpose is not for the Chunin exam but simply to kill Sasuke. But there are so many ninjas from Yinyan Village in the venue today, are they just here to watch the battle? And if they're here to kill Sasuke, that doesn't make sense. First of all, it is undoubtedly self-defeating to do something here. Secondly, if he wants to kill Sasuke, he can do it before, there is no need to wait until now, and he will not plant any curse on Sasuke. So, their purpose is definitely not simple. Kakashi nodded after hearing what Tokiyu said. Then you mentioned what happened to the Land of Wind just now, don't they have a problem too? Moyu nodded and analyzed. MasterCard, Nation of Wind has been suppressed by our Nation of Fire, and their Tsunagaku basically doesn't receive many tasks a year. First, if I was already angry, I would take the initiative to propose the Chunin exam held by our Konoha, are you willing to be a licking dog? Secondly, it's the Tsunagaku named Konkuro, just now, he finally made it into this final selection with hardships, why did he give up without a word? As you may not know, this Kankuro is the son of 4th Kazekage, who owns this. With a high status, he represents the face of the Nation of Wind, but he still resolutely abstained. But that's not the point. The point is that the 4th generation Kazekage sitting next to the 3rd generation Hokage is a fake. But when Tokiyu's last words fell, Kakashi's expression changed suddenly. What did you say? That Kazekage is fake. Shiyu nodded, and then said, because we met him in the Death Forest. At that time, he still appeared with the face of a grass ninja. Dead Forest Grass Ninja. Kakashi murmured, because it was true, Enko had already reported this to the 3rd generation. Immediately after, a face appeared in Kakashi's mind, and he suddenly said in shock. Shiyu, you don't mean to tell me that the person sitting in the Kazekage seat is Orochimaru. If the person who faked Kusanagi in the Dead Forest is Orochimaru, then he is. Because I have fought with him, his appearance can change, but the chakra mark one left on him will not disappear. What? You fought Orochimaru? Kakashi between the words was extremely surprised. He knew who Orochimaru was. That is the legendary Sannin, even if he is afraid of him. But Tokiyu not only fought with him, but he can still stand in front of him intact now. Seeing Kakashi's shocked expression, Tokiyu also said. Maybe he let the water out. Maybe. In this regard, Kakashi can only choose to believe. Could it be said that the current Tokiyu has surpassed him and possessed the strength to fight against open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket? For this answer, he would rather believe the former. Shiyu, but it is impossible for us to verify Kazekage by just relying on you to prove and guess. It's not easy. Kakashi, sensei, have you forgotten that Byakugan, of the Hyuga clan, that can identify a person's chakra? As long as the Hyuga clan remember my 200 chakras, or someone in the Hyuga clan knows Orochimaru's chakra, and let them open Byakugan and look from a distance, it will prove that what I said is true. Already. When referring to 5 Shadow Talks, Danzo's Sharingan was seen through by Kurigakure's blue. The latter, with the ability of Byakugan, recognized that it belonged to Shisui's chakra. Hearing Shiyu's words, Kakashi was also taken aback. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? In this way, it is possible to detect whether the Kazekage is a fake Orochimaru without disturbing anyone. I have to hurry up and discuss this matter with others. If this matter is true, it will be a big deal. Voice fell, and Kakashi also hurriedly left with Tokiyu. Needless to say, they went to the Hyuga clan. At the same time, Shikamaru in the arena is also coming to an end. At this time Naruto has been controlled by Shikamaru's shadow mimicry. And Shikamaru, with his clever mind, is about to win. Shikamaru controlled Naruto and made the latter come to the corner. As long as he kept hitting the air, Naruto would hit the wall. In this way, once Naruto faints, it will undoubtedly represent his victory. Please download Feifei. Chapter 90 Outbreak of Kyuubi 9 Tails Chakra. Bang! With a muffled sound, a cry also sounded from Naruto's mouth. Ah! Immediately afterwards, Naruto glared at Shikamaru and shouted, Shikamaru, your ninjutsu is so despicable. If I'm despicable, then it would be shameless for you to ask more than a dozen shadow clones to hit me just now. Naruto was stunned by Shikamaru's rebuttal. Okay. However, can you not let me hit the wall? Yes. Really? Naruto said with a serious face. Of course. Shikamaru nodded, then said, but only if you admit defeat. Admit defeat. Naruto shattered and shouted loudly, it's impossible to admit defeat. It's impossible for me to admit defeat in my life. These 2 words are not in my dictionary. There's no other way. I can only apologize to you, but I don't know how long you can hold on, hee. Hearing Shikamaru's laughter, Naruto knew that if this continued, he would definitely lose. He finally made it into this final selection. He must not stop here. he wants everyone to prove it. He, Uzumaki Naruto, is not worthless. Moreover, he doesn't want to lose to Sasuke. At this point, Naruto already has an idea in his mind, and now he goes to the sealed world, where open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket is located. And at this time in the auditorium of the venue. If nothing else, Naruto is going to lose. Sakura Road. That's for sure. Although Shikamaru's strength is not top-notch, his mind is the smartest. Ino said proudly, she is very proud to be Shikamaru's teammate. Choji nibbled at the potato chips in his hand and nodded in agreement. Not only they think so, even Hinata and others are no exception. No way. Current situation, Shikamaru has the upper hand. Seeing this, Choji's father, Akamichi Choza, also said, Shikaku, your son is very good, he has completely inherited your lineage of wisdom. Indeed. When I was playing chess with him, I found out that this kid is not easy. Asuma agreed. For the praise of the two, Shikaku's face also raised a smile, which is his recognition of his son. And just when everyone thought the game was going to end with Shikamaru's victory, a mutation suddenly occurred. I saw Naruto, who was rammed towards the wall under the control of Shikamaru, actually resisted with his own strength at this moment. Seeing this scene, everyone was horrified. Especially Nara Shikaku, Shadow's secret art, is a thief who knows how difficult it is to do this. The current scene can only illustrate one point. That is, Naruto's power surpasses too much, or, in other words, what special power does Naruto possess, thus resisting this kind of control? Sure enough, when the thought of Shikaku came up, Naruto's body emitted a strange and powerful chakra. That's a Yuhi-colored chakra! Exclamation mark. This scene made everyone in the field. This chakra feels absolutely right. It's open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails. When can he use the chakra of open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket? The 3 generations between the words were incomparably stunned. Because they Konoha have had 3 open black lens bracket Ren Jinchuriki, column force close black lens bracket since having open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. However, so far, only the first person open black lens bracket Ren Jinchuriki, column force close black lens bracket can use open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails chakra close black lens bracket. She is the wife of open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito close black lens bracket. But she just used her own strength to forcibly misappropriate open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails chakra close black lens bracket. She is of the same mind and cannot completely control its power. From this you can see how powerful she is. Even Tsunade's 100 Heroes technique was inspired by her. Although it was not created by Uzumaki Mito, the 100 Heroes technique originated from her. A kind of sealing technique, open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket. But Naruto is different, the latter has a few pounds and 2 or 3 generations clearly. In his opinion, there is only one possibility that Naruto can use the power of open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket. That is, open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket voluntarily. The 3 generations are naturally incomparably shocked at this point. If Naruto can really become perfect Jinchuriki column power, then their Konoha Hidden Village's strength will instantly increase several grades. For this, he never doubted. At this moment, another person's shock was more abrupt. Gaara, who is also a human Jinchuriki column force because he can feel this strange chakra that is similar to the existence in his body. However, it is much more domineering than that. And Shikamaru, who is the client, is undoubtedly the one who is most shocked, since he learned that shadow imitation technique, this has never happened. Naruto, you. Shikamaru, this is one of the fruits of my practice. As Naruto's open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails chakra close black lens bracket became more and more intense, Shikamaru finally couldn't stand it anymore. Because his chakra had consumed too much when he fought Naruto's shadow clone before, and now he has no resistance at all against Kyuubi, Nine-Tails' chakra. Because of this, the few chakras left in the body were also exhausted. Just as Naruto was about to fight back, Shikamaru, who was interested, said directly, "I admit defeat." Shikamaru is not stupid. He knows that if he doesn't admit defeat now, he will definitely be beaten by Naruto. Especially when he let the latter hit the wall just now. Naruto, who heard the words, was also stunned, but he still stopped the body that was about to rush out. Although the victory is joyful, there is inevitably a small loss in his heart. Because he just wasted an opportunity like this, the main thing is that he hasn't started to exert his strength yet. The third set of competitions, open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto close black lens bracket wins. The voice of open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket fell. The result undoubtedly spread throughout the venue in an instant. At this moment, everyone can recover in a daze. Shikaku, Choza and others who know the power in Naruto can also understand Shikamaru's failure, but they are curious how Naruto controls open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine-Tails close black lens bracket compared to them. Ino, Sakura and the others were even more shocked by the power of the Eternal. They obviously didn't expect Naruto, the Eternal Crane Tail, to win again, and Kiba murmured in his heart upon seeing this. "It seems that I am not wrong to lose. However, Naruto, I will definitely not lose to you next time." "Yes, Akamaru." During the conversation, Kiba touched the puppy in his arms. Wong wong. After Naruto's victory, the fourth group match also kicked off immediately. Let's start the last group of competitions. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Sasuke close black lens bracket versus open black lens bracket Gaara close black lens bracket. The voice of open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket fell. Sasuke looked at Gaara, and Kiba Guan also took a bite. Because Gaara didn't take him seriously at all, which made him very unhappy as a genius. The battle between Sasuke and Gaara is in full swing. Another thing is quietly going on in another place in the venue. "Kakashi, what you say is true." Between the words, open black lens bracket Hyuga close black lens bracket looked at Kakashi and Tokiha in front of him in astonishment. "Is it true, as long as you use Byakugan to find out?" Kakashi's words, Hiyashi nodded right after pondering for a few seconds. "Is easy for him to use open black lens bracket Byakugan close black lens bracket to spy open black lens bracket Cage close black lens bracket, but if he doesn't do it, it may be a disaster in exchange. As a member of Konoha, he has no reason to refuse." Chapter 91 Chidorev's Absolute Defense. In the medical room. Hyuga Hiyashi and Kakashi left immediately after the negotiation, but when Tokiwa was about to follow, Neji stopped him. "Time feather. Why, I'm not reconciled to losing in my hands." "No." Neji shook his head in the middle of the words, hesitated for a few seconds, and three words that were difficult to say were slowly spit out from his mouth. "Thank you. What am I going to do?" Shiyu smiled slightly and continued, "It seems that you have already flown out of that. The cage that bound you." Words fell, Shiyu did not delay, and kept up with the pace of Kakashi. Open black lens bracket Hyuga Hiyashi close black lens bracket is not very familiar with the chakra of open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket, because the two have little contact. Therefore, the best way to prove it is the chakra mark left by Shiyu. This chakra mark is an art. It was learned by Tokyo when he mastered the Hiraishin art. Once the Hiraishin art is imprinted on the human body, it will never disappear. Powerful people can be erased through chakra. For example, after Obito achieved 6 paths mode, the Hiraishin on his body disappeared. As for the weak, there is no way to do it. However, they may try the method of peeling the skin and cutting the flesh for 200, but the premise is that they have to find out that they have the Hiraishin technique. Moreover, you have to know where it is, otherwise, you can only eat it. Slashing. If you can, one of the tricks of open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket is able to solve it. But the problem is, Shiyu has been slightly improved. Hiraishin technique can be skinned, eliminated, but the chakra that has penetrated into the flesh and blood cannot be erased. Of course, this chakra will disappear after a period of time. The time to disappear depends on the amount of chakra injected, and Shiyu's injection can last at least 2 and 3 months. In order not to let Orochimaru notice, Shiyu did not inject too much. After all, Orochimaru is also one of Sannin, and his methods are far more comparable, so naturally he has to be cautious. After a while, Tokiha, Kakashi and Hiashi 3 came to a place where they could see open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. Hiashi and Kakashi looked at each other, and immediately opened Byakugan without talking nonsense. Immediately after, Hiashi saw the chakra color on the body of open black lens bracket Kazekage Rasa close black lens bracket, showing purple. This color, luster is similar to open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. The basic color of chakra is generally blue, but after practice, some people will show different colors. For example, Naruto is yellow, Sasuke is purple, Itachi is Yuhi, Shisui is green, etc. After getting this result, Hiashi was also shocked. Purple chakra, the same as Orochimaru's. Hearing Hiashi's words, Kakashi hurriedly said, "Then you can see if there are other chakras in his body." "Yes. There is also a little golden chakra." Hearing Hiashi's words, Shiyu folded his palm, condensed a strand of chakra in his palm and said, "Uncle Hiashi, it's me." Hiashi, who heard the words, turned his head to look, and after repeated comparisons, it was finally confirmed. "There's no mistake, it's exactly the same color as the one in your hand." Hearing this, Kakashi was also shocked. This result undoubtedly tells him that everything Tokyo said before is true, and the one sitting next to the third generation. Kazekage is a fake from open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. 3 people 3 after the negotiation decided to secretly inform the 3 generations of this time, so as not to disturb the innocent. Kakashi. Let Shiyu go back to the rest area, and if there is anything unusual, immediately notify others to leave Genin. They are all new blood of Konoha, there can be no mistakes. And he and Hyuga Hiashi left quickly, and they have to prepare for the conspiracy of open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. When you return to the rest area, the competition between Gaara and Sasuke was also very hot, which attracted everyone's cheers. Even Gaara himself didn't think that apart from Shiyu, there are other things that could make him interested. A simple confrontation with Gaara, Sasuke finally revealed the results of his training in the past month. This lightning-fast movement made Xiaoli and Emperor Guy a little stunned. It's exactly the same as the physique I used. Little Li rode. It's a very fast movement, similar to the standard movements of Little Li, and the speed is as fast as that of Little Li taking off the load. King Guy secretly thought. The eyes of the two showed incredible colors at the same time. You must know that Xiaoli has been practicing hard for several years to achieve such a speed. But Sasuke, it only took a month. Although Sasuke's cultivation achievements made the two of them very confused, compared to the previous Shiyu, they were nothing. At the same time, on the field, with the speed of ultimate, Sasuke clearly has the upper hand. At this moment, Gaara is in a passive state, and only has the defense. When the Orochimaru on the high platform sees this, he is also overjoyed. It seems that this spare tire did not disappoint me. In Orochimaru's eyes today, Sasuke has become a spare tire, because his main dish has become Shiyu. But Gaara is obviously not a soft persimmon, let Sasuke handle it. At this time, Gaara will use sand to form a hollow sphere and completely wrap it in it. This move is called Sand Shield, also known as Absolute Defense. It is also because of this that Sasuke has a headache. Because he can't attack Gaara at all, but Gaara can hide in the Sand Shield and attack himself. If this continues, once he is exhausted, he will undoubtedly lose. It seems that I can only use that trick. Thought fell, Sasuke didn't talk nonsense and directly distanced himself from Gaara. Sasuke jumped to the wall, and then his hands suddenly hand seal. Next second, everyone saw that a powerful chakra was condensed in Sasuke's hand, and the sound of electric current came out one after another, and the sound was like 1001 birds chirping at the same time. Seeing this scene, Gai Huang, Kurenai Yuhi and others were all shocked. Is that the trick? I didn't expect Kakashi to teach him that trick. When Naruto saw this scene, he was very surprised at the same time with envy. What kind of ninjutsu is that? Regarding Naruto's question, Shikamaru, Sakura, and others definitely didn't know, but Tokiha answered everyone's curiosity. That trick is Kakashi Sensei's stunt, called open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket. Seeing everyone's doubts, Emperor Gai on the side also briefly explained this move to everyone. No one knows Kakashi's stunt better than him. And just after Emperor Gai finished explaining, I saw Sasuke stomping on the wall, and then his whole body soared out like a cannonball. Sasuke's strength made his speed faster by 1 minute. The next second, under the astonished eyes of everyone, the open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket in the assistants directly hit the open black lens bracket Sand Shield close black lens bracket condensed by the sand of Gaara. Z to see the underlined version of the novel, please download Feifei. Chapter 92, The Technique of Impure World Reincarnation. In the venue. At this moment, everyone gathered on the open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Sand Shield close black lens bracket. They could clearly see that Sasuke's arm was embedded in the sand at this time. This result will undoubtedly tell everyone. Gaara's Sand Shield was broken by Sasuke's Chidori. Although it was not as neat and rude as Tokiyu's previous defeat of Neji's Revolving Heaven. But it is broken. Seeing this scene, the most shocked is Sunagakure of Kingdom of Wind, especially the 3 Tamari who know Gaara the most. How is this possible? He actually gave Gaara's absolute defense. This Uchiha kid. When they were shocked, Gaara, who was in the Sand Shield, was already injured by Sasuke. For this, let him go even more crazy. Sasuke seemed to feel that something was wrong, and immediately pulled his arm back. And the moment he pulled out his arm, it was accompanied by a splash of Yuhi's blood. Before Sasuke came back to his senses, an arm was suddenly protruding from the Sand Shield. But what is shocking is that the arm is no longer the arm of a normal person, but an arm covered with sand, covered with strange runes. Only a few people present knew that it was open black lens bracket arm of Shukaku close black lens bracket. It's the hand of that thing. Kankuro exclaimed. At this time, Gaara seemed to have no power for this Sand Shield, so the sand spread out in time, revealing his figure. Sure enough, Gaara was injured, and there were still strands of hot blood flowing from her body. But at this moment, open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket suddenly launched demonic illusion, and open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket conspiracy kicked off. Immediately outside the venue, huge pythons appeared, and their appearance was the same as the one in Death Forest. The biggest one is that open black lens bracket black snake close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket black snake close black lens bracket is not open black lens bracket wand snake close black lens bracket, just one of the stronger psychic beasts in open black lens bracket Raichi cave close black lens bracket. Seeing that Orochimaru destroying Konoha has almost begun, Maki, Tamari and Kankuro 3 also came to Gaara's side. Seeing Gaara's injury, Maki lost consciousness, so he let Temari and Kankuro take him away first. Sasuke was dumbfounded when he saw this sudden situation. But when Maki was about to join the battle, he was stopped by the referee, Shiranui Genma. Sasuke, go after Gaara and the others. He gave it to me. Open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket. Sasuke also took a bite of Kiba and followed the three of Gaara. And at this time in the audience, Kakashi and others who had been prepared for a long time solved the demonic illusion in an instant, and Naruto and others also got out of the demonic illusion with the help of Tokiha. Kabuto was also surprised to see everyone being freed from demonic illusion in an instant. Kabuto, I know it's you, don't hide it. Hearing Kakashi's words made open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket even more shocked, until the latter even saw through his identity. At the same time, Otogakure close black lens bracket gathered beside open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket, all of which were placed in the venue in advance. Kakashi, even if you see through my identity, Konoha is destined to be doomed today. Oh yes, underscore. There was no panic on Kakashi's face between the words, and he continued, it seems that you are also very. Be confident. If your confidence comes from Orochimaru, a fake Kazekage, I advise you to give up. Hearing this, open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket was completely stunned. Why didn't he think that Kakashi knew Akatsuki even this information? Kabuto looked at the high platform in the center in astonishment, and found that Hokage was confronting Kazekage Orochimaru at this time. Orochimaru glanced at a stand-in wood at his feet, and looked at Sandai with a stunned expression. Teacher, I think I'm a good disguise, how did you find me? Would you believe me if I said I was a teenager? 3 generations said. Junior. Your memory shouldn't be so bad, have you forgotten who you played against in Death Forest? It's that kid. Between the words, Orochimaru's eyes showed a hint of consternation. Why didn't he think that it would be Tokyo to see through himself? After some consternation, Orochimaru immediately calmed down. Teacher, it's a pity that you found out a little late. My subordinates and Kingdom of Wind, Sunagakure have already sneaked into the city for a long time, and at this time they are breaking down the foundations of Konoha one by one. Orochimaru. If you think that you can destroy Konoha by doing this, then you underestimate me too much, and you underestimate Konoha's ninjas too much. Teacher, you should worry about yourself first. Now that you are trapped by me in this 4 purple flame formation, you are destined to die today. Open black lens bracket 4 purple flame formation close black lens bracket. It is a kind of enchantment ninjutsu, which can only be activated by the joint use of 4 people. The powerful subordinates of the 4 Orochimaru who launched this ninjutsu, the Otogakure 4 people and 4 congregations, are all able to use the curse seal proficiently. Open black lens bracket Kitamaru close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tauyuya close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Siamese twins around and around close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Jirobo close black lens bracket. But the 4 of them use ordinary open black lens bracket curse seals close black lens bracket. And the stronger open black lens bracket curse seals close black lens bracket as open black lens bracket earth close black lens bracket the curse seal, and open black lens bracket the curse seal of heaven close black lens bracket. In addition to open black lens bracket Mitarashi Enko close black lens bracket, there is another one with open black lens bracket curse seal of earth close black lens bracket that is open black lens bracket Kimimaro close black lens bracket. Kimimaro, which successfully integrated Earth Curse Seal, completely overwhelmed Otogakure 4 people and 4 people, so there is a saying of Otogakure 5 people and 5 people. The face of the 4 purple flame array that Otogakure 4 people and 4 crowds displayed, Konoha's Anbu and Konoha couldn't go in to help the 3rd generation. This result is obviously beyond the expectations of the 3 generations. In the Great Formation at this time, open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket has already fought with open black lens bracket 3 generations close black lens bracket, and even open black lens bracket first generation close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket second generation close black lens bracket are brought out by open black lens bracket and pure world reincarnation close black lens bracket. The battle went straight to the white hot, and open black lens bracket 3 generations close black lens bracket directly summoned his own psychic beast open black lens bracket ape demon close black lens bracket. Although it is a weakened version of first generation and second generation, it is quite difficult for 3 generations to cope. The first is that he has to be on guard against Orochimaru at all times. Second, he is old and a little powerless. And open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket channels out open black lens bracket first generation close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket second generation close black lens bracket. There are only 2 reasons why they are weakened versions. His impure world reincarnation technique is not yet proficient. He can't control the complete first generation and second generation at all. During the Fourth War, the reason why Orochimaru was able to suppress the open black lens bracket second generation close black lens bracket was because the body turned to be open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket with open black lens bracket first generation cells close black lens bracket. Orochimaru can barely control it with the primary cell. Under the high stage, in the auditorium, Kakashi, Guy and others are dealing with the Otogakur troops led by open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket, and protecting the villagers present. As for Shiyu, he and Naruto have been chasing Gaara for 5. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 93 Spike. Among those who left, in addition to Tokiyu and Naruto, there is also a dog. It's called a Huang. It is Kakashi's psychic beast, and its sense of smell is very keen, which can help Tokiyu and the others find Gaara. Shiyu naturally did not refuse this. However, not long after Shiyu and the 2 left, open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket also sent 9 elite open black lens bracket Otogakur close black lens bracket to chase and kill them. From this, it can be seen that Kabuto attaches great importance to Tokiyu. However, he never imagined that Toshiyu's strength in the competition is just the tip of the iceberg. When the 9 Otogakur approached Toshiyu and the others 100 meters away, a Huang said, Shiyu, Naruto. 2 teams followed, with a total of 8 people. Oh, no, there is another person at the end. 9 people. Shiyu groaned. They haven't been able to master our position yet, but they're already very close. Obviously there are 2200 among them. A very strong sentient ninja. They should all be above Chunin in strength. The last one is stronger and should have the level of special Jonin. Once they are caught up, we'll have to finish the game. Just as the voice of open black lens bracket Ahuang close black lens bracket fell, Shiyu suddenly stopped. Upon seeing this, Ahuang was stunned for a moment, and then hurriedly reminded. Shiyu, what are you doing? If you are caught up, the lives of the 2 of you will have to be explained here. It's just 9 people and it's over. Hearing Shiyu's words, Ahuang was immediately stunned. He once thought that Shiyu had been kicked by a donkey in the head. Opponent has 8 out of 8, and 1 is Jonin. And they have only 2 genin in themselves, and it is still a dog, except for its keen sense of smell, it has no fighting power at all. Are you sure? Ahuang, the voice just fell. And before Shiyu could answer, Naruto spoke first. Huang, don't worry. Shiyu will never fight an uncertain battle. But, Huang, before he could speak, he was interrupted by Naruto. There's nothing wrong with it, you're a psychic beast, the big deal is that you can escape by yourself later. Huang, for a moment, he immediately said, although I am a ninja dog, I am also a ninja dog with loyalty, okay. Ninja, aren't you a dog? Hearing Naruto's words, Huang couldn't help but glared at Naruto, Wang. A voice to declare his dissatisfaction. After a while, we're standing still, we're quickly caught up by 8 Otogakur. One of them, Otogakur, also sneered when he saw the 2 of them. Yo, can't you run? Open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket. What does the Lord say to be careful? Another said. It's just two little devils, what are you afraid of? Hearing this, the others nodded. They are all chunin, they are completely small to deal with the two little devils, they do not understand why open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket is so cautious. However, just when such doubts arose in their hearts, they suddenly felt that their bodies were constantly sinking down. In an instant, their eyes converged on their feet, and they were all startled, because they found themselves and others in a swamp. How can there be a swamp here? Damn, you ask me, who am I to ask? Hurry up and find a way to get out. They never thought that at the moment when they and others landed, Shiyu has quietly displayed open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket. Create a huge swamp, so that the opponent can't escape until it is buried. Learned by Tokiyu from Jiraiya. Just when they were about to use the chain shuriken or ninjutsu to escape, Tokiyu had already sent 8 darts in his hand. Without any accident, it went straight through their hearts. The 8 chunins were killed by Shiyu in an instant. Seeing this, Naruto couldn't help shouting, Shiyu, where did you learn this trick from? Naruto and Tokiyu have been together all the time, knowing that there was no swamp and quagmire there just now, this is definitely Tokiyu's ninjutsu. Lustful fairy. What? Naruto exclaimed, then pouted his mouth and said, that lascivious immortal guy is too bad, he only taught you and not me. HMPH, next time I see him, I will definitely let him teach me. Was not too surprised that Tokiyu was able to kill 8 chunins, after all, he had seen Tokiyu and Orochimaru fight. Although neither of them used their full strength, they were definitely stronger than chunin. However, Ahuong looked stupid. Because he didn't expect Shiyu to be so strong, that he could get rid of the name chunin so easily. It is estimated that this kind of thing can only be done by elite jonin. Jonin is divided into 3 levels, special jonin, elite jonin. The so-called special jonin means that there are some special talents and special promotions for jonin. Their strength is between elite chunin and jonin, such as Midarashi Enko, Moonlight Hayate, Mori Ibiki, etc. And jonin is a real promotion through assessment, such as Nara Shikaku, Akamichi Choza, Yamanaka Inoichi, etc. As for open black lens bracket elite jonin close black lens bracket, as the name suggests, it is the existence of elite level in open black lens bracket jonin close black lens bracket, such as Kakashi, Might Guy, Sarutobi Asuma, etc. For this scene, the shock was not only Ahuong, a dog, but also an Otogaker who was observing secretly. He was just Ahuong explaining that special jonin, who was hiding at the back. Although he knew that Togaker had a plan to kill these 8 Otogaker, he had to admit that Togaker was excellent. While he was still in shock, Shiyu's next sentence surprised him again. The mouse hiding behind, isn't it going to come out? Have you been found? That Otogaker murmured, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. As a special jonin, his concealment skills are excellent, how could he be discovered by a genin? Of course, it was not a credit to Shiyu to find out that he was. It was also thanks to Ahuong's reminder earlier that he said there were 9 enemies in total, but only 8 appeared just now. When he killed 8 Otogaker, that open black lens bracket special jonin close black lens bracket was revealed to be 0 by mistake. 5 sets. Coupled with the existence of Ahuong, his whereabouts are no longer a secret. Da, da, da. With the sound of light footsteps, a dark shadow also appeared from behind the 8 Otogaker. When it came out of the dark forest, a voice also sounded. Little devil, you are more powerful than I thought. It could be heard from his tone that he seemed to know Shiyu. When his figure was also reflected in the eyes of Shiyu and Yigo, Shiyu felt that this person was a little familiar. With the blessing of 100 times the talent, Shiyu knew the origin of the latter in his short memories. This person was one of the Otogakur who were watching the game in the venue. Because these Otogakur did not choose to hide their appearance in the venue, Tokyo also paid a little attention before. In other words, this person must know Shiyu. Chapter 94 Tailed Gaara. However, this Otogakur has not waited for his name to be announced. The sudden appearance of a figure made him never have this chance again. I finally caught up. Hearing the words, Shiyu and others all looked at the person who spoke, only to see that the latter was still holding a cigarette in his mouth. Asuma teacher. Naruto may not know him, but Shiyu does. Moreover, the two also had a relationship in the teacher's chair at the venue before. Hearing Shiyu's name, Naruto also asked, "You are Shikamaru, Ino's instructor?" Nice. After answering Naruto, Asuma also praised, "Being able to kill 8 Chunins, you are more capable than I thought." Hearing this, Shiyu actually wanted to say, "I'm more capable than you think. If you don't believe me, you can try Kurenai Yuhi." And Naruto was a little ashamed. Because he didn't do anything, it was all thanks to Shiyu. "Okay. Leave this to me, you can do what you need to do. Then I will trouble Asuma-sensei." Shiyu replied, and without any nonsense, he took Naruto and Ahuang towards the direction of Gaara and the others. Blink of an eye, he disappeared from the sight of the two of them. Seeing Shiyu and the two leaving, the Otogakur didn't stop it. He didn't want to. Obviously not. He couldn't. Facing an elite Jonin, he was already under a lot of pressure, so how could he care about it? Shiyu, Naruto and a dog. Okay. The irrelevant people are gone, and no one can hinder us. Tell me, how do you want to play? I will accompany you to the end. Hearing Asuma's words, Otogakur felt aggrieved. Playing with your sister. You are so tall, I definitely can't beat you. Although this Otogakur doesn't want to play, but there is no way, when he came to chase Shiyu, this ending was already doomed. Must Asuma play dead? After a moment. Under the leadership of open black lens bracket Ahuang close black lens bracket, Shiyu and Naruto also quickly traced Sasuke's footsteps. And when the two of them found Sasuke, the latter was being stopped by Kankuro. Sasuke. When he saw Sasuke's figure, Naruto called out from afar. Da! Sasuke exclaimed when he saw Tokyo and Naruto beside him. Shiyu, why are you here? Kakashi-sensei let us help you. Sasuke, who heard the words, was overjoyed, but Kankuro's eyes were condensed, especially when he saw Tokyo, his expression became stronger. What about Gaara? Naruto's words, before Sasuke could answer, Kankuro spoke first. If you want to find Gaara, pass me first. There are 3 reasons why Kankuro would say such words. This is a task given to him by their teacher. Gaara is their important tool of war in the Kingdom of Wind, and Gaara is his younger brother. However, before Shiyu and the others could respond, a voice came from the side. Your opponent is me. Hearing the words, Shiyu and the others looked at them instantly, and they saw a young man with black glasses. Shino. Naruto exclaimed. Both he and Sasuke were surprised. Only Shiyu knows the reason. Shino has a grudge because of Kankuro's abandonment. So, he just stared at Kankuro. What was he trying to do, knowing that he saw Kankuro just now? And Temari left with Gaara, and Sasuke was ordered to catch up. So he followed suit. To help Sasuke. If possible, he would like to have a real duel with Kankuro, so that he deserves to win. This is the nature of a teenager, a rebellious heart. After being slightly stunned, Kankuro also asked, how did you find me? When you left the examination room, I left a scent on you with the female worms I kept. The smell is almost inaudible, and only males of the same kind can smell it. The worms crawled out of Shino between the words. Shiyu, go after that. Gaara guy. This person is up to me to solve. He was originally my opponent. I haven't decided the winner with him yet. Never mind. Shiyu sighed lightly, and then said, since you've already said it, I'll leave it to you. Tokiha's goal is only, Gaara the tailed beast. He is not interested in Kankuro at all. So, to fulfill Shino's pretend to perpetrate. Exclamation mark. Hearing this, Naruto also said, Shino, then be careful yourself. Don't worry, I'll go round with you in 10 minutes. I have to say, this Shino really likes to pretend, and this bragging skill is about to catch up with Shiyu. However, Shiyu's bragging has the capital of bragging. But for Shino, it can only be reluctant, because his strength is comparable to that of Kankuro. Be precise, it is slightly better than that. Next. Shiyu took Sasuke, Naruto and Huang and stepped into the pursuit of Gaara again. Tokiha and the three disappeared. Kankuro showed no worry at all, instead a strange smile appeared on his face. Why laugh? Shino said coldly. I laugh at your ignorance. I laugh you don't know what terror is at all. Hearing Kankuro's inexplicable words, Shino was also stunned. Then he said, do you mean that you want me to experience that 200 so-called horror? No. Kankuro denied it, and continued, when you defeat me and go find those guys, you will understand. Of course, the premise is that you have to defeat me. Kankuro, who had finished speaking, was no longer talking nonsense, and directly took out the puppet behind him. Open black lens bracket puppet technique crow close black lens bracket. Come on, I'm Konoha's open black lens bracket Aburame Shino close black lens bracket. As Shino drank, the battle between the two began. At the same time, 5 minutes later, the three of Tokiyu had caught up with Gaara. At this time, Gaara has been eroded by open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket some of his mind. Some lines of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket have begun to appear on his face, and even Tamari was injured by him. Immediately after Gaara made a statement, this situation became more and more serious. Under the astonished eyes of Sasuke and Naruto, half of his body had turned into a Shukaku shape, looking like a monster. I saw that he raised the Shukaku arm and pointed at Tokiyu and the three of them, and an extremely cold voice was also spit out from his mouth. Now, I will make you feel hopeless. At this time, Gaara's body and mind have been affected by open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, and he is slowly losing his mind. There is no doubt that as long as he is stimulated a little more, he will completely turn into a beast. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 95 complete, Shukaku. Seeing that the form of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket was slowly attached to Gaara, Shiyu is thinking about how to get Gaara to join the process. Because the system's mission is to save the tailed beast of Gaara. To put it simply, it is to ask Gaara to use the fake sleeping technique to completely lose consciousness. Open black lens bracket fake sleeping technique close black lens bracket. A type of hypnotism that allows you to fall asleep deeply. Effect is to make open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket completely awake and explode. Gaara's yellow open black lens bracket eye of Shukaku close black lens bracket stared at Tokiyu and Sasuke, and hysterically roared in his throat. Takagawa Tokiha, Uchiha Sasuke. Are you afraid of me? Sasuke really felt a little bit of fear in this regard, because the eye of Shukaku was really terrifying. Not only him, but also Naruto and open black lens bracket A Huang close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket A Huang close black lens bracket. The name was given by Shiyu himself, and the real name of this ninja dog is open black lens bracket Park close black lens bracket. Fear is fear, but what makes Naruto unhappy is that he is ignored. Gaara completely treats him as air, which makes him very unhappy. Gaara, don't underestimate people. Naruto, whose voice fell, doesn't care. 27 in the third phase, just rushed up to fight with it. Such reckless behavior, in exchange for the results can be imagined. Bang! The air was rippling and dissipating, and Naruto who rushed over was directly blown away by a punch. Seeing this, Shiyu also stopped Naruto from midair. Otherwise, it must be smashed on the tree hard. At this time, Sasuke also got rid of his fear. He knew that if he wanted to defeat his brother, Uchiha Itachi, this fear must be overcome, because Itachi is the biggest nightmare in his life. Of course, this was before he knew the truth. Gaara, since you want to fight, then I will accompany you to the end. Voice fell, and the assistant made a gesture of open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket, no unnecessary nonsense. Z. With a harsh voice, Sasuke's Sharingan suddenly turned on, and then rushed directly to Gaara. Open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket as expected of ninjutsu. Although Gaara is now partially tailed beast, Sasuke is still injured. Temari was very surprised to see this scene. However, she was not worried that Gaara would lose, because she knew that the real horror had not yet come. But just as she was thinking like this, Shiyu came to her side. As a sister, don't you worry about your brother's safety. Temari was stunned for a moment, then said solemnly, I advise you to leave as soon as possible, otherwise, you won't be able to leave if you want to leave later. Go why go. Having said that, Shiyu didn't expect Temari to remind himself, so he couldn't help but tease. I said, you're not worried about me, are you? Hearing this, Temari was stunned again, and then said coldly, you think too much. I just gave you a piece of advice for your mercy last time in the qualifiers, if you don't listen, forget it. Thank you for your kindness. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said. The purpose of today is to open black lens bracket save Gaara's soul close black lens bracket. Saving the soul. Mouth, Temari's beautiful eyes flashed. She didn't know what Shiyu wanted to do. Let's wait and see. As Tokiyu's words fell, Sasuke was already windy. Moreover, he forced the use of open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket for the third time just now, and you must know that with his current chakra volume twice is the limit. Because of this, Sasuke was almost unable to restrain the power of the curse seal of heaven. When Shiyu saw this, he immediately flashed over to him. It seems that the results of your practice this month are not bad, but now you should take a good rest. Only by fighting to the limit can you quickly improve your strength. Shiyu is training Sasuke and Naruto. If Tokiyu's intention is to let Gaara know, have to run away directly. However, at this moment, Gaara's entire body was almost completely tailed, and even the tail grew out. Looks like a miniature Shukaku. Naruto saw that Sasuke was no longer able to fight, so he directly performed the multiple shadow clone technique. Seeing the thousands of Naruto figures appearing in front of them, Sasuke and Temari were extremely shocked. At this moment, all kinds of Naruto bomb appeared. Bang, bang, bang. Parker saw this and couldn't help but exclaim, I didn't expect this kid to have such strength. Although Naruto's move injured Gaara, it made the latter even more crazy. Ooh! With a roar, Ailuo broke out completely, and the whole person directly transformed into a huge monster. Has become the most eye-catching existence in the entire forest. There is no doubt that it is the true form of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, Naruto and Sasuke are amazed, even open black lens bracket Park close black lens bracket is no exception. What kind of monster is this? Naruto's voice fell. Temari said helplessly, Takagawa Tokiyu, now you guys are too late to leave. However, Shiyu's answer made Temari look bewildered. Sorry, I've been waiting for this moment. Reason why Tokiyu didn't take action directly before was to let the bond between Sasuke and Naruto continue to stimulate Gaara. Only in this way, the latter will completely fall into madness. Naruto, well done. Take care of Sasuke and leave the rest to me. Shiyu, but that. Naruto wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shiyu. Quote. Your chakra is completely exhausted now. If you want to fight, you can only use that power. But there are times, it's better not to use it if you can. Was stunned by Shiyu. Flickering, Naruto also nodded, and then walked to Sasuke's side. Immediately after, under the eyes of everyone, Shiyu jumped up, jumped to the top of a big tree, and looked directly at the full-body open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket. It's just that the Shukaku in front of me has a body, but its consciousness has not yet awakened, and Gaara is still dominant. Because Gaara hasn't used the fake sleeping technique. The moment she saw Shiyu, Gaara roared again. I didn't expect you to force me to this point, but it's all over. Really, why do I feel like this is just the beginning? Shiyu still had a light-hearted look between the words, and there was no trace of fear on his face. You're right, a nightmare has just begun. Gaara, who had finished speaking, was no longer talking nonsense, and controlled the sand to surround Tokiyu. At this time, Yu did not hide, but let the sand wrap himself. After Gaara wrapped Shiyu with open black lens bracket sand binding coffin close black lens bracket, then directly matched with the stronger open black lens bracket sand waterfall funeral close black lens bracket. Sand waterfall funeral. The pressure of the sand can crush the enemy in an instant, and is often used after the sand binds the coffin. However, just before Gaara's sand waterfall funeral was fully used, a voice came from that sand-bound coffin. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Bang! Hearing this voice, everyone saw a thick cloud of white smoke appearing in the forest. But this is not what shocked Sasuke and the others. It is a huge shadow that appeared in the white smoke at this time, that the size is no less than Gaara's Shukaku state. For this scene, only Naruto associates what happened was unexpected. When the white smoke completely dissipated, a huge toad with a pipe also appeared in the eyes of Tamari and the others, and Tokiyu was standing on its head. The robes danced with the wind, looking very imposing, as if the storm were coming. A word, it's so cool. Naruto exclaimed when he saw this. That's open black lens bracket toad bunta close black lens bracket. Please download Feifei. Chapter 96 Hard Gang Shukaku. When Sasuke and others were shocked, Gaara, who was incarnated as Shukaku, was also startled. Who is this Takagawa Tokiha? At the same time, Toad Wenta was stunned for a moment. Why are you a brat again? At this time, Wentai felt depressed in his heart, because within this month, he had stopped summoning it 3 times. Brother Wen, of course there is something wrong. I called you. What's the matter? Between the words Wentai swept his eyes to the front, couldn't help but stunned, and then said. Little devil, you don't want me to fight this guy, right? I am still smart, I guessed it all at once. Shiyu laughed. What if I don't agree? If you don't agree, then I can only ask Brother Ajien and Brother Aguang for help. They're not available now. If this is the case, then I can only trouble Grandpa Fukasaku and Grandma Shima. I think they will definitely help me. Wentai immediately stunned for a moment. He muttered in his heart, this kid is smarter than I thought. In this regard, Wentai can only find an excuse at random. Forget it. I've come here, I'll take it as an exercise. Then there is work, Brother Wentai. Soon as Shiyu's voice fell, Gaara's voice followed. Takagawa Tokiha. You really brought me a lot of fun with your 200. Before I destroy Konoha, I'll try your appetizer. Then see if you have the ability. Hearing Shiyu's words, Wentai also said, Little devil, if I remember correctly, this guy should be Sand Shukaku. Brother Wentai is really well informed, and at a glance, he can see the details of this guy. Hurry up and fix it, I have to go back to sleep. I have to say, this open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket is also a full-fledged perpetrator, not weaker than open black lens bracket Shino close black lens bracket. Knowing that the other party is one of the legendary Kyubi, Nine-Tails beasts, there is still a confident domineering in his words. Little devil, it's coming. Grab it. Voice fell. Wentai couldn't respond to Shiyu either. he kicked his two hind legs and rushed towards Gaara in Shukaku state. Wentai pulled out the short knife behind his back, and his movements were very crisp, without any bells and whistles. Open black lens bracket toad dagger / close black lens bracket. A low voice spit out from open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket S mouth, and the open black lens bracket short sword close black lens bracket in his hand also slashed toward open black lens bracket Shukaku Gaara close black lens bracket. Before open black lens bracket Shukaku Gaara close black lens bracket could react, one of his arms was cut off by open black lens bracket Mita close black lens bracket. And the short sword in open black lens bracket Bunta close black lens bracket S hand was also thrown away by open black lens bracket Shukaku Gaara close black lens bracket S strength of waving his arm. Boom, boom, Shukaku S arm and toad knife landed one after another, and this scene made Wentai also shattered lightly. This guy's strength is too much. Open black lens bracket Bunta close black lens bracket a single blow can achieve this effect. In addition to his own power, it also has something to do with open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket not fully awakening. Because Gaara is currently controlling Shukaku, naturally it cannot show its true strength. But this scene is enough to horrify Shaju and others. For them, this is undoubtedly an epic. It's really interesting. Takagawa Tokyo, you are making me more and more excited. As these words came out, Shiyu saw that Gaara, who was hiding in Shukaku's body finally appeared. Wentai, seeing this, he also murmured in his mouth. That should be spiritual medium. Open black lens bracket spiritual medium close black lens bracket even if it refers to open black lens bracket Renjin Churiki column force close black lens bracket. During the war in the ninja world, he saw that open black lens bracket Renjin Churiki column force close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Kingdom of Wind close black lens bracket can awaken this monster. Tamari below saw the main body of open black lens bracket Gaara close black lens bracket and appeared, and a panic appeared on her face. She seemed to know what open black lens bracket Gaara close black lens bracket wanted to do. Not good. Gaara is going to do that, and if that's the case, I'll have to get out of here too. When the voice fell, she didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and she moved directly away from this battlefield, and said something in her mouth. Takagawa Tokiha, that monster is not something you can deal with. At the same time, after appearing, Gaara's eyes were fierce, and she stared at Shiyu on open black lens bracket Mita close black lens bracket S head. In order to thank you for letting me enjoy this battle, I decided to see the true power of incarnation of sand. Between the words, Gaara made a knot in his hand, and then a low drink came out of his mouth. Open black lens bracket fake sleeping technique close black lens bracket. Toad Wentai was also surprised when he saw Gaara perform this technique, because he was quite familiar with this technique. He thought that Shiyu didn't know, so he gave a simple explanation. For example, after Gaara was echoed by open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, he got insomnia, and his dark circles are the best proof. In order not to save Wentai's face, Shiyu didn't interrupt him either. And just after Wentai finished telling everything he knew, Gaara fell into a coma completely. At the same time, an unfamiliar voice also sounded. Ha 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 ha. I finally figured it out. No doubt that this voice is from the real open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, and as open black lens bracket Gaara close black lens bracket slumbers, it wakes up. Immediately after, Shukaku also landed on Toad Bunta and said immediately. I didn't expect to see the person I wanted to kill as soon as I came out. From the words of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, it can be heard that it clearly knows open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket. However, this is not surprising. Since Wentai knows the latter, it naturally knows the former. At this time, they are like, the enemy meets, and Yuhi has a special eye. Exclamation mark. There is no unnecessary nonsense. open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket directly performed his special skill open black lens bracket futon, wind style close black lens bracket technique. Coincidentally, Shiyu will do this trick too. When he saw Shukaku slap his belly, and was about to cast empty bomb, Wentai also said, "Grab it." Going to jump. However, Shiyu's answer made Wentai dumbfounded. Jump a chicken. There is no word counsel in my dictionary. Hearing Shiyu's words, Wentai was stunned for a while, and hurriedly said, "Little devil, don't be so arrogant." From Wentai's point of view, Shiyu was able to summon his family for the first time, and his talent was indeed extremely evil. But the genius of the evildoer belongs to the evildoer, and strength is king. No matter how talented you are, you should be counseled or counseled before you grow up. How can there be someone like Shiyu, who only has the right in his eyes? Brother Wentai, you have to believe me, am I the kind of person who seeks death? While Bunta was stunned, Shukaku had already condensed air bomb and shot at Tokiyu and the others. At this moment, Shiyu stopped talking nonsense, and also used this trick. Open black lens bracket futon wind style practice bombs close black lens bracket. With a low drink, it was also a one air bomb spit out from Shiyu's mouth. Moreover, the size of the air bomb is not inferior to that of Shukaku. Obviously, this is the result of Toki's chakra squandering to a certain extent. But it doesn't matter, his chakra is bottomless, and it is more than enough to deal with a tailed beast. Next moment, the two air bombs collided under Wentai's astonished gaze. Boom. Chapter 97 Hoshin Divine Hammer, now. Boom. The moment the two air bombs collided, the powerful energy ripples made the surrounding trees unable to support them and collapsed one after another. Some small trees were blown away directly, and the flying green leaves were dotted with the smoke and dust rising from the ground. Seeing this scene, Wentai and others were extremely shocked. Bunta and Tamari were shocked by how Takiwa could be Shukaku's ninjutsu, and Sasuke was shocked by how Shukaku could know Takiwa's ninjutsu, and Shukaku was surprised by why Takiwa was his own. In short, their eyes were filled with doubts at this moment. Especially Tamari, at this moment, she couldn't help thinking of what Tokiyu had said to her earlier. At this moment, she seemed to understand a little bit. As soon as she thought about it, an unrealistic thought arose in her heart. Could it really stop the Shukaku's pace? And just as her thoughts just arose, Shukaku finally couldn't hold back the doubts in her heart and drank it. Little devil, how do you know my ninjutsu? I still want to ask you, how the fuck do you know my ninjutsu? Shiyu didn't answer and asked directly. Hearing this, Shukaku was also stunned for a moment, then said angrily, Little devil, it's obviously what I want to ask you. Too lazy to talk nonsense with you. Shiyu gave a light drink, and then said, I'll ask you, are you going to go back obediently or do you want me to beat you back? When Shiyu said these words, not to mention open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, he was stunned, and even open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket was stunned. Opponent is open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, that is one of the legendary nine-tailed beasts. Even it is not the opponent of the latter, but Shiyu, a teenage boy, dares to make such a rhetoric. Is he stupid or is he really capable? If Shiyu hadn't used futon wind style air bomb to cancel out Shukaku's air bomb, Wentai would definitely think it was the former. But now it can't figure it out. Because it doesn't know how strong Shiyu is. Little devil, you completely angered me. Look, I don't tear you apart. Words of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket also suggested it. Shiyu, it's actually not that troublesome. As long as you wake up his Jinchuriki column force, Shukaku will disappear automatically. At this moment, the title of Wentai has changed, which is his affirmation of Shiyu's strength. Only the strong can get the However, Shiyu's answer to Wentai's suggestion made him completely dumbfounded. My words have already been released, and naturally there is no reason to take them back. If you say you want to fight it back, you have to fight it back. Use rhetoric. The Shukaku on the other side was also angry. Little devil. If you can call me back today, I'll listen to you in the future. Shiyu, who heard the words, was also stunned, thinking that he was just pretending to be coercive, to make Shukaku make such a promise. Speaking counts. Our tailed beasts always say, good. Shiyu drank lightly, then confronted Brother Wentai, give me some oil. Isn't it refueling? Hearing Wentai's muttering, Shiyu also said, compound ninjutsu, bro. Oh. Immediately after. Shiyu quickly hand seal in his hand, spit out a flame towards open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket, that is open black lens bracket Kaden fire style fire bullet close black lens bracket. At the same time, Wentai also spewed condensed toad oil from his mouth. Kaden fire style toad oil bomb. As Shiyu snorted, the flames he spit out and the flames that Wentai spewed out. Toad oil combined, the legendary, add oil to the fire. It is also because of this that the power of this move is multiplied. Shukaku, upon seeing this, a contemptuous voice also spit out from its mouth. This trick doesn't work for me. Immediately after. It slapped the belly, and another one, air bomb, spewed out. Boom. The toad oil flame bomb collided with the empty bomb, and the flames were blown out in all directions, making it impossible to get close at all. If it wasn't for the open black lens bracket toad oil close black lens bracket with a certain weight, it is estimated that all the flames at this time would have been blown away. When all the flames were dissipated, Shukaku laughed. Ha ha ha. I've said this trick doesn't work for me. Even Wentai is a little puzzled, knowing the opponent's learning air bomb, why did he use the toad oil fire bomb? Although it is said that the flames cast by this move are not easy to blow out, but the meaning is also not big. Moreover, the forest has already started to catch fire at this time. Shiyu. The forest is on fire. If it is not resolved, it will soon spread to the village. Rest assured, everything is under my control. Since Shiyu has used this move compound ninjutsu, there is naturally his reason, and he will never do meaningless things. Just when Wentai was still, when it was incomprehensible, Shiyu performed another powerful ninjutsu move. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style, great waterfall technique close black lens bracket. This trick was learned by Shiyu when Kakashi and Zaibujian were in the duel. At this moment, a sky-filled water curtain appeared on the sky, and then rushed directly to open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, Wentai also exclaimed in amazement. To summon such a large amount of water out of thin air is extremely demanding for ninjutsu skills and chakra requirements. Open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket is the incarnation of sand. Naturally afraid of water, this move is undoubtedly a considerable threat to the slow-moving open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket. But this move was too sudden, it couldn't be avoided at all. In addition, he just threw an empty bomb earlier, and he couldn't make a second attack in such a short interval. Boom, boom, half of Shukaku's body was directly submerged in the water, and the sand was soaked, which severely restricted his movement, and the oil fire that had fallen in the forest was extinguished. Seeing this, Wentai seemed to understand what Shiyu was thinking. However, what he didn't expect was that this was only the second step of Shiyu's plan. Because the oil fire was doused by the flood, wisps of blue smoke rose up at this time. But no one noticed that when these smokes rose, they were accompanied by particles of metal. Open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket. Let me ask you one more question, are you disappearing by yourself now, or do you want me to hit you until you disappear? Use words. Open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket didn't take it to heart at all. Little devil, I admit that I am not small. But if you want to make me retreat with this pool of water, it is absolutely impossible. Are you sure? Shiyu asked. I'm sure and sure. If that's the case, then accept the sanctions. When the voice fell, Shiyu stretched out his big hand, actually holding a colorful Madara metal iron rod. The iron rod continuously extended from thin to thick into the smoke on the sky. I saw Shiyu's mouth shook, and a strong wind completely blew the smoke that filled the sky. Immediately after, a multicolored Madara hammer is also completely exposed to the air. It is a huge hammer, its volume can be comparable to Shukaku. This is no longer an ordinary clear sky hammer, it can be said to be a clear sky divine hammer. Seeing this scene, everyone is horrified. There is no doubt that this is the third step 5 that Shiyu carefully prepared. Please download Feifei. Chapter 98 Unlock, Third Reward. Sasuke, Naruto and Temari, who knew this ninjutsu, were stunned and spit out a word from their mouths in unison. Is this still a hammer? They couldn't believe their eyes. Such a huge clear sky hammer, didn't know how much chakra it needed to consume. Looking at the Potion Divine Hammer, held by Shiyu, Temari muttered to himself. It turns out he really has this ability. It was also at this moment that Temari finally believed Tokiyu's words. Not to mention that a few of them were in shock, as strong as Toadbunta and Aikyo Shukaku were no exception. Between the two beasts' astonishment, Shiyu didn't say any nonsense. A force of his wrist, he lifted the Potion Divine Hammer high, and smashed it directly towards Shukaku. Looking at the hammer that fell from the sky, open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket there is no 2200 in my heart at this time. S more suffocating, because it can't be avoided because of the limited movement. In this regard, it can only make a final resistance if it refuses to admit defeat. Open black lens bracket futon wind style practice empty bomb close black lens bracket. However, this move is completely ineffective in the face of the huge and incomparable open black lens bracket clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. The most is to reduce the speed of the hammer falling. Seeing this, open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket can only use one hand to pick it up, because the other hand was cut off by open black lens bracket Toadbunta close black lens bracket and has not recovered. Naihi's clear sky hammer's strength was too great, and after a brief stalemate, a hammer smashed directly into the ground. Boom! There is an explosion at any time, and the water curtain that trapped open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket also shot open, and splashed away in all directions. Accompanied by countless grass and gravel, as well as the billowing smoke and dust rising into the sky. Brother Wen, let's go. Hearing Shiyu's words, Toadbunta finally recovered from his astonishment. In his view, this battle has nothing to do with him at all. When Shiyu summons it out, it is no different from hitting Chan oil, boom. The smoke has already dissipated. You can clearly see everything here. At this time open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket was pressed into the deep pit by open black lens bracket clear sky hammer close black lens bracket, unable to move. How about? I don't like it. Use words. At this moment open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket chose to remain silent. Because he didn't expect that he was really defeated by a kid, and the latter still crushed him with the power of one person. Shiyu jumped on Shukaku and continued. I said, Shukaku, if you don't know what to say, it doesn't count, you want to default on your debt. Of course not. Shukaku's tone was obviously lack of anger, because he just said that if he is forcibly beaten back, he will listen to Tokiyu's words in the future. In other words, it is to worship Shiyu as the boss. Although he is very unwilling, he can't go back on it. Their tailed beasts have always done it. Since that's the case, don't hurry back to the seal. Hearing Shiyu's words, Shukaku nodded helplessly, and spit out an extremely unwilling word. Got it. Don't be reconciled, what you need to know is that I haven't used this power yet. Between the words, one-tailed chakra poured out of Shiyu's body. Seeing this, open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket were surprised. How can you have my chakra? I'm not very clear about this, but others speculate that I'm very likely to be 6 paths. Immortal reincarnation. Old man 6 paths. Open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket exclaimed, looking at Shiyu in front of him. Most of the unwillingness in his heart disappeared. If this is the case, then he can completely accept the status of you as the boss. You're still there. What ink marks? Hurry up and go back to me. Oh. At this time, the tone of open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket was completely different, like a well-behaved cat. And this is what Toki-yu wanted. It can be said that this open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket has now become his little brother. Seeing this scene, Toad Bunta was stunned. He never thought that the invincible Tanuki Shukaku, in the Ninja World War, would have such a side at this time. Immediately after. Open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket it was Toki-yu and open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket who turned into a pile of quicksand and disappeared. Seeing this, Shiyu also dispersed the huge and incomparable clear sky divine hammer. Next second. A figure also appeared in the line of sight of Shiyu and Wentai. It was Gaara who was in a dormant state. Since open black lens bracket Shukaku close black lens bracket went back on her own, Gaara did not wake up to see that the matter was over, but open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket also returned his gaze to Shiyu, and said with a mouthful of smoke. Little devil, your full name is Takagawa Takiwa, right? I remember. See you next time. Voice fell. Open black lens bracket Toad Wentai close black lens bracket directly turned into a white smoke and disappeared from Moyu's field of vision. There is no doubt that after this battle, Wentai has fully recognized Shiyu. And just the second after Wentai disappeared, the long-lost voice of the system finally appeared. Ding! Save the tailed beast turned Gaara, mission completed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking the third reward. Ding! Talent increased by 1 million. Ding! Chakra increased 100 times. Ding! Get the power of Isofu. That is, the chakra and ability of Isofu Mio. Ding! Get 3 chances to draw. After the improvement of the system fell, Shiyu felt that the whole person was different. He seems to have been able to fully imagine the origin of chakra and how the attribute chakra has changed. In short, he now has absolute information and has directly fused 2 different types of chakras. That is to say, he is now turning his hand to create a kind of blood stain boundary. Moreover, he feels that his current self is 0. 5. You can perform ninjutsu without using a hand seal at all. This kind of ability, this kind of talent, can't be said to be scary. Just when Tokyo fell into this kind of excitement, Naruto, Sasuke and Temari also rushed to the scene one after another. At this moment, the few of them were looking at Shiyu with a strange look, as if looking at a monster. Shiyu, that move just now was so fucking handsome. Naruto said with great envy. Just barely. As soon as Shiyu said this, several people couldn't help but turn to Byakugan. If it's just reluctance, then they don't need to be ninjas at all. Temari glanced at Toki, and immediately helped Gaara up. Under her shaking, Gaara also woke up from the dormant state. Looking at everything in front of her, Gaara's first reaction was stunned. There are 3 things to do when reading. Chapter 99 The Death of 3 Generations of Hokage. Looking at Shiyu standing in front of him intact, Gaara spit out a word unwillingly. I'm defeated. Gaara, you don't have to fall for it. Actually, there is not only one person like you in this world, but one is standing beside me. Shiyu glanced at him while speaking. Also, there is no mother in the world who hates her child. If I'm not mistaken, the sand that has been actively protecting you should be the result of your mother's blood and will. Her purpose is very simple, to protect you. Hearing Shiyu's words and fighting all the way, Gaara seemed to be deeply moved. He looked at Naruto and found that the latter had a smile on his face, as if this smile was dedicated to him. I hope I can walk out of the icy darkness with a glance at him too. Gaara, I can understand your pain. Because I had a childhood similar to yours, I hope you can walk out of the haze like me. Hearing Naruto's words, Gaara also fell into contemplation. Seeing this at 1800, Yu said immediately. Naruto, Sasuke. Let's go. Voice fell, he led the two of them towards the direction of the Konoha village. Because Tokiha informed Kakashi Orochimaru in advance that something might happen, so the 3 generations should be prepared in advance. But as for the result, Shiyu doesn't know yet, so he has to go back and see what happened. Naruto, what about Ahuong? Parker, when Gaara ran away just now, he said he was going to find help for me, and he left after sending us to find Iaro. This name was obtained by Tokyo himself, and Naruto also felt that it was quite in line with the temperament of Parker. Looking at the 3 Tashiyu 3 who were gradually moving away, until their figures disappeared from his field of vision. After a while, Gaara seemed to want to understand something. Looking at Temari supporting him, a word that had been buried for an unknown length of time was spit out from his mouth. Temari, I'm sorry. Hearing Gaara's words, Temari was also stunned. She never thought of these 3 words. To actually spit it out of the latter's mouth, this is simply unprecedented. It was also at this moment that she suddenly remembered what Shiyu had said before. I'm here to save Gaara's soul. This sentence flashed in her mind, and her pretty face was also full of shock, because all of this was developed according to Shiyu's words without any deviation. Thought about it, her eyes also turned to the direction where the 3 of Shiyu disappeared, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Until Gaara's voice sounded, God came. Temari, let's find Kankuro. Good. And the battle in Konoha village had already come to an end when Tokiyu and the others rushed to the village. Under the arrangement in advance, the loss is almost negligible. But there is a sad news that makes the whole Kimura fall into a deep sorrow. That is, the 3 generations of Hokage died. Tokiyu was a little surprised by this result. What he didn't expect was that the 3 generations of Hokage would still be sacrificed under the prearranged situation. Reliable news, it was not necessary for the 3rd generation of Hokage to sacrifice. But I thought it would be able to kill Orochimaru and completely seal the souls of 1st generation and 2nd generation. He chose to sacrifice himself and sold his soul to the god of death. But the end result was unsatisfactory. The 3 generations have used the powerful forbidden technique, dead ghost sealing, although the souls of 1st generation and 2nd generation were completely sealed, but they were escaped by Orochimaru. However, the price is that open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket, S hands are completely useless. This day, Konoha Hidden Village didn't have any cheers, just endless mourning. Everyone is dressed in black to see off open black lens bracket 3 Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen close black lens bracket, and pay tribute to the heroes who died guarding Konoha. For the death of open black lens bracket 3 generations of Hokage close black lens bracket, there is no doubt that open black lens bracket Konoha Maru close black lens bracket is without any sadness. Both his parents died at a young age, and now even his grandfather who loves him the most is in Lois. Now, he only has one close relative, open black lens bracket Flying Asuma close black lens bracket. After the funeral ceremony of the 3 generations of Hokage. When Tokiyu was passing by Konoha's Heroes Tomb Memorial Monument, he saw 3 figures, a man and a woman. The man is Kakashi, the woman Suzuki Yugao. They came to Matsuri to worship Shiyu clearly. Kakashi is naturally because of 3 people. That is open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Nohara Rin close black lens bracket. This 3rd person is his father, open black lens bracket Hitaki Sakumo close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Hitaki Sakumo close black lens bracket also belongs to Cage Level Ninja, known as open black lens bracket Konoha white fang close black lens bracket, he is said to be stronger than Konoha Sanin. If it wasn't for the guilt of his comrade who gave up the mission to save his teammates and committed suicide, he would have been the one who sat on the 4th generation Hokage. Danzo close black lens bracket can be credited for this result, because he made the fishing reel. But Kakashi doesn't seem to know about it, and as time goes by, he has already attributed open black lens bracket Hataki Sakumo close black lens bracket to guilt suicide. But there is one more thing that Kakashi is still kept in the dark, that is, he doesn't know that his dead friend is not dead. The latter is working hard for open black lens bracket black Zetsu close black lens bracket to lay out a shocking conspiracy to create a world without killing. As for Izuki, she is undoubtedly here to mourn Moonlight Hayate. This is the first time Tokiyu has seen Izuki. The latter is indeed one of the beautiful ninjas of Konoha 200, but he has a good appearance. Shiyu watched from a distance and left. And in the cemetery ahead, he saw another person, a woman. Although this woman is not well known among the Konohas, she is also a chunin and belongs to the middle class of Konohas. She is the lover of open black lens bracket Tsubaki close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Mizuki close black lens bracket. You must know that Mizuki died at the hands of Shiyu, but open black lens bracket Tsubaki close black lens bracket obviously doesn't know this. Because the 3 generations will not make this public. Seeing 2 poor women in a row, Shiyu felt speechless, as for such things as soothing their hearts. Shiyu feels that this is a long way to go. Because he still has system tasks to complete, the first task to unlock the 4th reward is to repel Kisame Hoshigaki and Uchiha Itachi! Exclamation mark. And in these few days when Konoha misses and mourns, open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kisame Hoshigaki close black lens bracket have arrived. And the purpose of their trip is open black lens bracket Uzumaki Naruto close black lens bracket. But this is only on the surface. In fact, Uchiha Itachi has another intention, that is to stimulate Sasuke. He thinks the current Sasuke is too weak. He was already a member of Anbu at this age of Sasuke. Moreover, the current Sasuke is 13 years old. That is the age when he killed the entire Uchiha clan. Please download the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 100 Awakening, Mangekyo Sharingan. Yu attended the funeral of 3 generations. In Matsuri, he couldn't wait to return to his own little house. Because he still has 3 lottery chances. The things drawn in the previous 2 lottery draws are very awesome, so he has the same expectations for this time. In the room, Shiyu had already opened the lottery interface, and after taking a deep breath, he also clicked to start. Looking at the constantly switching prizes, Shiyu's small heart was beating wildly with it. Ding! With a sound from the system, a coupon was finally fixed in the prize box. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sound also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Mangekyo Sharingan upgrade coupon. After hearing this prompt, Shiyu was stunned on the spot, and then a great surprise filled his heart. Because this thing is too important to him. Although he has 3 Tomo Sharingan now, the problem is that it is conditional to upgrade 3 Tomo Sharingan to Mangekyo Sharingan. And this condition, he has no way to fulfill it. Because the so-called condition is, to see the death of a loved one can be unlocked. But for Shiyu, in this world, he has no loved ones at all. Anyway, not now. Originally, Tokiha was still wondering if he was going to stay in the 3 Tomo forever, and this current reward is undoubtedly the solution to this problem. This, Tokiyu immediately clicked to confirm. He was afraid that this was a dream, and he didn't believe this fact until he saw the upgrade ticket that appeared in the system inventory. Immediately after, Shiyu used the open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan upgrade coupon close black lens bracket with excitement on his face. He wanted to look forward to what his open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket looked like. However, the sound that appeared made Shiyu look confused. Ding! Please choose a Mangekyo pattern for the host. What the hell to choose? Just as Tokyo wondered, countless Mangekyo Sharingan patterns appeared on the screen in front of him. Among them are open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Izuna close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Sasuke close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Shisui close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Uchiha Fugaku close black lens bracket etc. In short, as long as the Uchiha clan has appeared in the Mangekyo Sharingan pattern, they are all listed. This result obviously surprised Shiyu. He thought that he had awakened Mangekyo Sharingan, and then immediately generated a pattern and that's all. Did not expect this to be the case. But it is also because of this that Shiyu is extremely excited. Because if he randomly awakens a open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, the ability you will obtain cannot be controlled, you can only depend on fate. But if you had a choice, it would be different. According to the current situation, whoever he chooses Mangekyo Sharingan pattern should get whose ability. Of course, this is only Tokyo's guess. Everything depends on the system's decision. After some thought, Yu's ultimate goal is on the two open black lens bracket Mangekyo patterns close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Uchi and open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito close black lens bracket. Because open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Izuna close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Uchiha Fugaku close black lens bracket and Uchiha ancestors. The ability of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket is not clear to him. If it is a garbage, it will not be worth the loss. Also, their Mangekyo pattern is not. As for Uchiha Sasuke and Uchiha Shisui, their combined ability Mangekyo Sharingan is weaker than Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. Although open black lens bracket Uchiha Shisui close black lens bracket has the strongest demonic illusion open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket other than open black lens bracket infinite Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket. But the problem is that there is only demonic illusion, it can't save your life. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket has both demonic illusion open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket and the strongest flame open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. It is indeed a good choice. But compared to open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito close black lens bracket, it is weaker. After all, Kamui is a pupil technique that can enter different space. But in terms of the final ability, Susanoo Uchiha Itachi is more functional, and Uchiha Madara is more powerful in combat. Others, Susanoo also has its own merits. And to say Mangekyo pattern is the most beautiful, it should belong to Uchiha Obito and Uchiha Sasuke. In short, at this moment, Shiyu is caught in a difficult choice. However, at this moment, Shiyu saw a line of words below the selection pattern interface. Warm reminder. The pattern has nothing to do with ability, please choose the host with confidence. After reading this line, Shiyu suddenly wanted to kill. He's so special. Ability has nothing to do with pattern, so I didn't say it earlier, it made me tangled for a long time. Muttered to himself, and then decided between open black lens bracket Uchiha Obito close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Uchiha Sasuke close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Mangekyo pattern close black lens bracket. The end, he chose Uchiha Obito's spiral dart instead of Sasuke's hexagram. In his opinion, this open black lens bracket pattern close black lens bracket is more handsome. And since open black lens bracket ability close black lens bracket has nothing to do with open black lens bracket pattern close black lens bracket, you can add Sasuke when you want to upgrade open black lens bracket Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket next time. Announcement: the fusion pattern is in the picture in the upper right corner. After selecting the pattern, the system prompt sound appears again. Quote. Ding! Pattern selection is complete. Please select to Mangekyo Sharingan's abilities below. Hearing system's words, Shiyu is also extremely excited. Immediately after, the previous pattern interface has become a bunch of text options. There are a total of 6 options above. Open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukumi close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket. Underscore. The first 555 options are optional ability, and the first option is random ability, which is the ability that the system gives you. Of course, the ability to obtain may also be different from the first 5. In this regard, Shiyu has no risk. He felt that it was more cost-effective to choose honestly, which was the safest and should be the strongest. The first ability Shiyu chose was naturally open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket. Although he has now awakened open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, he can use the forbidden technique open black lens bracket Izanagi close black lens bracket as a means of life-saving. But the price of this technique is blindness, which is not what Shiyu wanted to get Zhao Guo. And open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket can hide in open black lens bracket different space close black lens bracket. This is simply the same pupil technique. However, it also has. Yes, when Xiaonan and Obito were fighting, they almost let Obito die because they caught the only flaw. Obito, who cast Izanagi, it would only be cool. When you chose the option Kamui, 2 options popped up on the interface. Transfer oneself. Transfer other things. Anything other than oneself as the name suggests. Open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket has 2 abilities. This is also reflected in the animation. Obito's Kamui can only transfer itself. And open black lens bracket Kakashi close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket can only transfer other things. Shiyu didn't have any extra thinking, and directly chose to transfer himself. Exclamation mark. Underscore. On the interface is another line of words and 2 options. Please select the eye that needs to be injected with ability. Left eye. Right eye. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 101-120. Chapter 101 Susanoo, Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star. Left eye. Right eye. Looking at the 2 options on the interface, Shiyu thought for a while. Chose left eye because of Obito's right eye, but both of them have the same ability, transfer self. After choosing the ability of left eye, Shiyu thought about what ability, right eye, needs to be injected. Open black lens bracket adding earth life close black lens bracket I don't think about it for the time being. Because this open black lens bracket pupillation technique close black lens bracket is to be used together with open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket, it can change the form of open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket, and it can also be extinguished. Since open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket is not a choice, then open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket Shiyu is also temporarily not considered. After all, if you simply play Black Flame, and you can't change various poses, it won't be fun to play. Moreover, Shiyu has obtained the 2 tails and journey power, and the blue flame is not weak. Therefore, the final choice falls on open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukumi close black lens bracket. And it is called the strongest demonic illusion open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukumi close black lens bracket. There are 2 forms. The first type, open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukumi close black lens bracket with lifetime effect, the cooling time can be as long as 10 years. The second type, open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukumi close black lens bracket with continuous effect, the cooling time is only 10 hours. Of course, there is a way to shorten the cooling time of this open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket. That 200 is open black lens bracket Hashirama cell close black lens bracket. And open black lens bracket Hashirama cell close black lens bracket traces its origin, which is actually the so-called open black lens bracket sage body close black lens bracket. But there is a premise for this choice, that is, he must have yin attribute chakra. The reason is very simple, all demonic illusion need to be dominated by yin attribute chakra. And he doesn't have yin attribute chakra yet. Therefore, if he doesn't get yin attribute chakra in the remaining 2 chances, then he can only retreat. Have chosen open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket. As soon as I thought about it, Shiyu suspended the ability selection of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket and turned to the second lottery draw. Seeing the reward framed in the frame, Shiyu's eyes widened. It seemed that God seemed to have heard Shiyu's prayer and directly helped him realize this wish. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining yin attribute chakra. After hearing the sound of the system, Shiyu was undoubtedly ecstatic. What do you think? It's so refreshing. If you add this yin attribute chakra, now Tokiyu already has 6 types of chakra. The last lightning attribute is missing. After obtaining the 7 attributes, as long as the talent reaches a certain level, the chakras of the 7 attributes can be fused to create a blood limit and blood elimination. Bloodstains snares. So far in the ninja world, only 3 people have this kind of constitution. Open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Hagoromo close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Hamura close black lens bracket. Calm down the excitement. Yu's eyes also fell on Sharingan's ability selection. As for the last lottery draw, it's obviously going to be drawn later. Because he can't wait to get his Mangekyo Sharingan now. Thinking of this, Shiyu also opened the selection interface again. Since I got yin chakra, I chose Kotoamatsukami without any accident. Although he doesn't have Jinchuriki column open black lens bracket Hashirama cell close black lens bracket now, he can choose open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket with the second lasting effect. A dozen hours of cooling time is still acceptable. After making a decision, Shiyu didn't procrastinate either, and directly chose the option of open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket. Next second. There are also 2 options and a line of words popped up on the interface, please. The host chooses one of these effects. Open black lens bracket lifetime effect close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket long-lasting effect close black lens bracket. You need to use chakra to maintain this effect. Exclamation mark. Immediately after. There are 2 options on the interface, but the option of left eye is already gray. Can't choose. Open black lens bracket left eye close black lens bracket. Unable to choose, select the condition again. Turn on open black lens bracket eternal Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket open black lens bracket right eye close black lens bracket. Look at the prompt condition behind the open black lens bracket left eye close black lens bracket option. Shiyu's whole person's mood instantly rose. Originally, he thought that open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket additional life close black lens bracket. These 3 kinds of open black lens bracket pupil art close black lens bracket need to be drawn directly by lottery. But now it seems that as long as he draws the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan upgrade ticket, he can get 2 more abilities, which is really cool. Think about this. Shiyu had to admire the awesomeness of the system. Even if others obtained Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, they could only have 2 abilities. But he can have 4 kinds, which is simply crazy and cool. Persistent effect. The Kotoamatsukami ability was injected into the right eye. The sound of the system also sounded. Ding! The selection of the left and right eye abilities is complete. Next, please choose the weapon of Susano. With the sound of the system sound, 7 options appear on the interface. Flowering Star Falling Blade, Additional Skill. Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, Conditions of Use. Complete Susanoo, 10-Fist Sword, Additional Skill. Sealing Power, Yada Mirror, Additional Skills. Ignore All Physical Attacks, Rasenshuriken, Additional Skills. Kamui Shuriken, Conditions of Use. Eyes Kamui and Complete Sequel Nengu, Spiral Sword, Additional Skills. Shikuden, Scorch Style, Fire Dance Whirlwind, 6 Paths Bow, Additional Skills. Indra's Arrow Use Conditions. 6 Paths Mode Susanoo, Warm Reminder. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, can be selected once. Looking at the 7 items on the interface, Shiyu was confused for a while. He never thought that even open black lens bracket Susanoo close black lens bracket can be chosen, which was completely unexpected to him. When Shiyu came back to his senses, he carefully looked at the 7 options on the interface. Except for the last, unknown option, the other 6 Tokiha want to choose. But unfortunately, the system can only let him choose one. At this moment, Shiyu couldn't help but envy Uchiha Itachi, because he could have 2 weapons. Under a difficult choice, Shiyu chose the first. Because this open black lens bracket Tengai Shinsei, Heavenly Obstacle Quaking Star, close black lens bracket is too strong. And he personally likes this ninjutsu very much. As for other weapons, he can only get it after getting open black lens bracket Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket and lottery. After Shiyu's selection was completed, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully awakening Mangekyo Blood Wheel Eyes. After the system prompt sound fell, Shiyu's pair of open black lens bracket 3 Tomo close black lens bracket pupils immediately changed to the pattern of open black lens bracket spiral dart close black lens bracket. Then there were more memories in Shiyube's mind, which were memories of the ability of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. At this moment, Shiyu's mood was extremely excited. Shiyu couldn't help admiring it in the mirror, and after watching it for a long time, his excitement calmed down. Shiyu didn't expect the lottery to go so smoothly. Although the second reward wasn't very heaven-defying, it was what he needed. Immediately after, Shiyu transferred all his expectations to the last lottery draw. He didn't know what kind of surprise the system gave him this time. Please download Feifei. Chapter 102 Inches Akatsuki, Organization. Look at the lottery screen. Shiyu rubbed his hands together, and then started the third lottery draw. Shiyu's eyes were constantly staring at the rotating reward frame, and the final image was a figure sitting cross-legged, with a dazzling white light all over his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for getting Elementary Sage Body. Junior Sage Body. Shiyu murmured, looking both shocked and disappointed. Shocked that he did get a good thing. After all, open black lens bracket Sage Body close black lens bracket is a rare physique. But what's lost is that he only got Elementary Sage Body. In the ninja world, there are only 4 people who have Sage Body. The first, 6 Paths Immortal, the Perfect Sage Body. The second, Asura, the Advanced Sage Body. The third, Senju Hashirama, the Intermediate Sage Body. The fourth, Libra Sage Body, the Junior Sage Body. The person who is still can't completely master the power of the master, like Libra Agumi, will run wild. Because he still can't control the absorption of natural energy. Fortunately, there is a strong enough chakra in his body to suppress, otherwise, he will occasionally run away like Chongo. But this is only one of Shiyu's lost. Second, that this kind of open black lens bracket Elementary Sage Body close black lens bracket is not from open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Asura close black lens bracket or open black lens bracket 6 Paths Immortal close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Sage Body close black lens bracket. Doesn't come from them, so naturally they don't have their chakra. That is to say, Shiyu can't use open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket recklessly. Is not open black lens bracket Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket, nor open black lens bracket Asura's chakra close black lens bracket. If you use it too much, you will lose your sight. Lost is lost. However, Shiyu has already thought of a way to deal with it. Directly in Konoha Lab. Absorba open black lens bracket Hashirama cell close black lens bracket, or Absorba, white Zetsu, cultured by Madara. OK2. White Zetsu. A product made by open black lens bracket infinite Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket in ancient times open black lens bracket Otsutsuki Kagaya close black lens bracket. But later, when open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket obtained open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket for cultivation, open black lens bracket black Zetsu close black lens bracket took the opportunity to inject it into a part of open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket S body. Because their white Zetsu and Hashirama genes are of the same origin, and their power comes from God Tree, so they will not use any exclusion. How can open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket are so easy to cultivate? It's like Konoha. Open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket none of the cell transplants have been successful, and only one of open black lens bracket Danzo close black lens bracket has been successful. That is open black lens bracket Yamato close black lens bracket. During the Ninja World War, the reason why other open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket have open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket, that is because open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket the guy grabbed open black lens bracket Yamato close black lens bracket and tested it and strengthened open black lens bracket white Zetsu close black lens bracket. Because open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket contain open black lens bracket natural energy close black lens bracket, it will repel the human body, so it is difficult for ordinary people to successfully integrate. But there are two kinds of people who can be easily transplanted successfully, those who can control natural energy. A clone with the same genes. Now Shiyu has a primary sage body, so it is not a problem for him to absorb Hashirama cells at all. With open black lens bracket sage body close black lens bracket have a special ability, that is, they can convert all open black lens bracket flesh and blood close black lens bracket into natural energy, and can also convert natural power into open black lens bracket flesh close black lens bracket. This point Changwu has been used. Everything in the world is composed of natural energy, and the human body is no exception. This ability is actually the low-end version of Yang Power, which is the same as Tsunade's creation and regeneration. And open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket can have so much pervert because of this. But open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket is weak because she uses chakra instead of the pure natural energy such as between and Chango. The power of the two is not at the same level. Otherwise, Sage Mode would not have thought so much. Shiyu is no longer tangled, the only thing he has to do now is to go to Konoha. Hashirama cells in the lab. That night, Shiyu also slept beautifully. The next day, when Tokiyu and Naruto were eating ramen at open black lens bracket Ichiraku noodle house close black lens bracket, they were still thinking about how open black lens bracket Konoha lab close black lens bracket to make some open black lens bracket Hashirama cells close black lens bracket. At this time, Jiraiya found them both. Shiyu, Naruto, do you two want to travel with me? Tourism. Quote. Naruto muttered. He didn't know what Jiraiya was thinking about, but Shiyu quickly knew what Jiraiya was thinking. This old guy was afraid that it would be too boring to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, so he wanted to discuss with himself the follow-up plot of open black lens bracket golden lotus close black lens bracket. Of course, there is another reason why he wants to continue teaching Shiyu. After all, in his eyes now, Shiyu is likely to be the one who will change the future of the ninja world. Of course he has to teach it well. The lecherous fairy. You don't want to do the 5th generation Hokage, so you want to run away. Shiyu said. How do you know I don't want to be Hokage? Regarding Jiraiya's doubts, Shiyu said, You are used to the life of Shanyanyahei, and you will never want to be bound and free. Looks like we belong to the same kind of people. Jiraiya laughed. Am I as horny as you? If you're not lustful, how could you write that kind of book at such a young age? At this moment, it was Shiyu's turn to be stunned. Because he can't refute it. He can't tell Jiraiya that he has come through. There are many such stories in our world. Okay, let's get down to business. Jiraiya stopped the topic and said, Shiyu, you just guessed half right. I really don't want to be Hokage, but we are here to find someone who is qualified for Hokage. Who is it? Is she more qualified than a lecherous fairy? Naruto between the words was very puzzled. Because he already knew that the lecherous immortal is one of the legendary Sannin, and that is the strongest ninja in Konoha other than 3 generations. Just when Naruto was puzzled, Shiyu said slowly. If I guessed correctly, it should be open black lens bracket Senju Tsunade close black lens bracket. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment, and looked at Shiyu in front of her, before she came back to her senses. How did you know that, kid? It's very simple. In today's Konoha, apart from what you think, the only person who is qualified to be a Hokage is Senju Tsunade, who is also one of the Sannin. After all, she is still the granddaughter of first generation. Your ability to collect information is really not easy. Jiraiya praised Shiyu, and then said, since you have guessed my intentions, then you are willing to walk with me. As long as you teach us a few decent ninjutsu tricks, we'll go. Naruto reiterated his reconciliation. Although Shiyu said so, in fact, he had to go this time. Because the second task of the system is to find open black lens bracket Senju Tsunade close black lens bracket and let her become a Hokage. Moreover, Shiyu also wants to learn open black lens bracket healing technique close black lens bracket from the latter and learn some about open black lens bracket Shikatsu forest close black lens bracket. So, what he said was just a joke to Jiraiya. However, for Shiyu's request, Jiraiya agreed without thinking, because he had this intention in the first place. Good. Then let's go. So fast. Naruto exclaimed. Of course. Jiraiya responded and immediately said, Hokage is the Jinchuriki column of our Konoha shinobi village. Naturally, this kind of thing cannot be delayed. After a short thought, Shiyu agreed. As for the Hashirama cell thing, he is not in a hurry. After he finds Tsunade and makes it Hokage, he can get it without any effort and justifiably. Immediately after. Open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket he set off with Tokiha and Naruto, and in a blink of an eye, he left the hidden village of Konoha. And while they were leaving, in the village of Konoha, a great battle is taking place. Kakashi, Asuma and Kurenai Yuhi face off against open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. Woo. Chapter 103 Uchiha Itachi, Debut. Tokiha had no intention of interfering in the battle between Kakashi and the others and Itachi. Because there is no need. Although his first mission is to fight back open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kisame Hoshigaki close black lens bracket. But he was not worried at all that the two would run away. First, Kakashi and others are definitely not the opponents of Itachi and Oni. Second, Itachi and Oni's purpose is Naruto. So, as long as he and Naruto stay together, the two will definitely find him. His task will be completed naturally. Moreover, it is also beneficial for Kakashi to be abused, at least he knows the ordinary Sharingan and the advanced open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. But when they were playing hotly, Shiyu and the three of them were talking and laughing. Hey, lecherous fairy. What kind of ninjutsu are you going to teach me? Naruto looks at Jiraiya, can't wait for 2200. Asked. Jiraiya didn't tell him directly, but talked to him about the fourth generation. And while Tokiha and the others were going farther and farther, the battle between Itachi and Kakashi and others ended prematurely because of the arrival of Emperor Guy. Immediately after, they found Jiraiya and the others directly. It must be said that Itachi was not in vain when he was in open black lens bracket and close black lens bracket. His tracking skills are quite amazing, and his psychic beast is the fate of the Raven, which led them to find the three of Shiyu very quickly. At this time, the two of them stood on a mountain peak and looked at Shiyu and the three from a distance. Ghost Shark looked at Jiraiya's unruly back and asked, "Mr. Itachi, is that person the one of the legendary Sanin's open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket?" "Yes. You should be able to fight him, but not me. The gap is too big. The Ghost Shark is very sincere. If we want to fight him, both of us will be killed." Itachi responded, and immediately said, "If you are lucky, you can only beat both sides. Even if you find some more people to help, the final result will not change." I have to say, Itachi is humble. His strength should be on par with Jiraiya, and the reason why he says that is because he doesn't want to fight again. And he's been sick for a long time, and fighting Jiraiya again will only hasten his death. Kishimoto did not explain how Itachi's illness came about, but it was explained in the official fanfiction. It's because of the open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket that Itachi has cast on open black lens bracket Uchiha Izumi close black lens bracket for 50 years. Although we found the open black lens bracket legacy left by the 4 generations of Hokage close black lens bracket, we didn't expect that it was the legendary Sanin who protected him. Fighting him, the names of Konoha's Uchiha clan, or Kurigakure's ninja swordsman 7 and 7, are completely useless. Yes. Itachi nodded, and then said, "But no matter how powerful a person is, there will always be weaknesses." Voice fell, and the two quietly followed. Meanwhile, in the Konoha medical room. At this time, many British Jonin, Guy Emperor, and Asuma gathered here. And one of the Konoha beauty ninjas, Kurenai Yuhi. They are gathered here because of Kakashi lying on the sickbed, who was tortured for 3 days and 3 nights in Itachi's open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket. Just when they were discussing the purpose of Itachi coming to Konoha, Sasuke just came. He originally wanted to visit Kakashi's words, but Yamaho Aoba that impatient person accidentally missed his mouth. It's true to hear that Itachi is back. What? Also, I heard he was looking for Naruto. Hearing the words of open black lens bracket Yancheng Aoba close black lens bracket, Sasuke naturally couldn't sit still. Without saying a word, he immediately jumped out of the room. Sasuke is very smart. He knew that it would be difficult to find Itachi, so he directly chose to find Naruto. Time, as long as you wait for the rabbit, you will naturally be able to wait until Itachi. At this moment, the 3 of them have arrived in a small town not far from Konoha Hidden Village. Jiraiya, the lecherous embryo, left Tokyo and Naruto behind and went outside alone. Tokiha and Naruto went to the hotel designated by Jiraiya to wait. In the room. It's true that the lecherous immortal, going to be unrestrained by himself, even left the 2 of us here. Previously, it was euphemistically said to take us on a tour, Hearing Naruto's complaint, Shiyu said, "Don't worry about him, you just concentrate on chakra. When one day you will be able to summon Brother Wentai without using Kyubi, Nine-Tails chakra, you will become a ninja on your own." Hearing the words, Naruto nodded heavily, and then he began obediently. The practice of condensing chakra and chakra is undoubtedly a long process. But not long after Naruto sat down to practice, there was a knock on the door. Boom, boom. Hearing this sound, Naruto also said, "Shiyu, go and see if the lecherous immortal is back." Seeing Naruto who was cultivating, Shiyu did not refuse. Moreover, he has already guessed who is coming. Shiyu slowly walked to the door, then reached out to hold the handle, and then opened the door with a little anticipation. As for the person who came, he had long wanted to meet him. Creeping. The moment the door was slowly opened, The air in the room seemed to be cold. There seemed to be an icy aura infiltrating from the crack of the door. And as the crack of the door opened more and more, a figure came into Shiyu's eyes. At this time, he was wearing a black Yuhi cloud robe, and a Konoha missing nin forehead guard. The most eye-catching thing was undoubtedly the pair of Sharingan on his face. No doubt that he is open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket. See you. There was no trace of panic on Shiyu's face, and he opened the door. This is another man wearing a black Yuhi cloud robe who also appeared in Shiyu's field of vision, and the latter is naturally a ghost shark. Itachi and Ghost Shark were also slightly taken aback by Shiyu's calmness. But they didn't tell Shiyu the same thing, their eyes were straight. 5 took over Naruto, who was locked on the bed by Tokiha. Mr. Itachi, I didn't expect open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket to be on such a kid. Hearing the Ghost Shark's words, Naruto's eyes finally turned to here. But what he saw was not Jiraiya, but 2 people he was extremely strangers to, which made him very puzzled. Especially when the 2 even know that open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket is in him. This moment, Naruto was a little panicked, and subconsciously stood behind Shiyu. Shiyu, who are the 2 of them? Just 2 missing nin. As soon as Shiyu said this, it immediately caught the eyes of Itachi and Oni. They were not stupid, and naturally they could hear from Shiyu's tone that the latter had recognized them. This result was completely unexpected to them. Please download Feifei to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 104 Inches Sharingan, Battle. 2 missing nin. Naruto murmured, and looked at Itachi and Ghost Shark with a little more fear. Especially when Naruto saw Itachi's eyes, he was obviously no stranger to open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Mr. Itachi, this kid seems to know us. Between the words, the Ghost Shark's eyes fixed on Shiyu's body, and he began to have a little interest in Shiyu. It seems so. Itachi looked at Shiyu's calm face, and was also a little doubtful in his heart. Ordinary teenagers wouldn't say panic when they saw them, but at least there was a little fear on their faces, but Shiyu didn't. Contrary, it seems too calm. Little devil, then you know the purpose of our coming here. The Ghost Shark said curiously. However, Shiyu's answer made his face angry. You have already targeted QB, 9 tails, as soon as you appeared, and now you are asking such a stupid question. I said, are you missing nin in Kurigakure village so stupid? Little devil, be careful that misfortune comes out of your mouth. The Ghost Shark said in a deep voice, but at the same time it was confirmed that Shiyu already knew their identities. Then you have to see if you have the ability. Hee. Guisha lightly smiled and continued, one knowing our identity, you are the first to dare to be such an arrogant kid. Not everyone is afraid of you. Little devil. Don't count on that. The person who protects you, he has already been spared by us, and he won't come to save you in a short time. If you say you're stupid, you still don't believe it. Shiyu responded lightly, and then said, when did I say we need his protection? Ah. The Ghost Shark who heard the words was stunned for a moment, and even Itachi was stunned. They are wondering why a little genin is so confident. Is he used to being arrogant on weekdays, or is he really talented, Mr. Itachi? I want to slaughter this kid, you're okay with that? There's no need to be busy. Itachi responded, and then said, we just need to take him, QB, 9 tails, away. Otherwise we won't be able to get away if we anger that person Jiraiya. That's right. Ghost Shark nodded, his eyes returned to Shiyu, and he continued, little devil, for Mr. Itachi's sake, I'll let you go this time. Now hand over that kid behind you. What the hell do you want to do? Naruto, who was silent for a long time, finally spoke again. Naruto, come with us. That way, your partner won't get hurt. Itachi's tone didn't have the slightest warmth, some was just infinitely cold. I think it's better to cut off one leg first, so that Naruto won't run around. The ghost shark in the echo room stretched out his hand to dig out the open black lens bracket shark muscle close black lens bracket behind him. Quote, quote. Hearing the words, Naruto's face was full of surprise. If it wasn't for Shiyu's presence, he would have been at a loss. If you want to take someone from me, I don't think you two can do it. Also. During the pause, Shiyu looked at the ghost shark and continued, for what you say and do, you must pay the corresponding price. Hearing Shiyu's words, Gui Shark and Itachi were stunned. Especially the ghost shark. He has been alive for so long, and he has never seen such an arrogant kid like Shiyu. And, after knowing about them, before Gui Shark could answer, Shiyu was the first to say, but before that, I think you Itachi should reunite with your younger brother, open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi close black lens bracket. When Shiyu's voice fell, Itachi was also slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Shiyu even knew this secret. And Naruto, who heard the words, also suddenly realized that after seeing Itachi's Sharingan, he suspected that the latter should be from the Uchiha clan like Sasuke. However, what he is wondering now is who is Itachi's younger brother. It is not only Naruto who has this doubt, but also the ghost shark. Just between the two people's doubts, a voice also came from the other end of the corridor. Uchiha Itachi. Was the same 4 words, but this voice was filled with endless anger and resentment. Ooh. It's really rare to be able to see other Sharingan other than Mr. Itachi. The ghost shark was amazed. He fixed his eyes on Sasuke and asked, Mr. Itachi, is what that kid Shiyu said true? Itachi didn't deny it, just nodded. But I heard that the Uchiha clan were all killed, and it was you who did it. Regarding the question of the ghost shark, Itachi said, because he is not even qualified to die in my hands. Sounds like Sasuke was demoted to nothing, but in fact he wanted to protect the latter. However, at this time, Sasuke could no longer contain the long-suppressed hatred in his heart. Uchiha Itachi. I follow what you said, one hates you, the other hates you and I live just to kill you. Sasuke, who finished speaking, roared endlessly. He knew that Itachi was quite powerful. In order to kill Itachi, he used his strongest trick. Open black lens bracket Raiden, Thunder style, Chidori close black lens bracket. At this moment, already blinded by hatred, he rushed towards Itachi with open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket in hand. Along the way, the walls of the corridor were drawn with a crack, which shows the power of this ninjutsu. Boom! With a loud noise, Sasuke's so-called strongest move seemed so vulnerable in front of Itachi. It was directly cracked by Itachi, and he pressed the palm holding Millennium with one hand, and then placed it on the wall. Not that Chidori is not strong enough in ninjutsu. It's that Itachi's Sharingan has been used to the point where he can see through Sasuke's attack at a glance. Naruto saw that his opponent was so strong. Without saying a word, he directly summoned open black lens bracket Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra close black lens bracket, and opened his hand directly. Ninja Psychic. However, the Indian style in this hand was not finished yet, and it was directly cut off by the ghost shark open black lens bracket Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra close black lens bracket. What's the matter? I can't feel chakra anymore. Just as Naruto was depressed, Shiyu also said, that's the ability of the big sword shark muscle which can cut and eat chakra. Hearing Shiyu's words, Gui Sha was also stunned. He didn't expect Shiyu to even know about this. Little devil, it seems that you know a lot of things. I know far more things than you think, such as killing a woman who had a crush on you before you became a missing nin in order to keep the mission secret. I'm talking about yes or no, open black lens bracket Kisame Hoshigaki the Kurigakure weirdo close black lens bracket. When Shiyu said these words, the ghost shark was completely stunned. In order to protect the mission of being leaked and killing a companion, it is not new in the ninja world, and this kind of thing is also easy to inquire about. Is absolutely no way anyone other than himself would know about what Shiyu said. But Shiyu actually found out. Can this not make people shocked? Little devil, who are you? Konoha Genin, Takiwa Takagawa. After Shiyu reported himself to his home, Shiyu's domineering and unparalleled voice sounded slowly among the ghosts. Then. Now you need to pay for what you just said and did. Chapter 105 Inches Tsukuyomi, vs. Kotoamatsukami. Little devil. Let me see what you can do. From the tone of Gui Shark's tone, you could hear that he was a little angry. As one of the ninja swordsman 7 and 7 congregations, he was actually looked down upon by a fledgling little devil like Shiyu. The ghost shark who finished speaking wasn't talking nonsense either, waving the shark muscle in his hand and slashing it directly at Shiyu. The face of the attack of the ghost shark, Shiyu did not move. Let the shark muscle fall on his body. Seeing this, the ghost shark once thought that the previous Shiyu was completely bragging. Can someone who avoids even such a simple blow from himself? Shiyu. Naruto also exclaimed in surprise, but the next scene made everyone dumbfounded. Because the open black lens bracket shark muscle close black lens bracket passed directly through Shiyu's body, causing the ghost shark to cut through the air. What is this technique? Because Shiyu's figure did not disappear, the ghost shark ruled out the clone technique and substitute technique. Undoubtedly, Shiyu used Kamui. Naruto was also a stunner, but only Itachi saw a clue. Because this kind of situation is only seen in one person, that is a Fae, the replacement member of open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket, namely open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket. In today's Akatsuki, few people in the organization know Fae Obito. Except for Itachi, Nagato, and Xiaonan. Naturally, the ghost shark doesn't know either, because the current open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket has not yet become a full member of the open black lens bracket Akatsuki close black lens bracket organization. But what he never imagined was that Shiyu also had open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. As he said earlier, his luck today is really good. In addition to open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket, he also met 3 people with open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket today. The first one is open black lens bracket Kakashi close black lens bracket. The second one is open black lens bracket Sasuke close black lens bracket. Now we have to add another open black lens bracket Tokiha close black lens bracket. Originally open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket was only suspicious, but after seeing the unusual pattern of Tokiha's open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket, was finally determined. What is Mangekyo's ability? But at this time, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket was extremely shocked. He didn't expect that besides him and open black lens bracket a Fae close black lens bracket Obito, there is a third person in this world who owns open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket. Moreover, at such a young age, looking at Tokiyu in front of him, a thought also arose in Itachi's heart. Is he also a descendant of the Uchiha clan? Although Tokiyu just revealed his real name, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket clearly knows that only those with Uchiha bloodline can switch open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Why he has this guess? At this time, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket has already performed open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket on Sasuke, and Tokiyu did not stop him. Because this will make Sasuke firm his mind and become stronger. Moreover, this is also buried for his later plans. Mr. Itachi, this kid's writing is unusual. The ghost shark's eyes finally showed a look of surprise in the words, which was an affirmation of Shiyu's strength. He knew that the reason why open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket was inseparable from his eyes. At the same time, at this moment, he and Itachi knew that Tokiyu was as confident as before. It turned out that this was what he was relying on. And while open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket was shocked, the open black lens bracket shark muscle close black lens bracket in Gui Shark's hand waved again. But what surprised Itachi and Naruto was that at this time, Ghost Shark actually attacked Itachi. Boom! A knife went down, and a hole was directly pierced in the wall of the corridor. But Ghost Shark did not stop there, but Ghost Shark said while attacking, "Mr. Itachi, I have long wanted to compete with you. Have you been in demonic illusion yet?" At this time, Itachi was dodging the attack, and he thought, it is impossible for a normal demonic illusion to be attacked by a demonic illusion. Also, why would a demonic illusion see clearly that the current demonic not only knows demonic Itachi, and there is absolutely no problem with sanity? Did Itachi, who was muttering, seem to think of something, and then a deep shock appeared on his face. The possibility he thought of was, open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket. Originally, he was not sure, but when he remembered that the ability of open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket that Tokiyu had just used was similar to that of open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket, he just had to believe that it was possible. Since one of Shiu's Mangekyo eyes can have the same ability as Obito, then the other Mangekyo eye can naturally have similar abilities to Shisui's Mangekyo. Because his own eyes have different abilities. After knowing what kind of demonic illusion Tokiyu casts, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket is also a way to deal with it. There are only 3 ways to crack this demonic illusion implanted with thoughts, that is to cast a stronger demonic illusion and cover this demonic illusion. Let the caster release or stop the demonic illusion. Means to put this and that, implanted thought. Remove it from the mind of the practitioner. As for the method of killing the operator, it may not be feasible. Because some powerful demonic illusions are forever, even killing the spellcaster cannot be removed. Like, open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket obviously knows about this possibility. Just as open black lens bracket Ghost Shark close black lens bracket was about to use ninjutsu, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket suddenly heard a low voice in his throat. Itachi knows that the only way to stop the demonic shark's actions is that he can't guarantee whether he can crack the demonic illusion. But now there is only one try. Naruto is just as stunned when he sees this scene. This Itachi and Ghost Shark are obviously accomplices. Why did they compete again in an instant, and now they are standing quietly in the same place? At this time, in the world of open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket, Itachi can only temporarily seal the Ghost Shark and try to remove the open black lens bracket implanted thinking close black lens bracket in his mind. But he found that this is not an easy thing. Fortunately, in the world of open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket, time is controlled by him, and the time of a few days is only a fleeting moment. With the efforts of open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket, he finally got rid of the open black lens bracket implanted thought close black lens bracket in open black lens bracket Ghost Shark close black lens bracket memory. This thought is to compete with Itachi. The thought implanted by Koto Amatsukami is determined by the caster. Just like Danzo implanted in Mifune's mind is select him as the commander of the coalition, and the thought of open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket left by open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket as open black lens bracket guard Konoha close black lens bracket. However, open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket was able to remove this idea smoothly. In addition to his own strong talent for open black lens bracket demonic illusion close black lens bracket, another point is that Tokiyu stopped controlling open black lens bracket demonic illusion close black lens bracket. Otherwise, this lasting effect open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket is not something you can crack if you want to crack it. Long-lasting effect. The open black lens bracket Koto Amatsukami close black lens bracket seems to be inferior to the lifetime effect Koto Amatsukami, but it is dominant in terms of control. Because he is in continuous control, the caster has been releasing chakra to maintain this effect. However, the lifetime effect is different. Once people notice it, it is easier to crack it if you are skilled enough. Because there is no caster to interfere with you. So say, the two effects of open black lens bracket Kotoamatsukami close black lens bracket have their own merits. Please download Feifei to see the underlined version of the novel. Chapter 106 Inches Black Flame, That Never Goes Out. Call. From Itachi's open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket world, Oni Shark also let out a heavy sigh. Because his spirit seems to be very empty now. This is an inevitable thing. At the same time hit two kinds of supreme, demonic illusion, and they are still fighting in his mind. This is undoubtedly fatal to a person. Fortunately, this person is a strong man such as a ghost shark, and it can be replaced by any ordinary person, or even a ninja with a little spirit. At this moment, he must be killed on the spot. After taking a few deep breaths, the ghost shark also asked, Mr. Itachi, I really fell into demonic illusion just now. Itachi nodded, and then said, this demonic illusion is very strong, and it can make people tricked without noticing it. And, it keeps you in reality. Mr. Itachi, thank you for saving me. The ghost shark thanked. Actually, if he hadn't removed his control over you just now, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to crack it in such a short period of time. Itachi's state at this time is not very good, plus Kakashi's one time, he has used open black lens bracket Tsukuyomi close black lens bracket 3 times in a row. Hearing Itachi's words, the ghost shark was extremely shocked, and then the gaze that looked at Shiyu was full of fear. He never imagined that this seemingly ordinary little devil would be so strong. Listening to Itachi's words, it seemed that the latter's demonic illusion attainments were higher than the former's. At this moment, he clearly understood the horror of open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. At the same time, the two finally understood what Shiyu said earlier. It turned out that Shiyu was not being a fool, nor was he bragging, but the 200 strengths. Seeing that the two were silent, Shiyu also said again, if you still want to fight Kyuubi 9 Tails then please send more people. Also, we must have the determination to die. Your name is Takagawa Tokiha, right? At this moment, Itachi has already regarded Tokiha as an opponent of the same level, and, moreover, that kind of a dangerous opponent. Nice. You are strong. Itachi spit out 3 words from the heart. Looking at Shiyu's eyes that restored black pupils, he couldn't help asking. Are you a descendant of the Uchiha clan? If you are interested in this answer, you can investigate it yourself. If that's the case, let's meet again. Voice fell. Itachi was about to leave with the ghost shark, because he knew that there was someone in the dark who had been peeping for a long time. In addition, his current state is not good, the situation is extremely unfavorable for them, and they can only retreat first. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. Open black lens bracket ninjutsu toad mouth binding technique close black lens bracket. As these words fell, the original dilapidated corridor suddenly turned into a yuhi-colored world. The surroundings were sticky and a little disgusting. Seeing this sudden scene, Naruto was also taken aback. Immediately after, a figure appeared in the field of vision of Shiyu and others, and it was none other than Jiraiya. If you want to leave, you have to ask me if I agree or not. Lustful immortal, why are you only now? Seeing Jiraiya appear, Naruto also shouted angrily. If it wasn't for you just now, I'm afraid he would have cut off a leg and took it away. Naruto. Actually, the lecherous immortal appeared when they started, but he didn't do it. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto even said, why? Because he wanted to see if I was bragging. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that his mind would be completely seen through by Shiyu. And this is the reason why Itachi wants to withdraw first. Both of them may not be able to win now, let alone a Jiraiya. Shiyu, you are really smart. Jiraiya praised Shiyu, then looked at Itachi and Oni. Shark. What a pity. Itachi, Ghost Shark, I'm afraid you two won't be able to run today. In the face of this predicament, Itachi still did not panic, and at this time he did not forget to instill hatred into Sasuke. Do you know why you are so weak? That's because your hatred is not strong enough, not deep enough. Voice fell, Itachi said directly to the ghostly shark, follow me. Swish, swish. Immediately afterwards, the two disappeared around the corner. Seeing this, Shiyu didn't intend to block. Because with the strength of open black lens bracket Itachi close black lens bracket, if he runs away with all his heart, he doesn't know how much work it will take to keep him. Because Itachi once made a full strength shot, its strength is not impossible, but among his Susanoo, there are two artifacts, the 10-fist sword and the 8-foot realm. Offensive and defensive, a strong group. Moreover, the strongest flame Amaterasu, Shiyu is really difficult to deal with now. Unless he can master Add Earth Life. Besides, maybe the system will come to them in the future. The person is to clear other tasks, and it's a pity that it's solved now. If that time comes, won't the system be able to clear it? It's obviously not worth the loss for a more difficult task, So why do such a thankless thing? When Itachi and Oni Shark disappeared from Shiyu's field of vision, the system's voice also sounded. Ding! Fight back open black lens bracket Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki close black lens bracket mission accomplished. At the same time. When Jiraiya saw it, a cold snort came out of her mouth. Humph. So far, no one has been able to escape from this, the esophagus of the big toad of Iwasu. Shiyu, Naruto, don't move the two of you. Voice fell, and Jiraiya directly controlled the walls of flesh and blood on both sides of the esophagus to squeeze toward the middle. No doubt that Jiraiya obviously captured Itachi and Oni. However, just when Jiraiya was full of confidence, there was a sudden explosion in front of her, which shocked her heart. Impossible. Jiraiya suddenly spit out 3 words, and immediately went to investigate. However, it was found that a huge hole appeared in the flesh esophagus, at the corner, and there was a flame burning on it. Also, it's black. There is no doubt that it must have been left behind by Itachi's release of open black lens bracket Amaterasu close black lens bracket, the black flame known to never go out. Looking at the hole reflected in his pupils, Jiraiya was also extremely surprised. Was still sworn just now, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped in the face. Can't help but feel a little embarrassed. Obviously, he still has the strength to murmur Itachi. I didn't expect them to be able to break through the esophagus of the big toad of Yansu. And what kind of flame is the black flame? Why can it burn the fire-breathing organs of the big toad in 5 pieces? Has the same doubts as Jiraiya, but Naruto is a straight-minded person, and any questions are directly raised. Lustful fairy, what is that black flame? I don't know either. Voice fell, and Jiraiya cautiously came to the side of Heian. Then he took out a scroll and after drawing the seal rune on it, a few stamps suddenly formed in his hand. Sealing technique sealing fire seal. As Jiraiya's voice sounded, the originally immortal black flame was sucked into the sealing scroll. Okay, that's it. Naruto looked at the direction in which Itachi and Oni Shark disappeared, and couldn't help asking. The lecherous immortal, what the hell are those 2 people just now? They come from an organization called Akatsuki, whose purpose is to collect tailed beasts scattered around the world. Jiraiya replied, then looked at Naruto and added. And they are staring at you. The purpose is the open black lens bracket QB, 9 tails close black lens bracket in your body. Chapter 107 Domineering Jiraiya. In the corridor. Jiraiya's eyes fell on Shiyu and praised. Shiyu, I didn't expect your strength to increase so much in just a few days. By the way, what happened to your move just now? This is the point that Jiraiya wants to ask. In his opinion, the reason why Shiyu can be so embarrassed by Itachi and Oni Shark. The mutated blood wheel eyes are absolutely inseparable. That's the ability of my Mangekyo blood wheel eyes. Shiyu didn't hide it. This secret no longer mattered to him. Open black lens bracket Mangekyo blood will I close black lens bracket. Shiyu nodded, then said, a few days ago, I saw my relatives leave in my sleep. After a lot of grief, my eyes became like this. According to what Uchiha Itachi said just now, this should be the second form of Sharingan Mangekyo blood wheel eyes. And the two abilities I just displayed came from these eyes. After hearing what Shiyu said, when looking at Shiyu's spiral dart pupils, Jiraiya also exclaimed. I didn't expect this Sharingan to be able to evolve. Between the words, Jiraiya looked at the seal in her hand with black flame. The scroll suddenly realized. It seems that this black flame should be the ability of Uchiha Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan. Okay, let's go see Sasuke. In this regard, Shiyu and Naruto naturally did not refuse. But when they were checking Sasuke's condition, Jiraiya noticed someone approaching, and the moment he turned his head, he saw a big foot kicking him. And it was accompanied by a sound. Power rhythm. Touch. Exclamation mark. No accident, Jiraiya's facade was kicked straight by a sudden kick. But the owner of the foot was behind, and looked at Jiraiya in astonishment. What are you? Was none other than the one who spoke. It was Konoha, Blue Beast, Might Guy, who was famous for being funny. At this time, Jiraiya really held his mouth and looked at Emperor Guy, which made the latter scratch his head embarrassedly. Sorry, Jiraiya-sama. I actually kicked you directly, because I was in a hurry. This is a corner again, and I didn't recognize you for a while. Are you apologizing? Jiraiya's way. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. We have to rush Sasuke to the infirmary, he has broken both hands and ribs. Furthermore, it seems that the enemy's mind was attacked by the pupil technique, and now he has lost consciousness. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Emperor Guy was slightly taken aback, and then Kakashi's figure flashed in his mind. I muttered in my heart, did you hit that trick? After looking at Sasuke who was sitting on the ground unconscious, Naruto worried, the lecherous immortal, Sasuke, is he alright? Trauma is not a problem, it's just that his spirit has been severely traumatized, and I'm afraid he won't get better for a while. King Guy who heard the words also said, Kakashi is still resting in the village because of this trick. I don't know when he will wake up. What even Kakashi-sensei? Naruto exclaimed, he didn't exist as strong as Kakashi and he was hit hard. Naruto, Mr. Guy, you don't have to worry too much. When we find one of Sanin's lords, all problems will be solved. At that time, the injury on Xiao Li's body may also be healed. Hearing Shiyu's words, Guy was also taken aback, and then the woman with the word, gambling, on her clothes came to mind. Sir Jiraiya, you are going. That's right, we're here to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, and I want her to come back as open black lens bracket 5th generation close black lens bracket. Then after Jiraiya and Guy talked, they said goodbye. Guy carried Sasuke back to Konoha, and Jiraiya takes Tokiha and Naruto on a journey to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket. In order to try to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket to rescue Sasuke, Kakashi and others, Naruto also worked hard. Along the way, full of energy. Half an hour later. Said after thinking for a while. The lecherous fairy. You said earlier that, the so-called Akatsuki organization's target is me, then I will become stronger. Don't worry, this question has been figured out for a long time. Jiraiya responded and immediately said, anyway, finding that big sheep is not something that can be done in a day or two. So, during this time, I will teach you to practice. Great. Naruto exclaimed, and hurriedly said, lesbian immortal, let's get started. Cultivation should not be rushed, it should be done gradually. So we arranged it like this, we will collect information on Tsunade, and we will do both, so that neither side is delayed. Makes sense. Naruto nodded heavily between the words, but Shiyu was completely indifferent. Because cultivation is absolutely unnecessary. In addition to going out to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, he also has a purpose of traveling. Otherwise, he would be bored in Konoha all day long. It's really nice to come out and experience the customs of other countries. The exotic culture is really good. At this moment, Shiyu seems to understand why Jiraiya likes the world as home. This feeling is really good. 2 hours later, Shiyu and his party of 3 arrived at the second town, which was much larger than the previous town. The erotic Jiraiya went to enjoy some beauty, but Tokyo and Naruto ate all kinds of food here. When the food was almost eaten, Shiyu said, "Naruto, it's time to find a lecherous fairy. Why do I still have so many things I haven't tasted yet?" Naruto said puzzled. "Do you want to be strong or fat?" Naruto, who heard the words, was stunned for a while, and then shouted, "Of course I want to become stronger." "Then give me what you have." "Ah." In this way, the last food in Naruto's hand also entered Shiyu's stomach. When Yu and Naruto found Jiraiya, they found that Jiraiya was arguing with the local evil boy. Reason turned out to be because of a wine-matching lady. Everyone knows that Jiraiya is greedy for beauty, but he is also a reasonable person, but the evil young poop fell in love with the wine-matching lady in Jiraiya's arms. After some exchange of words, the evil young master will start to beat people. Jiraiya couldn't bear it. I saw that the chakra in his hand suddenly condensed, and then he reached out with one hand, and a one chakra ball in his hand directly knocked the evil young man into the air. Boom! No accident, the evil young man smashed directly on the water balloon booth at the back, and fell with all 4 of his feet upside down. Looking at the miserable young man who was crying in pain on the ground, Jiraiya thought to himself, "If I hadn't reduced the power of Rasengan, I'm afraid you would be dead now. With this little strength, you dare to shout in front of me, Toad Immortal." Seeing Jiraiya's strength, young Master Evil also changed his attitude, and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy and called Grandpa. To this, Jiraiya even slapped him hard, claiming that it was allotted to the owner of the water balloon stall, but in reality, he had no money to pick up girls. After accepting the one-step banknote in the hands of the evil young master, Jiraiya slowly spit out a word. "Go away." After solving this evil boy, Jiraiya looked at the pile of water balloons on the ground. His eyes suddenly lit up. Immediately, these water balloons bought them all, and then said to Tokyo and Naruto, Go to practice 5. Please download Feifei. Chapter 108 Super Big Ball Rasengan. After a while, Jiraiya took Tokyo and Naruto to a spacious grove, where there was no one around, and it was quite suitable for cultivation. Seeing Zilai stop, Naruto was also extremely excited. "Ooh, finally started to practice." Boom! I saw Jiraiya put a bag of water balloons on the ground, and then took out 2 water balloons. Road. Catch. Between the words threw a water balloon to Naruto and Tokyo at the same time. Catch the water balloon. Naruto looked puzzled and asked directly, "Hey, lecherous fairy. Didn't you say you want us to practice? Why did you give us a water polo?" Before Jiraiya could answer, Shiyu took the lead and said, "I think the lecherous immortal wants to teach us that ninjutsu trick he just performed. It's still Shiyu that's smarter." Jiraiya praised Shiyu, and then said, "You all saw 2200 just now. I'm ninjutsu." Naruto sneered at Kiba and said with a smile. Shiyu also nodded. "What kind of ninjutsu do you think it is?" "I only remember that the evil young man in white kept spinning in the air when he flew out, and I don't know about the rest." Naruto's words, Jiraiya looked at Tokyo. "What do you think?" "If I guessed correctly, then ninjutsu should be a high-density chakra ball that condenses chakra in the palm of your hand and then condenses it by rotating and compressing it." For Tokyo's answer, Jiraiya nodded very satisfied. "Nice. This ninjutsu is called Rasengan, and it took 3 years to complete by 4th Hokage, with reference to Tailed Beast Bomb. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto was even more alarmed. Because 4th generation is the hero in his heart, but he did not expect his so-called idol to be his biological father. Immediately after, Jiraiya picked up a 1-inch water balloon, again. But his fingers didn't move, the water balloon, in his palm. It just exploded. Bang! Countless water droplets sputtered. This scene also made Naruto extremely stunned, making him even more longing for this ninjutsu. Immediately after, Jiraiya briefly explained to Tokyo and Naruto the principle of Rasengan ninjutsu. Climbing trees with feet and walking on water, you have trained, and you all know that they are only possible if you use chakra reasonably and maintain it within a certain range. But Rasengan is different, he needs you to keep a precise amount of chakra flowing. Making chakra flow. Naruto murmured and took a fancy to the water balloon in his hand. With an astonished look. The lecherous fairy, you mean that this water polo is for the flow of our master chakra? Nice. Simply put, control its rotation. Jiraiya responded and continued, after you learn this step first, I will teach you the next step of cultivation. However, just as Jiraiya's voice fell, an explosion sounded from his ears. Bang! No accident, this sound is from the explosion of the water polo, which is the same as the previous sound. Jiraiya and Naruto's eyes instantly fell on Tokiyu's hands, and everything was exactly as they imagined. The explosion just now was the water polo in Shiyu's hand. Was caused by the explosion, which made the two of them stunned for a moment. Especially Jiraiya. As soon as he finished speaking on the front foot, Shiyu became the master on the back foot. This kind of talent is too pervert. But it's not that Jiraiya is the most surprised. What surprised him even more was the next scene. Sexy immortal, I don't think this ninjutsu is that difficult. When Shiyu's voice fell, he saw a chakra condensing in his palm. An instant, a perfect chakra ball appeared in his hands. Unsurprisingly, it was a molded open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. At this time, Jiraiya and Naruto generally have grown up mouths and can't come back to their senses for a long time. He knew that Shiyu was gifted with evil spirits, and he knew this from the last time he taught Shiyu spirituality and other ninjutsu. But those ninjutsu is mostly achieved through hand seal. But this open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket is different, it can be performed without hand seal, so the precise control of chakra is quite high. Moreover, how to control the flow of chakra, completely perfect rotation and compression to a certain extent will be powerful. However, Jiraiya was relieved when she thought that Tokiyu had open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. After all, this blood stain limit can replicate ninjutsu, which has been verified from Kakashi. And now Shiyu's Sharingan has been upgraded to Mangekyo Sharingan, and his ability is naturally improved to a higher level. Originally, he thought that the matter was over, but Shiyu's next sentence made him and Naruto startled again. Sexy immortal, I feel like this ninjutsu can be strengthened. Enhanced. Jiraiya was stunned. Shiyu nodded, his mind moved, and more chakra poured out of his body toward the chakra ball in his hand. Next moment. That would be fist size. Open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket becomes basketball size. Jiraiya is able to clearly feel a powerful wave rippling out of it. Wow, such a big Rasengan. Naruto exclaimed and stared at the chakra ball in Shiyu's hand. In this regard, Jiraiya couldn't help but praise Shiyu. Shiyu, you are a genius. Although it only took him 3 days to learn this ninjutsu technique, he never thought of strengthening this open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. Reason why he can big ball Rasengan animation is because Naruto developed it himself during the 2 years he studied with him. While Jiraiya was amazed, another sentence from Shiyu made him completely speechless. I feel like it could be a little bigger. Can still grow. Naruto exclaimed. Because I don't think this control is at its limit. When the voice fell, Shiyu was no longer talking nonsense. The corner of his mouth rose slightly, and the chakra in his body surged out again. Next second. It was originally only the size of a basketball. The open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket suddenly soared dozens of times, bigger than the three of them combined. See the reflection in the eye zero. Among the 5 super large open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket, Jiraiya is also shocked. Is this still the fucking Rasengan? But Jiraiya never thought that this is not Tokiyu's ultimate, because this super big ball Rasengan is still easy for Tokiyu. Even though Shiyu felt that he could still grow stronger and come with something, Taichi Rasengan, Shiyu felt that there was no need for this. If you are shocked at one time, there is no way to pretend to force it later. Tokiyu threw the oversized Rasengan under the wrong eyes of Jiraiya and Naruto. Next second. That was hit by the super large Rasengan was a mess, and there was a huge circular deep pit on the ground. Because of the high-speed rotation, this deep pit looks very flat, as if it was hit by a huge iron ball. This power can be seen as a Madara. Chapter 109 Shiyu's experience of rubbing pills. Looking at the power of this enhanced version of Jade Spiral, Jiraiya's shock has all surfaced on his face. He was still like this, and Naruto was even more astonished. Shiyu, you are too arrogant. I just show what I think, that's all. Shiyu said lightly. Shiyu said it was simple, but what he showed made Jiraiya and Naruto very surprised. Especially Jiraiya, because he knows that this kind of thing is not something ordinary people can do. Even if it can be done, it will take years and months, and it is absolutely impossible to do it as easily as Shiyu. After calming down, Jiraiya also said, Shiyu, although these 2 moves are derived from the Rasengan, they were created by you after all. You can name them. Since it's an enhanced version of Rasengan, I think it's enough to add a few words. Shiyu responded and immediately said, the first move is called Big Ball Rasengan, as for the oversized one. Add the word super directly and call it Super Big Ball Rasengan. Sounds pretty good. Jiraiya also nodded between the words, quite satisfied with the 2 names that Shiyu had chosen. 1 Shiyu, you are so amazing. Naruto worshipped Shiyu, and then said, this one ninjutsu has turned into 3 threes in your hands. So, as long as I learn Rasengan, then I can learn 3 tricks all at once, he. Is undoubtedly great news for Naruto, who is not good at hand seal, learn 1 trick and earn 2 tricks. Therefore, he feels that no matter how hard it is, he must succeed in his cultivation. With the success of Shiyu, he became the master of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket, and developed 2 kinds of derivative ninjutsu. He also doesn't have to practice with Naruto. However, Naruto practiced in a dull afternoon with no results at all, and the master couldn't get the flow of chakra at all. But Naruto has been reluctant to give up, because learning 1 move can lead to 2 stronger moves. Holding this idea, Naruto persisted for a day. But the result was unsatisfactory, and Naruto still did not have the problem of customer service. How did you do it? Why can't I make the water in the water polo spin with my chakra? Naruto's complaint, Jiraiya, who had observed the former for a day, finally saw the clue. I know you are due to right-handed. Open black lens bracket right-handed type close black lens bracket. Naruto let out a puzzled sound, then looked at Shiyu and said, Shiyu, do you know? It's a way of making a carrot. Shiyu replied and then explained, because chakra is composed of mental power and physical power, they naturally need to be fused when they form chakra in our body. And this fusion will have a certain direction, divided into 2 situations. Open black lens bracket left fusion close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket right fusion close black lens bracket. Then what does that have to do with my inability to get the chakra to flow? Naruto continued to ask. It's easy. Try how your right hand is more comfortable, and see if it's left or right. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto also took a photo. To the left. That's right. Shiyu responded with a sound and continued. The right-handed fist is to the left, so when you control the flow of chakra, you will naturally rotate to the left. But the problem is, the chakra produced in your body is right-hand fusion. The two directions are opposite, which will cause the flow of chakra in your body to be unsmooth and interfere with each other, so that the chakra you release will not flow at a high speed. So it is. Hearing what Shiyu said, Naruto suddenly realized. And Jiraiya was also slightly startled. He didn't expect Shiyu to dabble in this area too. That's right. The lecherous fairy, how did you suddenly see that I belong to the right-hand fusion type? To Naruto's doubts, Jiraiya replied, it's very simple, because your hair grows counterclockwise. What if you're bald? Naruto asked this question. Jiraiya was instantly confused, because he didn't think of any obvious features to judge other than the direction of hair growth. Just when Jiraiya was embarrassed, Tokiyu said. You can tell by looking at the threads of your fingers. Open black lens bracket thread close black lens bracket. Naruto was puzzled. Simply put, whether the fingerprint pattern on your finger is left helix or right helix and the direction of hair growth is also determined by this. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya also hurriedly said. Shiyu said it well. While studying the thread in his hand, Naruto also muttered to himself, it seems that mine is really a right rotation fusion type. The lecherous fairy, what should I do now? It's easy. As long as you let the chakra spin to the right and flow. Jiraiya smiled. Oh, I see. Naruto nodded and started his journey of cultivation again. However, it is difficult for people who are habitually right-handed to control the flow of chakra to the left, and it is undoubtedly a long process to overcome this difficulty. Seeing Naruto still acting recklessly, Shiyu suggested. Naruto, you may not be used to it at first. You can try to help with the other hand, and it may have unexpected results. This is Shiyu's experience of rolling pills. Since you can't rub it with one hand, use two hands. Two-pronged approach, multiplier effect. With the other hand. Naruto said in surprise. Seeing Shiyu nodding, Naruto also tried to. 200 however, the result has not changed. Because he uses his left hand to control the chakra all to the left, which is a habitual way and is difficult to change. Shiyu, this method doesn't work at all. Oh, I said you can't be flexible. Shiyu let out a helpless sigh and continued. Of course, the left hand is habitually turned to the left, can you switch left and right? Left and right, change. Naruto murmured, and then shouted, yes, why didn't I think of it? Naruto, who had finished speaking, no longer hesitated, and began to practice again. And this time, the effect was extraordinary. For 3 attempts, he was finally able to water polo. Broken. For this result, Naruto was also extremely excited, looking like he was dancing. Success. Lustful immortal, Shiyu. You guys, I succeeded. This result was completely expected by Tokiyu, because no matter how stupid people are using this method, they can succeed. When Jiraiya saw this, he was also stunned. He was stunned that Naruto really broke the water polo, but what was even more stunned was that he did not expect Shiyu to come up with such a method. Although it wasn't done with one hand, I finally managed to overcome this first step. Okay, it's getting late. Today's practice is here first, and tomorrow I will teach you the next stage of practice. Please download Feifei. Chapter 110 Inches The Big Fat Sheep, Tsunadiheim. The next day. Still the familiar grove, Naruto started the second stage of practice. The lecherous fairy, hurry up and start teaching me the next stage of contact. This, Jiraiya took out a ball from a bag and threw it to Naruto. Naruto, who caught the ball, was speechless. What are you doing? Yesterday was a water polo, today is a leather ball. Regarding Naruto's complaint, Jiraiya said, "Your training content today is to break the 5, this ball." "What? It's made of rubber, how could it be possible?" Just as Naruto's questioning voice fell, Jiraiya took out another ball and then that ball was squeezed into nothingness directly in Naruto's eyes. Bang! There was no accident, it turned into a pile of invisible powder. "Nothing is impossible." Jiraiya drank lightly, and then said, "This ball is 100 times harder than a water polo. The purpose is to exercise your strength, the power of rotation. If you don't have this kind of power, what you gather is nothing more than a simple chakra ball, which has no power at all." Hearing what Jiraiya said, Naruto could only do as he did. So he started a new day of training. As for Shiyu, he went with Jiraiya to find out the news of open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, as long as Naruto is alone. That night, Naruto didn't blow up the ball, but it wasn't for nothing, he thickened the ball a hole. Today, he was tired and fell down and fell asleep. The next day, Naruto, who woke up, immediately asked Shiyu for advice. He felt that Shiyu might have a way to make him master quickly. "Shiyu, is there any trick to this spinning power?" "No." Shiyu replied very bluntly, and then said, "This can only be done by your own efforts. If you feel that there are shortcuts to everything, then it will be difficult for you to make progress, and some things can only be explored by yourself." I get it." Naruto, who was speaking, had a high-spirited look, ready to continue his practice yesterday. Just when he was about to leave, Shiyu stopped him. "Wait. Is there anything else? Although there are no shortcuts to this process, I can give you a hint." "What is?" The Naruto in the conversation was excited. "When you are practicing, you can draw a spiral pattern on the palm of your hand, and then concentrate on gathering strength to the middle point. In this way, you can better compress the force on one. When this power is released, it is extremely powerful." After hearing Shiyu's words again, Naruto didn't know if this method would work. But he believed that Shiyu would definitely not lie to him. So after breakfast, he immediately practiced according to Shiyu's method. As for Shiyu, he still went with open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket to inquire about the news. And today, they finally got something. The two learn about the whereabouts of Tsunade in the casino, who now lives in this other town. Wuyuan Town, Short Book Street. Although we know the whereabouts of Tsunade, Jiraiya and the others still have to travel a short distance from here. The lecherous fairy, when are we leaving? Now that you know her Tsunade's location, don't worry, there are so many casinos in Wuyuan Town, she won't leave for a while. Jiraiya answered Tokiwaichi. Immediately, let's go and see how that guy Naruto is doing. I think he should be able to finish the second stage of training today. Oh, you have such confidence in him. Jiraiya was slightly taken aback between the words, because Tokiyu's words never seemed to be missed. Because of this, Jiraiya can't wait to witness the result. After half an hour, when Yu and Jiraiya came to the familiar grove, they found that Naruto fell to the ground because he was exhausted from training. But Jiraiya was stunned to find that there was still a pile of debris left over where Naruto's palm landed. Seeing this, he knew that Naruto had successfully blown the ball. This result made him very happy, but at the same time, he was also very shocked, because he was told by Shiyu again. Originally, he really thought it was Shiyu guessing, but when he saw the spiral pattern in Naruto's palm, he finally understood. However, he didn't say that he broke the 5. He just took a deep look at Shiyu, and liked the latter more and more. Naruto slowly opened his eyes after a rest. The lustful fairy, you are here. Look, I've broken the ball. Teach me the third stage of practice now. Take a good rest, tomorrow we will set off to find Tsunade, and then I will tell you about the third stage of training. Jiraiya rode. Good. That night, Naruto thanked Shiyu for his guidance, and the worship of Shiyu in his heart has reached a height that can be looked up to. The next day, The three of them had packed their bags. Jiraiya said, "Let's go." Wuyuan Town, Short Book Street. Tokyo and Naruto are used to Jiraiya's shouting childishness. The lecherous fairy, is it true that you said last night that you can practice while walking in the third stage? Of course. The middle of the conversation, Jiraiya took out a balloon from her body and put it in her palm. The weird thing is that the balloon was suspended in Jiraiya's hand without any focus, and kept spinning. See clearly, this is the third stage of practice. The lecherous fairy. Can you put it simply? I don't quite understand it. Naruto scratched his head between the words. The first stage is rotation, the second stage is power, and the third stage is consolidation. As the name implies, it is to maintain the power of rotation within a range. And this range is the balloon in my hand. When he finished speaking, Jiraiya was Naruto who briefly explained the third stage of practice. Simply put, it is to condense chakra in a balloon without causing the balloon to explode. In short, when you can perfectly control a chakra ball that has both spin and power, then this ninjutsu has been completely learned. After introducing Naruto, Jiraiya also threw a bunch of balloons to Naruto and let him practice slowly. Three of them have also come to this point and embarked on a journey again. Right, and Jiraiya doesn't know yet. Now, in addition to the three of them who are looking for Tsunade, there are two others who are already looking for the latter. These two people are open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket close black lens bracket. Their purpose of looking for open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket is very simple. It is to let the latter heal open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket s hands. Pair were death. Cut off the soul. Hands. Chapter 111 Orochimaru vs Tsunade Heim. A few days later, Shiyu and the three of them finally arrived at Wuyuan Town, and then they went straight to Short Book Street without any unnecessary nonsense. Soon, the trio three entered the open black lens bracket Short Book Street close black lens bracket. According to Jiraiya's understanding of open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, their goal is naturally the casino. Jiraiya directly took Tsunade's photo and asked in the casino, while Tokyo took Naruto to play in the casino. There are quite a lot of gambling machines here. No wonder open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket is haunting this place. Surprised to Shiyu was that Naruto wasn't very talented in cultivation, but his luck in gambling was unbelievable. Just one game coin, he has made a lot of money. Especially Jiraiya, he can be said to be envious. His Tenten is not a girl, he is called a young lady, although life is quite good, but these are all money consumption. If he has such gambling luck as Naruto, why don't he have money to find a girl? This casino didn't find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket. The three of Shiyu must go to the next casino to see. And not long after they stepped out of this casino, they were attracted by the shocking movement in the distance. Boom! With a loud noise, Shiyu and the others saw that the house in the distance was crushed by something. This movement made the local residents flee one after another. Moreover, their expressions were terrified, as if they had seen some monster. Seeing this, 20 Shiyu has already guessed the reason. If there is no accident, it should be that open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket found open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, and the two sides are currently fighting. Sure enough. Everything was as Shiyu had guessed, and under Jiraiya's inquiry, he learned that a huge python appeared in front of him. It's where the house collapsed just now. Come on, let's go and see. Hearing Jiraiya's words, the three of them hurried to the place where the incident happened. On the road, Naruto, who couldn't hide his doubts, asked directly, the lecherous immortal. We're here to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, what are you doing over there? To Naruto's doubts, Tokyo said, because Tsunade is likely to be there. Why? Because of the big snake in the mouth of the residents just now. Big snake. Naruto murmured, then looked at Jiraiya, and asked, the lecherous fairy, does Tsunade like to eat snakes besides gambling? No. That's because she likes to maintain peace and is a ninja who saves the suffering. Neither. Well, that's not. So how did you know she'd be there? Naruto between the words was extremely depressed. Because that snake is likely to be summoned by Orochimaru. This has nothing to do with open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. At this time, Naruto became more and more puzzled. With his IQ, he obviously couldn't figure out the key. To this, Shiyu also asked, Naruto, why are you looking for Tsunade? Find her as 5-Dame Hokage. What else? Well, and she is the legendary one of Sannin, a medical expert. Let's ask her for treatment. Sasuke and Kakashi, sensei. So, open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket who do you go to if you want to heal your crippled hands? Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto finally came to a realization. And open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also admires Shiyu more and more, as if nothing in this world can hide from him. At the same time, the house collapsed, open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shizune close black lens bracket are facing open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket. 2 people. And the collapse of the wall just now was caused by the strange power of open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket. As for the so-called big snake in the villagers' mouths, the psychic beast summoned by open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. But at the moment, the attitude of the 2 sides is arguing with swords, and there is a kind of, if a word disagrees, they will fight. However, Orochimaru learned that open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket uses fear of blood. This weakness alleviates the situation. Immediately, he proposed the purpose of this trip, or a deal. That is, Tsunade to help him heal his hands, and he used impure world reincarnation to destroy Tsunade's lover Kato Dan and her younger brother. Open black lens bracket Senju Nawaki close black lens bracket resurrection. Open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket seeing open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket struggling. I think it's more interesting than trading. So, he gave the latter a week to consider. But when you and the others arrived, they were in vain. At this time, there was neither Tsunade nor Orochimaru, even the big snake, in the villagers' mouths. It also disappeared without a trace. Apparently, they came a step late. Eyes retracted from all around, Jiraiya also muttered to himself, looks like I didn't catch up. Naruto glanced at the battle marks around him and guessed, the lecherous fairy, will Tsunade be captured by Orochimaru? No. Hearing Shiyu's answer, Naruto asked again, why? Open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket although he is famous in the ninja world for open black lens bracket medical skills close black lens bracket, to be one of the Sannin, he should have a strong ability. Also, the Orochimaru hands are now useless. His strength, who can't hand seal, is greatly reduced. It's easier said than done to capture Tsunade, who is also one of the Sannin. Shiyu said it well. Jiraiya agrees with Shiyu's opinion, he thinks the latter's analysis is very thorough. Hearing Tokiha and Jiraiya's words, Naruto also said. That means, open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket is still here in open black lens bracket short book street close black lens bracket. Seeing Shiyu, the analysis emperor, nodding, Naruto immediately said. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and find someone. Naruto really wants to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket quickly, and then take the ladder back to Konoha to ask for Sasuke, Kakashi and Little Lee and others. Naruto knows that this short book street is not very big, so they should be able to find the ladder soon. Naruto, searching aimlessly like you is just a waste of time. Shiyu, is there a better way? Of course. Shiyu nodded and said at any time, Since the two sides have not reached an agreement, then Tsunade should not be in a bad mood right now. Shiyu looked at Jiraiya and continued, the lecherous immortal, as one of Sannin, you should know more about Tsunade. Where do the latter usually go when they encounter unhappy or unpleasant things? Jiraiya rubbed her chin, and after a brief contemplation, 2 words slowly came out of her mouth. Pub. After having a target, Shiyu and the others' range was greatly reduced. Sure enough. In less than an hour, Tokiyu and the others found open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket in a pub called open black lens bracket by La Izakaya close black lens bracket. The moment of seeing open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, Jiraiya had to obey Tokiyu's wisdom. He didn't expect that Shiyu could even calculate such a thing. This is simply, the heifer is standing upside down, so awesome. Please download Feifei. Chapter 112 Yellow Flash. Short Book Street, in Bale Izakaya. Tsunade. With the sound of open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket, it immediately attracted the attention of open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shizune close black lens bracket. The moment of seeing open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, S expression was also startled, and there was a hint of surprise in his tone. Jiraiya. How did you come here? Obviously, she didn't expect the latter to come out here. And Naruto was dumbfounded the moment he saw open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, because as far as he knew, the latter should be the same generation as open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket. Other words, the current open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket should be 50 years old. But the woman who appeared in front of him now looked like she was in her teens and 20s, which was completely different from what Naruto imagined. Because of this, an idea could not help but arise in his mind. That woman doesn't look 50 years old, she must be a lecherous immortal deceived. Open black lens bracket Shizune close black lens bracket. She was also startled when she saw open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket. She also did not expect to meet the other 2 open black lens bracket Sannin close black lens bracket in the legend in one day. Seeing open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket 3 people approaching each other, open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket took a sip of wine and said immediately. What day is today? I can always meet acquaintances. This, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also said directly. It's open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. You guessed it. What's the matter with him? Of open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket in the words is a little dignified. The open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket who killed open black lens bracket 3 Hokage close black lens bracket, he naturally did not want open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket to agree to the latter's request. Although they were once companions, the latter now has betrayed Konoha and their friendship. Nothing. It's just a face-to-face. Open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket did not inform open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket of the deal proposed by open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket because she was still thinking. Immediately after, open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket glanced at Jiraiya and asked. Tell me, what are you doing with me? Then I'm no longer in the Kabuto circle. Jiraiya responded, and then said, Tsunade, the village wants you to come to 5th Hokage. When Jiraiya said this, Yuhi's face didn't beat, as if the truth was really what he said. But it's not. It was obviously someone else recommended him to be the 5th generation Hokage, and he refused, so Tsunade was moved out. For his own freedom, he also took the initiative to ask Ying to come to Tsunade. This is the current scene. Hearing this, Tsunade and Shizune were both startled. But it was also because of Jiraiya's words that the two of them made sure of one thing. That is what Orochimaru said before, he really killed open black lens bracket 3 generations of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen close black lens bracket. Tsunade didn't cut corners on this either. Orochimaru did it, he told me. Hearing Tsunade's words, before Jiraiya could answer, Naruto was the first to say, "What is Orochimaru really?" Tsunade's words undoubtedly proved Tokiha's previous speculation that he was the one who met Tsunade an hour ago. Hearing this, Tsunade finally noticed the existence of Naruto and Tokiyu, glanced at Naruto, and asked, "Who is this kid?" "His name is Uzumaki Naruto." The feeling of getting the answer was startled, and a sentence flashed in my heart. As the person of Kyuubi, Nine-Tails Demon Fox Jinchuriki Column Power. But Naruto at the moment is dissatisfied. Although he knows that Tsunade is one of the legendary Sannin, he really doesn't think the latter has the qualifications to serve as the 5th generation Hokage. Because in his eyes, open black lens bracket Hokage close black lens bracket this position is sacred and inviolable. What are you doing? She's qualified to be 5th Hokage, just like her. However, as soon as Naruto's voice fell, he was scolded by Jiraiya. "Naruto, shut up for me." Others might not know why Tsunade became like this, but he couldn't possibly not. After scolding Naruto, Jiraiya asked directly. "I just want to know what Tsunade means, whether you want or not." After a brief period of thought, Tsunade still couldn't get out of the shadows of Kato Dan and Senju Naoki's death. Immediately, 3 words were suddenly spit out from her mouth. "I refuse." This result was beyond everyone's expectations, except Shiyu. "Your tone reminds me of the way you answered me when I wanted to make friends with you." "Make friends? Are you sure you're not a girlfriend?" Soon as Naruto's voice fell, Jiraiya gave him a chestnut on his head. Bang dang. When adults speak, children don't interrupt. However, Naruto did not shut up because of this, but said, "What the hell is going on with this woman? Hokage, how many people dream of this position, but we let her be, and she still doesn't do it." In Naruto's view, this is a desecration of the position of Hokage. Because his dream is to become Hokage, a hero like 4th generation. "Naruto, don't get excited." Seeing Naruto's angry face, Jiraiya dissuaded him and said, "To be honest, Tsunade is the perfect candidate for 5th Hokage. You may not know anything about her past." Jiraiya gave Naruto a little science about Tsunade's past, the most outstanding medical ninja, the hero who brought down the war, the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Also, this matter is decided by Konoha executives. Also, we're still waiting for her to treat Kakashi, Sasuke and others. Emil, bragging, finally stabilized Naruto's emotions. Hearing Jiraiya's words to appease Naruto, Tsunade's mouth couldn't help but let out a sneer. Hee. Jiraiya, this kid is far worse than your previous apprentice. It's not only eloquence and brains, but even the looks are not flattering. I wonder if you're old and confused. Compared with the 4th generation of Hokage, most people will be inferior. Jiraiya narrowed her eyes. But Naruto at this time was very unhappy, and immediately drank it. You say it again. Seeing Naruto a little excited, Tokiyu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Naruto, there's no need to get to know someone who has lost faith. But this sentence immediately caught the attention of Tsunade and Shizune. They weren't stupid, obviously they heard something in Shiyu's words, as if the latter knew something about Tsunade's past. Because of this, Tsunade's eyes were firmly fixed on Tokiyu. Who is this kid? His name is Takagawa Tokiha. Responding to Tsunade, Jiraiya continued, he's no ordinary kid. Oh, you mean he can compete with 4th generation? More than anything. Hearing Jiraiya's comments on Tokiyu, Tsunade was also taken aback. Because she had never seen Jiraiya speak so highly of a person in all these years, especially when compared to his most proud disciple. Not to mention she was surprised, even Shizune. Although Shizune is a student of Tsunade, she has also heard the style of 4th Hokage. The latter didn't know how many girls he was fascinated by. Even now he has passed away, but the prestige of Yellow Flash still exists, because he has been recorded in the history of the ninja world. Recognized as a strong man. But it is such an existence. Jiraiya said that Tokyo is better than him, which is not surprising. I want to see what is different about the latter, and it deserves such praise from Jiraiya. He also threatened to exceed 5 yellow flashes. Chapter 113 Broken Mountains and Rivers with One Finger. However, after Tsunade and Shizune looked at it, that there was nothing special about Shiyu except that he was a little handsome. At this moment, they all doubt whether Jiraiya is really confused. Jiraiya, are you sure you are not joking with me? Although I am old, I am not confused. Jiraiya said bluntly. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a while, then glanced at Shiyu again. Forget it, it has nothing to do with me anyway. Tsunade between the words was drinking another glass of bitter wine, not much interest in the truth or falsehood of this matter. Forget it. Jiraiya replied, and then said, I want to ask you to reconsider the 5 generations Hokage thing. Open black lens bracket Hokage close black lens bracket, hehe. Tsunade sneered and continued, look at it for yourself, the 4th Hokage who is superior to performing arts, has the most ninja talent, and has the most ninja talent, hasn't lived for a long time, hasn't he? It's stupid to risk your life for the sake of the village. Even the grandfather who calmed down the war and the 2nd generation Hokage didn't end up regretting the village. 2200. As for Tsunade's remarks, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket is also a little hard to listen to. Tsunade, you've changed. I don't care what's on your mind, but how can you say such a thing? Humph. Tsunade snorted coldly, and then said, I'm in my 50s too, time will change a person. And Mr. Sarutobi. What can you do when you're old, isn't this courting death? Open black lens bracket Hokage close black lens bracket nothing at all, only a fool would be. At this time, Tsunade was undoubtedly intoxicated and drunk. But when Shiyu heard Tsunade's words, he sneered in his heart, big fat sheep, when you were really fragrant. Jiraiya and Tokyo could calm down after hearing the words, but Naruto couldn't help it. Not to mention that 4th Hokage is his most admired hero, just 3 Hokage is good for taking care of him. These 2 people, he does not allow others to insult. Boom. At this moment, Naruto jumped directly onto the table and wanted to fight Tsunade. But he was stopped by Jiraiya. Naruto, this is a tavern, don't mess around here. No, I don't care. Naruto shook off Jiraiya's big hand, pointed at Tsunade and said, HMPH, you actually laughed at Grandpa Hokage and 4th Hokage in front of my face. Even if you're a woman, I'll follow it. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade also became angry. He stepped on the table, shook 2 big mountains, and said, little devil, are you brave? Dare to talk to me like that? If you want to fight, do you want to come out with me? Regarding Tsunade's provocation, Naruto in his current state had no hesitation at all, and agreed immediately. On his current mood, it is estimated that 10 cows won't be able to pull it back. Jiraiya can only let the 2 make a fool of himself when he sees this. But looking at the 2 people striding out, Shiyu said, lesbian immortal, don't be so pessimistic. Maybe Naruto makes such a fuss and things will turn around. Is it possible? Jiraiya replied helplessly, but she also had such a naive thought in her heart. At this time, the 2 sides were already in their positions, standing at a distance of more than 10 meters. Seeing Naruto's desperate look, Tsunade said with disdain. Little devil. As one of Sannin, how could I bully you? What did you say? The ringer exclaimed in surprise. Well, I'm just a finger. Stop kidding. Naruto finally couldn't bear it any longer, he took out his kunai without any extra waste and rushed towards Tsunade. However, in the face of Naruto's attack on Tsunade, he was unmoved. When Naruto rushed in front of Tsunade, he raised his hand slightly, which easily diffused Naruto's attack. Moreover, he also took the opportunity to win the shuriken from Naruto. Tsunade, who is Sannin, is naturally not capable of physical skills. Touch. With a flick of his finger, Naruto flew out like a cannonball at a glance. Boom. There was no accident, it just fell down with all 4 feet in the sky. Naruto, who stood up, rubbed his forehead and cursed. Bastard, you actually hit me in the head. Little devil. Before you stay awake, let me ask you one more question, why do you care so much about the name Hokage? Tsunade questioned. I'm not like you, be sure to inherit the open black lens bracket name of Hokage close black lens bracket. Because it's my dream to be Hokage. Hearing this, Tsunade was taken aback for a moment. Because he saw the shadows of 2 people from Naruto at this time, and this sentence was also revealed from their mouths. Seeing Tsunade stunned, Naruto directly seized the gap and used his strongest move. Be precise, it is an incomplete move. The hands are intertwined quickly, and a Rasengan that is not very stable is also formed in his palm. Look at the trick. Seeing Naruto attacking him with open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket in hand, he felt stunned again. Apparently, she recognized this ninjutsu. However, Naruto is still too young, and with his current strength, it is no doubt that he wants to beat Tsunade. I saw Tsunade's time finger stand up, and slammed down to the ground. Boom. With a loud noise, the ground beneath my feet collapsed directly. Sense of sight. And Naruto also stumbled and fell directly to the ground because his lower body was unstable. Seeing this scene, Jiraiya had a lingering fear, as if the familiar scene was hidden in his heart. That guy Tsunade's strength is still so strong. I remember when she was beaten before, he would have to fly 180 meters at every turn. Speaking of which, Naruto is really trash. Bang! Tsunade was also slightly surprised when he saw the effect of the Rasengan in Naruto's hands. I didn't expect him to be able to use 4 generations of ninjutsu. However, at the moment, there is only this level, and there is absolutely no momentum for that move. After a while of muttering in his heart, Tsunade's eyes also turned to Jiraiya who was watching the play. Jiraiya, you taught him Rasengan, right? What's so strange about this? After all, I am his teacher too. Humph. Only you and 4th generation can do this trick. It's no wonder that this kid is always talking about Hokage. After a cold snort, Tsunade continued, how can I be a master if I teach him such a ninjutsu that he can't learn at all? I advise you, let him break this unrealistic fantasy sooner. As soon as Tsunade said these words, before Jiraiya could speak, Naruto was the first to hold back. I didn't say anything nonsense. You idiot. Give me 3 days and I'll learn. Tsunade, who heard the words, was also slightly stunned, and then sneered. Oh, he is not big, so his tone is not small. I've always been straightforward, and this is my nindao. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade said, if that's the case, let's make a bet. Bet. Yes. Tsunade nodded, then said, I'll give you a week. If you can learn this ninjutsu, I'll admit that you can become a Hokage, and give you this necklace. Speaking, Tsunade pointed to the delicate necklace on his chest. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizune couldn't sit still. Why did he say, Master Tsunade, that is your most important thing? But in Naruto's view, it is a worthless thing. HMPH, who cares? Naruto, don't say that. At this moment, even Jiraiya couldn't help but stand up. That is a unique ore in the world, and it is also the relic of the 1st generation of Lord Hokage, 0. If you sell it, you can buy 3 mountains. Hearing Jiraiya's explanation, Naruto reluctantly agreed. So powerful, that's fine. But if you lose, then your money is mine. Between the words, Tsunade raised the wallet in his hand. No doubt that it is Naruto's wallet. Moreover, there are quite a few in it, which is Naruto's previous luck in the game hall. Ah, how did my wallet get to her? Tsunade-sama, this can't be done, that thing. Before Shizune could finish his sentence, Tsunade interrupted him. There's nothing wrong, he'll definitely lose anyway. Let's go, Shizune. Voice fell, Tsunade turned around and wanted to leave. And at this moment, Shiyu, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Wait. Tsunade, who heard the words, was stunned for a while, then turned to look at Shiyu, and said, why, you little bastard wants to bet with me too. Nice. When Shiyu answered, Jiraiya and others were shocked. Please download Feifei. Chapter 114 Amazing, Bet. I said Jiraiya, what a funny kid you brought. Tsunade shattered lightly, then looked at Shiyu and said, tell me kid, what do you want to bet? We'll bet on your medical ninjutsu. Hearing what Shiyu said, everyone was stunned, they obviously didn't know what medicine Shiyu was selling in this gourd. Medical ninjutsu. Tsunade murmured. Yes. Shiyu nodded and explained, since you don't want to be the 5th generation Hokage, we naturally won't force you. But some people in Konoha need your medical ninjutsu. Everyone who heard the words finally realized that it was Shiyu's idea. In this regard, Tsunade also said, you mean I want me to teach you medical ninjutsu? It's not teaching, it's gambling. If you lose, just transcribe your medical ninjutsu into a book and give it to me. Hearing what Shiyu said, everyone was stunned. Especially Tsunade. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such self-righteousness like Shiyu. Little devil. If my medical ninjutsu hadn't been taught by my hands, few people in this world would be able to learn the essence of 18. Quote. As for Tsunade's words, Shiyu didn't take it to heart at all. Because with his 100 times talent, as long as Tsunade dictated his medical ninjutsu into a book, he would naturally be able to learn the essence. Even to a higher level. That's why you don't have to worry about it, you just have to bet or not. What a fun kid. Tsunade shattered lightly, and then said, what if I win? The conditions are up to you. So confident. Because I can't lose. Confident words, Tsunade was also slightly taken aback. Because she had encountered an opponent, Shiyu undoubtedly applied what she just said. That's good. My conditions are the same as before, just bet all the money on you, you have a problem. No. After seeing Shiyu's agreement, Tsunade also said, the bet is negotiated, but what is the bet? Don't worry, I won't take advantage of you. Shiyu responded with a sound, and immediately said, the bet is, I will make Naruto master Rasengan within a day. When Shiyu said these words, everyone took a deep breath. Especially Jiraiya, it took him 3 days to completely master open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. Although Naruto has now completed the first 2 stages of practice, this third step is undoubtedly the most difficult. If you don't have enough talent, you have to spend more time. Moreover, some people may not be able to master a ninjutsu even if they spend more time. Tsunade thought that Tokiyu was going crazy, or that his head was caught in the door when he came out. Otherwise, how could it be possible to say this? Before Jiraiya could question, Shiyu said again. Princess Tsunade, I'll ask you. Do you dare to take this bet? Words, Tsunade finally recovered from his daze. Seeing Shiyu's confident expression, she was a little empty for a while. But when he thought about the difficulty of Rasengan, he once felt that Shiyu was bluffing him, because the latter's loss was only some money at most. But if she is cowardly, it will be laughable and generous. Especially if she is cowardly with this basically sure win bet, then she has been in the casino for more than 10 years in vain. Besides, take 10,000 steps back. Even if she really lose, I don't care that it's just a model of some medical ninjutsu, it's not a big deal. After some thought, Tsunade agreed directly. You are such a brat, how dare I, Tsunade, be cowardly. I agree to this bet. Seeing Tsunade agree, Shiyu was also overjoyed, his first goal was obviously achieved. There are only systematic tasks, and he has methods. In short, this, big fat sheep. There is no way to escape his Wujishin. Okay, then we'll see you the day after tomorrow. Seeing that the bet was established, Jiraiya finally couldn't help but ask. Shiyu, are you kidding me? Let Naruto master open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket in one day, because if there is such a method, Naruto will not be unable to master open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket by now. Lady Fairy, don't worry. Naruto has already learned the basics of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket, and the only difference is how to maintain stability. Of course I know that. Jiraiya responded with a sound, and then said, but this last step is the hardest. Even if it was me, it took a whole day and a half. It took Jiraiya 3 days to learn Rasengan. He learned the first stage in the first half day, and mastered the second stage in 1 day, but it took him a full day and a half for the third stage. Seeing that this last step is difficult, although it has been a few days for Naruto to cultivate this third stage, it is still unable to maintain that degree. Moreover, other people can only know a little about this cultivation, and in the end, it is still you who rely on yourself. Only after you find a training method that suits you can you become a complete master. But Jiraiya never imagined that Shiyu knew exactly what method was suitable for Naruto. If not, how could Shiyu boast about this haiku? He is not stupid. At this moment, even Naruto couldn't contain his excitement, and hurriedly asked, Shiyu, you really can make me one day. Uchi master open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. When did I lie to you? After getting Shiyu's departure, Naruto was extremely excited, and the whole person jumped up in excitement. 200 is not his blind faith in Shiyu, but Shiyu has brought him too many miracles. Let him have enough reasons to believe the latter's words. Because so far, as long as Shiyu said and promised, every one of them has been fulfilled one by one. Seeing Shiyu so confident, Jiraiya didn't say anything. Anyway, this bet isn't a big deal, he just took it as Tokiyu's bragging to vent his anger on Naruto's behalf. There are Tsunade and Shizune who have the same idea as him. After the 2 bets are settled, Jiraiya said to Shizune. Shizune, please take the 2 of them to rest first. Needless to say, Jiraiya clearly wanted to talk to Tsunade alone. Immediately after. And Naruto went with Shizune, and the place they went to was the hotel where Tsunade stayed. After settling Tokiha and Naruto, Shizune came to Toki's room. Adieu, he slammed the door behind him. Pop. With the sound of this sound, it seemed that something bad was about to happen. Night, looking at Shizune's face alone, Shiyu had already guessed what the latter wanted to do. Sister Shizune. If you want to do this, I'm not such a casual person. Chapter 115 The Curse of the Original Necklace. I'm not such a casual person. Shizune, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and when she came back to her senses, her pretty face suddenly turned Yuhi, and she shouted coquettishly. What are you thinking about? You ran to my room in the middle of the night and closed the door. What do you think I can think of? Shiyu continued to pretend to be garlic. Do you think I'm like that? How do I know this, but I know I'm handsome. Hearing Shiyu's shameless words, Shizune was so angry that he didn't know what to say. The 2 small peaks also swayed slightly. Although they are not as majestic as Tsunade, they are still a bit predictable. It is worthy of being the big fat sheep. Students. Whoosh. After taking a deep breath, Shizune said straight to the point. In order to avoid your misunderstanding, I won't beat around the bush. I don't want you to misunderstand Tsunade-sama. In fact, she is not that kind of person. You don't know her at all. She used to be kind and love the village very much. But since going through that incident, she has changed, and she has become, now so confused. What does this have to do with me? Shiyu wrote. Because that necklace is the only thing I remember for Tsunade-sama. It is a necklace full of memories. Lord Tsunade is more important than his life. I don't want it to fall into the hands of others, even if it's only 1 in a billion. Obviously, the reason why Shizune asked Shiyu to say these words was undoubtedly because of the bet just now. If it's just a bet between Tokyo and Tsunade, that's fine. But the bet between them is directly related to the bet between Tsunade and Naruto. Once Tokyo does it, it also means Naruto. People also win the bet. Before, Shiyu made a bet with confidence, which made her very worried. Although it was almost impossible to accomplish, she still had to prepare both hands just in case. She hoped that if Shiyu really did it and won the bet, she hoped that they would not need the necklace. This is her, knocking on the door in the middle of the night. The reason. This is the bet she made with Naruto by Tsunade herself, and it has a half-cent relationship with me. Shiyu said lazily. Shiyu, you don't know anything. Shizune gave a reply and said at any time, that's not an ordinary necklace, it's an unknown necklace, a limit that has been cursed. I only agree with Tsunade-sama. Everyone else will die if they take it. Too impressed by Shizune's words, and went straight to the point. I guess you're going to tell me the story of open black lens bracket Kato Dan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Senju Nawaki close black lens bracket next. Shizune, who heard the words, was slightly taken aback, and then asked. You know about it. Though these things are a bit old, they are not classified matters. I used to be very interested in Sanin, so I did some in-depth investigations. Shiyu started talking nonsense again, but Shizune could only choose to believe it. Because, as Tokiyu said, this matter is not a secret in Konoha, and it is natural to be able to inquire about it. Now that you know it all, please think about my suggestion carefully. Your partner has suffered an innocent disaster. The words fell. Shizune left Yuhi with his eyes narrowed. In this regard, Shiyu's expression remained. Since everything is in his master, he knew Akatsuki's purpose for Shizune. If it wasn't for the latter's kind reminder, Shiyu obviously wouldn't have said so much nonsense to her. The so-called kind reminder refers to the necklace. Although the necklace was given to Tsunade in the first generation, she once gave it to 2 people with her own hands. One is his own brother. Hand Nawaki close black lens bracket. One is his lover open black lens bracket Kato Dan close black lens bracket, but the 2 passed away after receiving the necklace from her. So, she has been brooding. That's why she left Konoha, because she didn't want to see her companions die one by one and she couldn't do anything about it. This is how she began to fear blood. The reason. This is undoubtedly a medical ninja. The sadness. And Shizune also classified the necklace as an unknown chain. It will only stay on Tsunade without any accident. But Shizune's so-called curse will obviously not happen to Naruto. Because in addition to Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Naruto now has such an open. The boss. The next day. Naruto got up early in the morning and directly pulled Shiyu up from his sleep. Obviously, he can't wait. If Shiyu said he had enough time, I'm afraid he wanted to practice last night. Immediately after. Under Shiyu's suggestion, the 2 of them came to the breakfast area first, and then ate slowly. When Shizune saw the 2 of them being so lazy and thinking about having breakfast here leisurely, they felt that their worries were unnecessary. I felt that there was absolutely no need for me to say that to Shiyu last night. After a while, the 2 finally came to the outside of Short Book Street, an empty place that was usually almost empty. Shiyu, can you teach me now? That's it. Shiyu responded with a sound, then said, because you are a right-hand fusion type, it is really difficult to complete the 3 steps at once. Quote. Some time ago I asked you to practice with 2 hands, and you quickly pass the first 2 stages of training. And Rasengan has 3 steps. You are now controlling the flow of chakra with one hand, and the other hand is strengthening the rotation, but there is still one hand to maintain this state. Hearing what Shiyu said, Naruto felt quite reasonable. But the question is, Shiyu, but I only have 2 hands. If you say you're stupid, you still don't believe it. Shiyu taught Naruto a lesson, and then said, did you learn the shadow clone technique in vain? Naruto, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and suddenly realized. Why didn't I think of that? Shiyu, you are still smart. Hearing this, Shiyu said lightly, aren't you talking nonsense? Hee hee. What a smirk, don't hurry up and practice. Oh. Naruto nodded and immediately began to practice. The effect was not significant at first, but after he tried it a few times, there were signs of it. At this speed, I believe it won't take long for him to become a master. And Naruto's achievement, fruit is inseparable from his hard work on the 3rd stage along the way. Otherwise, Shiyu would not dare to promise to teach the latter in one day. All I can say is that this is all under Shiyu's control. The purpose is to successfully reach a bet with Tsunade. After seeing that Naruto's training was fine for a while, Tokiyu returned to the hotel after explaining it. Seeing Shiyu's return, Tsunade, Jiraiya and Shizune all looked puzzled. They originally wanted to see what method Tokiyu had to get Naruto to learn the rite of Rasengan in one day, but what they didn't expect was that Tokiyu came back less than an hour after going out. At this moment, the 3 of them couldn't help but have an idea in their hearts. That is, Shiyu should have been bragging last night. But unfortunately, the facts will definitely give them a slap in the face. Please download Feifei. Chapter 116, a very advanced, physical technique. Staring at Tokiwa for a long time, Jiraiya was the first to break the silence. Shiyu, aren't you trying to help Naruto practice? Why did you come back alone? I have taught him the method, and I believe it won't take long for him to learn it thoroughly. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya and the others were full of curiosity, but their eyes were filled with suspicion. Not that they don't believe in Shiyu, but that this matter is almost impossible to accomplish. But they didn't believe it or didn't believe it. Seeing Shiyu's confident appearance, their hearts were naturally incomparably curious. How could Naruto master Rasengan, such a peak ninjutsu, in one day? The lecherous fairy, Grandma Tsunade, and Miss Shizune. If there's nothing else, I'll go to catch up on sleep first. It's too early to get up in the morning. Words fell, Shiyu headed upstairs under the astonished gazes of the 3 of them. When he disappeared from their sight, Shiyu didn't forget to say something. That's right. If you're curious, you can also go and see Naruto practice, I don't mind. Immediately after, Shiyu completely disappeared from the sight of the 3 of them, and after a while, they came back to their senses. Tsunade-sama, Tokiyu can't really do it, right? Between the words, Shizune's heart became more worried, apparently because of the confident look on Shiyu's face just now. I was extremely skeptical at first, but now I'm starting to believe a little bit. Tsunade, maybe you really will lose. Hearing Jiraiya 200, Tsunade pondered for a moment, then said. Impossible. This kind of thing is absolutely impossible. Voice fell, and Tsunade walked directly outside the hotel. Obviously, she couldn't stop the curiosity in her heart and wanted to see what kind of cultivation method Shiyu had given to Naruto. Seeing Tsunade leave, Jiraiya and Shizune looked at each other and followed closely. Undoubtedly, they are also very curious. Then, they have no idea that they and others have fallen into Shiyu's trap. In front of the 2nd floor window. Shiyu looked at the 3 people who were gradually moving away, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Hey, just enjoy it slowly. Muttering to himself, Shiyu also got into the bed. He was indeed a little sleepy, and was woken up by that guy Naruto early in the morning, disturbing his sweet dreams. And while Tokiyu fell asleep, Tsunade and the three had already arrived at the training ground where Naruto was. But at this moment, all three of them were dumbfounded. Because they didn't understand Naruto's cultivation method at all, especially those movements, they looked so embarrassing. Moreover, there is no chakra flow on the body. And the so-called practice of Naruto at this time is exactly one of the youth stunts that Tokyo taught him before he left. Open black lens bracket eagle takes off close black lens bracket. Put it simply, it is radio gymnastics! Exclamation mark. Because Naruto is relatively stupid, Tokyo asked him to separate shadow clone in order to shorten the time. Each person teaches a paragraph, and when the clone disappears, the memory will return to the original body. This is one of the magic uses of shadow clone. Although Naruto's movements are a bit jerky, he has been able to complete the entire set of eagle takeoff. Seeing this, Tsunade finally couldn't bear it any longer. Jiraiya, this taiju belongs to both of you. I don't have it. Hearing Jiraiya's denial, Tsunade was even more strange. Doubtfully, he said, you didn't teach it. This profound physical technique was researched by them. In other words, Shiyu developed it alone. Deep. Jiraiya murmured, looking at Naruto's embarrassing movements, and couldn't help asking, Tsunade, do you think this is a taiju? Also, very deep. Even you and I can't see the way out, it's naturally profound. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya also felt quite reasonable. After all, the previous Yu's swearing appearance doesn't look like he's lying at all. Master Tsunade, is there any connection between this taiju and Naruto's Rasengan study? Shizune asked. I haven't thought of that yet. After Tsunade's voice fell, the three of them stopped talking, silently watching Naruto perform radio gymnastics over and over again. That's what they call advanced body art! Exclamation mark. But they never imagined that it was Shiyu's deliberate trick, because Shiyu had already guessed that the three of them would definitely come back to peep at his teaching method. So, he made preparations in advance. He told Naruto to do this set of radio gymnastics first in the morning. The practice session, the formal practice, will begin in the afternoon. It is said that this action can make people better control chakra. Naruto has no doubts about this. So, there is this embarrassing scene now. After a long time, Tsunade 3-3 finally couldn't sit still, because they watched for so long and couldn't see one at all. In the past few hours, Naruto has not practiced anything Rasengan at all, and has been there. The young eagle takes off. They were embarrassed to see that they all committed cancer. So, they finally gave up. The three people who went home saw Shiyu having lunch, and couldn't help but lean over, and Jiraiya was the first to speak. Shiyu, are you sure your method works? Of course. Shiyu's answer made Jiraiya stunned again, looking at Shiyu with a weird look. Not only him, but also Tsunade and Shizune. Seeing the three of them like this, Shiyu knew that his plan had been completely successful. He said, I'm going to deliver lunch to Naruto, do you want to go together? Hearing Shiyu's words, the three of them shook their heads. Because they have already vomited, they are not interested in the advanced physical skills taught by Shiyu. I'm already indifferent. More annoying is that they just learned because of curiosity. Well, you can do it yourself. Words fell, and Shiyu left the hotel with a packed lunch. Tsunade Trio 3 who were leaving Tokyo, their eyes were full of doubts. Jiraiya, are you sure he can be compared to fourth generation? Jiraiya was stunned for a while, then said, this time it should be an accident. At that time, after you came to Naruto's training ground, he let the latter finish lunch and rest. Was the beginning of the real training. Jiraiya, who had just finished lunch, saw Tokyo and the three of them came back. It seemed that the latter really just went to deliver the lunch. This made the three of them even more dumbfounded. It made them more convinced that Shiyu was definitely bragging last night, but what they wondered was that since the latter was bragging, why did he always show a confident look? As if he had already won. This is where they puzzled. On this day, the three of them passed the time in doubt, and night fell. Naruto finally came back. His expression looked very tired, but his eyes were excited. No doubt that he has learned open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. This result is completely among Tokiyu's master. Gave Naruto a good night's rest, and surprised Tsunade, Jiraiya and others tomorrow. Naruto did not refuse this. Exhausted, he quickly fell asleep after eating something. Silent all night, I didn't see Dukejo. The next day, time that Tokiyu and Tsunade agreed on finally arrived, and at this time, the five of them came to Naruto's training place yesterday. Originally, the three of them thought that their testimony should be a joke, but the confidence on Tokiyu and Naruto's faces made them doubt their own ideas. At this moment, an idea flashed in the minds of the three of them at the same time. Did they really do it? Seeing the appearance of the three of them, Shiyu also said, Naruto, it's time for them to witness a miracle. Good. Naruto agreed, and then walked away slowly under the surprised gazes of the Tsunade three. Miracle or bragging, the answer will reveal Akatsuki in the next second. Chapter 117 Tsunade wants to teach by hand. Naruto looked at Tsunade and the others, and immediately stopped talking nonsense. But he made the gesture of open black lens bracket shadow clone technique close black lens bracket, but the gesture of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. Bang! With a slight sound, Naruto separated shadow clone. After this step last night, Naruto said to Tsunade, "You look good on me." Voice fell, and Naruto was not in the ink, and directly made a Rasengan condensing gesture. But this time he is not with both hands, but with one hand. Jiraiya Trio 3 is still there. When in doubt, Naruto's shadow clone stretched out his hands. Then, under their astonished eyes, a one chakra ball slowly formed. Between the numbers. A chakra ball with Rule 1 has been presented in front of everyone, and Tsunade and others also clearly saw the high-speed spinning chakra inside. Immediately after, Naruto slammed the open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket in his hand on a big tree beside the Tsunade three people in astonished eyes. Zizi. Bang. With the sound of Zizi, everyone could clearly see that the originally completely damaged tree had formed a huge spiral hole. Next second, the tree lost its strength and broke and fell. Boom. With this loud noise, the Tsunade three recovered from their astonishment. No doubt that Naruto has mastered the Rasengan ninjutsu. What they thought was almost impossible, has now miraculously happened. After some consternation, Tsunade's eyes fell on Tokiyu's body involuntarily. Because they knew that Naruto's achievements must have something to do with Shiyu. At the same time, they also knew that the three of them were tricked by Shiyu. Yesterday, the latter deliberately reminded them to watch Naruto's practice. Although they knew the answer, they were not angry. Because it's not something to be angry about, it's their own curiosity to blame. Jiraiya was quite shocked to see Naruto use his clone to complete the cohesion of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. He did not expect that Shiyu would be able to come up with such a method. The three steps were completed with three hands, which undoubtedly reduced the difficulty of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket to a minimum. This method, even he didn't think of it. Jiraiya said after a brief period of surprise. Tsunade, I didn't lie to you, I said he would definitely be able to do it. But you obviously didn't say that yesterday. What I said yesterday, I don't even remember exactly. Jiraiya started to play dumb. No way, who told him to doubt Shiyu yesterday? Bad woman, did you see it? I have learned this ninjutsu, you lose. After hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade realized that her bet with Naruto was also lost, although she was a little unwilling. But how can she be willing to admit defeat? Tsunade is not the kind of person who can't afford to lose. And the reason why she bet with Naruto with a necklace is because she sees the shadow of her brother, Senju Nawaki, in her body. The two are very similar, both in appearance and sex. And that's one of the reasons why Jiraiya brings Naruto everything. Jiraiya hopes that Naruto can awaken Tsunade's fighting spirit again and let her find her former self. Master Tsunade, that necklace is. Shizune, if you lose, you lose. Tsunade drank lightly, then took off the necklace hanging from his chest and put it on Naruto's neck. Little devil, you won. I admit that you do have the qualifications to become Hokage. Tsunade, who had finished speaking, looked at Tokyo, and after staring at the latter for a long time, he said. It seems that I really underestimate you. Maybe as Jiraiya said, you have a talent beyond the 4th Hokage but my medical ninjutsu is not so easy to learn. What can I do? There are several people in Konoha's hospital bed. What? Success or failure, you have to bite the bullet and give it a try. It's better than sitting still. Shiyu pretended to be helpless. In fact, these are all his excuses, he just wants to learn Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. Moreover, he is very interested in the Shikatsu forest, the fairyland. It is also extremely yearning. For your so much intention, I decided to teach you personally. After all, some ninjutsu can only be obtained with written knowledge. What Tsunade said is true, medical ninjutsu can be learned, but Tsunade's decades of treatment experience. Undoubtedly a huge treasure. Since the latter have all taken the initiative to propose, then don't do it in vain. Big sheep. Tsunade's hands-on teaching, absolutely no loss. You are sure. Tsunade, always do what I say, but you only have 5 days. How much you can learn depends on your ability. Others, you can read the book yourself. 5 days. Shiyu murmured, and then said, Grandma Tsunade, the time you asked for has been locked within a week from the day before yesterday to now, there must be something hidden in it. You think too much. Oh yes, Shiyu responded lightly and continued, if I guessed correctly, Orochimaru will come to you in 5 days. When Shiyu said this, both Tsunade and Shizune were stunned. Because they never thought that Shiyu would be able to think of this, it was completely unexpected to them. At this moment, they had to admit that Shiyu was always smart. Tsunade didn't deny it. It's none of your business. Wrong, this has a lot to do with us. Shiyu denied it and continued, since you already know that Orochimaru killed the 3 generations, you must also know Orochimaru's determination to destroy Konoha. And he came to you, a medical expert, for only one purpose, and that is to ask you to heal his hands. If his hands were healed, it would be a disaster for Konoha, and you're an accomplice in making it happen. Jiraiya already knew what Shiyu said, but now that Shiyu has made it clear, he also did not forget to add one more sentence. Tsunade, I don't know what deal you made with Orochimaru. But I hope you don't agree to him, because the person who betrayed Konoha is my Jiraiya's enemy. The meaning of Jiraiya's words is already obvious at this point. If Tsunade agreed, he wouldn't remember his old relationship and would kill the betrayal himself, but he obviously didn't want that to happen. After all, Tsunade was the woman she loved the most in her life. Tsunade, who heard the words, fell into deep thought, and when Shiyu saw this, he continued. Grandma Tsunade, as a medical ninja, are you willing to sacrifice the lives of 2 innocent people? When Shiyu said these words, it was undoubtedly a shocking dynamite, which made Tsunade and Shizune's hearts turn in shock. Nothing else, Shiyu already knew about the deal between them. At this moment, Shizune chose to remain silent. Seeing this, Jiraiya on the side asked. Shiyu, do you know something? According to my analysis, there is only one condition that can impress Grandma Tsunade. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, the lecherous immortal, you should remember how Orochimaru summoned the 1st Hokage and 2nd Hokage. Jiraiya, who heard the words, was stunned for a while, and said in shock, Shiyu, what do you say? If nothing else, Orochimaru used the forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, developed by second-generation Hokage, to negotiate terms with Grandma Tsunade. As for the reason, lecherous fairy, you should know better than me. As soon as Shiyu said this, Tsunade and Shizune's hearts suddenly trembled. Because there is nothing wrong with Shiyu's analysis. 5. Please download Feifei. Chapter 118 stunned Tsunade and Shizune. Looking at Tsunade and Shizune's expressions, Jiraiya was already sure that they were inseparable. Although he could understand Tsunade's thoughts, he would never allow Tsunade to save Orochimaru. Tsunade, I hope you don't make any stupid decisions. Jiraiya reminded, and then said, and for the next time, I will not let you out of my sight. Jiraiya's tone has a hint of percent warning. For this result, it is also what Shizune wants to see. I have my measure. Tsunade responded with a sound, then turned and walked away. Obviously, she knew this was something she couldn't agree to, but she couldn't let go of open black lens bracket Kato Dan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Senju Nawaki close black lens bracket. For this scene, only Naruto was stunned, because he had no idea what was going on. The next day, Shiyu officially began to learn medical ninjutsu with Tsunade, 2,200 inches. He was also ordered to monitor the latter. Tsunade and Shizune were not optimistic about Shiyu before they started studying. After all, not everyone can become a medical ninja, and the first prerequisite is to have young attribute chakra. Shiyu, release your chakra for me to see. Needless to say, Tsunade wanted to see if Shiyu had the potential to become a medical ninja. Hearing this, Shiyu didn't talk nonsense. He slammed the palm of his hand, and then a golden chakra condensed from his palm. Seeing this scene, Tsunade and Shizune were shocked at the same time. What a pure chakra! Since everyone's physical condition is different, the condensed chakra can be roughly divided into two types. Pure and evacuate. Pure means that the concentration of chakra is high. Evacuation means that the concentration of chakra is low. Because of these two kinds of surprises in chakra, the tolerance that everyone exerts, the strength of the technique will vary from person to person. At the same time, you can also see the level of chakra in a person's body. The more pure the chakra, the higher the chakra in the person's body. And vice versa. After being stunned for a while, he said immediately, Shizune, go and perceive his chakra attributes. This, Shizune nodded, and immediately placed his jade hand on top of the chakra released by Shiyu. After some perception, a look of astonishment appeared on his face. No doubt that, because of her investigation, Shiyu turned out to be the owner of multi-attribute chakra. She herself has 3 types of chakras including young attribute chakra, but she found that Shiyu has several types of chakras in addition to these 3 types of chakras. Since she doesn't have the chakras of those attributes, it is impossible to judge how many chakras Shiyu has. But what is certain is that there are at least 3 types. After being slightly shocked, Shizune also wanted to tell Master Tsunade he has young attribute chakra. Oh, is the kid lucky? Shizune, you first teach him how to control an young attribute chakra. The human body has chakras of various attributes, and before the nature transformation of master attribute chakra, it is impossible to condense chakras in a direction. Usually it is agglomerated at will. The so-called directional agglomeration is, you want to use whatever chakra you want to use to create whatever chakra, and this process must be practiced. As long as the master method is used, there will be no waste of chakra. The prerequisite for learning medical ninjutsu is to learn to control young attribute chakra and master its nature transformation. Only in this way can targeted treatment be given to the injured. From Tsunade's point of view, the question of whether Shiyu can master young attribute chakra within 5 days. Generally, the talented penultimate can be mastered in 3 days, but if the talent is average or extremely poor, it is estimated that it will take 10 days and a half months, or even longer. As for the so-called guidance teaching, it depends on whether Shiyu has this talent. If not, I can't blame her, she has already done her best. Shiyu said, Grandma Tsunade, I have already learned this. The use of Master's various attributes of chakra is simply a piece of cake for Shiyu, whose talent has been increased by 100 times. Not only does he control the young attribute chakra, he is also a master for the nature transformation of this chakra attribute. You have learned. Tsunade was surprised. Shiyu nodded, and then the color of the chakra in his hand began to change, from the previous golden color to green. Seeing this scene, the two were completely stunned. This hand undoubtedly told Tsunade and Shizune that he had mastered the change in the temperament of young attribute chakra. Only the master can transform young attribute chakra into a green chakra, with a symbol of life. As a medical expert, Tsunade has been in contact with many medical ninjas, but he has never been taught by such a monstrous teacher as Shiyu, so he directly mastered the nature transformation of young attribute chakra, simply too pervert. Why Tsunade became suspicious. Little devil, have you learned medical ninjutsu before? To Tsunade's question, Tokiyu shook his head. Could this kid really be a genius once in a century? At this moment, Tsunade and Shizune could only have this idea in their hearts, and only this possibility could explain everything in front of them. If that's the case, let's go straight to the topic. Words fell. Tsunade asked Shizune to go to the hotel to recruit a half-dead fish. Shiyu, try to heal him. Oh. Shiyu nodded and walked towards the half-dead fish. Tsunade and Shizune thought that even if Shiyu's talent was strong, it would take at least half a day to heal him. After all, the first contact with medical ninjutsu will definitely take some time to explore. However, within a few seconds of Shiyu's chakra contact, the fish jumped up and down. This scene made the two of them dumbfounded. They knew that Shiyu's talent was very pervert, but they didn't expect the latter to have pervert to such an extent. The unbelieving Tsunade asked Shizune to find a rabbit with a broken leg, but the result remained unchanged. He was cured by Shiyu in less than a few seconds. Immediately after. It's all kinds of injuries. 5 potential animals, because the situation is more serious, so it took a little longer, but none of them were able to beat Shiyu. At this moment, Shizune was finally no longer calm. Tsunade-sama, Tokiyu is too powerful. No wonder Shizune was so shocked, because in just 1 hour, Shiyu had learned everything he had learned in the previous month. Not to mention Shizune, even Tsunade, who was respected as the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, couldn't be as good as before. So peaceful. Little devil, come with me. Where are you going? Shiyu asked. Hospital. Voice fell, the three of them headed towards the nearest hospital in Short Book Street. Jiraiya and Naruto, who were watching Tsunade outside the hotel, were also puzzled when they saw this. Lustful immortals, where are Shiyu and the others going? How do I know? Voice fell, and the two also followed. Chapter 119 Practice, 100 Heroes Technique. On this day, a shocking news broke out in Wuyuan town. That's it. A medical ninja. Turned out, Short Book Street, all patients in a hospital, as long as they are not incurable patients, are all discharged in this collective. Because they were cured by a young man. Undoubtedly, this young man is Shiyu. And the residents of Wuyuan town are just shocked that there is this genius, medical ninja boy. Born out of nowhere, but they didn't know that today was Tokiyu's first exposure to medical ninjutsu. So, the most shocking is Tsunade and Jiraiya 4. They know that Shiyu's talent is very evil, but they didn't expect that the evil has reached this level. Not only is he amazing in the attainment of ninjutsu, but he is also a rare peerless genius in medical. Although it is said that Tsunade's teaching is indispensable in this, it also needs to have enough talent. Otherwise, it's all in vain. But this is only one of the shocking Tsunade and others, the second is Shiyu's amazing chakra. There is no fatigue at all. On the contrary, his spirit is abnormally excited. Anyway, Tsunade and the others have never seen such a person at this age. This is no longer a genius, this is simply a monster. It was also at this moment 26 that Tsunade and Shizune finally understood why Jiraiya said that Shiyu's talent is more evil than 4th Hokage. At the same time, they also understood why Hiyu dared to make such a bet. They knew, even if Tsunade didn't teach it. With Shiyu's talent is pervert, I'm afraid it won't be long before he can be a teacher, and there is no problem even if he is better than Blue. However, this is just the beginning. In the next few days, Tokyo will learn all the medical ninjutsu that Tsunade will know all his life. This result made Tsunade and Shizune completely bewildered. Even open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket was no exception. That moment, how lucky Jiraiya was. He was glad that he was smart and didn't give all the means to Shiyu at once. Otherwise, not only would he have no way to extract the content of The Legend of the Golden Lotus from Shiyu's mouth, he would probably not be Shiyu's opponent. However, what he could never have imagined was that he was no longer Tokyu's opponent. The reason why Tsunade gave all of his life's learning to Tokyo was because she was on top. She felt that Shiyu could not be able to do everything, but she was wrong. Although she had been teaching slowly, on the 4th day, she had nothing to teach. The only remaining means is his ultimate trump card, 100 Heroes Technique. Also known as Ninja Creation and Regeneration. However, this move is nothing but the passive of open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket. Today is the 5th day. Admit defeat, Tsunade found Tokyo again, and directly grabbed the nest. When she squatted in front of Shiyu, the distance made Shiyu really feel what is majestic and what is magnificent. Shiyu slowly stretched out his head, and Tsunade, who was close at hand, said calmly. Grandma Tsunade, you're looking for me this early in the morning. I have another trick that you will never learn. What trick? Shiyu rode. That's it. Between the words, Tsunade pointed to a blue mark on his forehead. With a confident look on his face. In her opinion, Shiyu would never be able to learn this trick. That blue mark is called the 100 Heroes Seal, which is a kind of seal condensed by sealing techniques. Name, open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket, is a woman, unique ninjutsu, created by open black lens bracket Uzumaki Mito close black lens bracket, and inherited by Tsunade. Today's ninja world, Tsunade is the only one who can master this ninjutsu. Look at the 100 Heroes seal on Tsunade's head. Shiyu naturally also guessed Tsunade's intentions. He guessed that Tsunade would definitely not be able to bear it, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. Now Shiyu already has a elementary sage body, and the creation regeneration for the 100 Heroes technique is no longer necessary. But this ninjutsu not only has the ability of creation and regeneration, but also can greatly improve one's own strength. This point, Shiyu thinks it's good. But the problem is that although the 100 Heroes technique can be practiced by both men and women, the yin seal is a woman's exclusive sealing technique. If a man wants to practice this ultimate mystery medical ninjutsu, it is necessary to develop a sealing technique suitable for men. Moreover, it should be similar to yin seal. This is undoubtedly a very difficult thing, because most of the medical ninjutsu in the ninja world, all are women. Male ninjas are warlike and rarely become medical ninjas. Exclamation mark. Unless your own talent is very defying, but there are only a handful of ninjas like this, and no such person has ever appeared in the development of the ninja world. Maybe there is, but it may be buried among ordinary people. As for the poor talent, just be an ordinary medical ninja, and it is impossible to become a top medical ninja. Not to mention the development of such a powerful sealing technique, similar to yin seal. Now, I have 100 times the blessing of the day, maybe I can give it a try. After the thought flashed through his mind, Shiyu also said. Grandma Tsunade. Before you learn this ninjutsu, can you promise me one thing first? What's the matter? Tsunade rode. If you don't step back a little, I'm afraid I'm going to suffocate. Hearing Shiyu's words, Tsunade's old face suddenly turned Yuhi. In his eyes, Shiyu was just a teenager, so she didn't think about it at all. I don't mind, you shy little brat. I'm not shy, it's just that your scale is too big, I can't bear it. Is it that exaggerated? Tsunade waited between the words, but it was this weight that hit Shiyu's face directly. It was called, cool. Possibly, indeed. Tsunade also hurriedly stood up from Tokiyu's body. At this time, Shizune, Jiraiya and others also arrived one after another, but unfortunately they missed the wonderful drama just now. Under some questioning, Jiraiya and the others also knew why Tsunade appeared in Tokiha's room early in the morning. But it was also because of this answer that both Jiraiya and Shizune were startled. Master Tsunade, that ninjutsu is not only for women. Shizune. However, before Shizune could finish speaking, Tsunade stopped him. Shizune has followed Tsunade for many years, and naturally knows that this 100 heroic art needs to be used in conjunction with yin seal. And yin seal is a sealing technique that only women can use. Exclamation mark. Seeing Tsunade's eyes, Shizune clearly understood the latter's intentions, and could only hold, dolphin. Stand quietly by the side. Jiraiya knew that Tsunade had such a ninjutsu, he did not know the conditions for learning this ninjutsu. As for Naruto, he is completely a melon eater. In his eyes, nothing can beat Shiyu. Please download Feifei. Chapter 120 Transform the Yin Seal. Shiyu got up from the bed, everyone had breakfast together. The teaching of 100 heroes is just beginning. Shiyu, this technique is the ultimate meaning of medical ninjutsu, and it is the result of my long-term research. I named it 100 Heroes Technique. In today's ninja world, only I can use it. If you can even learn this trick, then I will completely succumb to you. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shiyu still looked lazy. If I learn how to say it. If you want to learn, I will unconditionally promise you one thing. Tsunade was extremely confident in her words, because in her opinion, it was impossible for Shiyu to learn the 100 hero technique. After all, the yin seal is very important. If this crucial step cannot be solved, it is impossible to condense the 100 heroes seal. Can only be said that this bet was a dead end from the beginning. Jiraiya was heartbroken after hearing Tsunade's promise, but unfortunately the opponent of the latter's bet was not him. Unconditionally, you were sure? Of course. Tsunade affirmed, then said, however, the time limit is only 1 day. If you learn it after a day, even for more than a second, my promise is void. Hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya and the others were stunned. Tsunade herself said that this 100 heroes jutsu is the ultimate ninjutsu created by her whole life, and it is absolutely impossible to learn it easily. Even if Shiyu's talent is extremely evil, it is impossible to learn it in 1 day. Therefore, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket cannot help but say. Tsunade, your conditions are too harsh. There's nothing harsh, and I didn't ask him to promise anything. Moreover, if he learns this ninjutsu in the future, it can also become a means of saving his life. Words, Jiraiya thought for a while and felt that this is indeed the truth. It seems that this bet is profitable regardless of whether he wins or loses. However, Jiraiya didn't think about Tsunade's intention for a while, but he didn't think about it doesn't mean Shiyu didn't think of it. Shiyu knew that Tsunade had a high probability of going back to Orochimaru tomorrow, so this was undoubtedly her last gift to Shiyu. As for whether he can become a master or not, it depends on Tokiyu's own fortune. From Tsunade's point of view, with Shiyu's talent, he will definitely be able to develop a sealing technique, similar to yin seal in the future, so as to pass on her 100 heroes technique. Because she herself doesn't know what the outcome will be after tomorrow, not so much that she is arguing with Shiyu now, but that she doesn't want to let her lifelong efforts be buried with her, and even disappear from now on. This is the fundamental reason why she gave Shiyu all these days. She said it was not necessary, but her body was honest. How can you not accept this kind of business that is sure to make a profit? They accepted this bet. A flash of excitement flashed in Shiyu's heart between the words, because this bet would do him no harm at all. Contrary, his success rate is quite high. After all, he is a man with 10,000 times the talent bonus. But as for whether he can develop a sealing technique similar to yin seal in one day, Shiyu is not 100% sure. For unknown things, at least 1% of the impossible probability must be left. After Shiyu nodded, this bet is also in full swing. First of all, Tsunade explained to Shiyu the principle of the 100 Heroes technique. Secondly, she also said that the premise of using the 100 Heroes technique is to learn a sealing technique, yin seal. As for learning this sealing technique, in order to condense the seal of 100 heroes. In fact, Shiyu understands these principles. But Shiyu couldn't say it, he could only listen to it silently. Tsunade finally started teaching after finishing the brief introduction of the 100 Heroes art. And this first step is, open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket. Shiyu, what I want to teach you now is open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket, which is the key to practicing open black lens bracket 100 Heroes technique close black lens bracket. This sealing technique is different from other sealing techniques. It needs to be adjusted according to each person's physical condition. So, my method of condensing the 100 Heroes seal will definitely suit you. Tsunade knew that open black lens bracket yin seal close black lens bracket can only be used by women, so he said that on purpose. The purpose is to prevent Shiyu from getting into the horns. If Shiyu doesn't know the crux of the problem, it is impossible for him to practice this 100 Heroes technique in his lifetime. Immediately after, Tsunade also demonstrated the yin seal technique and explained some details to Shiyu. Immediately after, Shiyu immediately immersed in the understanding of yin seal, he saw if he could develop a new sealing technique. Seeing Shiyu's eyes closed, he was silent. Although he didn't know what Shiyu was doing, Tsunade was too embarrassed to interrupt him when he saw Shiyu's serious face. 5 minutes later. Of course, when Time opened his eyes again, there seemed to be a ray of golden light in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth rose slightly. If nothing else, he has successfully comprehended a sealing technique, similar to yin seal. Because of this, Shiyu secretly murmured in his heart. Expected of 10,000 times the talent, in just 1 minute, I will develop a new sealing technique. Of course, Shiyu was able to develop a sealing technique so quickly. Is inseparable from the way Tsunade told him that yin seal on the basis of a technique is completely easy for the current Shiyu. In these 5 minutes, Shiyu not only realized a new sealing technique. So simple. He has already mastered the 100 hero technique. Seeing Shiyu open his eyes, Tsunade couldn't help but ask. How about it, isn't it difficult? In Tsunade's view, Shiyu definitely failed this time. After all, he developed a new sealing technique. But overnight. There is no comparison between developing ninjutsu and learning existing ninjutsu. The latter only needs to have enough talent, but the former requires time in addition to talent. The creation of a ninjutsu needs to be divided into 3 steps: inspiration, development, perfection. Any ninjutsu development needs to go through these 3 steps, which is undoubtedly a long process. As Tsunade's voice fell, both Jiraiya and Naruto locked their eyes on Tokyo, waiting for the latter's answer. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not have any expectations. But Shiyu is different. The latter has created so many miracles for them that they can't help but hold a glimmer of hope for the almost impossible. But Tsunade and Shizune were determined because they already had the answer in their hearts. While the four of them were waiting, Shiyu's voice also sounded. It's not difficult, right? I've learned. As soon as these words came out, the scene immediately exploded. Especially Tsunade and Shizune, both of them felt like they were about to break out of their cages because of the excitement of the mountains in front of their chests. Seen at their inner mood at the moment. Because in their opinion, this is absolutely impossible. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 121-140. Chapter 121 Yang Seal. After the atmosphere was silent for a while, it was finally broken by Naruto. I'll just say, there is nothing in this world that can beat Shiyu. Naruto's words, Jiraiya couldn't help but ask, Shiyu, you really learned it? Not that Jiraiya doesn't believe Tokiha, because from Tsunade's confident face just now, this sealing technique needs to adapt to changes in his body structure. So, this is undoubtedly extremely difficult. But Shiyu completed this series of steps in only 5 minutes, which is undoubtedly astonishing. At this moment, even Tsunade couldn't help but question. Boy, are you sure you're not joking? You look like I'm joking. Tsunade was taken aback by Tokiu's answer, and after being stunned for a long time, he continued to ask. Since you said you will, then you condense the seal of 100 heroes and show it to me. Tsunade felt that it was useless to say more, and only the 100 heroes seal could prove everything. Okay. Shiyu replied indifferently, and then he was no longer talking nonsense. I saw that he didn't even have a hand seal, just a thought in his mind, and then a low drink came out of his mouth. Seal of Baihao, condense it for me. As Shiyu's voice fell, an astonishing chakra surged from Shiyu's body. Immediately afterwards, they converged towards his forehead. 2 seconds. Under the astonished gazes of the Tsunade four, Shiyu's forehead burst into a dazzling golden light, so dazzling that one could not look directly. When the golden light fades away, a golden mark. It is also in the public eye. Except for the color difference, the shape is exactly the same as the 100 heroes seal on Tsunade's forehead. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Tsunade and Shizune were completely stunned. They never thought that Shiyu would develop a sealing technique, similar to Yin seal in just 5 minutes. At this moment, everyone fell into a deep shock. Especially Tsunade and Shizune, who knew the reason. At this moment, their open lips could fit an egg. From their shock until Shiyu's voice sounded. Grandma Tsunade, now you can believe it. Tsunade, who heard the words, was stunned for a while, not knowing what to say for a while. Facts in front of her eyes, can she not believe it? After taking a deep breath and calming down the shock, Tsunade finally opened his red lips again. Shiyu, how did you do it? From Tsunade's point of view, Shiyu was able to successfully condense the seal of 100 heroes, which means that he has realized the sealing technique, suitable for men. It's very simple. I tried it when you told 100 heroes seal that you need to use Yin seal to seal La, but as you just said, this sealing technique should be used directly. It's not so much that this sealing technique is not suitable for me, it is better to say that it is not suitable for all men. So I used myself as a medium to improve. Said, Tsunade's heart sank. Shiyu didn't specify anything in his words, but it could be heard that the latter already knew that the Yin seal was only suitable for women. And Jiraiya, one of the Sannin, also heard the tricks. At this moment, Jiraiya finally knew why Tsunade dared to be so sure that Shiyu couldn't learn. It turned out to be because of this. But what he did not expect was, Shiyu is so evil, and in just 5 minutes, he can improve a sealing technique that is only suitable for women. This kind of talent is really against the sky. Although Tsunade felt that it was not authentic, he didn't say anything. After all, the latter also reminded Shiyu earlier. It is said that this Yin seal will need to be adjusted accordingly due to the different physical conditions of each person. It can be seen from this. Tsunade wasn't completely deceived. She still showed Tokyo the way. Knowing Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade also looked away embarrassedly. To avoid embarrassment, she immediately changed the subject. Shiyu, listen to you. You have realized a new sealing technique based on the yin seal. Shiyu nodded, then said, I call this improved sealing technique yang seal. Open black lens bracket yang seal close black lens bracket. Tsunade muttered, and nodded subconsciously. Woman has strong yin in her body, so it is named yin seal. Man has strong yang energy, and the name, yang seal, has the same effect. The two complement each other. Shiyu, although you understand the yang seal. But it doesn't mean you won this bet until you learn the 100-100 technique. This was undoubtedly Tsunade's last fluke, although she thought the odds were too low. But people always have dreams, especially someone like her who is addicted to gambling. However, before Tsunade handed over the hand seal method of the 100 heroes to Tokyo, the latter's answer made her instantly dumbfounded. Grandma Tsunade. I'm sorry, I've already learned this 100 hero technique. Oh. Tsunade responded lightly, but in the next second, he suddenly realized the shocking nature of the matter, and immediately shouted. What did you say you learned? Yes. Seeing Tokyo nodded, Tsunade's face was full of doubts. At this moment, it wasn't that she had doubts, even Naruto, who completely believed in Shiyu, had doubts in the eyes. Because Tsunade hasn't taught him anything yet, so you say you know it. It's too unbelievable. At this moment, Shizune, who had been silent for a long time, said, Shizune, are you kidding us? As a student of Tsunade, she naturally knew the difficulty of the 100 heroic art. Moreover, the seal of each spell is created by the developer. If the developer does not disclose it, how can other people know? Sister Shizune, do you look like I'm lying? Seeing Shiyu's serious face, Shizune was also stunned and asked involuntarily. But Tsunade-sama didn't teach you the 100 heroic art. But she just told me the principle of the 100 heroes technique. Ah. Shizune was stunned for a moment, then said in astonishment, you mean that you have comprehended the 100 heroes technique by yourself based on those principles? Is there any problem? Shizune and Jiraiya were completely dumbfounded by Shiyu's understated answer. This is too pervert. Tell you a principle of ninjutsu, you can directly understand it. Is this something that people can do? That's why the eyes of the three people are full of doubts. But only Naruto, the idiot, didn't know what was amazing about it. His thoughts were very simple, and Shiyu was omnipotent. Tsunade, who had regained his senses, couldn't help but ask. Shiyu, can you show me the 100 heroes technique that you have comprehended? Please download Feifei. Chapter 122 Shizune's heart flutters. From Tsunade's point of view, to prove the truth of what Tokyo said was just to see if the latter could perform the 100 heroic art, which was undoubtedly the easiest way. Yes. Shiyu agreed without hesitation, because he also wanted to know what kind of increase he would get after using the 100 heroes technique. Immediately after. When Shiyu's thoughts moved, a low voice could be heard from his throat. Yang seal, solve it. Open black lens bracket ninja creation and regeneration close black lens bracket. As Shiyu's voice fell, the golden mark between his eyebrows began to spread to various parts of his body. Blink of an eye, it was all over the body. Looking at the familiar lines of 100 honored patterns, Tsunade and Shizune were speechless. Because what Shiyu displayed was the same as Tsunade's, and even the 100 heroes pattern was more delicate. Tsunade also had an unbelievable look on his face. She never thought that Shiyu not only created the seal of Young in this short 5-minute period, and even comprehended the 100 heroes technique to a level even deeper than hers. Before Tsunade and the others were startled, Shiyu was feeling the power boost brought by this 100 heroes technique. At this moment, he felt that his vitality was extremely strong, and the strength of his body had also been greatly increased. He thinks that the current one can also be like Tsunade a few days ago, a finger to break the mountains and rivers. Open black lens bracket by house status close black lens bracket plus open black lens bracket elementary sage body close black lens bracket. Shiyu feels that the first 7 gates of open black lens bracket the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket can be squandered freely. Because his chakra is extremely strong, there is no need to worry about the problem of Bai-Hao state disappearing. When Shiyu finished feeling the increase of Bai-Hao state, Tsunade and the others were still there. They stared at themselves stupidly. That look was as if he was looking at a monster. Shiyu pervert got 2 hand seals without using a hand seal. This kind of thing only exists in legends. It is said that only the founder of ninja sect, 6 Paths Immortal, has this ability. Therefore, Jiraiya is more and more sure of the speculation of open black lens bracket Fukasaku Immortal close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Shima Immortal close black lens bracket. Shiyu, it is very likely that the 6 Paths Immortal was reincarnated. Seeing everyone's appearance, Shiyu directly removed the 100 heroic state and said, Grandma Tsunade, Sister Shizune. Although I'm handsome and excellent, you shouldn't stare at me like this. Use ridicule, Tsunade. Shizune and the others finally recovered from their astonishment. But their eyes never left Shiyu's body, and the first person to speak was Tsunade. Jiraiya, you're right. He is indeed better than 4th Hokage, and, much better. I told you long ago that you didn't believe it. Between the words, Jiraiya looked at Tokyo with both stunned and relieved eyes. Such an almighty apprentice, there is absolutely no second one in the world. If it wasn't for Shiyu being too young, he would have the urge to make Shiyu the 5th generation Hokage. However, his idea is doomed to fail. Because, Shiyu has no interest in the position of Hokage. Naruto still does not know what is going on, but in his eyes there are only 2 words, brilliant. It's over. After calming down, Tsunade. Shiyu, tell me your conditions. Hearing Tsunade's words, everyone was hooked again, and they wanted to know what conditions Tokyo would make. After all, Tsunade said it himself. It is an unconditional promise to whatever Shiyu proposes, so even if Shiyu asks her to be the 5th Hokage, she cannot refuse. And Tsunade is worried about this condition now. However, before Shiyu could speak, Jiraiya came over and said, Shiyu, you can let Tsunade marry me, hehe. Lustful fairy, you are too shameless. Naruto sneered, and then said, Shiyu, let Grandma Tsunade be the 5th generation directly. Hokage, well, then our mission is complete. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade became more and more uneasy. She was really worried that Tokyo would make this condition. Because she is not ready yet. Under all the gazes, Shiyu's voice also sounded slowly. A lecherous immortal, you have to work hard to marry a wife, and a marriage that is not mutually pleasing is unhappy. And Naruto, Grandma Tsunade doesn't want to be the 5th generation Hokage, yet, this twisted melon is not sweet. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya and Naruto were slightly taken aback, but they didn't refute either, because they thought what Shiyu said was very reasonable. Especially Naruto, now Shiyu's words are equal to the imperial edict in his eyes. As if what the latter said was right. When Tsunade heard Shiyu's words, she also showed gratitude in her eyes. She didn't expect Shiyu, a teenage boy, to be able to see so clearly. Felt that she had lived in vain for more than 50 years. At this moment, the look in her eyes towards Shiyu changed again. The first change was because of Shiyu's pervert talent, and the second change was because of Shiyu's remarks, which made her look up to her. As a woman, her feelings are very deep. Not only her, but Shizune is no exception. She never thought that no one could attract her in her 20 years of life. Today, I was moved by a young man. Although it was only for a moment, it was a fact. Looking at everyone, Shiyu continued, so, my condition is. Open black lens bracket day close black lens bracket let's talk about it later. When Shiyu said this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Shiyu to think about it for so long and give such an answer. If Tokiyu wanted Tsunade to become the 5th Hokage, there was another way. Why waste this opportunity? One move Koto Amatsukami is enough to solve the problem. But the problem is that he can't always use demonic illusion to control Tsunade, so if you continue to use it, then Koto Amatsukami don't want to cool down. This is obviously not the result he wants. Shiyu wants Tsunade to be willing to be the 5th generation Hokage, and at the same time, let the latter overcome the blood of fear. As for how to do it, Shiyu has already thought about it. Shiyu, you don't mention it today. If you can't find me in the future, don't blame me for not fulfilling my promise to avoid you. No. Oh, you are so confident. I've always been so confident. Looking at Shiyu's sworn appearance, Tsunade didn't say anything, and a bright smile appeared on his face. That's up to you. After this incident came to an end, Tsunade invited guests that night to celebrate Shiyu's successful graduation. In this regard, Jiraiya and others have no doubts. Now that Tsunade has learned everything about Tsunade, even if Tsunade doesn't want to go back to Konoha, 5th Hokage Tokiha is also capable of saving Sasuke, Kakashi and others. It was indeed something to celebrate. Although Jiraiya didn't have much doubt, she kept an eye on it. Because tomorrow is Tsunade's appointment with Orochimaru, he must not lose the chain at this critical moment. Accident that night, and no one was drunk, and everyone went back to their rooms smoothly. But Jiraiya also made double insurance, and went straight to the night without sleeping. Despite being so cautious, she still got hit. Tsunade, who is a medical ninja, secretly planted a nerve-paralyzing poison that Jiraiya and the others couldn't even notice. Especially this kind of neurotoxin comes on slowly, and it will make a person's body not obey in the back. Although Shiyu found out, he didn't break it. Because this was part of his plan, and everything was under his control. The next day, Tsunade waited until the neurotoxin fully worked, and left the hotel to find Orochimaru. Undoubtedly, she already has Decision 5 in her heart. Chapter 123 Orochimaru, I want your life. Seeing Tsunade leave the hotel, but Jiraiya is powerless to stop. Because now he is paralyzed, even walking is difficult, let alone making chakra. I have to hurry to find Shiyu. Jiraiya knows that Tokiyu's medical ninjutsu is no longer under Tsunade, and as long as he finds the neurotoxin on him, it should be solved. Otherwise, there will be no recovery in a short period of time. When Jiraiya went to find Shizune, he met Shizune who was in a hurry. Seeing Jiraiya like this, Shizune also asked, Sir Jiraiya, what's wrong with you? I was drugged by Tsunade. Fortunately, I ate less last night, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to recover like this. Shizune wrote. Last night's meals were all carefully prepared by Tsunade, who added colorless and odorless neurotoxin to every dish, even Shizune couldn't detect it. And since 2200, it's not right to eat too much, the key is that he is still greedy for cups. This caused his situation to be the most serious. Looks like Tsunade-sama has left. Shizune muttered to himself, and then said, Lord Jiraiya, let me give you a simple treatment. While it can't completely eliminate neurotoxins, it can at least allow you to return to normal mobility. Seeing Jiraiya nodding, Shizune immediately gave Jiraiya a simple treatment. After returning to normal activities, Jiraiya found that he could slowly create chakra. Feeling his current physical condition, Jiraiya also murmured. It seems that it will be impossible to return to peak state for a while. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Shizune said, Lord Jiraiya, this neurotoxin is hidden in cells, and with my current ability, I can't remove it all in a short time. If you want to get back to your peak state, I'm afraid only Tsunade-sama can do it. I don't think so. Jiraiya replied to Shizune, and then said, you won't forget my apprentice. Shizune was slightly taken aback when she heard the words. She obviously forgot Shiyu, the pervert, because she was too anxious. Today's Tokyo has obtained the true inheritance of Tsunade, and his medical ninjutsu is no longer under Tsunade. As long as Shiyu takes action, it will definitely be completely eradicated. But at the moment, they are worried about one thing, that is, Shiyu doesn't know what the situation is now. Since they have all been recruited, then Yutai will be no exception. Because Shiyu also ate those meals last night. But when they were about to find Shiyu, the latter appeared, and the first sentence made them look stunned. The lecherous fairy, Shizune's sister. Did Grandma Tsunade leave alone? You know. Jiraiya rode. I felt a little paralyzed in my nerves before, and I became alert. Shiyu replied, and continued, it seems that Grandma Tsunade has planned for a long time, so she gave us the medicine last night. Then are you alright? Shizune asked. It took me some time just now to get rid of the gods. That being said, Shiyu had eliminated these toxins last night. Shiyu, how long will it take to remove these neurotoxins? Jiraiya asked. Because the neurotoxin has spread to the whole body, it may take a long time to remove it completely. How long? Jiraiya said anxiously. 1 minute. As soon as Shiyu said this, Jiraiya and Shizune were stunned for a moment. 1 minute, you told me that it was a long time, I'm afraid that you are long. Is there any misunderstanding of this concept? At this moment, they deeply feel what is pretending to force. 2 minutes later. Also thoroughly remove the toxins from Shizune and Jiraiya, which shows that Shizune's medical ninjutsu has reached a very high level. Jiraiya asked after returning to peak form. Do you know where Shizune, Orochimaru and Tsunade met? Just where we last met. Then let's hurry over now, it will be too late if Tsunade really heals Orochimaru's hands. Shiyu and Shizune also nodded to Jiraiya's words. Because Shiyu felt that the time was almost there was no need to delay any further. What he did this was to restore Tsunade to its former appearance, and to let the latter go back to be the 5th Hokage willingly. Therefore, this battle with Orochimaru is unavoidable. But just as the three of them were about to set off, Naruto appeared alive. Shizune, lecherous fairy, big sister Shizune. What are you three doing here? Seeing this, Jiraiya and Shizune were also slightly taken aback. Because the little guy Naruto ate the most food last night, but now the latter is not at all, the lecherous fairy, I guess it should be Kyuubi, 9 tails, that gave Naruto the power. Hearing Tokyo's words, Jiraiya nodded. It's possible. After the personnel arrived, they were also procrastinating with nonsense, and went directly to the place where the house collapsed yesterday. Meanwhile, Tsunade has met with Orochimaru. Tsunade across from him, Orochi's face also showed a stern smile. Tsunade, I knew you would come. I can help you heal your hands, but you can't move the village after it's done. Hee, yes. Orochimaru responded with a smile, and then said, stop the ink, let's start. Obviously, he can't wait. How much pain the crippled hands have brought him during this period of time, it is a kind of torment that ordinary people can't bear. That's why he couldn't wait to heal his hands. Duh. When Tsunade walked up to Orochimaru, 4 figures flashed in his mind. The first 2 were open black lens bracket Kato Dan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Senju Nawaki close black lens bracket. The latter 2 were Naruto and Shiyu, and it was also because of the appearance of Shiyu that she made her final determination. Next second, seeing her eyes narrowed, she stretched out her hands and began to heal Orochimaru. However, just as her murderous hands were about to touch Orochimaru, she was forced back by a shuriken. Who took the shot was Orochimaru's right-hand man. Close black lens bracket. Da. Seeing the feeling of retreating to the back, Orochimaru's expression also became cold, and the mournful voice sounded again. Tsunade, I didn't expect you to want my life. Why are you doing this? Why are you giving me such an answer? Facing Orochimaru's question, Tsunade said to himself with wet eyes. Although people will pass away, some things will always exist in the heart. These things will not wither, they will continue. Because of the appearance of Shiyu and Naruto, she saw new hope in the one she loved the most. The continuation of their dreams made her give up the deal with Orochimaru. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and let out a soft drink. Orochimaru, you scum. I want your life today. Please download Feifei. Chapter 124 Sannin gathers together, one person persecutes in seconds. As the battle between Tsunade and Orochimaru started, Tokyo and the others also rushed all the way. However, when they arrived at the place where Tsunade and Orochimaru met, it was as empty as last time. The only thing that has changed is that this place is a mess at this time. The collapse of the walls on both sides of the house and the street in various poses shows that a battle has already occurred here. Looking at the scene in front of him, Naruto also exclaimed. How could this be? Definitely a good thing Tsunade did. Jiraiya thought for a while and came to this conclusion. So, Tsunade-sama rejected the deal with Orochimaru. Shizune rode. Actually, I have already guessed the result. Shiyu's words, Jiraiya and the others were also stunned, and their eyes couldn't help but fall on the former. You guessed it. Jiraiya rode. Shiyu nodded, then said, just yesterday when Grandma Tsunade was going to teach me the 100 heroic art, I vaguely guessed her determination. She has taught me all her life's hard work, and she is obviously ready to die. After Shiyu's little help, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket also suddenly realized. If Tsunade hadn't held that belief, he wouldn't have made a bet with Tokyo. Moreover, the time limit is still 1 day. Shiyu, since you have already guessed it, why didn't you tell us in advance? Shizune rode. I'm just guessing, and I can't guarantee whether Grandma Tsunade will change her mind in the next second. Also, I didn't expect her to act alone. There's nothing wrong with what Shiyu said, but in fact he just didn't want to say it. For wanting to make Tsunade overcome his fear of blood. The fear of her, and the determination to automatically assume the role of the 5th Hokage, this problem must be faced by her alone. Only when she makes her own decision, everything will come naturally. The battle here has just happened. They should not have left this place too far. They should still be within Wuyuan town. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto also said, then what are you waiting for? Let's hurry up and find it. In response, Jiraiya and Shizune also nodded. Immediately after, Foursome 4 embarks on a journey to find Tsunade again. Because of the help of open black lens bracket dolphin close black lens bracket, plus open black lens bracket Wuyuan town close black lens bracket is not a big reason. Open black lens bracket dolphin close black lens bracket has a very sensitive sense of smell, comparable to Kakashi's ninja dog open black lens bracket park close black lens bracket. Therefore, it is not difficult for them to find the latter. At the same time, Tsunade and Orochimaru are fighting in a suburb of Wuyuan town. Originally, Tsunade had already defeated open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket head-on. Just when he wanted to put the latter at the mercy of him, Kabuto, this despicable villain, took advantage of Tsunade's blood. The fear of the former and the former lost their fighting power. You're afraid of blood, then I'll let you see enough. Kabuto between the words cut his palm directly, and the hot blood flowed out of the veins without any suspense. Seeing Tsunade trembling all over, open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket the fruit has been reached. Next second, I saw him rushing towards Tsunade with kunai. If nothing else happened, Tsunade who fell into fear and lost his ability to fight must be captured alive. Just at this critical moment, thousands of images flashed through Tsunade at this moment, and the figures she wanted to protect flashed past. Next second, her body suddenly stopped shaking. Touch. One punch directly knocked Kabuto into the air, causing the latter to smash heavily on a huge rock, and a mouthful of blood was finally spit out from it. However, Tsunade, who saw this scene, didn't look scared. Orochimaru and Kabuto were both surprised. Obviously the former saw blood a week ago. I was so scared, why did I overcome this fear in just a week? Orochimaru, do you really think I'm unprepared? Hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru also said, it seems that you have overcome your fear of blood. To be precise, it should have been just now. Between the words, Tsunade recalled the 5 days of teaching Shiyu, who used blood inadvertently every time. Stimulate her. At first it was animal blood. And then his own blood. Because of this, Tsunade has gotten used to it a little bit, but he hasn't overcome it yet. It was only after she made up her mind to continue the will of fire just now that she came out of that fear. Regaining her self-confidence, she is no longer afraid. Looking at the injured Kabuto, after Orochimaru, the latter is definitely unable to overcome the fear of blood. Tsunade. As one of Sannin, he naturally knows how strong Tsunade is. It seems that I will do it myself. Orochimaru's voice fell, but before he could make a move, a voice sounded. Orochimaru, your opponent is me. The next second after this voice sounded, a white smoke appeared in front of Tsunade. Boom! A wisp of white smoke drifted past, and Shiyu and his group of 4 used the blinking technique to reach the battlefield in an instant, blocking Tsunade in front of him. The moment Shiyu and the others appeared, Tsunade was also taken aback. She didn't expect the latter 4 to find them so quickly, which was completely unexpected to her. Because she is very confident in her neurotoxin. But when she saw Shiyu, she instantly understood something, and she couldn't help but murmured in her heart. It seems that his attainment of medical ninjutsu has surpassed mine. Tsunade was not the only one who was shocked at this moment, but Orochimaru and. The reason why they brought Tsunade here was naturally because they knew that Jiraiya and Tsunade were together. Although Orochimaru is the most talented of the Sannin, he doesn't have the ability to beat Tsunade and Jiraiya together. Not to mention that Orochimaru's hands are now useless, and he can't hand seal at all. Moreover, these are all things in the past. Because the current Jiraiya is not what it used to be, after he used reverse spiritualism to go to Mount Myoboku and learned Sage Mode, his strength can already surpass Orochimaru. Jiraiya, long time. This was Orochimaru's first sentence when he saw Jiraiya, and his tone was clear. And Jiraiya still said in the tone of an old friend, HMPH, your eyes are still so fierce. And when Orochimaru saw Tokyo standing beside Jiraiya, his expression suddenly froze. Kabuto, why didn't you tell me that kid was with them too? Lord Orochimaru, which brat are you referring to? Kabuto obviously didn't know which Orochimaru was referring to for a while. Shiyu performed well in the Chunin exam, and already has the strength of Chunin or above. Secondly, Naruto is Kyuubi, Nine Tails, Renjin Churiki, Column Force, which is also worthy of attention. That's it. Takagawa Tokiha. Because Orochimaru didn't hide it deliberately at this time, as clever as open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket, he naturally heard a hint of fear in the tone of the former. Why Kabuto was puzzled. Why does Orochimaru, one of the three, look like the latter when he sees the latter? Could it be that the latter has a strength that even Orochimaru fears? This, Kabuto was also extremely horrified. His gaze towards Shiyu changed a lot, especially when he saw Shiyu's calm expression. He became more and more sure of this possibility. Orochimaru-sama, isn't that kid? Before Kabuto finished speaking, he was interrupted by Orochimaru. Withdraw. A simple word is enough to prove everything. However, how could Shiyu let them leave easily? Chapter 125 Futon, Wind Style Rasenshuriken. The moment Naruto saw Kabuto, his face was also extremely shocked. Shiyu, isn't that Kabuto, senpai? You can tell by looking at his forehead. Hearing Tokiu's words, Naruto's eyes instantly fell on the Kabuto forehead guard, only to see that it was not Konoha's pattern engraved on it. It's the pattern of Sound Hidden Village. Kabuto, senpai, he's under Orochimaru. After Naruto's doubts settled, Kabuto, who was on the opposite side, was the first to speak before Tokyo could answer. Yes, I am a spy of Yin village. Kabuto, don't talk nonsense with them, go away. Orochimaru said. The current situation is quite unfavorable for them, not only the other side has two Sannin. Moreover, there is another Toshiyu who doesn't know the depths of it. Orochimaru knows that even if his hands are not broken, if they confront each other, they will definitely lose. Orochimaru, you can't escape today. Jiraiya's voice fell, and she directly cast Doden, Earth-style, Swamp of the Underworld. Not good. Kabuto exclaimed, and immediately bit his finger and cast the spiritual art. He also signed a snake psychic beast, 2 huge python. After summoning the psychic beast, Kabuto and Orochimaru also got rid of it. Open black lens bracket Swamp of the Underworld close black lens bracket restrictions. Orochimaru, you can't run today. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. As the voice of feeling fell, a huge slug also stopped in front of Orochimaru and Kabuto. It was the psychic beast that Tsunade summoned from open black lens bracket Shikatsu forest close black lens bracket. And when Naruto thought that open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket killed open black lens bracket 3 Hokage close black lens bracket, his anger also burned. Look at me. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. With a wisp of white smoke floating out, Naruto also summoned the psychic beast of open black lens bracket Mount Myoboku close black lens bracket. Originally, he wanted to summon Toad Bunta, but with his current chakra, he couldn't do it. Quack. Naruto, you called me out, what's the matter? Speaks Toad Dragon, and his tone is very polite. Ah, what is it you? After Naruto complained, he immediately planned to use open black lens bracket Kyubi, Nine Tails chakra close black lens bracket to summon open black lens bracket Puwiantai close black lens bracket. But his intention was seen through by Jiraiya. Naruto, leave Orochimaru to us. But it's nothing, it's between the three of us. Jiraiya's tone was very tough, giving Naruto no chance to refute. Voice fell, open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket did not talk nonsense, and directly performed open black lens bracket psychic technique close black lens bracket. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kabuto immediately used Orochimaru's blood. At the same time, the spiritual technique was displayed. Boom, boom, as 2 huge clouds of white smoke drifted by. One Snake and Toad Wentai also came into view of Tokyo and others. Toad Wentai, when I saw this scene, I was also emotional. Open black lens bracket myriad snakes close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket slug close black lens bracket. It's been a long time. Jiraiya, are you classmates? Ms. Wen, don't tell cold jokes as soon as you come out. Jiraiya replied, and then Ashiki said, today I will be here Orochimaru. Open black lens bracket Wanshi close black lens bracket I heard the conversation between open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Wentai close black lens bracket. His tone was full of dissatisfaction. Orochimaru, don't keep this shit on me. Seeing this scene, Tsunade said to Shizune and Naruto stay away from here. Good. Shizune, who heard the words, nodded, and then withdrew to the distance with the 2 of Shiyu. Shiyu originally wanted to take action, but if Jiraiya and Tsunade joined forces, he was too lazy to move. What's more, Orochimaru's hands are now useless, and his strength is greatly reduced because he can't use any ninjutsu. But when Toad Dragon saw this, he even waved to Toad Wentai as if nothing had happened. Hi, Dad. Toad Dragon, come here quickly. Hearing what Shiyu said, Toad Dragon also obediently came to Shiyu and others, and stayed with Dolphin. At this time, the psychic beasts of the three holy lands confronted each other. Get up. Under the command of the feeling of slug, I directly cast a secret technique unique to Shikatsu Forest. Open black lens bracket Lonoglossy acid close black lens bracket. Lonoglossal acid. Spit out corrosive liquid from the mouth of the slug to attack the enemy. After hitting, it can dissolve everything, and the attack effect is extremely strong. And open black lens bracket Toadbunta close black lens bracket and Jiraiya teamed up to use open black lens bracket Toad oil fire bomb close black lens bracket. The attack of the two psychic beasts blocked open black lens bracket one snake close black lens bracket and Orochimaru from two directions, but fortunately, open black lens bracket one snake close black lens bracket had the open black lens bracket skin slaughtering technique close black lens bracket. Otherwise, these two attacks will definitely make it seriously injured. If nothing else, Orochimaru's substitute technique is estimated to be derived from the Ryachi cave technique. After a brief confrontation between the three psychic beasts, Orochimaru, who had no intention of fighting, also said, "Tsunade, even without you, I have other ways to restore my hands. The day I am reborn is when we meet again. Goodbye, Tsunade, Jiraiya, my buddy." Orochimaru's body was strangely integrated into the ground when the voice fell. This is the ability of his master of the earth attribute nature transformation. Even Tsunade and Jiraiya couldn't stop him for a while under the escort of open black lens bracket myriad snakes close black lens bracket. Moreover, it's too late for Jiraiya to open Sage mode now. Because of this technique, he needs to prepare for a long time before he can summon Fukasaku and Shima. Can only be said that Jiraiya still moved with compassion and did not show the strongest combat power in the first time. Damn. Tsunade said reluctantly, because there was nothing she could do. Slug's ability is healing, and basically has no combat power, and Wentai is comparable to One Snake in strength. So, trying to stop Orochimaru, who escaped under the protection of the many serpents, couldn't do it. But just as open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket were about to run away, Tokiyu's shout was heard. The lecherous fairy, Grandma Tsunade. Flash away. This voice, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru and others looked at the source of the voice. I saw a huge shuriken at this time. It's flying towards them. But that's not the point. The point is that shuriken. It is made of chakra condensed. The most annoying thing is that the fuck will spin. There is no doubt that this is the ninjutsu created by Tokiyu by incorporating wind attribute chakra into Rasengan. Open black lens bracket futon wind style Rasenshuriken close black lens bracket. Jiraiya was also surprised when he saw this. Although he did not know the power of this move, he could see that this move should be a derivative of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. Moreover, Shiyu telling them to get out of the way definitely has his reason. In response, Jiraiya and Tsunade hurriedly controlled open black lens bracket slug close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket bunta close black lens bracket to step aside. Because this open black lens bracket Rasenshuriken close black lens bracket is not coming toward them, they can avoid it completely. But Orochimaru and Kabuto, who are guarded by open black lens bracket 100000 snakes close black lens bracket, are not so lucky, because this thing is coming toward them. At this time, they realize that it was too late to dodge. Although this technique was a bit special, Orochimaru and Kabuto felt that it was impossible to hurt one snake. Because even the chakra scalpel that they condensed in their hands could not cut the scales of the million snake, not to mention the thrown chakra shuriken. Going back 10,000 steps, even if you can hurt how good Jiao Wanshi, it will only be a flesh wound. Indeed, if you don't see the power of this ninjutsu with your own eyes, it's impossible to know how powerful it is. Terrifying. Who would have thought that this casual throwing thing was actually a superior ninjutsu move? Not only they think so, but also One Snake's own thoughts. HMPH, isn't it just a chakra shuriken? Watch me blow it away. Since it is unavoidable, Wan Shi chose to minimize the risk of injury. I saw that its tail was thrown out, and I wanted to throw the open black lens bracket recentric close black lens bracket away, and even wanted to directly knock it away. But the next second, it was dumbfounded. Because before its tail reached the recentric, the latter exploded by itself. Open black lens bracket recentric close black lens bracket. After a certain period of time, due to the high-speed rotation of the chakra, it will automatically spread even if it does not touch the entity. Finally exploded. With the spread of open black lens bracket recentric close black lens bracket, that kind of powerful cutting force instantly enveloped open black lens bracket 10,000 snakes close black lens bracket and Orochimaru. See, that kind of sound makes people's scalp tingle. Please download Feifei. Chapter 126. The mood of that moment. Uzumaki, Jiraiya, Tsunade and others were also dumbfounded when they saw the energy that the open black lens bracket recentric close black lens bracket exploded and formed. It would have been so high concentration of chakra. Throwing it out is already a very difficult thing. I didn't expect the power to be so pervert. They were still like this, not to mention the two Naruto and Shizune who were standing beside Shiyu, who were already stunned. At this moment, there was only one doubt in everyone's mind. That is, what kind of ninjutsu is this move? It wasn't until the energy Uzumaki that the recentric exploded disappeared, and a loud noise came out that made everyone recover from their astonishment. Boom! Hearing this voice, everyone's eyes were fixed on a deep circular pit in front of them. At this time, the Wan snake was lying on the edge of it. Its entire body seemed to have tens of thousands of tiny pinholes, and blood was constantly flowing out. Looks extremely terrifying. This result Wan snake is absolutely unexpected, and Wen Tai and Slug are also sweating in their hearts when they see it. The 10,000 snakes, known for their defense, still ended up in this situation. If it were them, they would most likely be killed on the spot. Bang! As a white smoke drifted by, the figure of Wan Snake also disappeared among the crowd. If the psychic beast does not die directly, it can take the initiative to return to the original space. With the disappearance of Wan Snake, Shiyu and others were beside the deep pit. After exploring the deep pit for 200 years, they did not find the bodies of open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kabuto close black lens bracket. Did they escape? Tsunade wrote. It seems that Wan Snake has resisted most of the attacks and won them a chance to escape. Jiraiya analyzed a sentence, then looked at Shiyu and asked, Shiyu, that trick is? Hearing this, everyone's eyes fell on Shiyu. Because they were equally curious about it, Shiyu didn't hide it as to why such a powerful trick would catch everyone's attention. That's when I combined wind attribute chakra with Rasengan to create a new type of ninjutsu. I call it Recentrican. This, Jiraiya praised, incorporating the temperament of chakra into the already formed ninjutsu. This method is due to your imagination. This may seem like an opportunistic method, but it is more difficult than creating a ninjutsu. Because after a ninjutsu is formed, the best thing to strengthen is to improve it, and incorporating some new things can easily make ninjutsu directly collapse. I just had a fever in my head just now. I came up with this idea and tried it out. I didn't expect it to happen. As soon as Shiyu said this, everyone was immediately stunned. Listen, are you talking about people? What others may not be able to do even if it takes a few years, you can do it in a hurry. However, they were relieved when they thought of Shiyu's pervert's talent. Unfortunately, Orochimaru still ran away. Even though Shiyu said so, but in his heart, killing Orochimaru is actually irrelevant to him. With his current strength. If you want to kill Orochimaru's life, you can do it. It's just that he is too lazy to do it, because it's not good. The reason why he threw a spiral just now is to try the power of this move. In Shiyu's opinion, Wan Snake is undoubtedly the best test. As for whether he can kill Orochimaru and Kabuto, it is completely within his scope of consideration, and it would be best if he can obliterate them by the way. It doesn't matter if you can't. The tenet that Shiyu pursues is, don't do it for others, and don't bother to do it for others. Of course, except for the tasks of the system. He graduated as one of Sanin's and it's really hard to keep him. Jiraiya said a word, and then said, however, even if they escaped by luck, the price must be not small. If it wasn't for the 10,000 snakes as human shields, Orochimaru would never have been able to escape in that cut Uzumaki. Immediately after, Jiraiya's eyes fell on Tsunade. Asked, Tsunade, what's your plan next? HMPH, please don't call me that in the future. Don't call you that. Jiraiya was stunned between the words, and said with great joy, do you want me to call you Shaogongzuna or Little Hands? No, Xiao Shou Shou is too ugly. It's still Xiaogongang, what do you think? Jiraiya, how long have you been beaten by me? Tsunade between the words was gearing up, looking at Jiraiya's mentality, a snort. Ah, I was joking. Tsunade looked away from Jiraiya's voices of Tokiha and Naruto, then said. From today onwards, I am the 5th generation Hokage. Clam. Naruto was surprised, he didn't expect things to change so quickly. For this result, Jiraiya had already guessed 1 or 2 when she felt that she decided to kill open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. Because only those who are determined to protect Konoha can do it, and being Hokage can do it better. Naruto, don't you agree? Jiraiya rode. Compared to 3 Hokage, Grandma Tsunade has a bad temper and self-willedness, and also likes to spend money. Is she really up to the job of Hokage? Hearing Naruto's question, Tsunade was instantly unhappy. I thought to myself, what's the matter? One of the reasons why I took this job was not because of you. Little devil, if you don't agree, we'll fight it out again. Humph. Naruto snorted coldly, and then said, don't always call me a kid, I'm going to be a Hokage sooner or later. Hearing this, Tsunade was stunned for a while, and then stretched out a finger. Naruto originally thought that the latter was going to bounce him off again, but Tsunade's jade finger was just a little bit on his forehead, and then said with a smile. In the future, you can grow longer and more handsome, and become a great Hokage. Needless to say, from this moment on, Naruto was her younger brother open black lens bracket Senju Nawaki close black lens bracket in Tsunade's eyes. Hearing Tsunade's words, Naruto was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. Of course. Immediately after, Tsunade's eyes also fell on Tokiyu, and a word was slowly spit out from her mouth. Shiyu, thank you. Without you, I still don't know when I will be able to overcome the fear of blood. Tsunade finished speaking, under the stunned gazes of several people. A open black lens bracket Tonbo point water close black lens bracket was placed on Shiyu's forehead. At that moment was really ecstasy. Jiraiya on the side was very envious when he saw this. He wanted Tsunade to give him one too, but he didn't have the courage. Tokiyu's mission is also 99% completed. The last step is to wait for open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket to return to Konoha, and then you can successfully become open black lens bracket 5th Hokage close black lens bracket with the permission of open black lens bracket Fire Country close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Daimyo close black lens bracket. This result is undoubtedly very happy. At the same time, Orochimaru and Kabuto, who were lucky to escape, are in extremely poor condition at the moment, and their bodies are covered with various bloodstains. Needless to say, it was obviously caused by the Uzumaki who were in open black lens bracket Recentric and close black lens bracket just now. Lord Orochimaru, I didn't expect that little devil to have such a powerful ninjutsu. If it wasn't for Lord 10,000 Snakes just now, I'm afraid we would be in trouble. Escaped. Kabuto looked like he was in a lingering fear between the words. Takagawa Tokiyu, the stronger you are, the more excited I am. Orochimaru murmured as he looked at the distant battlefield, and then said, "However, we have to get a good body first." While saying this, a face flashed in his mind. Open black lens bracket Uchiha Sasuke close black lens bracket. After the battle with Orochimaru, Tequila 5 returned to the hotel, and after some rectification, they embarked on a journey back to Konoha. Chapter 127 The Curse of the Sky, the Second Form. On the way, when Shiyu and his group passed by open black lens bracket Yun-no village close black lens bracket, Tsunade proposed to take a bath in Izumi. Originally, Naruto and Jiraiya refused to do so, because they thought it would delay their return to Konoha, but Tsunade won when it comes to mixed bath too. Jiraiya can't resist. Shiyu doesn't care, it's not bad to take a bath. Anyway, he's not in a hurry. As a result, Jiraiya was thrown by Tsunade, and the latter's hand was itchy when he arrived at Yuno village. Because if she returns to Konoha, she is afraid that she will not be able to gamble anymore. Although there were some small episodes on the way, Tokyo and the others finally returned to open black lens bracket Konoha hidden village close black lens bracket. Konoha advisors Homura Mitokado and Kaharu Udatane were also surprised when they saw Tsunade. They didn't expect Jiraiya to really get open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket back. As Konoha's top executives, they naturally know the reason why Tsunade left Konoha in the first place, which is why Jiraiya proposed to find open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket to be the open black lens bracket 5th generation Hokage close black lens bracket. They did not hold out much hope. Open black lens bracket Homura Mitokado close black lens bracket glanced at open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket, and then his eyes fell on open black lens bracket Jiraiya close black lens bracket, sighing. "Jiraiya, I didn't think you could really invite her back." "It's nothing," Jiraiya boasted, and then said, "Tsunade is always a woman, how could she refuse such a handsome guy like me?" Ha ha ha. Hearing Jiraiya's words, Naruto couldn't help giving the latter a look of contempt. Open black lens bracket Kaharu Udatane close black lens bracket shook her head helplessly. She felt that it was fortunate that Jiraiya brought open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket back. Otherwise, if you let the latter be Hokage, this character will definitely not make you worry. Looks like we have to invite big names from all over the world to celebrate open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket as the open black lens bracket 5th Hokage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kaharu Udatane close black lens bracket murmured and then said to open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Yamashiro Aoba close black lens bracket. "Genma, Aoba, let the whole Konoha know about this." However, before open black lens bracket Shiranui Genma close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Yamashiro Aoba close black lens bracket could reply, Jiraiya was the first to speak. "Wait. Until then, Tsunade, you still have things to do." "Who is it, Jiraiya?" Tsunade brushed a strand of hair, showing his mature charm to the fullest. "Didn't I tell you on the way?" Jiraiya said in a deep voice. "There are Kakashi and Uchiha's little devils, and Gai's subordinate, Little Lee. Lustful immortal, let Shiyu go or not?" Naruto wondered. This incident can obviously be done by Tokyo. He really can't figure out why Jiraiya is doing this. Obviously, with Naruto's IQ, he still can't figure out the relationship between them. Tsunade came back to inherit 5 generations of Hokage, this one letting her do things will help her image, and it will also be recognized by more people. This thing. On the way back, Tokyo told Jiraiya, and Jiraiya also praised Tokyo for this. "Naruto, let's go with Grandma Tsunade." Hearing Tokyo's words, Naruto also nodded. He couldn't wait to see Sasuke and Kakashi. Immediately after, Tsunade, Tokyo and the others left the Hokage building, and went to the infirmary where Kaka was staying. But before they went downstairs, they met someone. Konoha think tank, Nara Shikaku and Shikamaru. The moment Naruto met Shikamaru, The first. Shikamaru, why are you here? I want to ask you something else. Shikamaru responded with a sound, and when he saw Tokiyu was also present, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. The two disappeared at the same time for a while, obviously what they were doing. As for the purpose, he obviously can't guess now. So he asked Shiyu. While they were talking, Narashikaku was also slightly taken aback when he saw Jiraiya and Tsunade, and hurried. Say hello. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, long time no see. Oh, it's the kid from Nara's house. Between the words, Tsunade smiled slightly, glanced at Shikamaru, and then said, this is your child. Yes. Seeing Shikaku nodding, Tsunade said again, have you? The deer antler that takes care of the deer is a good medicine. Of course there is. Hearing his father and his opponent, Shikamaru also began to wonder about Tsunade's identity. Although they had heard of the name of Konoha Sannin, they didn't know which Sannin was referring to those three people. Shikamaru saw that Naruto and Tsunade came down together. He thought that the latter might know Tsunade's identity, so he asked. Naruto, who is that? The young woman who is not too young but is dragged to death. She's the new Hokage. Naruto leaned into Shikamaru's ear and continued. Don't look at her so young on the surface, she is actually in her 50s. Shikamaru was stunned when he heard the words, and the look in Tsunade's eyes suddenly changed drastically. Shiyu, is what Naruto said true? Shikamaru confirmed to Tokiha. Just ask Uncle Shikaku. Tokiyu replied, then smiled at Narashikaku and left with Tsunade and the others. Shikamaru, see you later. Naruto, who had finished speaking, also hurried to catch up with Tokiyu and the others. Looking at the backs of Shiyu and the others, Shikamaru also asked, Dad, what is the origin of the fifth Hokage? Shikamaru, Konoha Sannin, you should have heard it. Shikamaru, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and then said, Dad, you mean that woman is the legendary open black lens bracket one of Sannin close black lens bracket. She's the most beautiful ninja I've ever seen, a flower in Sannin. Hearing Shikaku's words, Shikamaru also sighed, oh, female Hokage. I hate it. Women deal. That's why Shikamaru came to this open black lens bracket Hokage building close black lens bracket, because he is about to be promoted to open black lens bracket Chunin close black lens bracket. After a while, Tokiha, Tsunade and others finally came to Konoha's medical center, and the first place they went was Sasuke's ward. But to Toshiba's surprise, he didn't see Sakura in Sasuke's ward. This result made him wonder that Sakura likes Sasuke so much. Now that Sasuke is injured and hospitalized, it is reasonable for the latter to take this opportunity to accompany the former. But no, Sasuke's injury is not serious. Tsunade's jade hand stroked the former's forehead, and then said, Okay, he'll wake up soon. Let's go to the next ward. Jiraiya rode. Seeing that everyone was about to leave, Shiyu said, Grandma Tsunade, you go, I'll stay and take care of Sasuke. I want to stay too. Naruto chimed in. All right. Tsunade's voice fell, and he and Jiraiya and the others walked towards Kakashi's ward. Tokiyu naturally has his purpose for staying. Comfort his little brother. Help him control the cursed seal of heaven. After Sasuke's destruction by Itachi Tsukuyomi, he definitely hopes that he can become stronger quickly. Has already helped Naruto to temporarily obtain the power of Kyuubi, 9 tails, so Sasuke naturally needs a little power to balance his heart. Today's Tokiyu has the elementary sage body, which can help the power of Sasuke master, Cursed Seal of Heaven. For example, second form of the Cursed Seal. Moreover, Shiyu has prepared a path for Sasuke to become stronger. This path is also related to the title quest promulgated by the System 5. Please read the underlined version of the novel download fly. Chapter 128 Sage Mode. After Tsunade and Jiraiya left, Sasuke finally woke up from his mental nightmare. Sasuke, you're finally awake. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke, who had just opened his eyes, was still a little confused and said, "Shiyu, Naruto, what's wrong with me? It's not your brother named Uchiha Itachi. It's him who has seriously traumatized your mind, causing you to become unconscious and unconscious." Naruto explained, and then said, "But now, we have found Grandma Tsunade, and she has cured you." Grandma Tsunade. Hearing Sasuke's doubts, Tokiyu said, "She is one of the legendary Sannin and Konoha's current 5th Hokage." Sannin. Sasuke muttered, and there was a look of astonishment on his face. Because he has seen the power of Sannin, even 2200. Kakashi has no way to take him. No doubt that the Sannin that Sasuke saw was open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket. Because the open black lens bracket curse seal of heaven close black lens bracket on his neck was planted by open black lens bracket Orochimaru close black lens bracket when Kakashi was training him, and after it was done, the latter could still calm down back off. Seeing that Sannin's strength is strong. That's why Sasuke touched the curse of heaven on his neck, looking a little complicated. Coupled with being ravaged by Itachi, his desire to be fast has intensified again. Shiyu naturally saw Sasuke's thoughts, and immediately said, "Sasuke, let's take a good rest these few days. When you are completely healed, I will teach you how to control the power of Curse Seal." Sasuke, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, his eyes fixed on Shiyu. Control the power of Curse Seal. Sasuke also thought about this kind of thing, but every time he used this power, his body was eroded. It was an unspeakable way. This Curse Seal power is, to put it bluntly, the control of natural energy, as long as Shiyu gives a little guidance and injects some natural energy to ease the Curse Seal power. After all, this Curse Seal power is not just natural energy but also the power of Orochimaru. Although Shiyu has not yet learned Sage Mode but has a 10,000 times talent background and elementary Sage body, he can still use natural energy, but he can't be pervert like that. And open black lens bracket Sage Mode close black lens bracket is to convert open black lens bracket natural energy close black lens bracket into stronger open black lens bracket Sage Art Chakra close black lens bracket, but open black lens bracket Curse Sealing close black lens bracket can't. Other words, open black lens bracket Curse Sealing close black lens bracket is open black lens bracket copy version of Sage Mode close black lens bracket. The specific method of this open black lens bracket Sage Mode close black lens bracket is only available in the open black lens bracket 3 Holy Lands close black lens bracket, and the forms are different. 3 Holy Lands. I don't know how long it has been passed down, how many years have passed, and how many generations of talents have created their own Sage Mode. If Shiyu wants to learn Sage Mode, there are only 2 ways to go: through 3 Holy Lands acquisition. Shiyu can comprehend a Sage Mode by himself, a kind of human Sage Mode. But the premise of this method is that his talent must go to a higher level. Otherwise, with his current talent, he may be able to, but he doesn't know how much time and energy he will spend to study it. Shiyu obviously doesn't know how to do such a boring thing. Seeing Sasuke's surprised look, Shiyu said calmly, "Why don't you believe me?" "No, it's just that I don't think that power is like an ordinary chakra," Sasuke said. "You're talking about this kind of power." There was a strange energy in Shiyu's hand between the words, "this kind of energy." The energy may seem unremarkable, but it is heart palpitating. Naruto wasn't quite sure about the natural energy in Shiyu's hand, but Sasuke was dumbfounded. Experienced the Curse Seal, he is naturally very familiar with this kind of energy, but to his astonishment, the energy in Shiyu's hands is much purer than his Curse Seal. "Now you can rest assured." Hearing Tokiyu's words, Sasuke also nodded heavily, and the worship of Tokiyu in his heart climbed to a higher level again. He felt that as long as Shiyu was there, it was only a matter of time before he surpassed. After hearing the conversation between Tokiyu and Sasuke, Naruto also asked, Tokiyu, what kind of energy is this? You'll find out later. Shiyu didn't explain anything to Naruto, because it was no use telling the latter now. Naruto, let's go see Kakashi, sensei. Good. Naruto nodded, glanced at Sasuke and said, Sasuke, then you have a good rest, we will see you later. Looking at the sight of Tokiyu and the two disappearing, Sasuke still had a back figure in his mind, making his eyes more firm. Uchiha Itachi, wait for me. When you and Naruto came to Kakashi's ward, the latter had already woken up from a coma. Only Tsunade and Guy were in the ward at this time. As for Shizune and Jiraiya, I don't know where they are. That Jiraiya, the old geezer, must have gone somewhere to get the material, and Shizune should be handling matters related to taking over the 5th generation Hokage for Tsunade. At this point, Guy pointed at Kakashi and joked. Kakashi. To be beaten up like this by two little thieves, how is this different from ordinary people, and I'm still treating you as a genius. Kakashi turned a deaf ear to what King Guy said. Seeing this, Guy also said, forget it, Master Tsunade, please go and see my little Lee. You and the two greeted Tsunade and Guy, and then they stayed and did not leave with them. After Tsunade left, Tokiyu also offered his condolences. Kakashi-sensei, how are you feeling? It should be fine. Hearing this, Naruto also asked curiously, Kakashi-sensei, is that Uchiha Itachi really that strong? It's no wonder that Naruto asked this question, because the latter was taken away from Jiraiya's hands last time. Who is Jiraiya? That is one of the legendary Sannin. Kakashi was silent for a long time, and then only two words came into his mouth. Very strong. An Inshi Yuliang 0. When the 5 Kakashi were talking, Tsunade and Guy had already arrived at Little Lee's ward. After Tsunade checked Little Lee, her calm face finally showed a dignified look. Undoubtedly, Little Lee's injury made her feel very difficult. Seeing Tsunade's silence, Guy's heart was also stunned, obviously feeling that something was wrong. There was no previous joking intent on his face, he said straight. How about Tsunade-sama? Hearing this, Tsunade was silent for a while, and then said, Little Lee, I advise you to give up being a ninja. As soon as these words came out, Little Lee and Guy were startled. If they were called, the strongest medical ninja. The open black lens bracket Tsunade close black lens bracket can't cure Xiao Li's injury. They really can't think of anyone else in this world who can cure this person. In their opinion, this person does not exist. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 129. One after another shocked Guy. Ha ha ha. Emperor Guy gave a wry smile, and then said, Master Tsunade, you are really joking. I'm not kidding. Bone fragments have penetrated deep into the central nervous system. Such a body cannot perform any tasks, even surgery is useless. Hearing Tsunade's words, Emperor Guy burst into tears instantly. At this time, he didn't know what to say, he could only stare at the Little Lee sitting in the chair in a daze. The atmosphere was silent for a while, and was finally broken by Little Lee. There is no hope of healing. Little Lee's tone was a little quiet, but everyone could hear the strong hope in his voice. Not only is this surgery extremely risky, but it also takes a lot of time to talk about it. At best, the success rate is only half. If you fail, you will die. Hearing the expressions of Xiao Li and Emperor Guy here, he was suddenly startled. However, Tsunade's words continued. Furthermore, even if it succeeds, it's not an overnight thing to recover. As soon as these words came out, Little Lee resisted the tears in his wet eyes. It was his childhood to become a ninja. His dream, if it ended there, his life would be meaningless from now on. It was a gray life without color. Little Lee Chang didn't cry in despair, just left the room quietly. Undoubtedly, he wanted to be alone for a while. Watching Little Lee leave the room, Tsunade also said, Guy, I can understand his mood. But I think I still have to tell him the truth. If I knew this was the result, I shouldn't have brought you here. Guy choked up. Hope is followed by despair. This is the most unacceptable thing. After the two were silent for a while, Tsunade said suddenly, as if thinking of something. Guy, maybe there is someone who can improve the success rate. Hearing Tsunade's words, Emperor Guy was slightly taken aback. Because as far as he knows, Tsunade is undoubtedly the first person in the current ninja world to say medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, Orochimaru wouldn't go to great lengths to find the latter. Master Tsunade, you don't have to console me. In Guy's opinion, Tsunade may have seen himself and little Lee like this, so he wanted to fabricate a lie to give them hope. If they had pinned their hopes on Tsunade before. I'm not consoling you, I'm just saying that this person may improve the success rate of the operation, but he has to listen to him as to whether he can. Where is this person? Guy Royal Road. He's in Konoha. What? Between the words, Emperor Guy had a look of astonishment. He originally thought that Tsunade would say something illusory, but he never thought it would be the answer. Not only that, but you know him too. I know too. At this moment, Emperor Guy was even more shocked, because no such person seemed to exist in his memory. Countless faces flashed in my mind, but Emperor Guy denied them all, and finally he could only ask Tsunade for advice. Master Tsunade, who is he? Takagawa Tokiha. Hearing the name, Emperor Guy instantly froze in place. Because this result was completely beyond his expectations, he didn't even think about breaking his head. After being stunned for a long time, Emperor Guy finally couldn't help but ask, Master Tsunade, are you saying something wrong or joking? If it's the former, then he can still accept it. If it's the latter, he will definitely feel resentment towards Tsunade. How can he still joke at this time? I didn't say it, I'm not talking. Tsunade replied solemnly, and then said, if that brat completes all my medical ninjutsu within 5 days, you won't be able to do this. 5 days. Nice. Tsunade nodded and continued, I know there are sons Jiraiya, Shizune and Naruto about this matter. If you don't believe it, you can go to them to verify. I can tell you with certainty, that kid's medical skills are no longer under mine. Hearing the words, Emperor Guy sucked in a breath of cold air. At this time, his shock was not only on his face, but also in his heart. Tsunade is so determined, obviously he is not lying. After calming down, Emperor Guy also said, Master Tsunade, I will take my leave first. When the voice fell, Emperor Guy didn't wait for Tsunade to respond, whoosh. A sound, it disappeared in front of the latter's eyes. Looking at the door where the former Emperor Guy left, Tsunade also muttered to himself. Shiyu, I hope you won't let him down. And when Guy Wangfei ran to Kakashi's ward, I found that Tokiha and Naruto had disappeared. Kakashi, what about Tokiha? Seeing Emperor Guy's excited appearance, Kakashi looked puzzled. Didn't you accompany Tsunade-sama to see little Lee? Why did you ask Shiyu? It's not because Tsunade-sama said that Shiyu might have a way to cure little Lee. Hearing what Emperor Guy said, Kakashi became even more puzzled. Tsunade, who is known as the best medical ninja, can't do anything. What can that yellow-haired boy Shiyu do? I just found out too. When the voice fell, Emperor Guy also simply repeated Tsunade's words to Kakashi, but Kakashi was dumbfounded by his words. He knew that Shiyu's talent was different from ordinary people, but he didn't expect the latter to have perverted to such an extent. After some conversation, Emperor Guy finally found out about Tokiyu's whereabouts. Tokiyu and Naruto seemed to be going to eat ramen. So, Emperor Guy flew directly to open black lens bracket Ichiraku Noodle House close black lens bracket. At the same time, Ichiraku Noodle House was in. Hi. Naruto took a bite of the ramen, and then said happily, Uncle Ichiraku, your ramen is still delicious. Naruto, Shiyu, in order to show that you have successfully brought back the new Hokage, I will invite you guys for free this meal. Really? Of course it's true. Ayame laughed. Sister Ayame, if this is the case, you are probably going to lose money today. Hearing Shiyu's words, Ayame smiled, and even Iruka, who was beside him, couldn't help but let out a smirk. They can clearly hear that Shiyu deserves to be Naruto. Because this guy has already done 4 or 5 bowls in a row as soon as he hears that he is free, and there is no sign of stopping. Naruto stopped when Iruka's next sentence sounded. Shiyu, Naruto. Although you didn't get promoted to Chunin this time, don't be discouraged. Iruka-sensei, if the Chunin exam didn't stop halfway, Shiyu and I would definitely be able to get promoted. Naruto rode. However, this time, one person was successfully promoted to open black lens bracket Chunin close black lens bracket. What? Hearing Iruka's words, Naruto instantly lost his calm. He didn't expect this Chunin exam to end early, and how excellent it would be to be promoted to Chunin. After some thought, Naruto also hurriedly asked, Iruka-sensei, who is it? However, before Iruka could answer, Shiyu was the first to say, if I guessed correctly, this person should be open black lens bracket Shikamaru close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Iruka and Naruto were both stunned. Iruka was surprised that Shiyu had guessed it all at once, while Naruto was surprised why open black lens bracket Shikamaru close black lens bracket was promoted to open black lens bracket Chunin close black lens bracket. You must know that the latter is his defeat. Even his winner was 200 and did not get promoted to Chunin. Instead, Shikamaru, who lost the game, got promoted. In this regard, his heart is naturally depressed. Originally, Naruto still had doubts, until Iruka's voice sounded, so he had to believe this fact. Shiyu, how did you know? We met Shikamaru when we came out of the Hokage building just now. If nothing else, he should have gone to register for Chunin qualification. Answer, Iruka was also surprised. Shiyu, you are still as smart as you are. That's right, this time only Shikamaru was promoted to Chunin among all the candidates. After being confirmed, Naruto also raised the doubts in his heart. Iruka-sensei. I obviously won Shikamaru, but why is he promoted? Naruto. Have you forgotten the rules of the Chunin exam? Chunin considers all aspects of ability, not just winning. Although the Chunin exam was terminated this time, Shikamaru showed all his abilities when he fought with you. This is obvious to all. Hearing what Iruka said, Naruto can only accept this reality. In his opinion, as long as Sasuke is not promoted to Chunin, he can accept it. Falling in love and killing each other, it was said that it was the two of them. At this moment, Emperor Guy finally came to open black lens bracket Ichiraku noodle house close black lens bracket. Shiyu, I have found you. His words made Iruka and Naruto puzzled, but they didn't know that didn't mean Toki you didn't know. Mr. Guy, Grandma Tsunade asked you to come to me. When Shiyu said this, the three of them were stunned. Iruka and Naruto were completely at a loss, while Emperor Guy was shocked. He has always heard that Shiyu is very smart, and today he finally saw it. Chapter 130 Hashirama Sells. Just as Emperor Guy came back to his senses, Shiyu's words shocked him again. Mr. Guy, let's go. Stunned for a while, Emperor Guy also said, Shiyu, you will no longer know my purpose. Kakashi, sensei has already woken up. Now, besides little Lee, who else can make you so anxious? Responding to Guy, Shiyu said to Iruka, Mr. Iruka, eat slowly, and Mr. Guy and I will go see little Lee. Good. Between the words, Iruka was still confused, completely confused. It's understandable that Guy is worried about Xiaoli, but why did the latter come to see Xiaoli with Shiyu? That's the key. Watching Shiyu and Emperor Guy gradually go away, Iruka couldn't help but ask. Naruto, do you know what's going on? I guess Mr. Guy asked Shiyu to see a doctor for little Lee. Naruto said thoughtfully. Although he is a bit clumsy, he is not stupid. Emperor Gai said that Tsunade asked him to come to Shiyu, and Shiyu is already a famous medical ninja. So, this is very reasonable. As for why Tsunade asked Emperor Gai to come to Shiyu, Naruto didn't understand for a while. What did you say to ask Shiyu to see a doctor? It's understandable that Iruka was so shocked, because in his memory, Shiyu didn't know any medical skills at all. Regarding Iruka's doubts, Naruto simply recounted what happened in Wuyuan Town, Short Book Street. Was Naruto's simple words that shocked Iruka beyond measure. Not that Iruka is not calm enough, any person would be like him in this kind of thing. The previous Emperor Gai is the best example. Looking at the direction in which Shiyu and Emperor Gai disappeared, Iruka was stunned. After a while, Shiyu came to Konoha Hospital with Emperor Gai again, and then went straight to Little Lee's room. However, they did not find Little Lee in the ward, but on the balcony on the roof. At this time, Little Lee seemed unusually calm, but in fact he was struggling. He was thinking about Tsunade's words. Should he give up being a ninja and live mediocrely, or use half the chance to fight for the life he wants? During the painful struggle, a voice also sounded slowly. Little Lee, now is not the time to have to choose one from the other. Hearing this, Little Lee was also taken aback. Immediately looking at him, he saw Shiyu and Emperor Gai who came to him, and the words just now came from Shiyu's mouth. Shiyu, Mr. Gai, why are you here? Little Lee, I brought Shiyu to see you. As soon as King Gai said these words, Little Lee was immediately stunned. That the former had recruited Tsunade, the strongest medical ninja, but if he didn't know the Emperor Gai, he would definitely feel that the former was making fun of him. Seeing the doubts on Little Lee's face as before, Emperor Gai repeated what Tsunade told him. Although he was in a bad mood, there was still a deep shock on Little Lee's face. No way, this kind of thing is too shocking. Shiyu, is what Teacher Gai said true? Almost. Shiyu responded, and then said, let me get hurt first. At this moment, Little Lee did not refuse. Although he didn't hold out much hope, it doesn't matter, in case Shiyu really has a better way. Immediately after. Under the nervous expressions of Emperor Gai and Little Lee, Shiyu also began to diagnose the situation for Little Lee. After a while, seeing Shiyu standing up straight, Emperor Gai immediately asked, Shiyu, how's it going? As Grandma Tsunade said, the fragments of bone have touched the nervous system, and even the success rate of the operation is not very high. Hearing Shiyu's words, the mood of Emperor Gai and Little Lee fell to the bottom again, and Emperor Gai still asked a symbolic question. Not very high as how much? %. As soon as Shiyu's answer came out, Shaoli and Emperor Gai were stunned for a moment. Isn't this so kidding? The 9% chance of you even I said it's not very high, then what is your so-called high? Shocked, but Emperor Gai hurriedly asked. Shiyu, are you kidding me? At this moment, not only King Gai had such doubts, but also Little Lee, because Tsunade said earlier that the best situation is only 50%. But now that Shiyu is here, it's as high as 90%. Can this not surprise them? If Tsunade hadn't patted his chest, they would definitely think Shiyu was talking nonsense. Mr. Gai, how can I joke like this? In my eyes, only a 100% chance is called high. Hearing Shiyu's words, Emperor Gai and Little Lee looked at each other, expressing their complete agreement with Shiyu in their hearts. Shiyu, are you telling the truth? Little Lee said excitedly. Of course. Shiyu responded with a sound, and immediately said, if I can implant primary cells during the operation, I can increase the success rate of the operation to 99%. Moreover, it will allow you to return to your previous state faster after surgery. That's right, in fact, this is Tokiyu's real purpose. If he went directly to Tsunade to get the first-generation cell, the latter would definitely ask her what she took it for. And in the name of Little Lee's surgery, everything will be a matter of course. As for the so-called 99% power, it's true, Shiyu just didn't have enough to say. In fact, with the primary sage body, he can completely restore Shaoli to the original without surgery, and he can completely remove the bone fragments in the nerve center, in Shaoli's body. It is transformed into natural energy and extracted to be. When Shiyu mentioned the 99% success rate, Emperor Guy and Little Li were speechless in astonishment. After being stunned for a while, Emperor Guy broke the silence. Quote. Shiyu, what you said is true. Mr. Guy, what good is it for me to lie to you? Well, that's what I said. With Emperor Guy's murmur, the eyes he and Little Li looked at each other were full of excitement. With a 9% chance, it's almost an absolute certainty. They never imagined that Shiyu would be able to do things that even the strongest medical ninja, Tsunade, couldn't do. After some shock, Emperor Guy suddenly thought of something. Shiyu, I heard that no one has successfully transplanted primary cells. Emperor Guy is an elite Jonin, and naturally he knows this. And when Little Li heard this, most of the excited look on his face disappeared, and his eyes turned to Shiyu again, waiting for the latter's answer. Mr. Guy, I just said if. That is to say, I have to study it first. If the study is successful, then with the ability of primary cells, even those who have broken arms and legs can be reborn. Shiyu, how sure are you? Guy asked. Everything is unknown without research. Shiyu said. That's right. King Guy responded and immediately said, however, I believe that you will be able to study successfully. Guy's words are not groundless, but have some basis. Learned all of Tsunade's medical skills and ninjutsu in just 5 days, but now the success rate given after diagnosis is much higher than Tsunade's. Little Li seemed to have the same thoughts as him, cheering for Shiyu. Shiyu, I also believe in you. Hearing this, Shiyu smiled slightly and said immediately. Little Li, take a good rest first. I'll go and ask Nanny Tsunade for instructions on the study of primary cells. Seeing Little Li nodding, Shiyu also said goodbye to the two of them. Then Mr. Guy, I'll go first. Good. Guy nodded, and Shiyu disappeared from their field of vision under the watchful eyes of the two. Little Li, that's great. Yes, Mr. Guy. The two people in the conversation are directly hugging each other, kind of, hugging each other and crying, and rushing to the feet with joy. And Tokyo didn't procrastinate. After leaving Konoha Hospital, he went to Tsunade. Chapter 131 3 Women in One Play. Way to find Tsunade, he met two people. Two teenage girls. It's Sakura and Ino, they seem to be going to hospital to see Sasuke and Little Li. And at the moment when they saw Shiyu, for some reason, the two of them stopped at the same time. Hi, Shiyu. The first Shiyu to say hello was Ino. After passing the Chunin exam, the former's status in his heart has risen to a certain height. It is also for this reason that she has rarely competed with Sakura for jealousy recently. Sakura also summoned up her courage when she saw this. Shiyu, long time no see. This result made Shiyu quite surprised. Ino was still within the acceptable range. After all, she helped the latter during the Chunin exam. But Sakura didn't. Also, this seems to be the first time I've taken the initiative to say hello to her. Isn't it just to raise a bar with Ino? Obviously not. Shiyu had already guessed one or two, but he didn't point it out. Because when the latter feeling gradually deepens, she will reveal herself, so Shiyu has absolutely no need to do anything deliberately. That's not his style. He doesn't have it either. Ino, Sakura, are you going to see Sasuke? Hearing Shiyu's words, Ino smiled slightly, then said, there's Little Li. The two of them were injured so badly, as classmates, it's natural to see them. Ino's sentence is very meaningful, especially the 4 words, as a classmate. This undoubtedly tells Shiyu that she has no other intentions to see the two of them. Hearing this, Sakura hurriedly said. Me too. Very good. Shiyu responded, and then said, I just finished watching the two of them, and Sasuke has already woken up. As for little Lee, I think his injury will recover soon too. It seems that the rumor is true. The new Hokage is the famous medical expert Tsunade-sama. Ino wrote. I still have something to do, so I'll go first. The voice fell, and Shiyu strode away. The two women looked at Shiyu's back with different expressions on their faces, not knowing what they were thinking. Until Tokiyu's figure completely disappeared from their field of vision, Ino seemed to have made a decision in his heart. Sakura, I've decided. What did you decide? Sakura looked puzzled between the words. In order to repair our relationship, I decided to quit. The two of them were originally best friends without guessing, but because they were attracted by Sasuke at the same time, they gradually became estranged. After the first battle of the Chunin exam qualifier, the relationship between the two gradually improved. Exit. Exit what? Are you really stupid or pretend to be stupid? Ino, who was in the middle of the conversation, gave Sakura a sullen look, and continued, it means that Sasuke gave it to you. Give it to me. Sakura murmured, and finally understood. Why did I ask you to let it go? I can take it by myself, I don't need your sympathy. Let me tell you so. Ino responded with a sound, and then said, it's better that I give up instead of letting it go. Why? Because I think someone is better and better than him. Ino's voice fell, and before Sakura could answer, a voice came from behind them. What are you talking about? Hearing this, both Sakura and Ino were taken aback. Immediately, a beautiful shadow is also reflected in the two people's eyes. It's none other than Tenten. Needless to say, she was definitely going to see little Lee. It's nothing. Ino hurriedly explained, and then said, Tenten, you are going to see little Lee. Exactly, I want to see him too, let's go together. Good. Although Tenten didn't know what was going on, they naturally wouldn't reject Ino's kindness. So Ino happily dragged Tenten towards Konoha Hospital, leaving only Sakura with a confused face. However, Ino never imagined that the person she was pulling actually had a crush on Shiyu. Sakura was still thinking about what Ino said just now as she looked at the two who were leaving. Better than Sasuke did. Speaking, Sakura glanced at the direction in which Tokiha disappeared, and finally understood something. He froze in place for a while, and muttered to himself. Sasuke never responds to my feelings and doesn't look at me, should I insist? Words fell, she also kept up with the pace of Ino and Tenten. At that time, Yu had already arrived at the Hokage building. At the moment Tsunade is discussing with the court Konoha figures such as open black lens bracket Homura Mitokado close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Kaharu Udatane close black lens bracket about taking over the ceremony. Tsunade couldn't be bothered with such a boring thing. So she directly handed it over to Shizune to discuss it with them, and then she only needs to come forward. And she walked up to Shiyu with a look of relief and asked with a smile. Shiyu, what do you have to do with me? Grandma Tsunade, you pushed the matter to me and asked me something. Words. Tsunade was also instantly stunned. He asked directly, how is it, how confident are you of little Lee's injury? Less than 10%. Tsunade was stunned for a moment, then rolled his eyes at Shiyu, and said, you little brat, be serious. Hey, I'm seeing Grandma Tsunade. You may not be able to adapt to the job of Hokage all of a sudden, so ease the atmosphere. Okay, I'm not kidding you anymore. When the words fell, Shiyu's expression became serious, and he continued, little Lee's injury is indeed serious, but I am about 80% sure. So high. Tsunade was instantly stunned between the words. Originally she just thought that Shiyu's talent might give her a little more confidence. But what she didn't expect was that 3 layers were directly added. Before her shock was over, Shiyu said again, Grandma Tsunade, if the primary cell can be successfully researched, I will be 90% to 9%. Grasp. Primary cell. Tsunade stunned, then said, "Indeed, with your talent, you can really give it a try. If it works, it will be a great feat." As Konoha's best medical ninja, Tsunade naturally knows about first-generation cell culture and transplantation. But because the transplant never succeeded, and all the test specimens died. Reason: this research is banned. However, although research is banned, primary cells are still preserved in the experiment. After some consideration, Tsunade said to Tokyo, "Tomorrow, we will receive the daimyo from various countries and meet the leaders of other villages. The day after tomorrow will be the official succession ceremony. Well, come back to me in 2 days." Nodded and made an agreement with Tsunade. And in these 2 days, he can just teach Sasuke how to control the cursed seal of heaven. Please download Feifei. Chapter 132 Inches Cursed Ceiling, Cultivation. The next day, Shiyu told Emperor Guy and Little Lee about the situation, and they had no opinion on it. They have been doing it for so long, and it is not less than 1 or 2 days. After all, it is a research that can improve the success rate, and even if it is a long time, they are still willing to wait. Life-threatening matters, of course, have to be cautious. After leaving Little Lee's ward, Tokyo went directly to Sasuke. And the latter has long been impatient. Everything is ready. If Shiyu didn't come to him, he would have to go to Shiyu. "Now that you're ready, let me go with me." Hearing Tokyo's words, Sasuke nodded heavily. After being tortured by Itachi, he deeply felt his weakness, which made his rapidly growing heart intensify again. After a while, after leaving Konoha Hospital, Tokyo took Sasuke to a relatively secluded grove. "No way. It's better not to let too many people know about this cursed seal of heaven. After all, it's something that Orochimaru left behind. You already know the first form of cursed sealing, but you haven't completely mastered it because you resisted this kind of power. So, what you have to do now is to release this form completely." Hearing Tokyo's words, Sasuke didn't talk nonsense either. The evil seal on his cursed seal was broken when he fought against Gaara last time, and now he can freely curse seal as long as he wants. Next second, one after another black runes also flowed out from the cursed seal of heaven on Sasuke's neck, and then they covered the whole body without any suspense. But it did not completely cover the body, leaving a little gap between each rune. This is the first form of the heaven's cursed seal. Seeing this, Shiyu also said, "Okay, let's practice with me now." "With you?" "Yes." Shiyu nodded, then said, "Battle is the fastest way to master the power." "I see." Voice fell, Sasuke didn't talk nonsense, and attacked Tokyo directly. Sasuke originally thought that he should be able to have a few moves with Tokyo after cursed seal transformation, but the result was far beyond his expectations. In this state, he is still unable to make a move in Shiyu's hands. After learning the 100 Heroes technique with Tsunade, Shiyu learned a method, which is to precisely control the chakra to a certain part of the body, make it burst out with great power. This move is combined with the increase of open black lens bracket, the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket. It is simply pervert. But for Kamisasuke, Tokyo did not use these powers at all, because it is completely unnecessary. Otherwise, as long as you get a punch, you will probably have to go back to the hospital and lie down. Sasuke, turn on Sharingan. If you want to evolve Sharingan, there is only constant battle. Hearing Tokyo's reminder, Sasuke did not have any doubts and did it directly. After half a day, Sasuke has completely stabilized the tier state of the curse of the heavens. But at the same time, the drag at this moment has already exhausted and collapsed. Although Sasuke at this time is very wolf. His heart was excited, because he felt that his strength was constantly improving. This result naturally surprised him. After some rest, Shiyu said, "Sasuke, you are fully used to the first form of this cursed sealing, so let's start the next stage of training." Next stage. Nice. Shiyu responded and immediately said, "This curse seal has 2 forms, and your current master is only the first form. So, next I'm going to teach you to control the second form." Sasuke, who heard the words, sucked in a breath of cold air. He never imagined that this curse seal actually had a stronger form. He was also very excited about this. "Sasuke, I will give all the power to unlock the curse seal next, but the process is very painful. No matter how much pain, I can endure it." To Sasuke's answer, Tokiyu said, "Have you ever experienced the feeling of death?" What do you mean?" "I told you the truth. After the power of the curse seal is fully released, this power will instantly devour your life. Simply put, you will die." Hearing Shiyu's words, Sasuke was stunned for a moment, and there was a flash of panic and doubt in his eyes. "Shiyu, since you brought it up, there should be a solution." "Of course." Shiyu nodded, and then said, "However, you have to endure that feeling of death, because later you will be constantly hovering on the edge of life and death. As long as I can gain strength, I can bear any pain." "In that case, let's get started." "Good." Seeing Sasuke nodding, Tokiyu stopped talking nonsense. "I saw a natural energy condensed in his hand, and then instilled it towards the curse of heaven on Sasuke's neck. In the second that this natural energy penetrated into the curse seal, the latter seemed to be summoned by something, and instantly awakened. The terrifying runes spread out again directly, covering Sasuke's whole body in just a few breaths. Not only that, but even Sasuke's appearance has changed. The hair has grown longer, and the wings of the palm is born on his back. There is no doubt that the current Sasuke has successfully awakened the second form of the curse of the sky. However, the total power it was accompanied by pain. At this time, Sasuke had already felt the pain of death, and although he clenched Kiba tightly and endured it, he still let out a shallow moan. He was able to hold on, naturally, because Shiyu absorbed the excess, natural energy, in his body to protect his life from being eroded away. After a while, after seeing Sasuke's condition stabilized, Tokiyu also stopped absorbing the natural energy in his body. Ordinary people will die once they absorb too much natural energy. That's why not many people can withstand curse seal power. In the test of Orochimaru, even Otogakur 4 people or only 4 people. Ordinary open black lens bracket curse seal close black lens bracket. And the power contained in this curse seal of heaven is even more terrifying. But if you want the power of a master, you must stay in this state for a period of time to allow your body to slowly adapt to this natural energy. After all this last night, Shiyu also said, "Sasuke, you should get used to this state in the afternoon. After you get used to it, I will practice with you tomorrow to make you a better master." Sasuke nodded without hesitation. He had begun to trust Tokiha unconditionally. Feeling the power that this state gave him amplifying, his admiration for Shiyu deepened a lot. The next day, Sasuke also adapted to this second form of the curse of heaven under the guidance of Tokiyu. But what makes Sasuke depressed is that he is still no match for Tokiyu in this state. However, what makes him happy is that he can at least have a few tricks with him. This is enough to prove that his strength has improved by leaps and bounds, which is undoubtedly the best news for Sasuke. Day 3. And Tsunade agreed on the day. At this time, the latter has successfully completed the succession ceremony and officially became Konoha's 5th Hokage. When you came to the Hokage office, the latter was looking at a pile of documents in a daze. "Grandma Tsunade, here I come." The sound of this voice made Tsunade's pretty face show a wisp of a smile. Chapter 133 Teenager who made a splash in Konoha. In the office, Tsunade and Shizune had a chat. Tsunade took him to Konoha's research laboratory. Today's Tsunade, as the 5 generations Hokage, is naturally unimpeded along the way, without any accidents. After bringing Shiyu to the research laboratory, Tsunade also briefly introduced the general situation to Shiyu. As Konoha used to be an excellent medical ninja, she is no stranger to this place. Because Shiyu researches not to put primary cells into human body to cultivate Mokudan wood-style ninja with blood stain limit, but Shiyu's research purpose is the regeneration power of primary cells. Therefore, no one will object to this research. In fact, this research Konoha has been studied a long time ago, but there is not much progress at all. Coupled with Tsunade's departure, no one has the strength to continue research. It would have taken some time to complete this research. But the problem is that he's already elementary sage body now, so this part is faster. After Tsunade's introduction, Shiyu immediately started researching. With his current talent, this research is not difficult for him at all. In just a few days, he was puzzled by Konoha medical class. For decades the research project was solved. This result has undoubtedly caused a sensation in the whole Konoha. Since that day, Tokiyu has undoubtedly become the talking point of the Konoha villagers before and after dinner. Why Tashiyu becomes the most popular object of the new generation. Especially the kid Konoha Maru. Tenten calls himself Tokiyu's younger brother, and it's a lot of fun. Relatively speaking, Shikamaru's promotion to Chunin fell to the lower level. Because of the advent of this research, the problem of some disabled people is solved, mainly in those who lack arms and legs. At the moment when the research was successful, Tsunade gave Shiyu an unexpected hug. This was undoubtedly something that Shiyu didn't expect. Tsunade's hug Shiyu was acceptable, but the middle-aged uncle, Emperor Guy, Shiyu was somewhat unacceptable. Obviously, the latter is because of excitement. Because of this, Little Lee's surgery can be said to be almost without any risk. And Shiyu's own goal has also been achieved, and the primary cell will be turned into a part of himself with sage body. In this way, he can create the chakra of open black lens bracket Asura close black lens bracket, so that he can use open black lens bracket Mangekyo Sharingan close black lens bracket with impunity. On the second day after the completion of the research, Shiyu also performed surgery on Xiaoli. Without any accident, Xiaoli successfully recovered his health. After all these things, the fungus also entered a high-speed recovery period, that is, a tense working state. Because of Orochimaru's troubles and the death of 3 Hokage, they Konoha have piled up a lot of tasks. Elite Jonins like Kakashi, Emperor Guy and the others all need to perform difficult tasks, and some simple tasks are done by genin. Because of this, Shiyu and the others have an independent mission. The content of the mission is to go to the Tea country, to protect a contestant, and Shiyu is still a little interested in this mission. Because he really wanted to see the weapon of open black lens bracket second Hokage close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket thunder sword close black lens bracket. This sword was stolen by missing Nin open black lens bracket close black lens bracket using open black lens bracket Morino Itoden close black lens bracket 3 years ago, and it is still in the hands of the latter. What about? If there is no accident, this time the mission will be with the person in the system's first mission anyway, and Shiyu is not in a hurry, so he should go on a tour. System Quest. Kill open black lens bracket Kimamaro close black lens bracket. System Quest. Destroy Orochimaru open black lens bracket sound hidden village lair close black lens bracket, and kill Fu Molan. Exclamation mark. The first task, Shiyu has to wait until Sasuke's affairs are arranged before completing it, because it is related to the open black lens bracket contract scroll close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Raichi cave close black lens bracket. After Tsunade's explanation, Tokiyu, Naruto and Sasuke 3 also embarked on the journey of Tea country. This is the first time Shiyu and the others, 7th class, have performed a mission alone. Without Kakashi in charge, the captain is naturally Shiyu. Sasuke and Naruto have no objection to this. Today, the two of them have completely become Tokiyu's younger brothers. In their opinion, as long as they follow Tokiyu, they can continue to become stronger. 2 days later. Shiyu and the others finally arrived in the tea country, and they left the hotel where they slept for more than half a day, and they finally saw a tea house on the way. Time feather. There is a tea house in front, let's take a break. Alright. Seeing Shiyu nodding, Naruto's figure instantly disappeared in place, and hurriedly ran towards the tea house in front of him. After arriving at the tea house, Naruto, a foodie, ordered a lot of things in an instant, such as Enko rice cake soup, 60 balls jelly, etc. At this time, in addition to the three of them in this hotel, there were also a boy who looks a little older than them. Naruto and the others don't know the identity of the latter, but Tokyo knows it. This young man is the target they want to protect during their trip, the younger brother of Konoha Jonin, Mori Ibiki, Morino Itoten. At the beginning, this guy was eliminated because of the first round of the Chunin exam, and he was deceived by Lu Chinkui in despair. And, he also became a missing nin. But because of the reason of open black lens bracket Mori Ibiki close black lens bracket, the latter was not wanted, and then fled to this open black lens bracket T country close black lens bracket and became a member of open black lens bracket Wasabi family close black lens bracket. And open black lens bracket Morino Itoten close black lens bracket. After seeing Tokyo and the three of them, he was biting Kiba and gnashing his teeth. Because he was deceived by open black lens bracket green aoi close black lens bracket, he hated the Konoha ninja in his heart. It turned out to be Konoha's ninja. Looking at the three of Shiyu 3, Yichuo Tien muttered in his mouth. Immediately after. The other hand, he left his seat and came to the seat of Shiyu's trio of three, and said with a look of disdain. Life is so easy, ninja is such an easy job. What did you say? Naruto was the first to be upset. I think Konoha village is really peaceful, it looks like it's all over the place. Yichuo, before the last two cursing words were uttered, his body was smashed to the ground heavily. Boom. At 05 o'clock, Yichuo was being stepped on the ground by a big foot, and this person was Shiyu. I didn't mess with you. Why did you shoot me? When you move your impure thoughts, the result is already doomed. Hearing Shiyu's words, Yichuo Tien suddenly trembled in his heart, because he felt as if his inner thoughts were completely seen through by Shiyu. But this is only one of his shocks. Second, he himself was once a ninja, and he was a genin like the three of them. He originally thought that he could play with Shiyu and the three of them and then slip away. But what he never expected was that Shiyu would shoot directly. The most terrifying thing is that he doesn't even know how Shiyu made his move. Moreover, he can't move at all now. At this moment, there is only one thought in his heart, as the current Konoha genin, so strong. Please download Feifei. Chapter 134 Inches Horaishin, Reappearance. Glancing at the open black lens bracket Itoten close black lens bracket on the ground, Naruto also asked in confusion. Shiyu, how did you know he had impure thoughts? Naruto, as a qualified ninja, you must know how to observe people and things around you at all times. Shiyu instructed Naruto, and then said, as soon as we stepped into this tea house, this kid looked at us with disgust. A person who hates ninjas will take the initiative to talk to us, even with his feet, he knows that his purpose is not pure. It's easy to play tricks on us, and it's hard to trick us. Open black lens bracket I Twoten close black lens bracket, who was still a little skeptical about this at first, suddenly realized when he heard Shiyu's words. He really couldn't understand how a genin could have such insight, compared to his older brother, who was good at observing words and emotions. Open black lens bracket Mori Ibiki close black lens bracket as a Konoha torture officer. If you don't have this ability, how can you mess around? So it is. Naruto nodded, then snorted coldly. That's too hateful. At this time, open black lens bracket Itaten close black lens bracket was extremely aggrieved. He was very upset when he met Konoha's ninja. He never thought that his motives would be discovered. Moreover, he is still being trampled under his feet at the moment. What is even more disgusting is that he was called a teen kid by Shiyu who was younger than him. I tell you, you'd better let me go. Otherwise, Lord Nagujiro will not let you go. Jiro-chan, why does it sound so familiar? Naruto muttered. You idiot. Sasuke shattered lightly, and then said, Jiro-chan is the one who entrusted us with this mission. No wonder I think I've heard it there. On the ground, open black lens bracket Ataden close black lens bracket was dumbfounded after hearing the conversation between Naruto and Sasuke, because he was the contestant this time. In other words, the three guys in front of him are here to protect him. This result was completely beyond his expectations. He didn't expect that things would be so coincidental, and the one who protected himself would be Konoha's ninja. Just when Yichuo Tien was still there, when he was shocked, Shiyu's voice also sounded slowly. What a coincidence. Then it's good, you can take us to find Jiro-chan. Why should I take you there? Yi Tuoshin said angrily. You will bring it. When Shiyu's voice fell, the old woman in the tea house also brought out what Naruto had just ordered. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was also slightly taken aback. Seeing the old woman froze in place, Shiyu also said, Mother-in-law, this person wants to eat the overlord meal, but we just caught him. When Shiyu said these words, Yi Tuoshin was stunned again. Because he just wanted to eat free food just now, and then asked Shiyu and the three to pay the bill for him, the purpose was to play tricks on them. But what he didn't expect was that his purpose was not only seen through, but now his real intention was exposed. Is this a coincidence? Although he really didn't want to believe it, the truth was in front of him. Hearing what Shiyu said, without seeing Yi Tuoshin's rebuttal, the old woman also believed Shiyu's words and quickly thanked him. Thank you so much. You're welcome, hee. Naruto laughed. Little devil, hurry up and hand over your account. Words fell, Shiyu's feet also moved away from Yi Tuoshin's body, but he left something on his body. After seeing that his conspiracy was exposed, Yi Tuotien only paid the bill. Can't beat Shiyu 3. And if he hadn't run into Shiyu 3, he wouldn't have the idea of free food. Hey, what's your name? Shiyu asked. Senmilk Yi Tuoshin. I Tuoshin, right, you just wait here, and we'll be on our way after we finish eating. You. At this moment, Yi Tuoshin was very angry. But did not dare to get angry. Because of Shiyu's power, he has already experienced it, and he will definitely not be able to beat him. Since he can't fight, he can only run. After he left Konoha, he didn't practice any ninjutsu anymore, but specialized in running. Because the Jiro-chan family who took him in has to participate in a Masuri worship ceremony of the Hongtaisha shrine every year. And this ceremony is, to put it bluntly, a race. In order to be able to help open black lens bracket Jiro-chan close black lens bracket, he has practiced hard for the past few years, and this time he finally has the opportunity to repay the latter. Sure enough. When he took advantage of Shiyu and the others to eat, he ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Naruto was the first to shout, Shiyu, that guy ran away. Never mind him, we'll eat ours. Hearing Shiyu's words, Sasuke and Naruto were also stunned, although they didn't know what medicine Shiyu was selling in this gourd. But as long as Shiyu said, they chose to obey. 5 minutes later, Sasuke, who came back after paying the bill, said, Shiyu, I asked the old lady just now. She said that there is still a long way to go from here to the village where the Wasabi family is located. Should we hurry up? Don't worry, we are taking a break. Someone will give you a position. Location. Naruto and Sasuke murmured at the same time, obviously not knowing the meaning of Tokiyu's words. At the same time, that Yi Tuoshin, who was some distance away from the tea house, looked back and said disdainfully, what about the ninjas, can you catch up to me? Voice fell, Itoden didn't hesitate, and ran towards the house of Jiro-chan quickly. After a while, Itautien finally arrived at Jiro-chan's house, and went directly to meet Jiro-chan. Meeting room. When Itoden saw Jiro-chan, he immediately knelt down. Boss. You're back. Jiro-chan responded with a sound, and then said, Ida-ocean, this competition is entirely up to you. Boss, don't worry. I will do my best to win this victory. Jiro-chan nodded with satisfaction and muttered, I don't know when the ninjas of Konoha will arrive. Just as Jiro-chan's voice fell, and before Itoden had time to explain the 200 incidents that he had just met with Toshiyu and the three of them, three figures suddenly appeared in their eyes. These three figures are none other than Tokyo 3. This scene undoubtedly shocked both Jiro and Chong, especially Itaden. He just came back all the way, and he used the strength of feeding, and the speed was as fast as ultimate. Logically, even if Shiyu and the others caught up, they wouldn't be able to appear here so quickly. Even if they were as fast as themselves, they would have to take the time to find Jiro-chan's home. But the problem is, Shiyu is just out of thin air. Appeared. Undoubtedly, it was the reason why Tokyo used the Parisian technique. When Tokyo let go of Itaden, he left the Parisian mark on him. Why are you here? Hearing Itaden's words, Chief Jiro also came back to his senses. His eyes fell on Tokyo and Naruto, and he asked, Did I see you there? Jiro-chan, uncle, we met. Unimura, when I was with Grandma Tsunade. Shiyu Road. Konoha from Wuyuan Town, Dance Street. Shiyu and the others had a relationship with the latter when they passed through Tang Village. That's because Tsunade made friends who gambled around, or more accurately, gamblers. It's you. Jiro-chan was also a little surprised in the words. He did not expect that the Konoha ninja who came here would be Tokiha and Naruto. As for Sasuke, he doesn't know him yet. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things to study. Chapter 135 One Punch shocked everyone. After Tokiha and Naruto had a chat, open black lens bracket Jiro Wasabi close black lens bracket immediately looked at open black lens bracket Morino Itoden close black lens bracket. Italian. Listening to your tone just now, you seem to know them. Jiro-chan's voice fell, and before Itoshin could speak, Shiyu was the first to say, Uncle Jiro-chan, we had a relationship at a tea house on the road before. If he hadn't led the way, we wouldn't have gotten here so quickly. So it is. Jiro nodded, and then said, Ida-ocean, you didn't tell me in advance just now. Itauten wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Shiyu. It's okay, Uncle Jiro. It is estimated that Itoshin was so happy that he forgot about it. You should tell us the specific requirements of this mission. Alright. Seeing Tokyo and Jiro chatting and laughing, Itaden was embarrassed to mention the shameful thing just now. Immediately after, Jiro-chan also explained the main content of their mission this time to Takiwa and the three of them. First of all, he told a legend. A long time ago, in order to calm down the storm, people enshrined Dragon Tiger Treasure Jade in Hongtaisha. Soon the storm subsided, so the incident became a legend and passed on, and it has now evolved into a routine event every 4 years. In the beginning, it was just Matsuri worshipping the treasure jade. From a few decades ago, it became the most powerful person to become the master Matsuri and perform Matsuri sacrifice. Now, Yuyan has become another role. In this port town called Jigang, there have been 2 groups of knights, the Wasabi family and the Mustard family, since ancient times. The disputes between the 2 of us have never been interrupted. Conflict over the dominance of the town. When the confrontation is fierce, even the residents will be affected, even injured, and even sacrificed. In order to put an end to this intensifying confrontation, under the mediation of the daimyo of the Kingdom of Tea, a solution was proposed to decide who can dominate the town. Hearing this, Tokyo said, Uncle Jiro, the solution should be the Matsuri worship ceremony held every 4 years at the Hongtaisha. Interaction of Matsuri worship at Hongtaisha Shrine, ceremony even if it refers to Matsuri worship at Momoto Luki Shrine. Well, you're right. Jiro took a little longer and continued. Because the opponent hired ninjas in the previous session and won an overwhelming victory, so this time they will probably repeat the same tricks as 4 years ago. So we decided to entrust the village of Konoha to take countermeasures. Please, please help us. Voice fell, and Chief Jiro also bowed to the three of them. Uncle Jiro. Don't worry, this matter is covered by us. For this open black lens bracket Wasabi Jiro-chan closed black lens bracket, Tokiyu has a good impression of him. The last time Unimura met by chance, the latter invited them to soak in Izumi. Moreover, this task is not difficult at all, it is regarded as a bathing feeling for him to return the latter. Let's do it. So, the voice of Sasuke, who are we going to protect, fell, and before Chief Jiro could answer, Tokiyu said, if I guess correctly, it should be Ataden who brought us here. How did you know? Shenyi Tuoshin finally spoke again. I think your speed is far beyond ordinary people, and you are a person, and this Matsuri priest is a game where speed determines the outcome. If nothing else happens, Uncle Jiro will definitely send you to fight. Quote. Hearing what Tokiyu said, both Jiro-chan and Ataden were stunned. They didn't expect Shiyu to come to this answer based on this information alone, and they had to admit that Shiyu was smart. Since you've already guessed it, so. Ituoshin, please take them to visit the town these 2 days. Jiro-chan smiled. His meaning is very simple, since Shiyu and the others are here to protect Ituoshin, let them be more familiar. Ituoshin said reluctantly, but he couldn't find any reason, so he could only follow Jiro-chan's wishes. The next day, Ataden followed Jiro-chan's wishes and went out with the three of Tokiha. Although Shiyu's cleverness made him look different yesterday, he was still haunted by the previous incident. Because of this, he basically didn't talk much along the way. And when they came to a noodle restaurant, Naruto couldn't help but want to taste the ramen here. Tokiyu didn't say no to this either. Since leaving Konoha, they haven't eaten ramen for a long time. However, just after they dared to order the noodles, the boss was thrown out by the three big men in the store. Please forgive me. For the boss's begging, the three big men did not take it to heart at all. I'm going, I thought you were doing business here because of someone's blessing. That's right, actually just resisted as the mustard family. How dare I do this? The boss in the conversation looked terrified, but he still mustered up his courage and said, it's just that you have to give money. No way, his whole family depended on this small noodle restaurant for their livelihood. If the Tenten of Hejiazi family came to eat free food, then his noodle shop would be closed down if he was late. Hee, I think you still don't understand the situation. The gray-clothed man at the head sneered. Immediately after, he was gearing up again, obviously he was about to start again. Seeing this, the noodle restaurant owner hurriedly knelt down and begged for mercy, please raise your hand and let me go. Begging for mercy now, it's too late. The gray-clothed catastrophe that fell from the voice was about to start, but at this moment, he felt as if his body had been hit hard. Touch. With a muffled sound, the gray-clothed man, who was still arrogant, smashed directly on the wall of the street. Boom. At this time, his entire body was directly embedded in the wall, foaming at the mouth, looking like a dizzy bastard. This sudden scene undoubtedly stunned everyone. Especially the younger brother of the big man in gray. The eyes of the two of them fell on a figure from the wall at this time. This figure is not someone else, so Good Jiao is Shiyu. At this moment, Shiyu glanced at the gray-clothed man embedded in the wall, and spit out a word. It even bothered the young master to eat noodles. Voice fell, and Shiyu said to the restaurant owner on the ground, "Boss, hurry up and cook the noodles, I'm hungry." The people who heard the words were completely stunned. They didn't expect that Shiyu would punish the people of the Hejiazi family just to eat a bowl of noodles. When Ituoshin saw this, he couldn't help but shudder. At this moment, he finally knew that Shiyu must be showing mercy to him in the old woman's tea house. Otherwise, there is no way he could be standing here now. The way he looked at Shiyu changed again. At this time, there was both happiness and fear in his eyes. His performance was undoubtedly a recognition of Shiyu's strength. Be precise, envy, because he once wanted to become a powerful ninja, but unfortunately his dream was shattered. Please download Feifei. Chapter 136 The Choice Between Life and Death. After everyone was shocked, the villagers and shopkeepers next to them all applauded. Obviously, they were bullied a lot on weekdays. Then, Shiyu asked them to pay off the debts they owed in one lump sum before letting them get out of the way with the fainting gray-clothed man on his back. Looking at the three of the Wa Mustard family, who quickly disappeared from sight, the noodle restaurant owner thanked Shiyu. Little brother, thank you. Boss, can you cook noodles now? Yes, yes. Noodle restaurant owner responded quickly, and then said, you can eat as much as you want, the free kind. Really? The ringer exclaimed in surprise. Seeing the noodle shop owner nodding, Naruto said unceremoniously, I want this, this and that. Because of this, Shiyu and a few people ate a free meal in front of them. But the boss was a little scared, because Naruto, the big stomach king, eats something that is not as simple as a few people. It's for more than 10 people. However, compared to Shiyu helping him to express his anger just now, and asking for the money back in the past, it is a drop in the bucket. After this little episode, 3 of Tokiha, who had eaten and drank enough, continued to visit the town under the leadership of Itoten. Although Tokiyu taught the people of open black lens bracket Kadozi's family close black lens bracket, but because of the relationship of open black lens bracket Wabi's family 437 close black lens bracket, the former didn't seem to immediately ask for trouble. If Shiyu didn't expect it, in the course of the game, the Kanako family should let their hired ninjas do it. You can win the game and get rid of the hatred in your heart. This move can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Time flies, 2 days are fleeting. Day 3. Finally ushered in the so-called Masuri worship event of Hong Taisha, which is a very representative game. Because he decided the dominance of the town of Jigang. At this time, the square of starting point was already crowded with people, almost all the residents of the town gathered. Obviously, they are very concerned about this. The approximate process of this game is, depart from the port of the small town, Akko Port, take a boat to the middle stronghold, Mutariji Shrine, and get one of the items placed there. Dragon Tiger Jade. Dragon and Tiger Jade divided into 2, Dragon Jade, and Tiger Jade 2. Then go to the Hungtai Shrine of Dao Island, and the dragon will be taken from the Moto Lumu Shrine. Tiger Treasure Jade can be worshipped on it. First to arrive is the final winner. Of course, these are just the rules. Players can take shortcuts, hire people to stop their opponents, and even set traps and so on to make their own wins. Tokiha, I don't know what kind of ninja the other party hired. Naruto's voice fell, but Sasuke was the first to speak. Now you're definitely not going to see it, because they must be hiding in the corner and watching the situation. Sasuke is right. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, the ninja dispatched by the other side is not too strong for a mission like this, so this time is just the time to test the achievements of both of you. Hearing the words, Naruto and Sasuke nodded, and they were already eager to try. Not long after Shiyu's words fell, the host's voice rose. Everyone, the Boon Taisha competition is about to begin. Now I'll announce the 2 runners of both sides. First is the runner of the Wasabi family, Morino Itaden, and then the runner of the Kazuko family, Hikadoya Fukusuke. Now, take your place. Host's words, Idatien and Yafukusuke also took the starting position. Start. As these 2 words were spit out from the host's mouth, the 2 of them flew out in unison. The speed is beyond imagination. This speed is much faster than the average genin. It can be seen that the 2 of them were selected for no reason. However, what surprised everyone was that Yi Tuoshin did not follow the prescribed route. He directly abandoned the boat prepared by the organizer. As Yafukusuke, his opponent, also muttered, "What does that guy want to do?" Immediately afterwards, he also stopped talking nonsense and left directly by boat. At the same time, Ida-Ocean was heading towards the downstream fishing village along the port, and he seemed to have already made a decision in his heart. Nothing else, he thought of a shortcut or a faster way. Shiyu, what is it doing with that guy? You'll know that later. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto stopped asking questions, and followed closely behind Ida-Ocean. After a while. At that time, after the three of Yu and Ida-Ocean arrived in a forest, Shiyu stopped. Seeing Shiyu parked on a big tree and looking at Ida-Ocean who was about to disappear from sight, Naruto couldn't help asking. Shiyu, why did you stop? Don't worry, he'll be back later. Hearing Toshiyu's words, Naruto was puzzled, and Sasuke seemed to have a plan, so he turned on Sharingan, and sure enough, everything was exactly as he thought. There is a demonic illusion barrier ahead. Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto also muttered, how come I don't know about demonic illusion? You idiot, how can the demonic illusion deliberately set up by others be so easy to be discovered, and you can feel for yourself whether there is a faint flow of chakra around you? Naruto was stunned for a moment, then followed suit. However, after some perception, he couldn't see anything unusual, which shows that Naruto has no talent in demonic illusion's attainments. Why can't I feel it? Just when Naruto was depressed, Idaten, who had previously disappeared into the forest and disappeared in the sight of Tokiha and the three of them, reappeared. Seeing this scene will undoubtedly prove Tokiyu's statement. There is really a demonic illusion barrier. Naruto also exclaimed, and then said, Shiyu, let's go help him quickly. Not yet. Why? Because he has noticed. Tokiyu's words made Sasuke and Naruto puzzled again. How could an ordinary person perceive demonic illusion? At most he just felt that he had lost his way. Seeing the doubts on the faces of the two, Shiyu also said. Because he's also a ninja. Shiyu's voice fell, and before Naruto could continue to ask, Shiyu said, follow up quickly, demonic illusion has changed. When the three of them also came behind Ida-Ocean, Naruto also hurriedly said. Yichu-Ocean, demonic illusion enchantment here, you follow us. I know. The voice fell, Ida-Ocean directly put on a stamp, and after the chakra flowed, there was also a low drink from his mouth. Solution. Immediately after. Ida-Ocean's gaze was locked in one direction, a smug smile appeared on his face, and then suddenly rushed out under the gazes of Shiyu and the others. However, just when he thought he could overcome demonic illusion and found a way out, he didn't realize that his way out was a cliff. Not long after Ida-Ocean rushed out, he found that his feet were empty and he had lost his strength. But just when he was about to fall down, he was firmly held up by a big hand. The owner of this big hand is none other than Shiyu. Shiyu was able to rescue him in time, obviously because the latter has the Hiraishin mark on his body. One sentence. Either I let go or listen to my command. You choose. For Ida-Ocean, this is undoubtedly a choice between life and death. Shiyu's idea is very simple. If he doesn't obey, he will fend for himself. As for helping open black lens bracket Jiro Wasabi close black lens bracket to win the competition, he can solve it with a open black lens bracket transformation technique close black lens bracket. The reason why he gave Ida-Ocean this chance was that Shiyu didn't want to let his mission fail in any way. Because, there is no failure in his dictionary. Chapter 137 Enemy road is narrow. One sentence. Either I let go, or I follow my command. You choose. Hearing this, Ida-Ocean looked at Shiyu, his heart throbbing involuntarily. Because he knew that if it wasn't for Shiyu's shot just now, he would probably have fallen into the abyss and shattered into pieces. He didn't dare to go back to Konoha because he was afraid of being punished by Konoha. A person who is afraid of being punished, let alone death. Under Shiyu's strong aura, he chose to be obedient. Naruto and the others also arrived after Yugi put down Ida-Ocean. Ida-Ocean glanced at the three of them, and asked with some fear, I was able to break the demonic illusion barrier just now, so why am I still getting hit? It's very simple, because the other party has set up a double illusion. So it is. Hearing Shiyu's words, Yi Tuoshin finally came to a realization. After some near misses, Naruto also raised a doubt in his heart. Shiyu, how did you know that Ateoten used to be a ninja? Hearing Naruto's words, Yi Tuoshin was also stunned, and looked at Shiyu with a look of astonishment. Because he didn't mention his past at all, and even the Wabijiro, who took him in, didn't know about it. Hearing this, Shiyu glanced at Yi Tuoshin and said immediately. His name is Morino Itoten. Don't you think his name is very similar to a special Jonin in Konoha? Special Jonin Morino. Sasuke murmured, and was the first to think of a person. Shiyu, you're talking about the first exam of the Chunin exam, Mori Ibiki. Ateiden, Ibiki, what is their relationship? Naruto wrote. If nothing else, it should be a brotherhood. Shiyu replied, and then said, because according to my information, Ibiki teacher has a younger brother, but he disappeared 3 years ago. Hearing this, Yi Tuoshin finally couldn't bear it any longer. Because he got an amazing news from the conversation of Shiyu and others, that is, Mori Ibiki is alive in the world. What do you say? Brother Ibiki, he is still alive. Between the words, Yi Tuoshin's face was full of astonishment. Because in his memory, he thought his brother Ibiki should have died in action 3 years ago while saving him. Why, you don't know? Naruto replied. Great. Yi Tuoshin spit out 3 words, and his heart was filled with infinite joy. Italian. Since you are the younger brother of open black lens bracket Ibiki sensei close black lens bracket, why are you not in Konoha, but in the remote town of open black lens bracket T country close black lens bracket? Naruto asked curiously. It's my own business. Yi Tuoshin responded, but there was no following. He obviously didn't want to reveal the matter. Because for him, it was an unbearable past. Yi-Tuoshin, since you promised to obey my command, don't have the idea of acting without authorization. Otherwise, you won't be so lucky next time. I see. Ida-Ocean can only. Okay, come with me. Voice fell, and Shiyu went directly to the north. Seeing this, Yi Tuoshin couldn't help asking, how do you know that I want to go to the north? With your little thought, you still want to hide from me. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then explained, after my 2-day investigation, I found that during this period, there will be a strong monsoon blowing in the waters nearby. When the game started just now, the clouds in the sky had already begun to drift past the starting point. If we followed the original route, it would be extremely difficult. But after the monsoon is blocked by the mountains, it will inevitably form a backflow, and this backflow is the fishing village in the north. As long as we arrive at the fishing village, we will go with the wind, which will allow us to reach the opposite Kishima faster, so that we can reach the Mutalugi shrine 1 step ahead of our opponents. Hearing what Shiyu said, the 3 of them were amazed. Especially Yi Tuoshin, he didn't expect Shiyu to go to inquire about these things. And the analysis is not bad at all, which coincides with his thoughts. Shiyu, you are really too smart. Naruto in the conversation looked at Shiyu with admiration. In his opinion, no one in the world could compare to the latter. Not only him, but even Sasuke. After being with Shiyu for a long time, he feels that he is not so talented anymore. Yi Tuoshin, you should have prepared with both hands. If the monsoon hadn't picked up when you set off just now, you would have followed the original route. But unfortunately it blows up, so you choose the second option. If I guessed correctly, you should have prepared a boat in advance in Fishing Village. Hearing what Shiyu said, Yi Tuoshin was completely stunned, because Shiyu completely saw through his thoughts. In front of the former, he seemed to have no secrets at all. At this moment, Yi Tuoshin admired Shiyu from the bottom of his heart. He has seen smart people, but he has never seen someone as smart as Shiyu, which can be said to be extremely smart. In his opinion, even his older brother is not Shiyu. Shiyu, just laid down the demonic illusion should be the ninja invited by the Wako family. Quote. Sasuke asked. Shiyu nodded, and then said, just a few guys who hide their heads and show their tails, don't care. Shiyu didn't have time to play catch and hide with them, nor did he want to play with them. If they know each other, it's fine to give up. If they don't, then there is only death waiting for them. Immediately after, Itaoshin was also like Naruto and Sasuke, the two younger brothers, obediently following behind Shiyu. At the same time, the boat of the runner Yakashi Fukusuke, of the Wakashiko family, encountered a strong monsoon on the original route and could no longer travel normally. After a while, Shiyu and the four of them successfully arrived at the fishing village. Shiyu also said, go and show the boat you have prepared. Yitoshin nodded, and then knocked on a wooden house. Boom, boom. Then, an old grandfather walked out of the wooden house. When the latter saw Yitoshin, he also smiled slightly and said immediately, Yitoshin, you are here. Old man, where is the boat I asked you to prepare? The old grandfather who heard the words nodded, then brought Yitoshin and others to the beach and pointed to the best ship. Well, that's it. This is the fastest boat we have here. After hearing the words of Yitoshin, after expressing a polite thanks to the grandfather, Shiyu and the four of them also set foot on the boat and sailed towards Key Island. However, shortly after Shiyu and the others set off, a ship appeared behind them. Were three people standing on the boat, three Omegakers. To Shiyu's surprise, they had even met before. Especially one of them, their impression is quite deep. The name open black lens bracket Omegakure close black lens bracket is the first person they met in open black lens bracket Death Forest close black lens bracket in open black lens bracket Chunin second exam close black lens bracket, that. The one who was tied up for fishing by them. Forcing. Maybe it's because the enemy's road is narrow. Or maybe it's because of fate. But what makes Shiyu slightly puzzled is that the six of them in Death Forest were all cowardly to die. But now there are only three of them free. Why did they dare to shoot Ding? Please download Feifei. Chapter 138 Inches Thunder Sword, and Forbidden Scroll. Seeing a boat following closely behind, Sasuke also reminded. No, there is an ambush. Hey, I just found out now, it's too late. That Omegakure named Ziboyu laughed darkly. It's you. The ringer exclaimed in surprise. I didn't expect that the ninja sent by Konoha turned out to be the three of you. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Jiboyu gave a reply, and then said, just in time to avenge the last revenge. Death Forest. That incident was undoubtedly humiliating to him. You are a defeated general, haven't you suffered enough last time? Hearing Naruto's words, Jiboyu disagreed and said slowly. If it's on the shore, we really can't beat you. But in water, that's another story. Indeed, Omegakure's combat effectiveness in water will be significantly improved, because the ninjutsu they use are basically Suiton, water style. That's why they didn't show up in the forest just now, 437. The reason, however, Shiyu didn't pay any attention to Jiboyu's confidence. Because the three of them were nothing in Shiyu's eyes, they didn't give him any interest at all. Naruto, Sasuke. These three garbage will be handed over to you. Good. The two said in unison, the current battle is undoubtedly an opportunity to test their cultivation achievements. Seeing himself and others being ignored by Shiyu like this, Jiboyu's lungs were about to explode with anger. He was also the first freshman in this class of Omegakure village, and he was an outstanding existence among the genins of Omegakure village, but Tokyo looked down on him like that. Scale, Kuhi, the battle begins. Hearing Ziboyu's words, the other two Omegakures also nodded. Omegakure named Bitter Lotus directly took out the bow and crossbow in the back, and wanted to use the long-distance hidden weapon to consume the three Shiyu three. Ha, 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 3 arrows were fired in unison, shooting at Tokyo and the others. Seeing this, Itoden, Sasuke, and Naruto were about to avoid it when an ice shield suddenly appeared in front of them. Dang, 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 blocked the 3 arrows without any suspense. This move is obviously from Shiyu's hand. Open black lens bracket ice shield secret technique Binyantangu close black lens bracket. Seeing this scene, Zibo and the three of them were also extremely shocked. Especially the guy named Scale, he seemed to see something and said with a look of astonishment. Rain, Kuhi, that ninjutsu seems to be the long-lost ice shield of Kurigakure village. Ice shield. Zibo and Kuhi chanted at the same time, but they still didn't know why. As genin, they still know very little about the so-called bloodstain boundary. There is also that Scale, it seems that he has heard of it there, otherwise, he would not be able to catch the clue at a glance. You may be unfamiliar with ice shield, but you should know about blood stain boundary. Scale. Open black lens bracket blood stain limit close black lens bracket. Jiboyu muttered, and then said, just the next time LV Chinkui teacher told us about that. Blood stain limit. Seeing Lin nodding, Zibo and Kuhi were completely stunned. Bloodstain boundary, in addition to innate inheritance, heaven comprehends, and the former has the highest probability. Why don't we leave? Scale suggested. However, his voice fell, and Shiyu's voice sounded slowly. I want to go now, it's too late. Sasuke, Naruto, and Itaden don't need to worry about the safety of you, go and solve the three of them for me. Hearing Tokiyu's words, Naruto and Sasuke didn't talk nonsense and rushed directly to each other's ships. Looking at Naruto and Sasuke who fell in front of him, Shibuya also said, Kuhi, they burned their ships. I see. There was also a look of joy on Kuhi's face in response, and he obviously understood Jiboyu's intentions. Their Omegakure can stay in the water for a long time, but Tokyo and others may not. As long as the ship is burned and there is no place to stand, no matter how strong the opponent is, they can slowly grind it to death. They might be able to deal with other people with this idea, but here at Shiyu, it is undoubtedly too naive. Immediately after, Kuhi didn't talk nonsense, and used his own ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket Sweden, water style, black rain technique close black lens bracket. In the next second, a black rain suddenly fell in the small world where Tokyo and the others were. Others don't know what this black rain is, but Shiyu knows exactly what it is. These open black lens bracket black rain close black lens bracket are oils that burn instantly when they touch the fire. It was precisely because the opponent had such a hand that Shiyu chose to use open black lens bracket Binyantangu close black lens bracket instead of open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style, latte close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket latte technique close black lens bracket. You can control bows and arrows with iron, but you can't stop this open black lens bracket black rain close black lens bracket. When the black rain poured down from the sky, Shiyu created a huge ice wall to block the sky, so that not a single drop of the black rain could fall on the ship. Seeing this scene, Kuhi was also shocked. Everything is blocked. Open black lens bracket black rain close black lens bracket. If they are blocked, their battle plan will be invisible. Looking at the huge ice wall, Shibuya, who was fighting with Sasuke, bit Kiba and said, that guy is too strong. And Shiyu didn't worry about their situation at all, and said slowly, Naruto, Sasuke. Come on, we'll see you at the end. Bang, bang. Naruto and Sasuke smashed the opponent's water away at the same time, and each replied. No problem. Good. Hearing the answers of the two, Shiyu turned to Yituo Heavenly Path. Why are you still standing there? Take the helm. Good. After controlling the ship to keep away from a certain distance, Itoshin also asked, are the two of them all right? Don't worry, they are strong. Shiyu's words are not bragging. Besides open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Chidori close black lens bracket, the two of them now each have a powerful trump card. Naruto's Kyuubi, Nine Tails power. Sasuke's Curse Seal power. As long as this power is used, either of them can single out the other three. Shiyu and the others sailed farther and farther, and Naruto and the others were no longer visible. After half an hour, Tokiyu and Itoden finally arrived at open black lens bracket Key Island close black lens bracket. However, as soon as they got ashore, they ran into someone. Be precise, it is a ninja. When Itoshin saw this person, there was a strong anger on his face, and he wanted to tear the person in front of him into pieces. This ninja is the Konoha Chunin who deceived him back then. Open black lens bracket green aoi close black lens bracket. This guy used Itoshin to steal the weapon open black lens bracket thunder sword close black lens bracket and a volume of open black lens bracket forbidden scroll close black lens bracket from open black lens bracket second Hokage close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket forbidden scroll close black lens bracket. It was later taken back by Ibiki, 1. But the thunder sword is still in his hands. Because of this, he who originally only had the strength of Chunin, was promoted to Jonin by virtue of the strength of Thunder Sword after he joined a Megakure village. Yichuoshin, we meet again. Green, why? LV Chinkui looked at Yitoshin biting Kiba's teeth and sneered. Oh, are you still the same? A useless betrayer like you, if it wasn't for Ibiki, you wouldn't be able to live to this day. Well, I'll give you a ride today. Between the words, Liv Chinkui's sworn expression, as if Itoshin was already dead. As for Shiyu, he is completely treated as heir. In his opinion, Shiyu is just a humble genin, and it will be solved later. However, he is destined to pay a heavy price for his idea. Fei Lu reminds you. Chapter 139 Ninja, thousands of books like rain. LV Chinkui is really too capable of pretending to be forceful, so he caught Yitoshin and gave a lecture. If you want to say a few words, Shiyu can endure it. After all, watching the play is also good, but if he talks endlessly, it can't be endured. I said that green hat, are you finished with your persecution? When Shiyu said these words, both Yitoshin and LV Chinkui were stunned. Neither of them thought that Shiyu would dare to speak like this in the face of a Jonin. Is this ignorance, or is he really talented? But in the eyes of the two, they are more inclined to the former. Itao Tien knows that Tokiyu is stronger than the genin of ordinary people, but it is only a genin. What's more, he is now facing Jonin Luchinkui who is holding the Thunder God Sword. With such a huge gap, the latter must have no chance of winning. Lu Chinkui glanced at Shiyu, and then said disdainfully. Yo, the current Konoha genin is really arrogant. Since you want to die so much, then I will fulfill you. Lu Chinkui, who was speaking, was obviously angry, although he had green hair and a green in his name. But what he can't bear is that others call him Green Hat. Because 3 years ago, he killed a pair of dogs and men in a rage because he was green with his girlfriend. In order to escape the pursuit of Konoha, he chose to betray Konoha. Green Aoi, who finished speaking, stopped talking nonsense, and threw the 6 ninja umbrella into the sky. Just use this trick to send you on your way. Open black lens bracket ninja dharma is like 1,000 copies of rain and dew close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket thousands of books like rain and dew close black lens bracket. Let the oil umbrella in your hand fly above the enemy, and then drop countless thousand books from the umbrella to attack the enemy. These 1,000 books can penetrate 5 mm iron plates. This technique is one of the representative hidden weapon ninjutsu of a Megakure village. If Lu Chinkui can use this technique, it is enough to see the anger in his heart. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Iron 1,000 poison needles shot continuously from ninja umbrella to Tokiha and Itaden on the ground. In LV Chinkui's view, with the strength of Shiyu and the two of them, there is absolutely no possibility of escape. As long as the last one hits the 1,000 poison needle, even if he doesn't do it, he will die from the poison in a short time. Seeing this unavoidable 1,000 poisonous needles, Yitoshin was completely desperate. This time without Ibiki to protect him, he felt that he would die, and he was weak and gave up resistance completely. Closed his eyes directly and was ready to meet death. Just when Itoshin raised this idea, Lu Chinkui was ready to meet the victory. Next second, a strange scene happened. I saw that the 1,000 poison needle that should have landed on Shiyu and Yi Tuoshan was now suspended in the air strangely. Although the distance between the two of them was only 10 centimeters, they could no longer advance in the slightest. After being stunned for a while, Lu Qinghui also exclaimed, "What's going on here?" And Yi Tuoshan also opened his eyes because of this exclamation, but he was also dumbfounded when he saw this strange scene. Lv Qinghui may not know who did it, but Yi Tuoshan had a vague guess, and his eyes fell directly on Shiyu who was beside him. Seeing the latter's calm expression at this time, he became more and more sure of his own thoughts. Did he really do this? Just when such thoughts rose in his heart, Shiyu moved his hand, and the 1,000 poison needles floating in the air all gathered on Shiyu's palm. Of this scene undoubtedly confirmed Yi Tuoshan's thoughts. Green Hat. What else do you have to do? I don't have time to play with you, young master. You. Lv Qinghui hesitated for a moment, then said, "Little devil, I admit that I underestimated you just now. Although I don't know what method you used to control my hidden weapon, these little tricks can't change the result." "Oh yeah, Shiyu responded lightly, and then said, "I think you should think about how to take these 1,000 poison needles. Open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style, latte close black lens bracket." With a low voice in his heart, Shiyu controlled the dozens of open black lens bracket 1,000 poison needles close black lens bracket in his hand and shot them from all directions towards Lv Qinghui. This move is more brilliant than Ninja as Rain and do thousands of books because he doesn't have any dead ends. Damn. Seeing this, Lv Qinghui let out a low voice in his throat, and immediately took out his most proud weapon, Thunder God Sword. Swish. Thunder Sword swiped around the body, and the dazzling golden lightning directly blocked all the 1,000 poison needles. This second-generation Hokage ninja tool really lives up to its reputation, and it can actually emit the power of thunder and lightning when waving it. There is a special rune ninjutsu hidden in the hilt of the Thunder Sword. As long as the thunder attribute chakra is injected, it can condense the sword body with a solid body, and when the sword body is swayed, a dazzling thunder can be erupted. Seeing this, Yi Tuoshan exclaimed in surprise. "That's Thunder Sword. Nice." Lu Qinghui responded lightly, and then said, "You must know everyone, after all, you are the one who stole it in the first place." Damn. Yi Tuoshan also bit Kiba and smashed it lightly, and there was a slow regret in his eyes. If it wasn't for him believing the former by mistake, he wouldn't have fallen so far, let alone the current scene. This is Thunder Sword, it looks pretty good. Shiyu touched his chin and continued, "I have decided to keep it as one of my collections." When Shiyu said these words, Lv Qinghui and Yi Tuoshan were stunned for a while, they both thought they had heard it wrong. Little devil. Am I hearing it wrong or is it really just a fool? You'll know that soon enough. Shiyu chuckled lightly, and then took out a big hand. As his fingers exerted a slight force, the Thunder God Sword in Lu Qinghui's hand suddenly became uncontrollable and moved directly in the direction of Shiyu. It's magnetism. When the voice fell, Lv Qinghui immediately attached chakra to his hand and wrapped the hilt of the Thunder Sword. Thunder Sword, the body of the sword is condensed by chakra, but the hilt is made of iron. It was also at this moment that Lu Qinghui finally knew how Shiyu had controlled his 1,000 poison needles. But what made him wonder is that if it was just a simple magnet, it wouldn't be able to manipulate iron products as freely as he did. After a short thought, his eyes suddenly lit up, and 2 words 37 were spit out from his mouth one after another that shocked him. Jiden, magnet style. It's Jiden, magnet style. As the former Chunin of Konoha, and the current Jonin of a megacure village, naturally, he still has some knowledge. Looks like you're not stupid. Seeing Shiyu did not deny it, and there was a deep shock on his face. He has been in Konoha for more than 20 years and has never heard of any family in Konoha who owns Jiden magnet style S blood limit. In his opinion, Shiyu should not be a native of Kimura. Because most of the bloodstain boundary are inherited by blood. And he obviously obliterated the possibility that Shiyu had realized it himself, because this idea was too unrealistic. If bloodstain limit is so easy to comprehend, then there will not be so few bloodstain limit in the world. However, one thing is right. Open black lens bracket Jiden magnet style close black lens bracket was not something Tokiyu realized by himself. It was a gift from Tokiyu when he obtained the open black lens bracket power of Shukaku close black lens bracket. But even without Shukaku's gift, with Tokiyu's current talent, he can completely rely on his own comprehension. Little devil, I have seen through your ability of bloodstain boundary. As long as I throw away things with iron, or directly attach to chakra to isolate the magnetic force, you will not be a threat to me. Hearing Lu Qinghui's confident words, Shiyu smiled slightly. What are you laughing at? I laugh at you for being an idiot. Shiyu replied, and then said, who told you that I only have one kind of blood stain limit? As soon as these words came out, Lu Qinghui was instantly dumbfounded. Please download Feifei. Chapter 140 Shikuden, Scorched Style Extremely Steaming Murder. At this moment, LV Qinghui was stunned. And Yi Tuoshin was completely at a loss, because he didn't even know what the blood stain boundary was. However, from Lu Qinghui's tone, Yi Tuoshin understood that this thing should be very powerful. Because the Omegakure trio was the same before. The mention of the blood stain boundary was extremely shocking, and they all had the idea of retreating. And just when LV Qinghui was in shock, Shiyu had already made his move. At this moment, two strands of chakra with different attributes in Shiyu's body began to fuse under Shiyu's control. One is fire attribute chakra. The other is wind attribute chakra. With Shiyu's current talent, it is only a matter of a moment to realize a new kind of blood stain boundary. There is no extra nonsense, some are just a low drink. Open black lens bracket Shikuden, Scorched Style Extremely Steaming Murder close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Shikuden, Scorched Style Extremely Steaming Murder close black lens bracket. The combination of Kaden fire style and Futon wind style spews Yuhi, colored chakra fireballs. Once it touches the opponent's body, it will evaporate the water in the opponent's body and turn it into a mummy. It is known that the ninja possessing Shikuden Scorched Style is the Yi King of Kingdom of Wind. Shiyu performed the Shikuden Scorched Style technique without a hand seal at all, and the speed is completely surpassed. Imagination of the green sunflower. But when he reacted, it was too late to dodge. In this regard, he could only use Thunder Sword to resist. Although Thunder Sword was strong, Lu Qinghui's own strength was too weak. The strength of the sword is too ordinary, and it is impossible to resist the flaming ball. Dang! The blade of Thunder Sword instantly evaporated the second it touched the flaming ball, and it was simply vulnerable. Although this burning ball was blocked by Thunder Sword, Shiyu was far more than sending out a burning ball. If the Thunder Sword condensed by chakra is not evaporated, then he still has a glimmer of hope. But now, his ending is doomed. Under the terrified eyes of LV Qinghui, two burning balls instantly fell on him. Hiss, hiss. With the faint sound of two colors, Lu Qinghui's body is drying up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Because it is still attached to the burning effect, there is still gas coming out during the period. Ah! Under the terrified scream of LV Qinghui, in just a few breaths, he turned into a mummified corpse. I'm afraid LV Qinghui didn't even think that Shiyu had a master other than Jiden magnet style, in addition to Jiden magnet style. If he has enough strength, Shiyu doesn't mind letting him see a few more. But unfortunately, he is too weak. Lu Qinghui's strength is only that of Chunin. If he hadn't held the Thunder Sword, he wouldn't have become a Jonin. This scene undoubtedly stunned Yi Tuoshin. Boom! When Lu Qinghui's mummy fell on the ground, Yi Tuoshin came back to his senses in panic. Although Lu Qinghui's death made him very happy, he never imagined that the latter would die at the hands of Shiyu. Moreover, he was killed in seconds. That's why he looked at Shiyu with awe and fear. One move directly killed Liv Chinkui, who possessed the Thunder Sword, and you told me that this was a genin. He wouldn't believe it if he was killed. When Yi Tuoshin was still immersed in a dazed state, Shiyu picked up the Thunder Sword. After watching it for a while, he muttered to himself. It's a good weapon. Unfortunately, I don't have lightning attribute chakra. For this, Shiyu is also very helpless. However, he is not in a hurry. As long as there is a system in hand, it is only a matter of time to have lightning attribute chakra. The voice fell, and Shiyu directly put away the Thunder Sword. After doing this, Shiyu's eyes fell on Yi Tuoshin just now, and said lightly. Come on, time waits for no one. Shiyu's tone was light, as if nothing had happened just now. Ah! At this moment, Yi Tuoshin undoubtedly obeyed Shiyu's words. The latter not only helped him avenge his deceit, but also taught him the importance of being a companion. Because without Shiyu, he would have died long ago. Looking at Shiyu in front of him, he suddenly understood why he was eliminated in the first round of the Chunin exam. Because he doesn't cherish his comrades. Without the obstruction of ninjas, Shiyu and the others are also unimpeded along the way. Soon the two of them came to the turning point in the middle Mutori Lugi Shrine. However, Yafukusuk of the Wakoko family had already obtained the Dragon Treasure Jade one step ahead. Therefore, Yi Tuoshin, who came a step late, could only take the remaining open black lens bracket Tiger Treasure Jade close black lens bracket. The next step is to compete for real strength. Open black lens bracket Yaku Fukusuk close black lens bracket. Although he is known as Flying Legs, he is only an ordinary person and doesn't know how to use chakra at all. And although Yi Tuoshin is a genin, it is not difficult for him to traverse the jungle at all. Although he was a step late, he took a shortcut and reached the finish line first, Hangtaisha, and won the final victory. When Ida Tien won the victory, Naruto and Sasuke also rushed to the scene, and saw the scene of victory. At this moment, everyone is cheering for it. Because this result is their dream, and they have long been disgusted by the way of the Hejiazi family's governance. And Igaoshin's victory was undoubtedly announcing that the Wamanui family had won the dominance of Mustard Port Town, which was the result they most wanted to see. Because open black lens bracket Jiro Wasabi close black lens bracket is their favorite leader. Next, the daimyo of Tea Country came out to announce the result, and because of the 4-year atrocities of the Wako family, their group was completely disbanded, and they were not allowed to gather for the rest of their lives. This result is undoubtedly very happy. In this way, they, Jigang Town, will no longer be oppressed and threatened by Hejiazi's family. Seeing this scene, Naruto also shouted excitedly. Shiyu, it seems that my mission has been successfully completed, hehe. Tokyu nodded, then looked at Sasuke. He asked profoundly, Sasuke, after this battle on the water, have you discovered your own shortcomings? Well, I even managed to walk on the water. Sasuke between the words looked at Naruto, because the latter can already run on the water. In this regard, he must have a little bit of jealousy in his heart. Just now Uncle Jiro told me that Konoha's boat will just pass by here in a few days, and then we can take a downwind boat and go back. So, these days, I will let you master this skill. Hearing Tokyu's words, Sasuke's heart was also extremely excited. As long as the master masters this skill, then his combat power on the water will be greatly enhanced, and he will not be in the limelight by Naruto before. 2 days passed in a flash. Sasuke's learning speed is very fast. Although he can't walk fast on the water in 2 days, walking is no longer a problem. The rest of the practice is up to him. In addition to his own talent, he can achieve such fast results with the foundation laid by the last time he practiced climbing trees in the Land of Waves. At noon, Konoha's ship has already docked. Whether by coincidence or intentional arrangement, they also know the leader of the ship. It is Morino Ibiki, Ida Tien's older brother. 3 things to study. Hokage hundreds of millions of rewards. Chapter 141 to 160. Chapter 141's Level Forbidden Technique. reincarnated. Little devil, we meet again. This is the first sentence Ibiki sees Tokiyu, and it is also the first sentence they say between them. Needless to say, this is their first official meeting. The last time was Chunan's first exam, and they just took a photo, that's all. If it wasn't for Tokiyu's blank paper, and if it wasn't for the sentence that Tokiyu left on the test paper, Ibiki would not have been so impressed by the latter. And some time ago, Shiyu and Tsunade researched the application of the regeneration power of primary cells, which made Konoha's medical treatment an unprecedented breakthrough. This research is basically due to Shiyu's credit, and Tsunade just helped to fight, but Shiyu asked Tsunade to claim that it was the joint result of the two of them. There are 3 reasons: to prevent Danzo from harassing himself. It is to allow Tsunade to completely secure the position of open black lens bracket Hokage close black lens bracket. It's to prevent those medical ninjas from asking themselves for advice. Tsunade originally disagreed with this. But Tokiyu was an excuse to say that without the research experience you have left behind, he would not have succeeded so quickly. Tsunade naturally knew that this had little effect, but after Tokiyu said the first reason, she no longer refused. It was also because of this that her favorability to Tokiyu rose again. Seeing Ibiki taking the initiative to ask Tokiyu, Itoden, who was standing on the pier, was also stunned. 437 Because it's so rare. Ibiki rarely greets people, let alone looks so happy like just now. It was also because of this that he felt that Shiyu was even more inscrutable. Ibiki-sensei, I didn't expect it to be you. Words, Ibiki also explained. I just came back from a mission to go through this place, and I heard that Hokage-sama said that we have ninjas here in Konoha to carry out the mission, so I stopped by to pick it up. Oh yes, Shiyu responded lightly. Immediately, he said, I see that Ibiki-sensei is very familiar with it. It's definitely not the first time. Ibiki was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Shiyu to see a clue from this. However, what makes him happy is that Shiyu's words are gone here. Although Shiyu didn't say anything, the smile on his face has already explained everything. After a few simple greetings, Tokiyu and Naruto and Sasuke also boarded the boat. Looking at Shiyu's back, Ibiki also secretly said in his heart. What a horrible kid. His heart, Ibiki's eyes finally fell on Itoshin. The two looked at each other like this, without any verbal communication. A few seconds later, Ibiki turned around directly, a relieved smile on his face. The eyes have become firm. He knew that all this should have something to do with Shiyu and the others, and as Shiyu said, this was not the first time he had passed by here. In the past 3 years, he has secretly observed Yi Tuoshin many times, but unfortunately, Yi Tuoshin has not changed. Until today, Yi Tuoshin's eyes made the big stone in his heart finally fall. Konoha's ship gradually drifted away under the eyes of Itaden and Wasabi Jiro, until it disappeared. At the same time, Orochimaru's body is dead, and he must quickly find a new container. The containers he is most satisfied with are undoubtedly Tokiyu, Itachi and Sasuke, but the former two are too powerful, and he can't get them now. So, he can only choose Sasuke. So he sent Otogakur 4 people. At this time, the 4 of them are already on their way to Konoha. A few days later, Tokiyu and the 3 of them returned to Konoha smoothly. Back in Konoha that night, Tokiha called Sasuke and Naruto to have a bowl of ramen together. Then I discussed a big matter with them. Sasuke, Naruto. Do you two want to be stronger? Hearing what Shiyu said, the two all nodded in unison, and Naruto shouted loudly. Of course I do. If that's the case, then follow my plan from now on. Shiyu said and continued. Sasuke, after this piece of information, he had already fought against Orochimaru in Short Book Street, and I already know why he planted the cursed seal of heaven for you. What's the reason? Sasuke between the words was very excited. This question puzzled him for a long time. It's very simple. He just wants to be his container. Open black lens bracket container close black lens bracket. Hearing Sasuke's doubts, Tokyo probably explained Orochimaru's reincarnation to the two. Open black lens bracket reincarnation close black lens bracket. The art of transferring the spirit into another person's body, thereby obtaining eternal life. So it is. Naruto murmured, and then said unhappily, that Orochimaru is too hateful, it should have been killed last time. Naruto obviously hated Orochimaru, who not only killed the 3 Hokage but now he even got Sasuke's idea. As the saying goes, uncle can tolerate, aunt unbearable. If there is no accident, Orochimaru will send someone to invite you in the next few days. Please me. Hearing Tokyo's words, Sasuke and Naruto were puzzled. Yes, please. Shiyu replied and explained, he knows that you desire strength, so he planted the curse seal of heaven for you. In his opinion, if you want to gain more strength, you will definitely go to him. Of course, please, you are only the first plan. If you don't want to, they will naturally take you away by force. Hearing this, Naruto also became angry. Humph. If they dare to come, I will kill them all. Naruto's appearance seemed to say again, if you want to rob my daughter-in-law, you have to pass my level first. Naruto, the idiot, didn't guess what Shiyu was thinking, but Sasuke vaguely guessed it and asked. Shiyu, do you have any countermeasures? You're still smarter. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto was a little unhappy. But after the words came from Tokyo, he could only give up. Since Orochimaru wants to use you as a container, then we will give him a plan. What's the trick? Hearing the conversation between Tokyo and Sasuke, Naruto immediately got in his mood, and the previous depression disappeared immediately. That's when you agree to Orochimaru's invitation. Shiyu, are you kidding me? Naruto exclaimed, and then said, didn't you just say that Orochimaru is going to use Sasuke as a container, and you still let him go? Isn't this a sheep into a tiger's mouth? You are in a hurry, listen to me and finish. Oh. Naruto, who was speaking, looked good, and stopped shouting. As far as I know, this undead rebirth is awesome, but there is a time limit to its use. Only once every 3 years. Orochimaru's current body was partially ripped out of his soul by 3 Hokage, and his hands were crippled, and he had to endure great pain every day, and last time he was killed by my Rasenshuriken in the battle on the outskirts of Short Book Street. The injury is even worse. Now he desperately needs a new body. So, as long as you arrive after he uses reincarnation, you can stay by his side safely for 3 years. Why should I stay with him for 3 years? Sasuke asked. In his opinion, although Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin, it may not always be strong. Follow Shiyu, isn't it fragrant? Chapter 142 Bloodstained Boundary and Escape Technique. I'm doing it for your own good. You still remember the giant toad summoned by Shukaku of Sand when I defeated Gaara last time. Hearing Tokyo's words, Sasuke's image of open black lens bracket toad bunta close black lens bracket appeared in Sasuke's mind, and his eyes were full of longing. Obviously, he also hopes that he can have such a psychic beast. Yeah. Seeing Sasuke nodding, Shiyu continued, his name is Toad Bunta, and he comes from Mount Myoboku, one of the 3 holy places in the world. To tell you the truth, this ninjutsu Naruto can too. What? The shocked Sasuke's eyes could not help but fall on Naruto, and a flash of envy flashed in his eyes. If this is the case, doesn't it mean that Naruto is stronger than him now? Although Naruto can't summon Toad Bunta with his own power, as long as he works hard and develops his chakra to a certain extent, just do it. Seeing Sasuke looking at him, Naruto did not forget to brag. Hey, Sasuke, you didn't expect it. Being able to overpower Sasuke is undoubtedly what Naruto wants to see the most, and he naturally won't let go of such a good opportunity to pretend. Then what does this have to do with me staying with Orochimaru? Hearing Sasuke's doubts, Tokiyu also said, because Orochimaru's psychic beasts, Wand Snake, and Toad Bunta, are the same level of psychic beasts, and they also come from the 3 holy places. You mean to let me learn spirituality from Orochimaru? Sasuke said. Nice. Ryachi Cave and Mount Myoboku are also known as one of the 3 holy places, but the places where these holy places exist are too secretive. If there is no chance, it will be impossible to find them in a lifetime. So, from Orochimaru is definitely the best option. You can't go to Jiraiya to teach you. Even if you want to learn, they may not be willing to teach you. Also, you don't want to have the same psychic beast as Naruto. Hearing Shiyu's words, Sasuke was also very tempted, but he was a little worried in his heart. But Orochimaru, will he teach me? Don't worry about this. Shiyu responded with a sound, and immediately said, you are the vessel of choice. Not only will he not be stingy, but he will carefully guide you in your cultivation. With the legendary Sanin's guidance, you are not at a loss. And when the 3-year period is up, let him know what it means to steal chickens and not lose money, and lose your wife and lose your army. Tokiyu did this not entirely for Sasuke, but also for his own selfishness. As long as Sasuke kills Orochimaru, he can get the contract scroll of Ryachi Cave from the latter time, he will ask Sasuke for it again. Hearing Tokiyu's words, both Sasuke and Naruto are stunned, because this plan is too dark. However, they felt that dealing with people like Orochimaru was to be in the ass. Nothing wrong with treating other people's bodies with their own way. Next, Naruto raised a concern. What if Sasuke still can't beat Orochimaru after 3 years? You look down on Sasuke like that. No. Naruto denied it, and then said, it's just that Orochimaru is one of the legendary Sannin after all. Don't worry about this, I've got a plan. Today's Orochimaru has lost both hands and has great strength. Discounted, Sannin's name. Shiyu analyzed one sentence and said again, furthermore, we can go to help Sasuke before the 3-year deadline. It's enough to implement the plan ahead of time. Well, why didn't I think of that? Naruto touched his head between the words, and then said with a wicked smile, Shiyu, how are you? Sasuke, do you have a problem? Hearing Tokiyu's question, Sasuke nodded after thinking seriously. No problem. Okay, so happy to decide. Words fell. Shiyu explained the matter to Sasuke and Naruto, so that they must not leak the matter. For Shiyu's advice, the two naturally have no objection. Sasuke will definitely not publicize it, and this is about Sasuke's safety, and Naruto will naturally not leak it stupidly. After the conversation is over, Shiyu headed towards his home, but there were variables along the way. Because he was being followed. Realizing this, Shiyu also murmured in his heart. Finally can't stand it anymore. While muttering, a figure flashed in Shiyu's mind. He is the leader of Open Black Lens Bracket Root Close Black Lens Bracket, Open Black Lens Bracket Shimura Danzo Close Black Lens Bracket. Konoha has 6 parts. Open Black Lens Bracket Anbu Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Root Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Intelligence Department Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Medical Department Close Black Lens Bracket. Open Black Lens Bracket Enchantment Department. Guard Department. The 2 masked ninjas who were watching Tokiha in secret were obviously members of Danzo's direct subordinates, the Genbu. Open Black Lens Bracket Root Close Black Lens Bracket members are selected from Danzo from Open Black Lens Bracket Anbu Close Black Lens Bracket. These people obey Danzo. And it was sealed. Exclamation mark. Open Black Lens Bracket Seal of the Root of the Tongue Close Black Lens Bracket. Konoha Anbu, Root. A special sealing technique. If the person being cast says anything about the caster, he will be paralyzed, unable to speak or move. The next second they watched, a strange scene happened. The next second, Shiyu's figure suddenly disappeared from the sight of the 2 of them. Even weirder is that the practice breath has completely disappeared. You must know that the two of them are perceptive ninjas, but Shiyu disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Just when they were wondering, two big hands stretched out towards their necks. But they were totally ignorant about it. They didn't react until they got caught in the throat and couldn't breathe. But what made them even more astonished was that they could only feel that they were being strangled by the throat, but no one was there. Until the moment they closed their eyes, they didn't know whose hands they had died, so that they could no longer break free, and after they were completely dead, a figure slowly emerged from their eyes. Of this figure is none other than Shiyu, who disappeared earlier. If they were told this result, they would definitely be shocked. They knew that Shiyu was very strong, but they didn't expect the latter to have such a strange ability. And their own strength is so powerful that they can't break free at all. This is definitely their miscalculation. The reason why Shiyu can approach and kill them so quietly is not using open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket. Because when open black lens bracket Kamui close black lens bracket appears from another dimension, they can see Shiyu, but Shiyu is invisible from the beginning to the end. Moreover, I can't detect any breath at all. This ability is a kind of blood-stain boundary called transcendence. It is possessed by Moonlight Hayate, and Jiraiya also realized a little bit of fur when he was a teenager, which is specially used for peeping. However, his open black lens bracket transcendence close black lens bracket could not isolate the breath, and it was easy to be sensed by the ninja. Therefore, he rarely uses Ding. Fei Lu reminds you. 140th chapter's Audiobook are 4 people. After killing the 2 root members, Tokiyu did not dispose of the bodies. Because he knew that if the 2 of them didn't go back tonight, Danzo would definitely send someone to search. So he left a big character behind 2 people. One is open black lens bracket warning close black lens bracket and the other is open black lens bracket alert close black lens bracket. Shiyu doesn't have time to play with him now, and he has to deal with Sasuke's affairs in front of him. After all, the first task of the system is also among them. Shion Yuhi's big characters are left behind the 2. After that, in order to prevent passers-by from discovering, Shiyu threw it directly into a very hidden corner. After all this last night, Shiyu also went straight home. At that time, when Yu was sleeping comfortably on the bed, a middle-aged and elderly man at root base was waiting for something. No doubt that this middle-aged man is Danzo. Don't look at him, he doesn't look very old, but in fact, he is nearly 70 years old. People of an era. However, it seems that because of his right arm. It's because of the transplantation of primary cells, so it doesn't look so old-fashioned. And he waited for one night. When the next day was still dark, Danzo had already noticed that something was wrong. Because he sent 2 people to monitor Shiyu for a reason, in order to know Shiyu's every move every day, so as to find out if the latter has any secrets. Once the time is right, find an opportunity to study it. But not now, it is the Yuhi people of Konoha who are at the moment, and he will definitely not be able to do it for a while. Addition, the latter seems to have a close relationship with Tsunade and Jiraiya. Therefore, we can only temporarily monitor and look for the opportunity. It is reasonable to leave one person to monitor at night, and the other person will come back to report the situation. The next day's shift will take turns on duty. Although they are root and emotionless killers, they are human beings after all and need to rest. Seeing that the 2 have not returned yet, Danzo finally couldn't sit still and sent them to look for it. Everything was as expected. Quickly found the 2 people who were watching Tokiyu, who was behind Tokiyu, with the unique breath of the open black lens bracket root close black lens bracket. But to their astonishment, the 2 of them had long since died, leaving only 2 cold corpses. But that's not what shocked them the most. The most astonishing thing was the 2 bloody characters on their backs. Row is that they have no feelings, but they still froze in place for a while. Immediately after the 2 looked at each other, there was no nonsense, and one of them walked towards the root base with a corpse. After a while, in open black lens bracket root base close black lens bracket. Danzo looked at the two corpses on the ground. His face was extremely ugly, and his eyes were extremely cold. He obviously didn't expect this result. After a long silence, Danzo finally asked, "Did that kid do it?" "I don't know." One of them answered, and then, from the scene, did not find the trace of fighting. Moreover, the two of them were strangled by their throats. It can be considered a one-shot kill. If there is no accident, the strength of the shot is much stronger than them, which will cause the two of them to have no chance to resist after being strangled by their throats. Danzo's doubts about the analysis of this root member. Because these are his carefully trained subordinates, it is unlikely to deceive him. Moreover, judging from the death status of the two, it was also consistent with what the latter said, so he ignored it and did not believe it. Because of this, an idea came to Danzo's mind. Could it be Jiraiya? It's not unreasonable for him to think like this. In his opinion, there are very few people in Konoha who want to kill two Roots members in an instant without any effort. Even Kakashi and Gaisien do this kind of battle, so he can only think of Jiraiya. But what he couldn't figure out was that even if Jiraiya wanted to warn him, he wouldn't have to use such a cruel hand, which made him very puzzled. Of course, he also thought of another possibility. That is, there is some strength behind Shiyu that can be compared to Jiraiya. Even beyond the existence of Jiraiya. But no matter which possibility it is, it can only show one thing. That is, there must be a former guard behind Shiyu. And Danzo also thought about the last possibility, that is, Shiyu himself did all this. Although this idea was extremely absurd, he still took it into consideration because he already knew that Tokyo had learned all of Tsunade's medical ninjutsu within 5 days. This is also the fundamental reason why he is completely eyeing Shiyu. After all, he still doesn't know that Shiyu has open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Seeing that Danzo fell into silence again, the open black lens bracket root close black lens bracket member also asked for instructions. "Sir, what's next?" "Temporarily cancel monitoring." Danzo responded with a sound, and then said, "However, pay close attention to all his developments." "Yes. Dispose of the body without leaving any traces." Hearing Danzo's words, the two Roots members didn't talk nonsense, and just like before, they carried a corpse and disappeared. After the two left, Danzo slowly walked out of the room, looking at the dawn that had just broken Akatsuki, and murmured in his heart. "Takikawa Tokiha, who the hell are you?" It is understandable for Danzo to have this doubt, because according to his investigation, there is nothing wrong with Shiyu's identity. Is a native of Konoha. His parents were also ninjas, but they died 13 years ago in the open black lens bracket Battle of Kyubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket. For such orphans, Konoha has special care. But he really can't understand, the latter did not show any outstanding talent in the first 12 years. But it suddenly broke out a few months ago. As for the graduation exam, 53 clones, he didn't care much. After all, some people have accumulated a lot of money, and it is not uncommon to realize the essence of a kind of ninjutsu. Besides, as long as your chakra is enough, you can do it. It's like everyone is good at different fields. But after the Chunin exam, he began to pay close attention to Tokyo, but the Sharingan thing he obviously doesn't know yet. Otherwise, he would have had an idea for Shiyu long ago, and he wouldn't have waited until now. Now, he is completely focused on Shiyu. That's because the latter and Tsunade worked together to research the application of the regeneration power of Hashirama cells, especially when he inquired about Shiyu's transformation of 1. 2. Everything you learned about Tsunade's healing ninjutsu. This day, Danzo cancelled the surveillance, and this result made Shiyu very satisfied. Noon. Shiyu, Naruto and Sasuke visited Little Lee together, and with the blessing of Hashirama Cell, the latter recovered very well. Shikamaru and others also went to visit Little Lee, because Naruto talked a lot about his promotion to Chunin. But the eyes of Ino, Tenten and the others stayed on Tokiyu most of the time, looking at this. A boy named Konoha. No doubt that Tokiyu is too good. As for Hinata, Neji and others, it seems that they are still, desperately practicing. But happy times are always short-lived, and Konoha welcomed 4 uninvited guests the next day. And their arrival represents the official launch of the Tokiyu plan, because these 4 are Orochimaru's capable subordinates. Curse Seal Ability, Otogakure 4 People. Please download Fae. Chapter 144 The Confrontation of the Power of the Curse. 4 of Otogakure came to Konoha. They didn't have any extra action and went straight to Sasuke. Although the strength of the 4 of them is very strong, it is still not enough to face Konoha's Jonin, especially to the elite Jonin like Kakashi and Gai Huang. Not to mention instant kills, but easy defeat should not be a problem. And after hearing Tokiyu's explanation, Sasuke didn't have the slightest panic and surprise, because he had been waiting for a long time. Da, 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 da. With the sound of 4 footsteps falling, 4 figures suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke. Seeing this scene, Naruto, who was hiding in the dark and peeping, said, "Shiyu, are those 4 sent by Orochimaru?" Shiyu nodded and replied, "You can't be wrong. Don't you think one of them is still wearing this Otogakure forehead?" At the same time, Sasuke, who was watching the 4 of 4, knew it well, but he pretended not to know anything. "Who are you?" Hearing Sasuke's words, the 4 of them spoke one after another, with a tone of arrogance and disdain. Otogakure 4 People, open black lens bracket East Gate Kitamaru close black lens bracket. I am open black lens bracket South Gate 26 Jirobo close black lens bracket. I'm Examen Zojin. I'm open black lens bracket North Gate to Yuya close black lens bracket. Sasuke was also slightly taken aback when he heard this somewhat garish self-reporting of his family. The 4 people who finished speaking looked at each other, and they all understood what they meant, and then there was no unnecessary nonsense. The 4 of them shot together and attacked Sasuke. After a simple fight, the eyes of the 4 of them also showed a look of astonishment. Because Sasuke is stronger than they thought. They were like to see what the Orochimaru picked up, but now they know a little bit. But they just recognize that Sasuke has such potential, because their true abilities have not been revealed yet. Undoubtedly, their reliance is the power of the curse. Moreover, the 4 of them are all cursors, capable of opening the second form. They were slightly taken aback, but so was Sasuke. Although it was just a simple confrontation, he could feel that the 4 people in front of him were weak. Indeed it is. They found Sasuke, but defeated 2 of Konoha's open black lens bracket special Jonin close black lens bracket, which is enough to prove their extraordinary strength. Say it. Who sent you to find me and what's the matter? Sasuke's words, the Otogakure named Sakin also said, let's see what your strength is. Obviously, he wanted to know what Sasuke's strength was. Why did Orochimaru put open black lens bracket Kunma, but he wanted them to come all the way to Konoha to take Sasuke away. When the voice fell, he stopped talking nonsense and charged again. Seeing this, Sasuke also launched an offensive, and he also knew how the strength of the 4 Otogakure 4 people would touch. A confrontation of physical skills. The 2 of them are comparable to Sasuke who has Sharingan under Tokiyu's training, each has surpassed the left and right. Lion bounces. The Zuojin who was hit from the front was directly kicked to the ground by Sasuke, making a deafening sound. Boom. Seeing this scene, Kitamaru, the 3 of them were stunned. They didn't expect that Sasuke's physical skills were so good, that he could even win by a margin. As the smoke and dust on the ground dissipated, the figure of Zuojin once again caught everyone's attention. But he did not lose the combat ability like Sasuke thought, but slowly stood up from the ground. This scene also shocked Sasuke. He didn't expect Zuo-kan to hit his own move, Lion. Zili and Dan, it turned out to be nothing, and because of this, he knew that the 3 people in front of him were definitely not ordinary people. Compared to the trio of open black lens bracket 2's close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket Sark close black lens bracket, and open black lens bracket Chin close black lens bracket met by open black lens bracket Chunin exam close black lens bracket, these three people do not know how many times stronger. In a simple sentence, the two are not on the same level at all. After being stunned for a while, Sasuke's indifferent voice also sounded. Now you can talk. Hearing the words Zuo-jin brushed off the dust on his body, and then his voice sounded slowly. As of now, you do have the potential to be a container. The meaning of Zojin is very simple, the current Sasuke is not qualified to be a real container. Because if you want to become a real container, you must have a master, second form of the curse seal. Zuo-jin, who lost the confrontation, obviously didn't want to do it. No nonsense, he directly activated the curse seal power. Little devil, let you see my power. Curse seal power. Yo, I didn't expect you to know curse seal. Stunned for a moment between the words, and then said, in this case, I will let you experience this kind of power. Jin close black lens bracket rushed to Sasuke again, but open black lens bracket Jirobo close black lens bracket 3 did not stop him. Because they know, it's better to let Sasuke see the power of the curse seal. In this way, the latter will probably leave voluntarily with them later, so they will be more trouble-free. However, the appearance of the next scene made them all stunned. Because Saken, who turned on the curse seal, did not have the slightest advantage, but was pressed and beaten by Sasuke. Touch. Another sturdy kick, and Sasuke kicked Sasuke to the ground again. At the same time, Sasuke's voice sounded slowly. The power of the curse seal is not only you. No doubt that this time, Sasuke has been pretending to be a good force, and it is the kind that is full of force. Naruto in the dark place is extremely envious, and he can't wait to rush out and beat the other three madly to show his strength. Although he thought so in his heart, Naruto asked worriedly. Chiyu, Sasuke is fine with that kind of power. Don't worry, I've taught him how to control that power. That's good. The voices of the two fell, and their eyes returned to Sasuke and Otogakure. At this moment, the faces of the four people around him all changed when they looked at Sasuke. Because they were surprised to find that the latter was also covered with dense black lines, and they knew better than anyone else about such black lines. That's the curse seal of heaven. The same sentence was spit out from the four people at the same time, and this result was obviously unexpected to them. They knew that Sasuke was planted with a curse seal by Orochimaru, but they didn't expect the highest level curse seal of heaven. You must know that existences as strong as Kimimaro are only planted with curse seals of the earth, and they are the most common curse seals. Open black lens bracket Kimimaro close black lens bracket can withstand the power of open black lens bracket curse seal of heaven close black lens bracket, but they know in their hearts that the four of them will definitely not be able to bear it. They know this very well. Because the four of them almost died when they were planted with ordinary curse seal, not to mention the strongest curse seal of heaven. This is why they are so shocked at this moment. At this moment, they seem to understand why Orochimaru chooses Sasuke as his container. The potential of the latter is indeed stronger than both of them. This has been proved at this moment. Chapter 145 Awakening, Break and Stand. At this moment, open black lens bracket Kitamaru close black lens bracket 3 finally understood why Sasuke was able to defeat open black lens bracket curse sealing close black lens bracket. Judging from Sasuke's current state, he is obviously able to control the power of the curse seal. This was definitely something they didn't expect. They were able to master the charm power completely because Orochimaru had trained them for a long time. As for Sasuke, no one should teach him. Moreover, it seems that it didn't take long for Sasuke to be planted with the curse seal of the sky, but the latter was able to master this power in such a short period of time. Seeing that the potential of the latter is far stronger than the four of them. Although they were shocked, Sasuke was extremely fortunate. Because he knew that without Shiyu teaching him how to control the curse seal power, he would never be able to defeat the curse seal transformation, Zuo-jin. After the Otogakur group of 4 were stunned, the only woman among the 4, Tayuya, said. Near left. Don't waste your time, Konoha is not a place to stay. Hearing the words, Saken also gave up the idea of opening the second form and then said to Sasuke. Boy, I admit that your strength is very strong now, but do you want to gain stronger strength? Stronger power. Sasuke continued to act stupid. Yes, strong can make you the power of revenge. Come with us if you want, Orochimaru-sama will give you this kind of power. Saken's voice fell, but Tayuya saw that Sasuke was silent, and couldn't help but speak. Your current state should still be in State 1, the curse mark does not erode the body so fast. But if you are in a state of liberation for a long time, your body will be slowly eroded, and the ultimate result is loss of self. And if you want to fully control this power, you must go to Lord Orochimaru, only he can help you completely control this power. Hearing Tayuya's words, Sasuke disagreed. Because this consequence no longer exists for him, Shiyu has helped him through the most difficult stage. Sasuke, who heard the words, pretended to be struggling, and he had to say that his acting skills were still outstanding, which did not arouse the suspicion of the 4 Otogakur 4. Immediately after Sasuke marked the latter difficult choice, his voice finally sounded slowly. When are you going? Our time is limited. Zuo-jin responded with a sound, and then said, if there is no problem, tomorrow morning, we will wait for you in the woods on the west side of Konoha village. Good. Seeing Sasuke nodding, the 4 of them also showed a smile on their faces, because they felt that things were much simpler than they thought. In that case, see you tomorrow. Jin's voice fell, and the figure of the 4 of 4 disappeared in front of Sasuke's eyes in an instant. Otogakur's group of 4 left. Sasuke also met Tokiha, who was hiding in the dark. How did they make you feel? Very strong. Sasuke gave a 2-word affirmation to Tokiyu's question. Orochimaru is also one of the legendary Sannin after all, and what he taught is not bad. So, in the future, you should learn more about the West. Hearing Shiyu's words, Sasuke also nodded and said, Shiyu, will I go directly with those 4 people tomorrow? Yes. Shiyu nodded, then said, because we don't know the specific status of Orochimaru yet, naturally we can't go directly. So, I need them to show me the way. Also, only when people know that you were kidnapped can you just come back in the future. This is the reason why Shiyu didn't shoot just now, otherwise, the 4 of Otogakur could kill him in minutes. However, they can only live 1 more day at most. Because Shiyu has arranged their death anniversary. Let's go, let's have a good meal. After tonight, the next time is estimated to be in 2 years. For Shiyu, Sasuke and Naruto did not object. Although 2 years is a bit long, it is undoubtedly a journey of cultivation. As for Naruto, Shiyu has already arranged for him. Following the legendary Sannin to practice for 2 years, the 2 of them will naturally not refuse such a good thing. The next day, Sasuke, who had everything ready, went out with a small school bag on his back. Before he set off, Tokiyu and Naruto practiced it for him. Sasuke, go ahead. We'll talk when we get to the Orochimaru lair. Good. Sasuke nodded, without delaying, and ran away under the wood of Tokiyu and Naruto. After Sasuke's figure disappeared, Naruto also asked, what shall we do next? Half an hour later, you go to the Hokage office to find Grandma Tsunade, saying that Sasuke was kidnapped. Oh. Naruto nodded heavily, excited about the plan. After a while, Sasuke, who quietly left Konoha, has arrived at the place designated by Saken and others yesterday, and the 4 of them are already waiting here. Seeing Sasuke's arrival, Zuo-jin smiled. You're finally here. Sasuke was able to arrive as promised, and the 4 of them were naturally delighted, because they could complete the task effortlessly. Open black lens bracket legend close black lens bracket just dropped. Open black lens bracket Kitamaru close black lens bracket said. Boy, it's fine when you get here, and you can rest for the next part of the journey. What does it mean? Seeing Sasuke's puzzled expression, Saken continued, let me tell you the truth, before we came to Konoha, Orochimaru-sama gave us a mission. What is? Just let you die first. Sasuke, who heard the words, was even more confused. From Zuo-jin's tone, he could tell that they seemed to be doing something to themselves. Between Sasuke's doubts, Zukin took out a bottle from his body and said, this is Shinshin pill. Please eat him. Hearing Zuo-jin's words, Sasuke frowned slightly, and then asked, what is that? Because your curse seal is still in State 1, this Shinshin pill can awaken the full power of curse seal, allowing you to enter a stronger State 2-2. State 2-2. Sasuke murmured and secretly said in his heart, they should be talking about the second form of curse sealing that Tokyu taught me to practice. Because when Shiyu taught him to practice second form, he also wanted to let him feel the feeling of death. Just when Sasuke was thinking, Zuo-jin continued to talk about science. Nice. This Shinshin pill can directly enter State 2-2, but at the same time it will also speed up the devouring of curse seal to your body. After you wake up, Jiao can only last for a few minutes at most. In other words, you'll be dead soon. But there is no way out, because if you want to be a master, State 2-2, you have to keep your body in this state for a long time. In this way, you can gain the same power as us. After hearing Saken's words, Sasuke finally confirmed it. 2 inches in the former's mouth is the second form that Shiyu taught him. Sasuke is not stupid, and immediately asked, since you said just now that I should die first, then there must be some way to do it, right? Nice. The 4 of us 4 are here for this. Recently responded and continued. The enchantment ninjutsu launched by the 4 of us can suppress the side effects of the awakening of the curse seal, and can allow you to enter a painless state of suspended animation. Sasuke was silent for a while, and then said something shocking. Then what if I'm already a master, status 2-2? As soon as these words came out, the 4 people around were instantly stunned. Please download Feifei. Chapter 146 4 Black Fog Formations. Black Seal. What did you say? 4 words were spit out from the mouths of the 4 of Otogakure at almost the same time. Undoubtedly, they all think they heard it wrong. Without the protection of the 4 black mist formation barrier, it is absolutely impossible to want a master, status 2-2. Anyway, so far, there is no such precedent. Moreover, they have never seen anyone who can awaken the curse seal power by their own power. Of various factors made them have to question. I said that I have already mastered status 2-2, and there is no need to eat Shinshin pill. Sasuke slowed down his speech so that the 4 of them could hear Takuya clearly. After being confirmed, Kitamaru was the first to speak. Boy, are you sure you're not bragging? Of course not. Since that's the case, you show status 2-2 to show us. Do also said. Alright, don't waste time. Hearing Sasuke's words, the eyes of the 4 were fixed on Sasuke. Then they saw that black lines began to spread from Sasuke's neck, covering the whole body in an instant. Next second, Sasuke's changed appearance was reflected in their pupils. Look at the human form in front of 437. Sasuke, the 4 of them were dumbfounded, completely dumbfounded. They never thought that Sasuke was actually a master, status 2-2. And, by their own power. They didn't know how Sasuke did it, but that didn't stop their astonishment. At this moment, they finally figured out why Orochimaru took a fancy to Sasuke. Compared to that, they're nothing. No doubt, Sasuke is putting on a perfect pussy again. And it's all thanks to Shiyu. Otherwise, don't pretend. In front of Otogakure 4 people 4, he doesn't even have the qualifications to pretend. As Sasuke removed the form of State 2-2, Zuo-jin, 4 people returned from the shock. Sasuke-sama, you are indeed the person that Orochimaru-sama favored. You're a dragon and a phoenix, and you're like a dragon. Kimimaro, he can't be compared to you at all. I've completely convinced you. At this moment, Kidomaru and Taiyu also expressed their thoughts, while the dull Jirobo nodded in agreement. If that's the case, what are you still doing? Lead the way. At this moment, Sasuke is undoubtedly turning his back on the master. However, in the face of Sasuke's scolding, the 5 people 5 did not have any dissatisfaction, only respect in their eyes. Because under Orochimaru's men, their strength is the most important. That's why Kimimaro can become their boss, because the former defeated the 4 of them by himself. But even if open black lens bracket Kimimaro close black lens bracket is a monster, this is not the case with Sasuke's pervert. In their eyes, Sasuke is perfect. Just when the few were about to leave, Tongmaru said, Lord Sasuke, I have a small suggestion. What proposal? That is, although you are already a master, status 2-2, you may not have fully awakened the power of Curse Seal. This Shinshin pill is specially researched by Master Orochimaru, and it is used to stimulate the Curse Seal power. If you take it, plus the blessing of the 4 Black Mist formation, it may make the State 2-2 more perfect. Oh. Hearing this suggestion from Kidomaru, Sasuke was also slightly taken aback. He thought that since this Curse Seal power was researched by Orochimaru, then the Shinshin pill used together might really have this effect. And Shiyu told him that Orochimaru was going to use him as a container, and he would definitely not harm him. For things that can improve his strength, he will naturally accept it. Moreover, Shiyu told the time to find a way to pretend to be hijacked, so that it would be justifiable to return in the future. Thinking of this, he also nodded. Reached out and took the Shinshin pill in the hand of Zuo-jin and then swallowed it directly into the abdomen. Immediately after, Kidomaru used the psychic to create a bucket from the scroll on his back, and sealed Sasuke with the 4 Black Mist formation. 4 Black Mist Array's suspended animation state, can Curse Seal power develop Curse Seal power to ultimate in the fastest time. Sasuke did not refuse because he believed in Tokyo. Finally, Zuo-jin performed the Black Sealing Seal technique to complete the final sealing. After doing all this, 4 people 4 did not delay, and went directly to the base where Orochimaru was located. Meanwhile, in Hokage's office. What did you say? Sasuke was kidnapped. Tsunade looked at Naruto in front of him with a shocked expression. Naruto nodded, and then said, just now, Sasuke and I were going to find Tokyo together, but we met 4 people on the way. They said they invited Sasuke on behalf of Orochimaru, and after Sasuke refused, we fought. The 2 of us lost to the 4 of them, and then I was knocked out. When I wake up, Sasuke is gone. Naruto's face he said without a heartbeat, and it was obvious that he was lying. Hearing Naruto's words, Tsunade also muttered in his heart, I can't believe that he would act so quickly. I chose this time, damn it. No wonder Tsunade's brows look so sad at this time, because now Konoha's capable Chunin and Jonin are out on a mission. Only the idle Genins are available, because they can't perform difficult tasks right now. Azumo, Little Iron. Go find someone for me. The 2 who heard the words suddenly looked at Tsunade, and after listening to the latter's instructions, they also disappeared directly in place. After a while, a figure appeared in Hokage's office. Of this figure is none other than Shiyu. In Tsunade's eyes, Shiyu is undoubtedly the strongest among the current Genins. If it weren't for the reason that the Chunin exam was forced to be suspended, Shiyu would have to become a Chunin. Although Tsunade had proposed, and even wanted to promote Tokyu Mi Jonin. But he was rejected by Tokyu. Not for others, just because Jonin works too much. Therefore, in Tsunade's eyes, Shiyu is a genin with Jonin level or even stronger. He entered the Hokage office. Tokiyu started acting. Grandma Tsunade, what are you doing with me? Sasuke has been kidnapped. What? Hearing this, Moyu pretended to be extremely surprised, as if he really didn't know anything. Seeing this, Naruto on the side also cooperated. It's true, Shiyu, but I am here. It's a pity that I was not strong enough and was knocked out. A brief conversation with Tsunade, Tokiyu also said. Grandma Tsunade, you want me to bring Sasuke back, right? Nice. Sasuke is my companion, even if you don't say it, I will do it. After responding, Shiyu continued, Grandma Tsunade, if there is nothing else to explain, I will leave. No more. That being the case, Naruto, let's go. Good. Naruto agreed and left the office with Tokiyu under Tsunade's watch. Chapter 147 Horaishin. Portal. While Tokiha and Naruto were on their way, the Otogakure group of 4 met Shizune's team, who had returned from a mission. There are 4 people in the team. Besides Shizune, there are 3 others, 3 Jonin. They are Shiranui Genma, and they are the same, and Iwehi. In the forest, under the big tree. Shiranui Genma looked at a relieved and frowned. There seems to be some movement over there. Similar, let's take a look. Good. The 2 were temporarily separated from Shizune and Iwehi. A few minutes later, Shiranui Genma met with the 4 people of the same and Otogakure. You are Orochimaru's men. The moment I saw the 4 of them, I recognized the 4 of them immediately. Because the 4 of them used the 4 purple flame array to trap the 3 generations of Hokage in it, and he was there at the time. Shiranui Genma glanced at the direction they came from and frowned. That direction. You guys came from Konoha, right? Shiranui, who had finished speaking, knew that they had definitely come to Konoha for some ulterior motive. After some observation, he discovered that Kitamura was carrying a huge wooden barrel. What's in the barrel? No comment. Zuo-jin returned with a sound, and his expression also seemed unusually solemn. Opponent is not an ordinary ninja, that is Konoha Jonin. For an opponent of this level, even if they open status 2-2, there is no chance of winning by themselves. The only thing that can be done is to go together. As soon as I read this, Zuo-jin looked at the other 3 people. Immediately after, the 4 of them, under the stunned eyes of Shiranui Genma and Shiranui, had black Madara dots on their bodies. It's a bit difficult to play against 2 Jonins. Looks like I have to go all out. The 4 people who spoke 4 directly liberated the curse seal power. No more nonsense, the battle is on. While they were fighting here, Shizune and Tiavahi were a little impatient. Shizune looked at the way that Shiranui Genma and Shiranui disappeared in the same way, frowned slightly, and muttered something in a low voice. Why haven't you come back for so long? Miss Shizune, what to do now? Iwehi rode. Let's go and have a look. However, when they arrived at the scene, the battle between Shiranui Genma and Otogakure was over. At this time, the 2 of them were covered in bruises and had already lost their ability to fight. If the movement of Shizune and Iwehi's arrival made the 4 of Otogakure fearful, I'm afraid the 2 would have to explain it here today. Seeing this scene, Iwehi also exclaimed. I didn't expect them to be beaten like this. When Shizune saw this, he immediately helped them heal. If not, even if he doesn't die now, he will die for a long time. Miss Shizune, you stay and help with the treatment, I'll go after them. The same voice fell, and before he could do anything, he was stopped by Shiranui Genma, who had just woken up. Can't go. They're not using ninja tricks anymore. It doesn't make any difference if you die. Hearing the words, Iwehi looked at Shiranui Genma and looked the same, and finally dismissed the idea. At the same time, the 4 of Otogakure were resting somewhere in the forest at this time, and they seemed to be in good condition. Apparently because of the previous battle with Shiranui Genma and Jonin, they were able to defeat them all because of the curse seal power. Moreover, they are still fighting with status 2-2. Otherwise, they will not have the slightest chance of winning. Master Orochimaru is still waiting for us, but we have to stop and rest, damn it. Hearing Zuo Jin's complaint, Duo Yuya said, this is also something that can't be helped. It is too expensive to fight with status 2-2. The most terrible thing is that you can't exert your strength in a short time. Jirobo rode. After all, we have to deal with. It's 2 Jonin, if you don't do your best, you will die. But just after Gatongmaru's voice fell, 2 figures appeared beside him out of thin air. This scene made the 4 of them extremely shocked. You must know that they have set traps around, and they can perceive any troubles. As Otogaker, they are extremely sensitive to sound. But even in this situation, there are 2 more people out of thin air in front of their eyes, which cannot let them be surprised. And these 2 are none other than Tokyo and Naruto. The reason why they appear next to Kitamaro is because Sasuke's barrel is sealed beside him. And Sasuke's body was planted with the Hiraishin mark by Tokiha, so the positioning was so accurate. That's why in Tsunade's conversation just now, when Tsunade asked Tokiha if he needed to choose a few tracking ninjas, he was rejected. Although Neji's Byakugan, Shino's Bug, and Kiba's Akamaru are all first-class tracking methods, it's a pity that it was all planned by Tokyo. So, he didn't even have to think that he would not be able to find it. Seeing Shiyu and Naruto appearing out of thin air in front of him, the solemn expressions on the faces of the 4 of them slowly turned into disdain. Atmosphere was quiet for a while, and Zuo Jin broke the silence. I thought it was some kind of beast, but I didn't expect 2 fleas. Not only did he think so, but the other 3 were no exception. Because judging from the outfits of Tokyo and the 2 of them, they are nothing but genin. Although they don't know how the 2 came to be here, either of them can do it against the 2 genin. Even if their combat power has not yet recovered to the peak, it is more than enough. You are the fleas. 444 fools. Naruto scolded angrily, especially, stupid. The essence of 2 words. This is not just as simple as swearing, but it has 3 meanings. Just a simple curse. They didn't even notice that Shiyu was so strong, a bunch of self-righteous idiots. All of this was Shiyu's plan, they were all tool people. And when Zuo Jin heard the words, he sneered. Hehe, I didn't expect it to be an arrogant flea. After his sneer fell, the seal in Jirobo's hand was knotted, and a low voice came from his throat. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, enchantment dungeon no close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, enchantment dungeon hall no close black lens bracket. Use the earth wall to form a dungeon to trap the opponent inside, and you are covered with chakra on one side of the earth wall, and the chakra distribution is uneven, and the part far away from the caster chakra less. Therefore, even if the opponent attacks the earth wall, it will recover immediately, and it can absorb the chakra of the people inside. After Jirobo performed this move, he directly trapped Shiyu and Naruto in it. Give them to me, and by the way, you can replenish your stamina. Undoubtedly, this is the purpose of his use of this move. When Gatongwan heard this, he also snorted coldly, HMPH, after enjoying it, hurry up and follow. He is obviously a little envious of Jirobo's ninjutsu ability, which can absorb the opponent's chakra to supplement himself. Immediately after, Kitamaru 3 carrying a barrel, with Sasuke on his back. On the road again. At this time, in Doden Earth style enchantment dungeon hall no, Naruto is constantly attacking the stone wall, but he is still unable to break through. After a lot of hard work, Naruto finally gave up. Shiyu, we are trapped, what should we do? No hurry. Shiyu responded and immediately said, even if we go out now, they haven't gone very far. So, let's wait until they leave for a while. Tokyo's idea is very simple, because even if he goes out and kills everyone now, and then uses Sharingan's demonic illusion ability to ask where Orochimaru is. In the end, it is not that they sent Sasuke there. Instead, it's better to take it slow. They only need to use the Hiraishin art after a while, and they can play slowly along the way. Isn't it beautiful? Opponents run all the way with the portal behind their backs, and they teleport directly. It's just a showman. Please download Feifei. Chapter 148. Now that it's cool, it's time to ascend to heaven. In the dungeon enchantment. Naruto agreed with Shiyu's words and immediately asked. Shiyu, even if we're not in a hurry, we can't keep hiding in this broken 5 enchantment. Also, why do I feel less and less chakra in my body? That's because some guy out there is absorbing our chakra. Shiyu said casually, not at all upset because chakra was absorbed. First of all, his chakra is beyond imagination. Even if he stood here and let open black lens bracket Jirobo close black lens bracket suck for a day, he couldn't finish it, and secondly, he had already thought of a way to deal with it. A very interesting solution. This puzzle can be solved without much effort. What absorbs chakra? Hearing the words, Naruto also exclaimed. He obviously did not expect that this broken 5, forcing the enchantment actually has such a strange ability. Naruto's loud exclamation also made Jirobo outside listen to 437. Seeing it, the latter could not help but let out a stunned voice. Yo, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Voice fell, Jirobo continued. However, even if you know it, so what? Now you are the fish on the chopping board, you can only be slaughtered by me. In Jirobo's opinion, it won't be long before you and Naruto will be drained of all their chakra. From prostration and coma, to death. You think too much, just like breaking the 5, forcing the barrier and trying to trap us, we just don't want to go out. Naruto roared. Don't want to come out. Jirobo was taken aback. It's too hot outside, so cool inside. Naruto's words, Jirobo couldn't help but sneer. Hee, since that's the case, then you should wait to die slowly. However, Shiyu turned a deaf ear to Jirobo's clamor. Naruto, what I asked to buy just now, did you buy it? I bought it. Naruto in the conversation was also puzzled. He didn't know why Shiyu was carrying it at this time. Then take it out quickly, let's play a few games and then talk about it. You said now. Naruto stunned, because what Shiyu told him to buy was nothing but playing cards. It's still early, and it's just right to play a few games. But that guy is absorbing our chakra. Don't worry, it won't kill you. If you feel a little dizzy later, just tell me. Tokiyu's chakra is nothing, but Naruto is different. Although the latter has more chakra than the average person, it can't resist being sucked like this. However, Shiyu has already figured out how to deal with it. Because chakra can be passed on to others, once Naruto has not enough chakra, Shiyu will give him a little bit of it. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto naturally had no objection. So the two of them played poker in this dungeon barrier, and Jirobo, who was outside, didn't know what the two were doing inside. Until he heard the voices of the two, he was completely stunned. Dude. Big you. Crushed to death. Go. Quote quote. Jirobo never imagined that the two of them would be in prison and still be in the mood to play poker. Two idiots, I let you play. Jirobo between the words directly increased his strength, and exhausted his strength to suck the chakra of the two people frantically. However, no matter how much he sucks, it doesn't help. The voices of the two are still one after another. Obviously they are having fun, and they are very enthusiastic. Airplane. Hold on. Bomb. King fried. I'm sorry. Quote quote. It sounds like Jirobo outside wants to go in and play, but unfortunately, he still has a task to do, and he has to quickly solve the meeting between Shiyu and Gatongmaru. After half an hour. In the enchantment, Naruto complained. Ah, why am I losing again? Who called you spicy chicken? Shiyu smiled lightly. I don't believe it anymore, come again. It's almost time, we have to go. But if we play with each other, we will continue to play later. I am not afraid that there will be no time. After that, is a fool, let's play with Sasuke. Hearing the words, Naruto nodded heavily, with a look of anticipation on his face. Jirobo, who was outside, was completely stunned when he heard the conversation between the two. He never imagined that the two were sucked by him for half an hour and nothing happened. He once doubted whether the two of them were monsters. Because he was about to vomit. I didn't expect your chakra to be so strong, but if it's just chakra, it won't help. The strength of the ability is not enough, this is your fault. Jirobo is both praise and ridicule, but he has returned to his peak state, there is no need to waste time. So, at this moment, he stopped absorbing the chakra of the two of Shiyu. When he was about to use Doden, Earth-style, Sphere of Graves, to end the lives of the two, a strange scene happened. I saw that Tokyo and Naruto did not know when they had already stood on the rock created by Dungeon Hall No, looking at him indifferently. How did you guys come out? At this moment, Jirobo was extremely shocked, because his Doden, Earth-style, enchantment Dungeon Hall No, was not broken. Because it is an enchantment, because it is impossible to escape through Doden Earth-style integration into the ground. In his opinion, the only way is to force a breakthrough. But Shiyu and the two left the enchantment out of thin air, which made him unable to help but hear the scene where the two had just appeared. That their master has some kind of space ninjutsu, and it is no wonder that Jirobo thinks like this. From the current situation, only this explanation can make sense. This Jirobo looks naive, but he is not stupid. The truth is, as he guessed, Shiyu used the Hiraishin technique for the first time, and this time he used Kamui. But the problem is here that Jirobo doubts his guess, because the two of them are just genin. This, he couldn't help but think, isn't the idea that Konoha's genin is so good at him now. Groundless, Sasuke has shown extraordinary before 1-2 ability. Without the help of Shinshin Pill and 4 Black Mist Formation, he was able to master second form of Curse Seal. However, he never imagined that all this was due to Shiyu. You don't need to know about this. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, however, I think you have been sucking for half an hour quite well. Jirobo froze for a moment, but did not answer. However, it was all displayed on his face, and the radiant expression was definitely inhaling quite cool. And while Jirobo was stunned, Shiyu also said, since it's cool, it's time to ascend to heaven. Shiyu's move was like a death row prisoner giving him a chance to eat and drink before he was beheaded, commonly known as beheaded wine meal. After all, the latter provided Shiyu and the others with a leisure venue. There are 3 things to do when reading. Chapter 149 Yoden, Lava Style, The Art of Melting Monsters. Don't be afraid to flash your tongue when you talk big. If you have this ability, why didn't you do it just now? Jirobo felt that Shiyu was bluffing him. If the latter had the ability to kill him, why did he have to wait until now? This is totally illogical. No way, he doesn't know Shiyu's plan. You can ask God this question. However, the premise is that you have to go to heaven, not hell. Shiyu's words, Jirobo is not talking nonsense. He directly displayed the open black lens bracket Doden, Earth-style, Sphere of Graves close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth-style, Sphere of Graves close black lens bracket. Use the Earth attribute chakra to strengthen the power and dig out a huge stone, then lift it up and smash it at the enemy. Seeing a huge rock smashing towards the two of them, Shiyu did not panic at all, and performed a move, Space Ninjutsu. Open black lens bracket Hiraishin guiding thunder close black lens bracket. Only chakra is enough, anything can be removed. Open black lens bracket 4th generation close black lens bracket in the open black lens bracket Battle of Kyubi, 9 tails close black lens bracket. Successfully removed open black lens bracket tailed beast bomb close black lens bracket of open black lens bracket Kyubi, 9 tails close black lens bracket with 1 move. After Shiyu performed this move, the huge rock that Jirobo exploded also melted into the space. This scene undoubtedly made him stunned. Because of this, his previous guess was confirmed, and Shiyu really knew space ninjutsu. Not only him, but Naruto was also shocked. Because this was the first time he saw Shiyu perform this trick. Next second, the huge rock appeared directly above Jirobo, and without any accident, it fell directly towards it from a high altitude. The rock is huge and the speed is extremely fast, and Jirobo has no way to avoid it. Of course, if his substitute technique is more skilled, he can still avoid this offensive. However, he didn't do this. In his opinion, this rock would not pose a threat to him at all, because he originally dug the boulder out of the soil. It won't hurt me. Jirobo shouted loudly, and immediately stretched out his hands to receive it. He can lift the rock, and naturally he can take it. For this, Jirobo is a firm believer. But the next second, he found that he was wrong. It was outrageous. The moment his palm touched the rock, he realized that he was not picking up a rock, but a big mountain. Even if his Doden, earth style, is extremely high, he can't support it. No accident, Jirobo, who was still very confident before, was directly crushed to the ground by a huge rock. Boom! After the smoke and dust from where the boulder fell, a figure on the rock was also exposed to the air. This person is none other than Shiyu. If he used open black lens bracket Horaishin guiding thunder close black lens bracket just now, he is not just trying this ninjutsu, his real purpose is this open black lens bracket Doden, earth style added weight rock technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, earth style added weight rock technique close black lens bracket. It can increase the weight and strength, both the object and the human body. On top of an object, the object can become very heavy. When added to the human body, a strong weight will make people's speed abnormally slow, but on the contrary, the force exerted is undoubtedly unparalleled. There is also an enhanced version of this trick, called super weighted boulder jutsu. Shiyu thought this trick was very interesting, so he took the time to study it. He is the only one who dares to say this, because it is basically impossible for anyone else to do it. One to teach, and there is no scroll of magic. Instead, I comprehend it myself. This is obviously not something that ordinary people can do. Of course, some evil geniuses may be able to do it. However, I don't know how much time and energy it will take them. After the rocks in the field were completely dissipated, Naruto finally came back to his senses. Shiyu, is that fat man dead? Just as Naruto's voice fell, a loud shout resounded from under the rock. Open black lens bracket spiritual art close black lens bracket. Bang, bang. As the sound continued to sound, a huge figure also climbed up from under the rock. That's a huge clay doll. Open black lens bracket clay doll of psychic art close black lens bracket. Summons a giant clay doll whose whole body is made of earth to help you fight, can regenerate continuously and has the ability to absorb chakra from others. And on the doll's shoulders stood a man covered in blood. That's Jirobo. It's just that the latter's whole body is gray and black at this time, and the short hair is also becoming slender, and the whole body has grown several circles. Unsurprisingly, this is his second form of cursed seal. Just now, he should have escaped the catastrophe by virtue of this state. Although he recovered a life, he looked really embarrassed, like a lost dog. At this time, Jirobo looked at Shiyu who was standing on a broken rock, and his eyes were full of fear. The previous brief confrontation made him truly feel the power of Shiyu. If he hadn't possessed the curse seal power, I'm afraid that the blow just now really ascended him. He never imagined that Shiyu would be so strong, stronger than he imagined. Because of this, he no longer has the desire to fight. The reason why he used the spiritual art to summon the clay doll is because he was seriously injured and could not run away. Obviously, the latter took him away. However, his idea has not yet been implemented. But it was Shiyu's hope that was cut off. I advise you to give up the idea of running away. When Shiyu said this, Jirobo was also surprised. He didn't expect his mind to be completely seen through by Shiyu. Because of this, Shiyu felt more and more unfathomable. But he obviously wouldn't sit still. Just when he wanted to try to escape, he found that the clay doll could not walk at all. Moreover, his body is constantly sinking. Looking at his feet, he found that his summoned beast, clay doll, was in a swamp. And, one of those bubbling acidic mucus. Needless to say, this is clearly Tokiyu's masterpiece. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket. Aware of this situation, Jirobo knows that this time he has no chance of escape. 437. I saw his eyes fixed on Shiyu and asked. Can you tell me your name? Because of the fact that you provided us with entertainment venues for free, I will tell you with reluctance. Your uncle, my name is Takagawa Tokiyu. As Shiyu's words fell, Jirobo's head was also submerged in the swamp of the underworld and completely disappeared. Shiyu, he should die now. Hearing this, Shiyu nodded. His swamp of the underworld was an ordinary swamp of the underworld. Ordinary open black lens bracket swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket can only be used to trap the enemy, and it will stop when it sinks to a certain level. But Shiyu's open black lens bracket swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket is different. He added another kind of escape technique in open black lens bracket swamp of the underworld close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yoden, lava style, monster dissolving technique close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yoden, lava style, monster dissolving technique close black lens bracket. Produces a viscous and corrosive acid that can be used in a wide range, and its strength can melt open black lens bracket Susano close black lens bracket. This blood stain limit is only used by 5 generations Mizukage Terumime in the current ninja world. It is also for this reason that Jirobo and Summoning Beast Clay Doll will continue to fall into it. To be precise, it should be corroded. The bottom is melted, and the top will naturally continue to sink. After solving Jirobo, Shiyu said to Naruto. Let's go to the next stop. Naruto nodded and walked to Shiyu's side. As Shiyu's thoughts moved. Next moment. The figures of the two disappeared out of thin air. Please download Feifei. Chapter 156 Handed Spider, Onitomaru. In the forest. 3 shadows shuttled in and out of it, and one of them was still carrying a wooden barrel. No doubt that they are the 3 of Kitamaru who left earlier. That guy Jirobo is too slow. Tayuya said worriedly. He won't have any accident, right? Impossible. How could those 2 genins be Jirobo's rivals? Gatong Maru denied it, and then analyzed it. Furthermore, those 2 boys have been trapped in the barrier of Dungeon Hall No, and they can only be slaughtered, so how can they fight back? Kitamaru would say this, obviously because he has absolute confidence in that Dungeon Hall No. Because of that barrier, even if they wanted to break it, it would take a lot of effort. Hearing Guidomaru's words, Tayuya and the 2 also felt that there was nothing wrong. However, at this moment, a voice sounded in their ears. You are talking about us. 3 people who heard the words were all shocked, because this sentence did not come from their mouths. Because of this, their eyes swept around. Then they were surprised to find that there were 2 more people beside them out of thin air. They are none other than Tokiyu and Naruto. This scene undoubtedly shocked the 3 of them. They waited for a long time and Jirobo didn't expect it, but instead, they waited for Shiyu and the 2 of them. But this is not the key is that the 2 appeared out of thin air again. This is so weird. Surprised to be astonished, but they immediately opened the distance between them and Shiyu. And Gatong Wan directly put the wooden barrel through it to the other 2, and said, Zuo Jin, Duo Yuya, you 2 go ahead. Leave it to me here. Gatong Maru, who had finished speaking, didn't talk nonsense either. The seal formed in his hand, and a low voice sounded in his throat. Open black lens bracket ninja spider bondage close black lens bracket. Immediately after, a cobweb emerged from his mouth, and Shiyu avoided the attack in an instant, but Naruto was not so lucky. It was caught by a net on a big tree. But Naruto was also very smart, and used the substitute technique at the moment when he was caught by the net, and then Naruto's voice sounded. "Eat my trick," Naruto repeatedly play. Exclamation mark quote. I saw 555 Naruto fall from a height and go straight to Kitumaru. Seeing this, he immediately spit out a large mass of spider silk from his mouth, and Gaidamaru, who has 6 hands, made a spider web while forming an Indian pattern. When Naruto's fist was about to land on him, the spell he prepared had already been completed. Open black lens bracket ninja spider's nest opens close black lens bracket. Use the chakra in the body to spit out a small web and seal the opponent in the tree, which can stop the opponent from moving. Seeing Tokiyu and Naruto being stopped by Gatong Maru, Zuo Jinka is carrying a wooden barrel. One step ahead. When leaving, Duoyu did not forget to hug. What the hell is that fat man doing? I really shouldn't have left him among us earlier. Seeing the two gradually drifting away, Shiyu had no intention of chasing after them. Because this is the end he wants, let them carry on with Sasuke. And they will teleport at a fixed point later. At this time, Naruto, who was bound by the spider web and hung on the tree, was working hard to cut the spider silk with kunai, but what surprised him was that no matter how hard he tried, he could not cut the spider silk. Cut. Boy, don't waste your energy. My cobweb is very tough, and it is difficult to cut it with an ordinary blade. Seeing this, Kitamaru said, and then looked at Shiyu, who felt that the latter was definitely stronger than Naruto. Since Toshiyu was able to easily avoid it. His spider bondage can reveal a clue. He once thought that the trick that appeared out of thin air was what the latter did. Boy, your companion has been trapped by me, and now you are the only one left. To deal with you, I am enough alone. Shiyu said lightly. HMPH, arrogant. Gatong Wan snorted coldly, and then said, the two of you can appear here, it means that Jirobo did not kill you. I'm curious how you escaped from him. What help do you have? You still kill him. There are only 2 possibilities for Shiyu and Naruto to appear here, but he prefers the former. Because he didn't see the slightest trace of battle from the 2 of them. So the possibility of the latter is extremely low. Because if it was the latter, then you and Naruto would have killed Jirobo effortlessly. Other words, the strength of the 2 must completely crush Jirobo. If the other party is Jonin, he may still believe 1 or 2. But Tokiyu and Naruto are just 2 genins. Moreover, Jirobo possesses the curse seal power, how could he be easily killed by the 2 of them? But Shiyu didn't answer, but asked instead. Which one do you think? You don't want to answer, I'm afraid you won't have a chance later. To be said that Kidumaru is quite confident in his own strength. Those who have nose and eyes in this pretentious talk are 1/10 and 10% of Shiyu's demeanor. Gaidumaru, who finished speaking, didn't have any unnecessary nonsense, and used a secret technique again. Ninja spider sticking to gold. I saw a kind of golden spider silk spit out of Gatong Maru's mouth. After being infused with chakra, it turned into a metal utensil. At this time, Gaidamaru's 6 hands each held a metal weapon made of spider silk, reaching out and pointing at Shiyu. Hey, just let me play with you. I'm not afraid to tell you, my strength is stronger than Jirobo. Oh yes, underscore. Shiyu responded lightly, and then said, then you can hold on for a while longer, but don't let that fat man die in a few seconds. Hearing the words, Gatong Maru was stunned for a moment, then his face instantly turned cold, and Senran's voice sounded slowly. Really, it got my playfulness all hooked up. I'm going to play for 3 minutes, and then I'll kill you. It's a coincidence, that's exactly what I mean. Shiyu replied and continued, however, I'm more playful, at least Zhao, let's do the basics for half an hour. Very good, then let's see who plays who. Gatong Maru gave a cold drink, not talking nonsense, and cast spider binding again. However, this time it wasn't a cobweb. Instead, it spit out dozens of pieces in a row. Moreover, at the moment when the spider web spit out, the 6 metal weapons made of spider silk in his hand were thrown directly at Shiyu. In this way, the hit rate can be increased. However, a strange thing appeared in front of his eyes again, and he saw that the 6 spider silk weapons he threw were actually there. The air began to turn. Not only that, but they also cut all the cobwebs he spit out. His cobwebs can be cut continuously by ordinary swords, but the metal weapon he himself made of cobwebs is extremely sharp and can completely cut through. Looking at the 6 sharp weapons floating around Shiyu's body, Gatong Maru seemed to sound something and exclaimed. You are the one from Konoha. Jiden, Magnet Style, Genin. Chapter 151 Rasengan's first appearance. Oh, you actually know me. Words, Kitamaru also said. Although Konoha's Chunin exam was broken and stopped, the news of Jiden, Magnet Style, Genin has spread long ago. At that time, the 4 of them were also in Konoha. But because of the task, they hibernated beforehand and didn't see Tokiyu's match. What he didn't expect was that open black lens bracket Jiden, Magnet Style, close black lens bracket Genin was right in front of his eyes. I guessed it right, Takiwa Takagawa. It seems that you are indeed a little clever. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, however, in my case, being a little clever is useless. Humph. Now that I know the ability of your bloodstain boundary, don't even think about attacking me. The middle of the conversation, Kitamaru directly took off the Otogakure forehead guard on his head, which was the only iron product on his body. Among the 4 members of Otogakure, he is the only one who wears the forehead protector. Moreover, the first form of Cursed Seal is directly activated. After knowing the identity of Shiyu, he also gave him a certain amount of respect. Not only that, but at this moment, he was a little suspicious whether Jirobo was really killed by Shiyu. Before, he thought that the possibility was extremely small. That was because he didn't know Shiyu's strength, but now he thinks the probability is already 1/3. 1. And whether this probability increases or decreases, Akatsuki can only be known through battle. Really? Shiyu let out a light sound and drank it immediately. 437 inches open black lens bracket Jiden, Magnet Style, latte close black lens bracket. Immediately after, the 6 spider silk weapons also shot at Gatong Maru. Seeing this, Gatong Maru showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't think that such an attack would pose any threat to him at all. Gatong Maru just dodged to the side, but the next second he realized that Shiyu had appeared behind him at some point. This is still without the use of open black lens bracket Horaishin close black lens bracket. It can be seen that Tokiyu's current speed has reached a terrifying situation. Indeed, facing an opponent like Kitamaru, Shiyu didn't need to use any Horaishin. When Kitamaru noticed Shiyu, a chakra ball in the latter's hand had already landed on him. Open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket. Shit. There was no accident. Kitamaru hit by open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket fell to the ground without any accident. Boom. A loud noise rang out, sending smoke and dust all over the sky. After the smoke dissipated, I only saw a voice lying on the collapsed floor like a dead dog. Although Gaidumaru wasn't dead at this moment, his entire body could not move. He was able to withstand the power of open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket, and he had to rely on his remodeled body. Of course, the most important point is that Tokiyu kept his hand. He didn't push open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket to ultimate, otherwise, it would be over with the strength of Kitamaru. Open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket is a open black lens bracket superior ninjutsu close black lens bracket. His power is unbelievable. The reason for showing mercy is because Shiyu said, play him for half an hour before killing him. This is the way of repaying the body of others, which can be described as heart. At this time, Gatong Maru raised his eyes with difficulty and stared at Shiyu. His eyes were full of consternation and fear. He knew Shiyu's master Jiden magnet style before, so he knew that Shiyu was not an ordinary genin. All of them have turned on the curse-sealed state, but what he did not expect was that Shiyu was actually so strong, how many times stronger than he imagined. Especially the one just now. Rasengan makes him have lingering fears now. At this moment, he has completely determined one thing. That is, Jirobo was definitely killed by Shiyu. His current appearance is the best proof. At this time, Gatong Maru was thinking in his heart, I can't beat him, and the only thing I can do now is to escape. As long as I forcibly enter curse-sealed state 2-2. Should be able to recover some. However, just as Kitamaru was making this wishful thinking, Tokiyu's voice sounded slowly. Kitamaru, I said it before. I'll play with you for half an hour before I kill you. So, you can rest assured that your life is not in danger within this half hour. Hearing Shiyu's words, Kitamaru was stunned for a moment. When he looked at the playful expression on Shiyu's face again, he didn't know why a creepy feeling suddenly appeared in his heart. Next second, I saw Shiyu's palm slapped to the ground, and the ground suddenly shook. Then a large piece of soil emerged from the ground, and it was wrapped in it under Kitamaru's astonished eyes. At this moment, Gatong Maru, who was in the dungeon, was extremely shocked. He was naturally very familiar with this ninjutsu, because it was his partner Jirobo's specialty. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, enchantment dungeon no close black lens bracket. It's impossible. How could you possibly know the moves of Jirobo? At this moment, Gatong Maru was undoubtedly dumbfounded, and Shiyu's operation directly cut off his last hope. Because in his current state, even if he forcibly enters the curse-sealed state 2-2, this dungeon hall will not be broken. Because of this trick, he was exhausted when he was at his peak. Not to mention this half-dead state now. Kitamaru, cherish this last time. Voice fell, and Shiyu dodged and came to the top of a big tree. Seeing that Naruto was still there, trying to cut the cobwebs made by Kitamaru, I couldn't help but be a little speechless. The reason why he didn't save Naruto the first time just now was to see if he could think of a way to do it himself. But what he didn't expect is that Naruto is just a muscle. Too persistent. Shiyu, you have come. This damn cobweb, no matter how I cut it, he will keep going. Naruto said with a dejected expression. This spider web is made of chakra, and there is a flow of chakra in it. It is impossible for ordinary sharp weapons to cut it. What to do then? It may be difficult for him to condense chakra scalpel. Shiyu murmured to himself, and then said, you condense the chakra above the kunai, and when condensing, imagine the chakra as a kunai, and make the chakra sharp. This will cut this specially made cobweb. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto also tried decisively. However, what surprised him was that he still kept cutting. Because of this, his eyes turned to Shiyu again, with a look of grievance. It's useless. It's not that it's useless, it's just that the chakra that you have condensed on Kunwu is not sharp enough. Take your time, this is a practice. Hearing the words, Naruto is also motivated and keeps trying. Suffering is not at hand, and it is not so troublesome to gather it up. 10 minutes later, Naruto finally cut the spider web, which made him extremely excited. Although this is just a simple practice, it is undoubtedly a huge gain for Naruto. Immediately after, the two of them came to the dungeon barrier, on the ground. It's almost time, it's time to add more ingredients. Hearing Tokiyu's words, the Kitamaru chrysanthemum who was trapped in it. It was also tight. And he know what crooked idea the former came up with to get him. Chapter 152 Baked Balls, find out. In the forest, next to the dungeon. The corners of Shiyu's mouth showed an evil and charming arc, facing Naruto on the side. Naruto, do you know how roasted chicken is made? Naruto, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and then said, of course the roast chicken is roasted. Good, so I'm going to bake balls now. Hearing Tokiyu's words, Naruto seemed to have thought of something, but Onitomaru, who was trapped in the dungeon barrier, had a look of horror on his face. He is not stupid. The open black lens bracket Maruko close black lens bracket in Shiyu's mouth obviously refers to him. Just when he was so frightened, Shiyu first performed a move open black lens bracket Sweden, water style, black rain technique close black lens bracket. Looking at the dungeon where the black rain fell, Naruto also exclaimed. Shiyu, isn't this the ninjutsu named Omegakure last time in Akoko town? Yes. Shiyu responded, then said, I thought this trick was quite interesting, so I learned it from him. Oh. Hearing the words, Naruto nodded, because he was used to it. Although he didn't know that Shiyu had the blessing of 10,000 times the talent, but he knew that Shiyu had a pair of extremely powerful open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Also, Mangekyo Sharingan has already reached the second stage. So, copying a ninjutsu is no problem at all. Because Kakashi has already demonstrated this ability. Although Naruto is not surprising, but that the Kidomaru trapped in it but was dumbfounded. At this moment, there is only one thought in his mind. That is, what kind of monster is Takagawa Tokyu? As a genin, it is enough that his strength is so strong, and his talent is so unbelievable. How about someone else's ninjutsu? What are you? If you want to learn, you can learn it. Then how can you play like a dick? And when he was so shocked, a low voice came from Shiyu's throat. Open black lens bracket Kaden, fire style, great fireball jutsu close black lens bracket. PFF'd. Next second. A huge flame was also spit out from Shiyu's mouth, and then spread over the entire dungeon barrier. Because the black rain technique was previously cast and covered with a layer of oil, the flames burned quite fiercely. The most important thing is that this fire will not stop for a while. This is the ultimate goal of Shiyu's black rain technique. Get it done. Looking at the dungeon wrapped in flames, Shiyu also spit out two words. Shiyu, it's boring to just bake balls, let's have some fun. Hearing Naruto's words, Gaidamaru in the dungeon wanted to have the urge to kill. You are so hot as hell, and you want to have some fun. You are still two devils. Devil, aren't you unconvinced that you always lost just now? Let's continue. Shiyu rode. Okay. Have you bought cumin and chili powder? Bought. Then what are you still doing? Take out the balls quickly, let's play and eat while baking. Hearing Shiyu's words, Gatong Maru is stunned again. I don't know you yet. You want to take me out now, and you really want to eat me alive. Also, add cumin and chili powder. Two beasts. Gatong Wan in the brain supplement was extremely frightened. He never imagined that Shiyu and the two were actually meat eaters. Moreover, the one who didn't let anyone go. At this moment, he felt extremely uneasy in his heart, as if the flesh on his body was cut off by the two of them. At this moment, Naruto's words made him dumbfounded. Shiyu, thanks to your thoughtful thought, you let me buy a few bags of balls before leaving. Otherwise, in this wilderness, you really can't find anything delicious. After all, we're here to play, so what if we don't prepare something? As Tokyu's voice fell, Naruto immediately took out a scroll. That is a kind of sealing scroll that can seal things inside. It can be said that it is a task to go out or a must-have item for travel. For Shiyu, it is not difficult to make this sealed scroll. And that's why Tokyu and the others didn't appear in front of Kidomaru 4 people for the first time after they set off from Konoha. To prevent Tsunade from suspecting, these supplies were not bought at Konoha. Instead, I went to the neighboring town to get it. And Kidomaru in the dungeon heard the conversation between the two. He also let out a long breath. He thought that the two of them were going to eat him. It made him worry for a long time, but as a result, what the two of them wanted to eat were really balls. Not his fake balloon. However, at this time, he was puzzled. From the conversation between Shiyu and Naruto, he learned a strange thing, that is, the two came out for tourism. Didn't you come to rob Sasuke? Why did you become a tourist? He didn't believe it until he heard the voice of the two fighting. Right. Crushed to death. Hold on. I'm sorry. Quote. After hearing these conversations between the two, Gatong-wan, who was already extremely aggrieved, almost vomited blood. What the heck, put yourself in the dungeon to bake, and you are actually playing poker outside. Is this what people do? Now, isn't Konoha in the recovery stage, and the tasks are piled up like a mountain? Why even have the mind to travel? This result is something that Kitamaru never expected. Orochimaru knew that Konoha was currently recovering, and all the ninjas that could be used were sent out, so they called them to Konoha. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to enter Konoha easily. Flower Zero is just like the original Ghost Shark and Itachi, even they can be found, not to mention the four of them Otogaker. Moreover, what made Gatongmaru most puzzled was that Tokyo and Naruto were on a tour, so why did they want to trouble them? Like maggots in the Tarsus, they always appeared in front of them out of thin air. Most importantly, they never mentioned Sasuke from beginning to end. Thinking of this, I really couldn't help the doubts in my heart. I forcibly endured the scalding temperature and opened my mouth. Takagawa Takiwa, what is your purpose? He knew that if he couldn't figure it out, he would definitely die. Hearing this, Shiyu bit down a one ball, and then said, I won't tell you. You. The wicked way of the ghost boy. Not good. I'm not happy, come out and bite me. After hearing Shiyu's words, Gatong-wan, who was already angry, was so angry that the old blood that was smothered in his chest suddenly spit out. Zero poof. Then he fell directly to the ground, completely unconscious. I don't know if I live or die. Of course, even if I don't die, I will be roasted later. After a while, when Shiyu and the two finished packing, Naruto asked when he looked at the flames that had been extinguished. Time feather. There's been no movement for a long time. Is that guy with 6 hands dead? Whether he is dead or not, give him the final blow. Shiyu's idea is very simple. If he is dead, he will be whipped. If he is not dead, he will die. Voice fell. Shiyu was no longer talking nonsense. He clapped his hands and snorted softly. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, sphere of graves close black lens bracket. Next second. The scorched black dungeon suddenly gathered together, and in an instant, it was directly condensed into a huge scorched black, earth ball. And in the soil ball. At the moment of formation, it was accompanied by a scream. Ah! Doubt, it was the voice of Kidumaru. Being roasted for 20 minutes, he has not been roasted to death. It seems that he has entered state 2-2 and has barely persisted until now. Pity, after all, I can't escape death. Gatong-maru never thought that Shiyu was a person who kept his word, saying that he would torture him for half an hour. He regretted why he had provoked this devil, and why he had said such arrogant words just now. Shiyu looked at the huge Kokuritsuchi ball in front of him and said slowly. Ghost pill. I will give you a new one. Tomb is a tomb, and you are not at a loss. Look at Jirobo, you don't have this kind of treatment. Voice fell, and Shiyu left with Naruto. However, this time they did not use open black lens bracket Horaitian close black lens bracket directly, but walked on foot. The purpose is simple. Eating is a bit hard, you have to digest it. Chapter 153 Space Ninjutsu. Monster Fist. While Tokyo and Naruto were leisurely, Tayuya and Sakin were once again puzzled. Forget about that dead fat guy, Jirobo, what is that guy on Kitamaru doing? That useless guy. Words, Zuo-jin said, that guy Gaitamaru loves to play, and he is probably enjoying himself at the moment. If that idiot goes too far, it's easy to get into that state. Once he becomes state 2-2, then the opponent is sure to die. The oath of the road is near. However, if you let them know that Kitamaru entered the curse-sealed state 2-2, just to save their lives, they would be dumbfounded. But that's not the point. The point is that Kitamaru hangs up after entering State 2-2. This is the funniest. 10 minutes later. Shutting through the forest, he glanced at the sky and said, "It's been so long, it seems that he is 040. We're in trouble." It is understandable that he would think so. You must know that Jirobo has been separated from them for more than an hour, and it has been almost an hour since Gaidamaru. If it weren't for trouble, they wouldn't have been able to delay for so long with their strength. Don't worry about them, Orochimaru-sama is the most important thing. We still have a long way to go from the base, and we can't be delayed because of them. Duyu also said. Yeah, that sucks. Zuo-jin nodded, then said, originally there was plenty of time, but since Lord Orochimaru came back from Short Book Street, the situation has become not optimistic. I don't know if we can catch up. And just after the fall from the left, a voice suddenly sounded in his voice. You can't make it. Hearing this, Zuo-jin and Taiyu were both stunned. Because this voice did not come from their mouths, they had experienced the previous 2 times, and they suddenly realized something with the familiar voice. Sure enough. When their eyes looked to the side, they found that they didn't know when there were 2 more figures beside them. Still a familiar picture, and a familiar figure. No doubt, the 2 are naturally Shiyu and Naruto. The moment they saw Shiyu and Naruto, the 2 were stunned. There is no extra, no nonsense, just flashed aside. Da. The 2 stopped on the trunk of a big tree, and their eyes were fixed on Tokiyu and Naruto. At this time, there was only one doubt in their hearts. What was going on and why did the 2 of them appear beside them again after thinking about it? Zuo-jin said a fact that he didn't want to believe. To Yuya, one of them should have mastered space ninjutsu. Once is a coincidence, twice is an accident. The 3rd time is definitely not an accident. Open black lens bracket space ninjutsu close black lens bracket. Taiyu also murmured, and his heart also turned upside down. Because of this, the eyes of the 2 of them looking at Shiyu and Naruto also changed, and there was no previous arrogant disdain. Because this kind of ninjutsu is not only difficult, but there are too few. So far in the ninja world, space ninjutsu is also very rare. Seeing that it is rare and difficult, what they did not expect is that the 2 of them, who are genin, can master such advanced ninjutsu. Looks like they must be dealt with here. Otherwise, no matter how far we run, they'll catch up. Left and right analysis. The 2 of them are here, does it mean Jirobo and Kidumaru? Tayuya said hesitantly, and a dignified expression appeared on his face. It doesn't have to be. Left proximal gyrus. After saying a word, he immediately said, although they have mastered space ninjutsu, their strength may not be that strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so late to catch up with us. Besides, you can see that there is no trace of the battle left on the 2 of them. It is no different from the first time they met. So, they definitely use space ninjutsu to deal with Jirobo and Kidumaru for a long time. And then disappeared without knowing it. Maybe the current Jirobo and Gatonmaru are still there. Look around for the 2 of them. Their purpose is simple. I just want to use this method to separate the 4 of us, so that they barely have a chance. Hearing the reasonable and well-founded analysis, Duo-yu also nodded. Because if the 2 of them were said to have super strength and could kill Jirobo and Gatonmaru in seconds, why did they appear after such a long lapse? Therefore, she felt that Zuo-jin's analysis was quite reasonable. Seeing Zuo-jin and Taiyu not going to run, Shiyu was also a little helpless. I said, do you want to run first? And after hearing what Shiyu said, Zuo-jin was even more sure of his conjecture. Listen, Tayuya, this is their trick. Taiyu also nodded heavily, completely trusting Zuo-jin's analysis. If Shiyu knew what their thoughts were, he would probably have laughed until his stomach hurt. Shiyu, what are the 2 of them mumbling about? Naruto Road. Who knows? Shiyu responded and joked, maybe it's discussing how to help us grill skewers. You can have this, let them open, state 2-2, to bake for us. Hearing Naruto's words, Shiyu was stunned. He didn't expect Naruto to be so funny. He had to know that if he kept the curse-sealed state 2-2, for a long time, he would lose himself. Just like open black lens bracket Libra Shigego close black lens bracket, go berserk. Zuo-jin looked at Tokiyu and the two, and said to Tayuya. Tayuya, you stare at wooden barrel, I'll go meet them. Good. After seeing Tayuya nodding, Zuo-jin didn't talk nonsense either. Push. With the force of the foot, the whole body flew towards Shiyu and the two like arrows. In midair. I saw that his hand was suitable, and a stamp was formed. Multiple fists. As his shout fell, Shiyu and Naruto saw countless fist shadows swiping towards them. However, let him be bells and whistles, Shiyu just sticks out his palm. Shiyu seemed to have seen through his attack, his palm completely pierced through leaves and picked flowers to avoid the shadow of the heavy fist, and a palm landed on Zuo-jin's chest. Touch. The left and right sides of the hitter shot backwards like a cannonball, hitting the big tree behind. Boom. Chi-chi. Left zero that slipped on the tree trunk. 4. Mouth Kakuzu can't help spilling a wisp of blood. Can be seen that Shiyu's punch is powerful. It seems simple and unpretentious, but in fact it is extremely tyrannical. And this result also made Zuo-jin and Tayuya very stunned. They guessed that Shiyu was not easy. But I didn't expect the latter to be so tyrannical. Especially Zuo-jin, he was an experience, he was punched and vomited blood. First time since his master open black lens bracket curse seal power close black lens bracket, because even open black lens bracket Kimimaro close black lens bracket can't do it. In his opinion, I am afraid Orochimaru's physical skills may not be so strong. And at this moment, only Naruto is the reason. Reason why Zuo-jin was punched by Shiyu and vomited blood was because of the open black lens bracket strength close black lens bracket. Undoubtedly, this is the method Tokyo learned from Tsunade. Tsunade slit the ground with one finger. The scene, he still remembers it. Please download Feifei. Chapter 154 Shikatsumiku, Dead Bone Pulse. Kimimaro. At this moment, Zuo-jin and Taiyu also looked at Shiyu with an earth-shaking change in their eyes. Because they didn't expect Shiyu to be so strong. And because of this, they felt that Jirobo Gatongwan was much less fortunate. At this moment Zuo-jin clutched his chest and stared at Shiyu. He wanted to ask, are you still a genin? Because Shiyu only showed this tyrannical taijutsu and that space ninjutsu, they guessed. Therefore, they guessed that Gatongwan and Jirobo were killed by Shiyu because they underestimated the enemy. If it weren't for his special ability, he would have been unable to move at this moment. Zuo-jin's special ability is the Ui-jin in his body, and the fusion of the two will have extremely strong resilience. This is also the reason why Sasuke hit Sasuke on the front yesterday, and there was nothing to do at all. Now they know the approximate ability of Moyu, plus they still have many cards to play. Moreover, Tayuya is also good at demonic illusion. He thinks that if the two of them join forces, there is still a great chance. Just when Tayuya and Sakin were about to join forces to fight, a figure appeared on 16 by Tayuya's side. Seeing the latter, Tayuya and Zuo-jin were both startled. There was a trace of consternation and fear in their eyes. It was none other than the former, Otogakure 5 people. First, he is the last survivor of the open black lens bracket Kagaya clan close black lens bracket. The inheritor of open black lens bracket bloodstain close black lens bracket. The owner of open black lens bracket Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Kagaya Kimimaro close black lens bracket. Kimimaro, why are you here? This is the first sentence Tayuya has seen Kimimaro, and it is not difficult to hear his fear of the former from her tone. Tayuya, you are too slow. Kimimaro said lightly, then glanced at him, and said again with blood from the corner of his mouth. You guys are also former members of the Otogakure 5 people 5, how could you be like this? What about the other two? If there is no accident, it may be killed by that person. Between the words, Zuo-jin pointed to Shiyu. Oh. Kimimaro responded lightly and looked at Shiyu. There was no emotion in his eyes, and there was not the slightest fluctuation in his words, and there was only endless indifference. If it weren't for Orochimaru-sama who couldn't wait for a moment now, I'd like to meet you. Kimimaro murmured, then said to Sakin and to Yuya. You two, listen to me, I don't care how strong he is, all you have to do now is to stop him for me. You must do your best for the sake of Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro, who had finished speaking, wanted to leave right now, but at this moment, wooden barrel. A change has occurred. Ka, ka, a slight sound came from it, and this movement undoubtedly attracted everyone's attention. What's the matter? Hearing Kimimaro's words, Zuo-jin replied, it should be Sasuke-sama who completed the awakening of the curse mark. Kimimaro, who heard the words, was stunned for a moment, and said, how long have you enclosed them in it? About 3 hours. How is it possible to curse in such a short time? Kimimaro, you don't know something. Zuo-jin responded with a sound, and then said, helping Sama is very talented, and when we sealed him, he had already awakened, status 2-2. We sealed him again so that his curse seal of heaven can be completely awakened, making it a perfect container. It's true. Kimimaro questioned, apparently thinking it was too bizarre. Kimimaro, the Sasuke Society, State 2-2, is what we have seen with our own eyes, there will be no fake. Do also said. Also nodded his head, and they themselves can curse sealing, so familiar with that kind of power, they wouldn't feel wrong. Listen to Duo Yuya and Zuo-jin's words, Kimimaro-s. There was finally a trace of turbulence on the expressionless face. Obviously, this kind of thing is too shocking. He never thought that someone in this world could completely awaken the curse seal power without using Shinshin pill and 4 black mist formation. And, it's not dead yet. It seems that Uchiha Sasuke is really a container that is even more perfect than me. At this moment, Kimimaro recognized Sasuke's potential. He thinks that Sasuke is the son of heaven, and that's why Orochimaru-sama chose him. But he never imagined that all of this was Shiyu's masterpiece. Just in his astonishment, wooden barrel. Kaka, came out again. Voice. It is also because of this that everyone's eyes are focused on the wooden barrel. Immediately afterwards, a cracking sound rang out. Crack, crack, crack. The cracks on the wooden barrel continued to spread, and the sound continued to come out. Bang! With the sound of an explosion, the entire wooden barrel burst open. Next second, a Birdman figure. It is also in the public eye. At the scene, except for Naruto, everything else was relatively calm. Because they all know the second form of the cursed seal very well, but Naruto is the only one who has never seen it. Shiyu, that person is Sasuke. You won't know if you see it for yourself. As Shiyu's voice fell, Sasuke's curse-sealed state 2-2 also slowly faded away. As the last black rune returned to the curse seal, Sasuke also changed back to his original appearance. Sasuke, who came out, looked around the scene, and finally his eyes stopped on Tokiyu and Naruto. Fuck, that Birdman is really Sasuke. Say yes, it's kind of ugly. Hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke was instantly unhappy. However, before he could answer, Zuo-jin said, Lord Sasuke, you are finally awake. Kimimaro glanced at Sasuke and asked, you are Uchiha Sasuke. Who are you? Lord Sasuke, his name is Kimimaro, he was the leader of the Otogakur 5 people and 5 people. Do also replied. Kimimaro Otogakur 5 of 5 leaders. Sasuke, who was talking, looked Kimimaro up and down, 4, but this simple glance made him feel that the latter was definitely not an ordinary person. This is his sixth sense as a genius. Okay. Now that you're awake, come with me quickly. Kimimaro, who had finished speaking, was about to leave Sasuke, However, the latter's first sentence made the three of them instantly bewildered. Where to go? Sasuke-sama, of course we went to Orochimaru. Sama, you won't forget it. Zuo-jin, who was talking, thought that Sasuke was being sealed in a wooden barrel and was stupid, and he has not recovered for a while. I didn't forget. That's fine. The voice fell was also heavily relieved. If Sasuke was sullen, Master Orochimaru would definitely be dissatisfied. However, Sasuke's next sentence made him bewildered again. But not now. Kimamaro's brows were also stunned, and he immediately shouted, Zuo-jin, Duo Yuya, how do you guys do things? Hearing Kimamaro's scolding, Zuo-jin's heart sank, and he hurriedly asked Sasuke. Master Sasuke. We made it clear before that you will change your mind when you say it now. Yes, you must give us a reason. Taiyu also echoed, she was also panicked at the moment. One Shiyu has already made them extremely difficult, and if you add Sasuke who is fully awakened by the power of the curse seal, then the two of them will definitely not be opponents. If they really can't solve it, they can only count on Kimamaro. Chapter 155 Against Kimamaro. Just when Kimamaro 3 didn't know why Sasuke temporarily regretted it, Tokyu's voice sounded slowly. Sasuke has a deep relationship with us, so naturally he doesn't want to give up on us. Hearing that, Zuo-jin and the others looked slightly condensed. They obviously didn't believe Shiyu's nonsense. If Sasuke really had such a deep relationship with them that he was reluctant to part with them, he would not have gone with them today. However, they didn't know that all of this was Tokyu's plan. Just when they thought so, Sasuke finally spoke up, and his answer also made the three people around him bewildered. He's right, that's what I mean. Sasuke's words, all three of Kimamaro were stunned. Especially Sakin and Tayuya, who have black lines on their faces. Seeing acquaintances is like reminiscing, we can wait, but Orochimaru-sama can't wait. Master Sasuke. If that's the case, then we can only be rude. Zuo-jin said in a cold tone. Oh, what do you want to be polite? It's simple, use strong. Hearing Zuo-jin's words, Sasuke also replied, it depends on whether you have the strength. I don't have time to waste time with you here. Kimamaro, who was in the middle of the conversation, shot Sasuke directly, wanting to take him away by force, because he knew that Orochimaru's situation was urgent. If Sasuke can't bring it back in time, then the latter can only use the body of Kanemaru first. Aware of Kimamaro's attack, Sasuke first avoided the former's attack, and then the two immediately confronted each other. However, after a few rounds of confrontation, Sasuke was already invincible and fell directly into the disadvantage. Was caught by Kimamaro and kicked Sasuke's facade. Seeing that it was inevitable, Sasuke could only block it with his hands. Touch. However, Kimamaro's strength is too strong, and the former's kick Sasuke is also flying backwards. Fortunately, this was a forest with dense trees, and Sasuke took advantage of the terrain, kicked on the tree, and then stabilized his body. Boom, boom, da. When Sasuke stably landed behind a big tree, his eyes were fixed on Kimamaro in front of him. I felt right before, this guy is so strong. At this point, Sasuke directly activated Sharingan to prepare to counterattack, but was stopped by Tokyu. Sasuke, you are not his opponent yet. You told the truth, the latter is indeed not Kimamaro's opponent. Sasuke, who heard the words, was also taken aback for a moment. If these words were spit out from someone else's mouth, he would definitely be dissatisfied. Because he didn't do his best, the curse seal power didn't work. But these words came out of Shiyu's mouth, and he weighed them carefully, because the latter's decision had never been missed. Leave this Kimamaro to me. As for the remaining two yourselves. If you choose, go ahead. Do whatever you want, don't give me face. Shiyu's meaning is very simple, you can fight it heartily. Because Tokiyu knew that Tayuya and Sakin were not fuel-efficient lamps for Naruto today. If you want to defeat them, you can't do your best. Hearing Tokiyu's words, Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other, and their fighting spirit also ignited. Because it's like their incarnation confrontation, who can beat opponent, which shows who is stronger is also because of this, the two have no nonsense, one chooses an opponent. So Sasuke took the lead to meet Zuo-jin, and Naruto was the first to meet Tayuya. Seeing this scene, Kimamaro's eyes are also on Chiyu's body, an indifferent voice sounded slowly. It seems that if you want to take this container away, you must defeat you. Nice. Chiyu responded lightly, and then said, however, the premise is that you can defeat me. Let me see what your strength is. You'll see. Seeing Chiyu still looks like a light cloud and wind, Kimamaro is no longer talking nonsense. Because time doesn't allow it. Shoo, with a slight sound of breaking the air, Kimamaro's figure just disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Tokiyu. I have to say that Kimamaro's strength is indeed amazing, and he already has such fighting power without the curse seal power activated. No wonder Zuo-jin and others are so jealous of him, no wonder Orochimaru is so fond of him. Orochimaru would have used him as a vessel had it not been for his incurable disease. The descendants of the Kagaya clan are definitely not talented. Although Kimamaro is strong, in Tokiyu's eyes, the others are no different. Touch. Without using any ninjutsu, Tokiyu already has the upper hand in the duel of taijutsu alone. Chiyu took a gap and punched Kimamaro's chest. Boom! The hit Kimamaro was shot backwards like a cannonball, and flew out of the forest. Bang! Finally, it smashed on a grass, and swayed a lot of smoke. Kimamaro was injured by Moyu's punch head-on, but it wasn't serious. No accident, it should be the cause of his open black lens bracket Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse close black lens bracket. Even if the bones in the body are broken, it is still the same, because the ability of their group is that they can take out the bones to fight. Chiyu flew out of the forest and landed firmly in front of Kimamaro. Seeing this, Kimamaro, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, finally showed a hint of solemnity. Because Tokiyu is stronger than he imagined. In the duel of taijutsu, so far, no one other than Orochimaru has been able to suppress him like this. But that's not the point. The point is that the strange power of Chiyu's every punch made him very uncomfortable, if it wasn't because of his blood stain limit. If you are bombarded from the front without any protection, injury is inevitable. As for the severity of the injury, it depends on a person's physical strength. You are very strong, I just underestimated the enemy. However, from now on I won't be hit by you again. Fell, and black patterned scarves appeared on Kimamaro's body. In an instant, this pattern spread to his whole body. However, it is not completely covered. Undoubtedly, he used the first form of cursed seal. Not only that, but Kimamaro's body, arms, feet, and back all had several bones protruding from each other. Seeing this, Chiyu still had a calm expression on his face and said lightly. Open black lens bracket Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, close black lens bracket. This is the open black lens bracket blood limit close black lens bracket of your open black lens bracket Kagaya clan close black lens bracket. Hearing that, Kimamaro was stunned. He didn't expect that Chiyu knew about their clan. Moreover, I also know the blood stain limit of their family. Please download Feifei. Chapter 156 Inches Bone, and Hammer. How do you know who I am? At this moment, Kimamaro's expression was full of surprise. Of this, no one should know about it except Orochimaru. Moreover, it was impossible for the two of them to tell Chiyu, a person who didn't want to do it, about their own affairs. Because it doesn't make sense and doesn't follow logic. According to historical records, only the Kagaya clan have this ability. Chiyu made a few words, and then said seriously, so, it is good to read more. Kimamaro, who heard the words, no longer cares about this matter, and he has no heart to care about it now. His task now is to defeat Tokyo and then take Sasuke. That's all for a moment. Kimimaro also stopped talking nonsense, and directly performed a trick derived from open black lens bracket Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse close black lens bracket open black lens bracket dance of the camellia close black lens bracket. At this moment, Kimimaro started to fight with his bones. However, every time he attacked, Tokiha managed to dodge it, and he noticed that more bones were popping out of Kimimaro's body. Open black lens bracket dance of the willow close black lens bracket. Taking advantage of the sharp bones growing on its body, it continuously performs tricky attacks at close range. But the result in exchange was always the same. Shiyu's speed was too fast, and each of his attacks failed to hit. This is because Kimimaro is too naive. 040 is obviously not. It's because Shiyu opened the 8 inner gate's door. At this moment, Shiyu finally started to fight back. One move Konoha Whirlwind is to directly kick the bone that Kimimaro grows out of, and kick it away. Boom! Kimimaro, who was kicked by Shiyu, pulled out a deep ravine on the ground, all of which were outlined by bones. Seeing this, Shiyu directly cast 2 escape techniques. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, sphere of graves close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Doden, Earth style, sphere of graves close black lens bracket. Trapped Kimimaro in the dungeon, and then used a huge the debris fell down. Boom, boom. At this moment, there was an earth-shattering explosion, terrifying smoke and dust rose into the sky, grass clippings and sand grains swept away. The area was completely obliterated. After the smoke and dust dissipated, the broken dungeon was silent for a while, and then there was a sound of chi-chi. Kai. With a sound, Shiyu saw a bone pierce the surface of the mud stone. Immediately afterwards, the sound kept ringing. Kai, Kai, Kai. At this moment, the broken dungeon was full of white bones. Distance, it is quite eye-catching. PFF'd. The next second, a figure slowly came out of the broken dungeon. Undoubtedly, he is Kimimaro. It's just that the latter is in a very bad state at this time, and the blood of Yuhi the gorilla is flowing all over his body, and he looks particularly eye-catching. At this moment, his whole body was covered. If nothing else, this move should have saved him. Open black lens bracket Shikatsumiku, dead bone pulse, dance of the larch close black lens bracket. It makes the body grow numerous bones, and it has a high defense that can withstand the impact force and can also hit the opponent, and the defense is extremely strong. Kimimaro looked at Shiyu, the expression on his face became more and more solemn. The moment when Shiyu fell to the ground, he performed 2 escape techniques in succession, and the speed was extremely fast. Seems that there is no need for hand seal at all. This kind of thing, ordinary people can't do it at all. But that was just one of his surprises. Second, he was extremely familiar with the 2 ninjutsu techniques Shiyu performed, because these were the 2 tricks of Jirobo. He didn't know how Shiyu learned it. In the midst of shock, Shiyu's voice also sounded slowly. Kimimaro, don't hide your clumsiness. You may be able to use your strongest strength to get through a few tricks with me. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Shiyu's words, Kimimaro's expression was also startled. If it was before, he would think that Shiyu was bragging. But after this brief confrontation, he has no such thoughts. From the time he fought against Shiyu until now, he just hasn't gained the upper hand, not at all. Moreover, Shiyu's shot was very casual. Obviously, the latter hadn't used his full strength. And the reason why Shiyu didn't use his real skills was because he didn't want the battle to end too soon. Otherwise, I have to wait for Sasuke and Naruto to finish fighting, and I don't know how long it will take. So, if you can play for a while, it will be a while. Anyway, Kimimaro is now the fish on his chopping board, the beast in the cage, and he can't run away if he wants to. Kimimaro is no longer hiding after a brief consideration. He knew that if he didn't use all his strength, he would have no chance of winning. At this time, the latter body changed color, and also grew a tail. Kimimaro State 2-2. See the picture in the upper right corner, which can be opened after changing to State 2-2. Kimimaro also stretched out his hand and pulled out his spine from the back of his neck. Undoubtedly, he used this as a weapon. Seeing this, Shiyu also smiled with satisfaction. And Kimimaro's expression froze, holding the cartilage sword, attacking directly at Shiyu. At this moment, his speed has reached ultimate. He was able to keep up with the speed of Shiyu's, opening the door, which shows that this curse seal power is indeed not covered. Status 2-2 can increase its own power more than 10 times. Good opportunity. After Kimimaro caught up with Tokyu's speed, he directly performed Dance of the Clematis, flower trying to tie Tokyu, who was supposed to be bound, disappeared in the next instant. Yu didn't use any Haraishin or Kamui, but he was able to dodge by just being faster. At this time, Shiyu's skin was already slightly Yuhi, and a green light appeared on his body. This is the performance of open black lens bracket, the 8 inner gates close black lens bracket, the 3rd gate open black lens bracket, Sagemon close black lens bracket. Because Tokyu's chakra is too strong, coupled with open black lens bracket, Junior Sage body close black lens bracket. Therefore, his body did not make the skin like the little Lian Gai, Tong Yuhi, but only a little Yuhi. Doesn't look ugly, but it adds a sense of beauty to it. Kimimaro is also startled when he sees Tokyu's state. Obviously, he didn't have Shiyu to have a similar transformation. After some perception, he knew that Shiyu was not using the same curse seal power as him. Between his doubts, Shiyu also solved his doubts. For the sake of your full strength. In return, I will naturally have to show some skills. Open black lens bracket, Jiden, magnet style, clear sky hammer close black lens bracket. Voice fell, Shiyu flipped his palm, and then a powerful chakra burst out. Pause time. Metal particles broke out from under the ground, and then condensed into a colorful Madara hammer in Shiyu's hand. It's a hammer that can be held in your hand. It's not big, and it's just right for fighting. Chapter 157 Inches The Dance of Grass Ju, vs. Deep Forest Emergence. Seeing Shiyu's state, Kimimaro knew that Shiyu didn't lie. If he doesn't use all his strength, he can't be the opponent of the former at all. Other words, if he uses all his strength, he may not be Shiyu's opponent. Because now he is in his strongest state, but he doesn't know whether Shiyu's state is the strongest. But even knowing that my chances of winning are extremely small, Kimimaro will fight to the death. For Orochimaru, he is willing to sacrifice his own life. Besides, he is already a candle in the wind. It's just that he is fighting with a spirit. Once this spirit is extinguished, it means that his life has come to an end. I don't care how strong you are, I will only fight to the death. Kimimaro, who had finished speaking, was no longer talking nonsense, and charged at Tokyu again with the bone sword in hand. Kimimaro's bone sword has 2 types. Bone is a sword. Cartilage is a whip. Kimimaro's blood limit can control the strength of the bones, which is also for his ability to survive under the attack of Shiyu. The reason for coming down. Swish, swish. Bone sword, when waving, there are bursts of wind-breaking sounds. Jung, jung. When the bone sword collided with the clear sky hammer, there were pleasant sounds, as if the two of them were not fighting. It's like studying musical instruments. Swish. It's another whip, but this time is different. Kimimaro uses the secret technique of open black lens bracket Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse close black lens bracket at the moment of miss. Open black lens bracket ninja 10-finger piercing bullet close black lens bracket. The 10-finger phalanx is instantly launched like a bullet, borrowing the ability of Shikatsumyaku, dead bone pulse. The phalanx can grow infinitely. Even if all the phalanges are fired, it can be remanufactured. Shoo, 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 shoo. When each phalanx shoots out, because of the extremely fast speed, you can hear one after another sound. When Shiyu saw this, he didn't mean to dodge at all. With his current ability, there are many ways to deal with this trick. However, Shiyu chose the easiest way. Open black lens bracket Jiden, magnet style pan close black lens bracket. A low drink resounded in my heart, and in an instant, a black pan was condensed in Tokiyu's other hand. Dang, dang, the suspense of the black frying pan completely blocked Kimamaro's finger bones. This trick is generally the same as the method used by Clear Sky Hammer, so it is very easy to develop. Shiyu developed this trick mainly to cook things while going out. Of course, sometimes it can also be used as a weapon, or used to defend against some hidden weapons. Just like now. After blocking this move, Shiyu said, "Almost, this boring battle should be over." Wounded door open. As Shiyu's low voice fell, the speed of Shiyu's whole body skyrocketed again. Under Kimamaro's stunned gaze, he stayed where he was. Before the latter could react, Shiyu had already appeared at his feet. Needless to say, even Kimamaro's second form of Cursed Seal couldn't reflect the speed increase in the fourth gate. Touch. There is no suspense at all, a hammer directly hits Kimamaro. Touch. Dang. Touch. Dang. Then Shiyu used Frying Pan and Clear Sky Hammer to keep the latter constant, and he replaced Shadow Leaf Dance with this simple and rude method. Finally, use open black lens bracket Frying Pan close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Hoshin Hammer close black lens bracket to sandwich Kimamaro's forehead from the front and back, and slap it hard. Exclamation mark. Kimamaro, who had already lost control of his body, was dizzy, and then Tokiha. Also no nonsense. Directly cast Li Lianhua. Little Leak used Li Lianhua to wrap around a bandage, but Shiyu used Frying Pan and Hoshin Hammer to clamp someone's head. Next second, the two of them spun down from the sky. Shoo shoo shoo. Boom. Without the slightest accident, it directly smashed into the ground to a depth of more than 10 meters. Da. Tokiha returned to the ground and looked at Kimamaro in the deep pit. Kimamaro was surprised to find that there was still a breath left, and he couldn't help muttering to himself. The obsession is too deep, child. Shiyu knew that the reason why Kimamaro was still alive was because that obsession was supporting him. But Shiyu knew. This obsession will not last for long, and the latter will eventually die. Forget it, let's send you the last ride. Shiyu muttered, intending to give Kimamaro the final blow, lest the latter be on the verge of death. Not only did he look uncomfortable, Kimamaro himself should cry too. However, just as Tokiyu was about to shoot, huge bones suddenly appeared on the ground. 1, 2, 3, countless. In the blink of an eye, the entire plain was almost filled with these huge white bones from the outside to the inside. Nothing else happens, Shiyu's position will also appear. Kai, 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 the bones are still growing, and they are about to approach Shiyu's position. But seeing this, Shiyu didn't show any movement, the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Open black lens bracket dance of the early fern close black lens bracket, what is the last struggle? Well, let me see if your bone forest is more powerful, or if my natural forest is stronger. When the voice fell, Shiyu clapped his hands, and a low voice came from his mouth. Open black lens bracket Mokuden, wood style, deep forest emergence close black lens bracket. As Shiyu's voice fell, huge trees appeared with Shiyu as the center. Moreover, the speed of the spread is no slower than the growth of the bones. 0 boom, 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 boom. With the spread of the giant tree, the originally produced white bones were directly broken by Daegu Laxiu and Go. Moreover, it was directly annihilated. The last second was a forest of bones, but the next second it became a real forest. The scale is the same as that of a real forest. This scene attracted the four of Sasuke and the others who were still fighting. At this moment, they all looked at the forest that rose from the ground. 4 of them are all dumbfounded. The few of them have never seen such a scale of ninjutsu. If nothing else, this should be Mokuden, wood style, in transmission. But at the moment, they don't know who performed this trick because Mokuden, wood style, ninja, is rare in the ninja world, and now the real one who can Mokuden would style as Konoha S. Yamato. As for open black lens bracket Obito close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Danzo close black lens bracket just half-assed. But this scale open black lens bracket Mokuden would style close black lens bracket, even open black lens bracket Yamato close black lens bracket is impossible to perform. It's not because Yamato's Mokuden would style is too weak. It depends on the strength of the person who uses it. Hashirama's Mokuden would style is so strong because of his own powerful. Moreover, he has Sage mode. When the giant tree completely crushed and annihilated all the bones, Kimamaro's body was embedded in several winding giant trees. Look at Shiyu standing on the top of the giant tree like a god. The last obsession in Kimamaro's heart has dissipated. He knows that Shiyu is an existence that he can't defeat. Please download Feifei. Chapter 158 Rashomon. Black Chidori. Kimamaro originally used the last blow to take Tokyo away, but Natoichi's strength has exceeded his imagination. He knew that he was defeated, and he was defeated completely. That's why he closed his eyes unwillingly. There is no doubt that the move just now brought his life to an end. That was his last struggle and his last obsession. But this obsession was shattered by Shiyu's strength, and his last wish was, Sir Orochimaru, I'm sorry. With Kimamaro's death, it represents the end of this battle. Side gave Naruto, Sasuke and others a signal that they knew the battle between Tokyo and Kimamaro was over. Although they are not sure that Mokuden would style is cast by Tokyo, but they know that Tokyo will never lose. On the contrary, Sakin and Tayuya have worried expressions on their faces, because they are for Kun 040. Maro's abilities are quite understandable. The latter's blood limit is Shikatsumyaku dead bone pulse, not Mokuden wood style. In their opinion, this Mokuden wood style is either cast by Shiyu, or put by a third party involved. Just when the four of them were stunned with doubts, a figure also came into their eyes. I saw a figure and a giant tree constantly vacating, and then appeared directly at the highest point of the voice. Looking up, they all recognized the identity of the latter. Naruto and Sasuke saw this figure, and their faces showed natural joy. Zuo-jin and Taiyu also saw this figure, and there was a hint of consternation on their faces. Not for others. Just because this figure is none other than Shiyu. Shiyu's appearance is undoubtedly telling him such a cruel truth. That's Kimamaro's defeat. Moreover, the ever-rising giant tree is also telling them that the one who cast the Mokuden wood style earlier is the latter. Staring at Shiyu who was high in the sky, they were stunned. They didn't expect that Shiyu was actually possessed by Bloodstain Boundary and Mokuden wood style who restrained tailed beasts. Open black lens bracket Mokuden wood style close black lens bracket. The reason why he can restrain the tailed beast is because of open black lens bracket sacred tree close black lens bracket. The tailed beasts were originally part of the sacred tree, so Mokuden wood style has a natural restraint effect on them. Just when the four of them had different thoughts, Shiyu's voice sounded slowly. Sasuke, Naruto. Don't linger, and settle the battle quickly. Hearing Shiyu's words, their eyes suddenly turned fierce. Sasuke was directly upgraded from Curse-Sealed State 1 to State 2-2, and Naruto also had Kyuubi, Nine Tails Chakra appear on Naruto. Seeing the sudden explosion of the two of them, Zuo-jin and Taiyu didn't dare to hold back at all. They both entered the second form of Cursed Seal. Because they not only have to face the opponents in front of them, but also always be vigilant about whether Shiyu will sneak up on them. Duoyu also directly revealed the strongest combat power, and summoned the three ghosts of Huang Izumi with the spiritual art. One is holding a mallet. One is holding a bone claw. One is wearing a bandage. Tayuya first used the flute sound played by the magic flute magic dance to manipulate the three angry ghosts summoned. But this is not the hand of open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails chakra close black lens bracket. The powerful chakra seems to cut off part of the demonic illusion sound of her flute. So, she can only have the last trick. Open black lens bracket Chapter 9 of the finale, Magic Mirror Chaos close black lens bracket. After Tayuya used this secret technique, I saw Sangui spit out a kind of pure, spiritual energy. The substance is composed of them, they are madly close to Naruto, and even after being bitten, they will absorb chakra. Because of this, Naruto fell into a hard fight. Meanwhile, the battle on Sasuke's side is also intensifying, and Zojin has already summoned his brother Ukin hidden in his body. He blocked Sasuke's Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu with Psychic Rashomon. Kaden Fire Style Dragon Flame Jutsu level ninjutsu, release a straight high-speed flame, aiming directly the enemy fires, making it hard to guard against. This move can also be upgraded to Fierce Dragon Flame Jutsu, a ninjutsu, and the flames that spew out can form a huge fire dragon. Although Saken can only summon open black lens bracket Ichi Rashomon close black lens bracket, it is enough to block Sasuke's open black lens bracket Dragon Flame Jutsu close black lens bracket. In the end, Zuo-jin and Yu-jin cooperated and used Bipolar Falling Sky to kill Sasuke in one fell swoop. He knew that if the fight was not resolved quickly, his chakra would be less and less. In this way, his chances of escaping are very slim. Tashiu can defeat Kimimaro, he can see that the former's strength is far above his own. So, if you want to escape, you must have enough chakra. Seeing Zuo-jin and Zuo-jin use the ultimate move, Sasuke didn't talk nonsense, and also used his strongest move now. Open black lens bracket Raiden Thunder Style Black Chidori close black lens bracket. After the two of them fought against each other, finally Sasuke's open black lens bracket Black Chidori close black lens bracket was even better because of the blessing of open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Fatal Attack. Of the battle on Sasuke's side, the battle on Naruto's side is also approaching the lead. Naruto, who was originally in a hard fight, with the help of open black lens bracket Kyuubi, Nine Tails close black lens bracket, directly condensed open black lens bracket Chakra cloak close black lens bracket and entered open black lens bracket One Tail state close black lens bracket. And the next move open black lens bracket Rasengan close black lens bracket is a series of 3 directly, which solved Tayuya's psychic beast with one blow. Duo U was also taken away by Naruto's multiple shadow clone S2000 shots. At this point, the battle is all over. Open black lens bracket Otogakure 5 people and 5 people close black lens bracket the death is all dead. Tokyo killed 3, Naruto and Sasuke each beheaded 1. Immediately after, Sasuke and Naruto also came to Tokyu's side, and their state was not very bad at this time. Of them in that state are stronger than Saken and Tayuya. Sasuke, Naruto. You two have made great progress. Hearing Shiyu's compliment, a look of joy appeared on their faces. They feel that no one's praise is stronger than Shiyu's admission. Because in their eyes, Shiyu will inevitably become the strongest existence. Even if it is not now, it will definitely be in the future, but it is an existence that is strong. Beyond the 6 paths immortal. They believed it. And with the death of all the Otogakure 5 and 5 Tokyu's first system mission was also completed. Therefore, he is not in a hurry now. 0. This quest is in the hidden village of Sound in the country of Field, which is one of the many bases in Orochimaru. He studied a monster there, a body monster. After Tokiha has dealt with Sasuke's affairs, he will naturally go back to destroy the base. Also, there seems to be a pretty girl there. Open black lens bracket Fuma Sasama close black lens bracket. After a brief conversation between the 3 of them, Sasuke also asked, Tokyo, what's next? Am I going directly to the base where Orochimaru is located? No hurry. Shiyu replied, then said, let him wait a few more days, we have to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Seeing Sasuke nodding, Naruto asked, then what are we doing these days? Don't worry, I've already thought about it. There was a smile on Shiyu's face between the words, a smile in which everything was under control. Chapter 159 Valley of the End. Between Naruto and Sasuke's doubts, Tokiyu said, "We're playing and heading towards the base where Orochimaru is located these days. When I confirm that Orochimaru has used the forbidden technique of reincarnation, Sasuke will go alone." After hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto finally came to a realization. "No wonder you made me buy so much food." And Naruto set out to find the Otogakure group of 4. The two went to the neighboring town but bought a lot of things. Food, tents, etc. are all bought together. Sasuke has no opinion on Tokiyu's plan. However, at this time, he thought of another doubt. "Shiyu, how many bloodstain limits have you mastered?" Hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto's gaze couldn't help but return to Tokiyu. Undoubtedly, he is also very curious about this. Because from the information they know so far, Shiyu has already mastered 4 kinds of blood stain limit. Open black lens bracket Jiden magnet style close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ice shield close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Mokuden wood style close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Sharingan close black lens bracket. Tokiyu pondered for a while about Sasuke 16, and then said lightly, "The blood stain limit in the world is divided into 3 kinds of pujutsu physical, and ninjutsu all of which can be inherited through blood. And pugilism and physical physique are quite special. They cannot be obtained by their own efforts other than relying on blood inheritance. Of course, with the exception of external means and chance against the sky. There is no detailed description here, just a brief introduction. Like eyeball transplantation, cell transplantation, and many other human means, in the later stage, the cells of Otogakure 5 people and Orochimaru are transplanted." "What about the last one?" Naruto said curiously. "This last kind of blood stain limit can either rely on blood inheritance, or can be obtained through acquired efforts. Because he is a kind of ninjutsu." After answering Naruto, Tokiyu continued, "Take Mokuden wood style as an example. It is a combination of water attribute chakra and earth attribute chakra. In other words, as long as your chakra contains these 2 attributes, then it is possible for you to comprehend this blood stain limit." Hearing Tokiyu's words, Sasuke probably understood what Tokiyu wanted to express. "Shiyu, you mean that this kind of blood stain limit is a master that everyone can do? Nice. But the premise is that you have enough talent, otherwise, even if you spend your whole life, you won't be able to comprehend one." At this point, Shiyu also mentioned, by the way, this is why the blood stain boundary is so rare in the ninja world, and most of them are inherited through blood. It's rare that I understand it myself. Naruto thought about it for a long time, and said a sentence that was astonishing. "Shiyu, your talent is so excellent. Are you master of all the blood stain limit in the category of ninjutsu?" Sasuke, who heard the words, was slightly surprised, because not only Naruto thought so, but he also thought so. Almost. The 3 words that Shiyu spit out made 2 sighs of relief, even though they had already guessed the result. "But after getting the confirmation, I am still shocked. It is difficult for others to want to be a master, but Tokiyu has mastered all of them. It's also because of this that they have raised Shiyu's sublime by several grades. They calculated, the blood stain limit of ninjutsu is probably. However, they don't know that these 20 are just on the surface. In fact, the same 2 attributes of chakra can be combined to form a variety of blood stain limit. A different level of understanding of chakra's nature transformation, it is necessary to combine the 2 different blood stain limit will be born when the same attribute chakra is used. Just like ice shield and crystal escape, they are a combination of wind attribute chakra and water attribute chakra. Also open black lens bracket Mokuden wood style close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Yoden lava style close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Yoden lava style close black lens bracket is a combination of Terumi Mei S condensed open black lens bracket acid water condensed from water attribute chakra close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket earth attribute chakra close black lens bracket. And open black lens bracket Mokudan wood style close black lens bracket is a water and soil. Nature transformation of the two chakra attributes realize the performance of ultimate. In other words, open black lens bracket Mokudan wood style close black lens bracket is above open black lens bracket Yodan, lava style close black lens bracket. Jiraiya and Moonlight Hayate are a typical example. Moonlight Hayate's transcendence is very skilled, that's because he is inherited through blood, as long as he is skilled in the master. But it's different. He figured it out on his own because he wanted to peep. However, because of his limited talent, he couldn't comprehend the essence, and he couldn't even hide his own breath like Moonlight Hayate. Therefore, his done is relatively low level. At this moment, the two of them looked at Shiyu as if they were immortals. Because of this, Naruto couldn't help but say, Shiyu, you won't really be the reincarnation of Six Paths Immortal. How do I know? Shiyu replied with a sound, and then changed the subject. You were also tired from the battle just now. Have a good rest tonight and leave tomorrow. For Shiyu's suggestion, the two have no objection, because they are used to obeying Shiyu's arrangement. Obviously, it is very difficult for the two to turn back on the road of the younger brother. That night, Shiyu and the three of them were eating hot pot, playing poker, and having a great time. The next day, Shiyu and the three of them walked slowly for half a day, but they arrived at a place. There are two incomparably huge stone statues here, whose identities no one in the world does not know. Because they are so famous, they are the powerhouses at the top of the ninja world. One is the nightmare of the ninja world. The other is the legend of the ninja world. They are open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket and open black lens bracket Senju Hashirama close black lens bracket, and this place is called open black lens bracket Valley of the End close black lens bracket. After arriving here, Shiyu stopped. Sasuke asked when he saw this. Shiyu, why don't you go to 040? I guess Shiyu is looking at the beautiful scenery here and wants to enjoy it, hehe. Naruto laughed. His eyes fell on the two stone sculptures, and his eyes couldn't help showing curiosity. Not only him, but also Sasuke. Obviously, the two of them don't know where this place is, and who the owners of those two statues are. You two, do you know who those two statues are? Hearing Shiyu's words, the two of them looked at it carefully, and their eyes fell on the stone sculpture of Hashirama. Tokiha, the one on the left, is the ninja of Konoha. The reason why Naruto said this is obviously because he saw the open black lens bracket Konoha forehead guard close black lens bracket on the forehead of open black lens bracket Hashirama close black lens bracket. However, why do I think he looks familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. No wonder Naruto and Sasuke said so. After all, in the Hokage rock of open black lens bracket Konoha close black lens bracket, there is a Hashirama portrait on it. Naruto. Sasuke didn't recognize it. How could you not recognize it? You know, you used to scribble on his face a lot. After Tashiu reminded him, Naruto compared the Hashirama stone statue in front of him with the first head on Konoha Hokage rock. After this comparison, the two instantly coincide. Because of this, Naruto shouted excitedly. He is the original Hokage. Please download Feifei. Chapter 160 Kyubi, Nine Tails Rasengan. Mantra Chidori. Open black lens bracket first Hokage close black lens bracket. Sasuke murmured, and then took a serious look. It is found that what Naruto said is true. This stone carving is very similar to the one on Konoha's Hokage rock. First generation head portrait. Because of this, Sasuke came to a second pair of doubts. How can the stone sculpture of the first Hokage appear here? Here and that. I don't know either. Naruto chimed in. Immediately, both of them looked at Shiyu, and they felt that it was Shiyu who should have known. Seeing the gazes of the two, Shiyu didn't hide it either. This place is called the Valley of the End. It was the battlefield between the first Hokage and another peak powerhouse in the ninja world. Later, to commemorate this epic battle, 2 stone statues were cast here. The first Hokage has the title of God of Ninjas, so the person who can fight with it should not be easy. Sasuke said. Yeah. Who is this peak powerhouse? Seeing Sasuke and Naruto staring at him curiously, Shiyu also spoke slowly. The former leader of the Uchiha clan, open black lens bracket Uchiha Madara close black lens bracket. The 2 people who heard the words were stunned for a moment. They did not expect that the people who fought with the first Hokage were actually from the Uchiha clan. Especially Sasuke. He became more and more curious about it, because he was a member of the Uchiha clan. Shiyu, do you know why they were dueling? I don't know about that, maybe it's because of the way of competing for the Hokage position at that time. Obviously, Tokiyu didn't intend to tell Sasuke to him. Because this secret involves the secrets of the Uchiha family, such as the inscription in the Nenga shrine, and Black Zetsu moved his hands and feet. These things are not things that the current Sasuke should know. Sasuke also readily accepted Tokiyu's explanation. If the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan have any deep hatred, then the Uchiha clan will not be under the jurisdiction of Konoha. In the case of not knowing the facts, it is no problem to think so. Since you are here, you must leave something behind. Hearing Shiyu's words, Naruto also asked, what's left? Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara are the 2 pinnacles of the ninja world, and Naruto wants to be Hokage and Sasuke is the descendant of the Uchiha family. So, I suggest that the 2 of you have a formal contest here. Battle. The same 2 words came out of Naruto and Sasuke's mouth, looking at each other. Nice. Shiyu responded with a sound, and then said, didn't you guys always want to compete? Now is the only chance. Because of this farewell, it is estimated that we will see each other in 2 years. How? What do you think? The 2 who heard the words looked at each other for a while, and Naruto's face showed excitement. Sasuke, let's compete. Alright, I also want to see how much your crane tail has grown now. Sasuke Tsunere said. Seeing that both of them were intentional, Shiyu also smiled in his heart. This result was as good as what he expected. And he didn't propose this showdown. For no reason, but to make the 2 years work harder to cultivate. Only competition can make people stronger quickly. Shiyu's move can be said to be conscientious and unable to do anything, as his own younger brother must have hard power. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed to say that the 2 were his own little ones. That's good. Now rest in place for half an hour and adjust the state to the best state. The 2 who heard the words nodded one after another, and immediately began to adjust. Obviously, neither of them wants to lose to the other. Time flies, half an hour is fleeting. Immediately after, Naruto and Sasuke started their first duel under the arrangement of Tokiha. When Sasuke and Naruto faced off, Kakashi, who heard the news, was worried. Konoha, in Hokage's office. What did you say? You let Tokiha and Naruto go after Sasuke's Orochimaru subordinates. Hearing Kakashi's words, Tsunade said, what can I do? This is the situation in Konoha now. And, you should believe in his strength. Needless to say, Tsunade is referring to him here. It's Shiyu. Tsunade has seen the talent of Shiyu with his own eyes, and he has also witnessed the existence of one snake being almost killed by one move. Furthermore, the latter has already learned her 100 Heroes technique. Therefore, Shiyu's current strength is not weaker than that of any Jonin, which is why Tsunade is assured to let Shiyu go. Kakashi, who heard the words, was also stunned for a moment. He forgot Tokiyu's strength for a while because he was too worried. The latter Chunin exam's move, Jiden, magnet style, clear sky hammer, can be said to be shocking, and that move alone is not something that ordinary Chunin can do. Lord Hokage. Although Shiyu has decent strength, those Orochimaru's subordinates are not fuel-efficient lamps. Besides, neither of them seem to be good at searching. Voice fell, Kakashi turned around and walked away, as if he had made up his mind. Hey. What are you doing? I have arranged your task for you. Tsunade between the words took out a level quest. Wait until I get back. Voice fell, and Kakashi also disappeared from the office. Although he knew that Shiyu had good words, he was still worried about the safety of Shiyu and the others. This is probably his mentality as a teacher. No way, after all, he still doesn't know what kind of strength Shiyu has become. Tsunade will be calmer because she has seen the power of that trick open black lens bracket futon, wind-style recentric close black lens bracket with her own eyes. Moreover, the latter also has the 100 hero technique body protection. But Kakashi obviously doesn't know this. The Hokage office, Kakashi directly used psychic technique to summon Parker and other ninja dogs. Start searching for Tokiha and the others. The Valley of the End, under the waterfall. The battle between Naruto and Sasuke has reached a fever pitch, and the two have tried their best to compete. Sasuke has already opened the first form of curse sealing, and with the advantages of Sharingan, he has the upper hand. After Naruto's setback, he activated the Kyuubi 9 Tails power again. After using the Kyuubi 9 Tails power, Naruto appeared with a Yuhi-colored chakra coat and a tail. No doubt that Naruto has once again entered the one-tail state. Sasuke was stunned when he saw Naruto's appearance, and secretly said in his heart, "Is this the power of open black lens bracket Kyuubi 9 Tails close black lens bracket?" Sasuke obviously did not expect that Naruto could control this power. And all this is naturally thanks to Shiyu. Shiyu explained that open black lens bracket Kyuubi 9 Tails close black lens bracket could not hurt Naruto, so open black lens bracket Kyuubi 9 Tails close black lens bracket did not provide more chakra. Also, he will lose consciousness. Naruto stabilized the situation after entering the one-tail state, and began to gain the upper hand steadily. At this time, Sasuke's Sharingan couldn't keep up with Naruto's movements, and was directly punched by the latter on the stone wall. Sasuke was naturally dissatisfied with this result. Therefore, he turned on the curse-sealed State 2-2 Towel. With the activation of the curse-sealed second form, the two fell into an evenly matched situation again. But because Sasuke has Sharingan, he has to force Naruto faintly. And, the two made their own unique moves. Open black lens bracket Kyuubi 9 Tails Rasengan close black lens bracket open black lens bracket curse sealed Chidori close black lens bracket. Boom. The outbreak of this blow made Shiyu, who was eating barbecue, slightly startled, and muttered to himself. As expected of 2 levels of magic. With the enhancement of natural energy and Kyuubi 9 Tails chakra, the power of these 2 ninjutsu is also improved to a higher level.